A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Qin Yang sighed in his heart. It's just that this opportunity came by a bit of a coincidence. 2 demon generals died first, and the reason why these 2 demon generals died was because of the release of the Fire Phoenix. As for why Fire Phoenix was let go, this was Qin Yang's fault. Now, to refine the demon mirror, I have to go to Qinyu Lake again. The Demon Palace. The 6 demon generals all looked at Qin Yang. Qinyu Lake? Are you sure there is a bright moon platform and a skylight stone there? The wise demon general's face was uncertain. Although the 2 demon generals died at the hands of the big monster, insect ghost, only Qin Yang knew how the battle was going. Sure. Qin Yang said, furthermore, from the beginning, if Qinyu Lake was what it is now, there should be a bright moon platform. Only the bright moon platform, combined with other spiritual materials that can emit light, can illuminate such a large lake. But you can only go down to Qinyu Lake, but not up. It is the only way to the 4th floor of the underwater prison. The hidden demon general said. Qin Yang interrupted, no longer. Inside the heavenly demon palace, there was silence. Qin Yang added, in other words, there is no longer a 4th level underwater prison. The wise demon general suddenly stood up, and the other demon generals also changed their expressions. In an instant, all 6 demon generals went berserk, and demon statues appeared one after another. In the heavenly demon palace, there seemed to be a group of demons dancing wildly. The 6 terrifying demon statues made even Qin Yang feel tremendous pressure. Why? The wise demon general's voice changed, becoming terrifying and sinister. The 3rd floor of the underwater prison is exiled. When? When? I show up. Outside the heavenly demon palace, the guards stared at the palace in horror. What had Qin Yang done? Why did the ancestors seem to be furious? Fortunately, it didn't take long to worry. The demon palace returned to normal, and the previous terrifying pressure seemed to be an illusion. You knew it a long time ago? But why didn't you say it? Zhima Jiang stared at Qin Yang closely. Qin Yang spread his hands and said, since I have the Tianmen seal and the divine dragon jade, what does it have to do with me whether I am exiled or not? The 6 great demon generals looked at each other, and the wise demon general burst into laughter. God's will, everything is God's will. The wise demon general sighed repeatedly. Qin Yang looked at the 6 demon generals. They were all here. Except for the small demon world, the entire 3rd level world knew about this. Concealing it doesn't make much sense anymore. So, the big demon insect ghost has merged with the new mother body, the wise demon general pondered. The other demon generals nodded secretly. If this was the case, the fall of the demon seizing general and the martial demon general could be explained. It is impossible for ordinary monsters from all 4 realms to threaten their existence. Not even the Fire Phoenix. At worst, you can still escape. The 2 demon generals could not escape and fell directly. Their peak combat power was definitely not weaker than their demon generals. And he is a demon general who uses divine weapons. Now that the 3rd level of the world has been exiled, Qinyu Lake has lost its sinking characteristics. The treasures of heaven and earth in Qinyu Lake. The hidden demon general exclaimed, no wonder the Fire Phoenix was promoted to the 4th level. Qinyu, the lake, is a huge treasure house. The wise demon general nodded and said, among the demon beasts, the strongest one is not the Fire Phoenix. But the one who first discovered that Qinyu Lake has become a treasure house that can be accessed at any time must be the Fire Phoenix. The demon clan is now united, maybe there will be many new monsters from the 4 realms born. The hidden demon general added, the clones of the great monster, insect ghost, have lost contact with the mother body on the 6th level. These clones will inevitably condense into a new mother body. After the new mother body is condensed, the clones can continue to condense in the same way. Become a clone of the four realms. As a result, in terms of peak combat power, if the little demon world continues to be in chaos, we will not have any advantage, the wise demon general said worriedly. However, at this level, unless there is a heaven-defying being like Qin Yang, it is useless to have more three realms. Only the four realms can determine the final outcome. Whoever has more realms will have more chances of winning. The loser can only perish completely. General Tsang Mo rarely spoke. He only focused on logistics. At this time, he also asked Qin Yang, since you have the Shenlong Jade and the Tianmen Seal, can you bring us back to the sky? Without the suppression of Kuanping's belly, we want to leave this place. The third-level world, I'm afraid it's very easy, right? The other demon generals were also staring at Qin Yang. Qin Yang shrugged and said, of course it's easy, and it's very easy. All the demon generals were immediately delighted. Qin Yang then said, but, what happens after we leave? The 6 demon generals looked at each other. Qin Yang continued, I only have the Tianmen Seal and the Divine Dragon Jade, but I don't have a starry sky compass. Where should I fly in this vast space universe? Even if I use the connection between Kuan and Pum to navigate, I must be at least in the 4 realms to be able to fly between heaven and earth. Even if I can sense it, if I want to return to the sky, unless I advance to the 4th realm, my strength will not be enough. If Qin Yang's guess is correct, there must be no spiritual energy outside this world. Any supplement can only rely on elixirs. Even the sky-swallowing gourd has no effect. There are a lot of things that Qin Yang said that he didn't understand. Square. But the 6 demon generals did not send any message, they just pretended to understand and nodded repeatedly. This scene made Qin Yang burst into laughter. The wise demon general said, even if we get to this point, don't we still have to make sure that the people of the little demon world are not parasitized? The topic goes back to the beginning. The wise demon general said, the big demon, insect ghost has a way to quickly condense the clones of the 4 realms, and the demon clan guards a Qinyu lake. Time is very unfavorable for us demon clan. And if we demon clan want to take action, we must first stabilize. Therefore, the refining of this demon mirror is urgent. Song Majiang looked at Qin Yang and said, if you get these 2 spiritual materials, are you sure you can make a demon mirror? Of course I'm sure. How much? 10%. How many days? 1 day. In the demon palace, silence fell again. Qin Yang is so confident. Confident enough to make these demon generals think it was fake. But when Qin Yang was refining the 7th level magical elixir furnace, he was confident. However, everything seemed to be too smooth, as if it was deliberately arranged by God. You go back first, we need to discuss it. The wise demon general said suddenly. Qin Yang nodded without changing his expression and disappeared from the spot. The 6 demon generals all investigated carefully, and only started to communicate after they found no Qin Yang's aura. What should I say? How many demon generals will be dispatched this time? Demon General Do said. He, who had been clamoring to go out alone, finally gave in. The eyes of the wise demon general flickered, and he said, I said before that those who want to do us harm, the current situation will definitely separate us, and then defeat each other. If you want to know who it is, then let's see who gives it. We created the conditions for separation. At the entrance of the main hall, Qin Yang took the initiative to activate the Mi Tianju, and at the same time entered a hunting posture. 2 things can be determined now. First, General Jima's magic weapon has no investigative capabilities. Second, I was indeed suspected. Empty reply from server. Alas. Qin Yang had already teleported back to the 1st floor and let out a long sigh. Fortunately, I was careful this time and hid in the demon palace, only to hear this. Otherwise, if you attack the hidden demon general rashly, you will cause big trouble. However, even if they take action, the battle situation will not be as optimistic as the wise demon general said. Take away the Xuanhuan jade? Ha ha ha. Qin Yang raised the corner of his mouth. So what if I just let him take it away? I still have the power of Xuanhuan jade. On the self-image, the copied magic weapon abilities will have ghost images. For Qin Yang, a shadow is enough. Only after the original magic weapon is destroyed, the shadow will become solid, allowing Qin Yang to condense it and give it to others for use. Since he will not lose the power of the divine dragon jade, the sealing heaven mirror cannot trap him. How can we gain trust? Qin Yang started to have a headache. He is not afraid of being exposed. What he is really afraid of is that the wise demon will really take away the secret keys of other gods. Lu Mingyu and others are trapped in the devil world. If they lose those magic weapons. Not only did Qin Yang fail to rush to the demon world as soon as possible, but he also dragged them down by accident. Before I could think about it, there was a knock on the door. Dang, dang, dang. Qin Yang took a deep breath. The speed of the hidden demon general was only a little slower than the teleportation. It was reasonable that it came so fast. You're the only one? Qin Yang looked around. Want to find the wise demon generals and fighting demon generals hidden in the dark. But it failed. Although Qin Yang can conceal his aura, no one at the God Emperor level can lock him down. But at the same time, he was unable to detect the demon general who was a level above himself. Be quiet this time, let's steal it and leave. The hidden demon general whispered. There was even a joke. Qin Yang also cooperated and laughed dryly. Sure enough, for such an old guy, what he thinks in his heart will not be written on his face at all. If he hadn't heard the conversation in the demon palace, Qin Yang would really have believed it. Hearing the hidden demon general say steal it and leave, Qin Yang had an idea in his mind. If this trip goes very smoothly, if you get 2 spiritual materials and then refine them into a demon mirror, won't you be able to temporarily stabilize the demon general? Next, just think about how to kill the wise demon general first, and you don't have to worry anymore. Let's go. By the way, don't teleport to the 9th area, take your time. Observe the situation, by the way. The hidden demon general ordered. Qin Yang understood that although he could not detect the traces of the wisdom demon general and the fighting demon general, Qin Yang already knew it. I am afraid that these 2 demon generals are rushing to Xinyu Lake in the 9th district, non-stop. Okay. Qin Yang nodded, and with a thought, he and the hidden demon disappeared. Appeared again and came to the 6th area, the battlefield. The huge basin has changed the landscape of mountains and rivers. The hidden demon general looked at it and couldn't help but feel his scalp numb when he thought of the war. The martial demon general and the demon capturing general fell here. And this is also the junction of the 5th and 6th districts. It seemed possible to be attacked by a big demonic insect ghost. Previously, the demon-catching general also wanted to explore the territory of the big monster, insect ghost. Qin Yang made up and said, You. The hidden demon general shook his head repeatedly and said, No, the important thing is the most important thing, and we can't create any more complications. Just walk slowly to the 9th district. After saying that, he added, This time, we mainly investigate the movements of the demon clan. Qin Yang nodded. The 2 of them had different thoughts. While Qin Yang was lamenting that this old guy didn't show his flaws, General Yinma also thought that Qin Yang was really flawless. Since the purpose of our trip is Minji Weitai and Skylight Stone, then. Qin Yang stretched out his hand, and a white thing appeared on his hand. The hidden demon general looked sideways and was stunned for a moment. Treasure rat? Looking at Qin Yang, his eyes suddenly changed. No wonder this boy has such good fortune at such a young age, this treasure hunter must have contributed a lot. What treasures of heaven and earth can escape the detection of treasure hunting rats? Moreover, this is a treasure hunting rat at the level of a god emperor? Is the treasure hunter actually so strong? I'm afraid this treasure hunting rat has already brought glory to its ancestors. Too many treasures have been destroyed. The treasure hunter's face was filled with regret. The last time I came here, the place was full of treasures, but now, it's full of devastation. Stop talking nonsense and look for it. Qin Yang said, since we also want to investigate the movements of the demon clan, then the locations of some heavenly materials and earthly treasures must be protected by the demon clan. The hidden demon general nodded and said, okay. In this way, they can not only delay the time until the wise demon drives them over, but also take the opportunity to see how capable this treasure hunting rat is. The sky and the earth are endless, and the universe is tracking for thousands of miles. The treasure hunter muttered in a decent manner, and immediately looked towards the fifth area. Qin Yang pinched the treasure hunter's long beard and pulled it back, making the treasure hunter face the ninth area. You are going in the wrong direction. Qin Yang frowned. The treasure hunting mouse looked at Qin Yang aggrievedly. Qin Yang rolled his eyes and said, you can only look for it in the 6th and 9th districts. The treasure hunter could only do as he was told. After a long time, his expression changed. Feeling depressed, he yelled, what a waste. What a waste. You are still a few years away from reaching maturity, but you only have one route left. Qin Yang became confused. What do you mean? What is it? The treasure hunting mouse said, there are many powerful heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the 6th district, but they have all been taken away, leaving only a trace of uselessness. The hidden demon general said, it seems that the monsters have indeed gathered in the 9th district. With Xinyu Lake here, these heavenly materials and earthly treasures are nothing. Yes. Then Qin Yang said. The hidden demon general groaned and said, let's go directly to the 9th district, but we must be cautious. The place has been completely controlled by monsters, and the number of monsters is countless. The two figures flashed again. The hidden demon general was speechless. How many teleportation points did Qin Yang set in this 3-layer world? You can teleport directly wherever you go. Next, the speed slowed down a bit. The treasure hunting mouse found a treasure of heaven and earth, but the hidden demon general was unwilling to pick it up because he can't scare off the grass. After all, their real goal is Minji Weitai. While waiting for news from General Jima, General Inmo thought, Qin Yang must not have any problems. If there is a problem, the demons will lose too much. First of all, even if all the spiritual materials for this demon mirror are gathered together, no one can refine it. After searching for a long time, the treasure hunting mice became sleepy. For such a treasure hunt, it would be better to hide in the demon ring and drink and sleep. The hidden demon general suddenly stopped and had received a message from the intelligent demon general. The wisdom demon general and the fighting demon general have arrived and are hiding nearby. At the same time, the treasure hunter's eyes suddenly widened and his whole body trembled, as if he was frightened by something. What's wrong? Qin Yang was confused. It seems that this is the first time that I have seen the treasure hunter so scared. The lawless treasure hunting rat also encountered a natural enemy? Oops. We might have been discovered early. The treasure hunter shuddered. The hidden demon general's expression condensed, and Qin Yang frowned. What's going on? My natural enemy, the moon-eating wolf. Have you really encountered a natural enemy? Qin Yang's mouth twitched. Qin Yang looked at the treasure hunter with disgust and said, with all due respect. The hidden demon general looked at Qin Yang, while the treasure hunter's cheeks had already puffed up in advance. Of course, he knew that Qin Yang had nothing nice to say. Actually, I think any monster could be your natural enemy. Qin Yang said. This moon-eating wolf is different, the treasure hunter retorted. The hidden demon general also looked at the treasure-hunting rat. Indeed, although this rat is magical, does it have fighting power? Why is it different? Qin Yang asked. The treasure-hunting mouse explained, he uses super tracking ability just like me. In a word, I track the treasures of heaven and earth, and he tracks me. Qin Yang's head was covered with black lines, following you. The treasure-hunting mouse said, it's not just me. He can track any living being. He just prefers to track me. Qin Yang suddenly laughed when he heard the word preference. The treasure-hunting rat scratched Qin Yang's head angrily. The treasure-hunting rat and the moon eclipse wolf can indeed complement each other. If these two monsters walked together, what would they be looking for but not find? This is equivalent to having a starry sky compass in the vast starry sky. This radar is simply too comprehensive. Well, shouldn't we consider some practical issues? The hidden demon general looked a little displeased. Seeing Qin Yang joking with the treasure hunter, the hidden demon general had a bad premonition and said with a cold expression, Qin Yang, since we are likely to be ambushed by monsters, why aren't you afraid? The hidden demon general continued, why do I feel like you are so confident? There is a hidden edge in the words. Qin Yang laughed and said, of course, let alone being targeted by the moon-eating wolf, even if all the monsters are targeting me, what can they do to me? Surround me? Ambush? Qin Yang's laughter spread far away. The hidden demon general was stunned and had nothing to say. Not to mention Qin Yang's combat power, Qin Yang is already invincible with the Tianmen seal and divine dragon, Jade, he possesses. Fortunately, there are also the magic weapons of General Jima, otherwise, if Qin Yang really, no one can kill him. No wonder it was so peaceful along the way. It turns out we were prepared. Even the moon-eating wolf came out, tsk. Qin Yang's eyes flashed, and he was thinking about various situations that might happen. Then this Xinyu Lake. The hidden demon general frowned. Before he finished speaking, the voice of General Jima came to his ears, go, of course we are going. Isn't our purpose just to test Qin Yang? This way, it's just right. The hidden demon general nodded secretly. What happened to Xinyu Lake? Qin Yang asked. It's nothing, I just don't know where it is. The hidden demon general said casually. Oh. Qin Yang nodded, grabbed the treasure-hunting rat from its head, and said, let's go to Xinyu Lake first. When we get there, first confirm for me whether there is a bright moon platform and a sky in the lake. Lightstone. But the moon-eating wolf. The treasure-hunting mouse was a little flustered. Perhaps it was the fear engraved in his blood that made him feel uncomfortable. Qin Yang sighed and said, okay, since you found him, you can find the moon-eating wolf first and kill him first, right? Qin Yang, do you want to change your plan? The hidden demon general said suddenly. Qin Yang looked at the hidden demon general. The old man's tone had become stiff, as if he was about to take action at any time. Isn't this too sensitive? Qin Yang said calmly, it's not a big deal to change the plan, you've seen it too. With the aura of the moon-eating wolf, the treasure-hunting rat can't concentrate on hunting for treasures. Xinyu Lake is so big, and there are so many treasures. If you can't concentrate power, even if there is a bright moon, it may not be able to accurately locate it. It's very reasonable. The hidden demon general's words became a little weird. The treasure-hunting mouse pointed in the direction and said, this way, 100 miles away. Oh? Qin Yang looked in the direction pointed by the treasure-hunting mouse, and his spiritual thoughts were released, sweeping across suddenly. Dark golden lines flowed in the eyes, and a strange divine light bloomed in the eyes that seemed to change the color of the world. Behind Qin Yang, he seemed very close, but also seemed far away. Suddenly a pair of eyes opened. It's Qin Yang's eyes, full of dark golden and intricate lines. Eyes of the sky. The hidden demon will be like a light on the back. What kind of magical power is this? It seems to be a pupil technique, but it is hundreds of times stronger than the heavenly eye, and it is not even comparable at all. The system has been upgraded to the top level, the ultimate copy system. All functions are now open. This copying technique and ability existed from the beginning. The previous restriction was that one could not cross the big realm, but this big realm refers to such big realms as the Grandmaster realm and the God King realm. There are 5 realms of the God Emperor. Although the gap between each realm is big enough, under the system classification, they still belong to the same realm. How could Qin Yang let go of such a heaven-defying magical power as the Eye of Heaven? What's more, this kind of magical power cannot be changed by the power of annihilating rules. It won't be like Huan Yu's extreme flame, which will slowly turn into the flame of annihilation after being copied. Although the Eye of Heaven used by Qin Yang is more like Eye of Qin Yang, all the abilities of Eye of Heaven are only. It has improved, not weakened. I saw him. Qin Yang said softly. The hidden demon general's expression became a little unnatural, and he also released his spiritual thoughts to investigate, but he knew nothing. But Qin Yang found the moon-eating wolf as soon as he opened his eyes. It was incredible. The opponent must be at least a monster in the 3rd realm of the God Emperor, otherwise the hidden demon general would not be able to sense it within 100 miles range. But such a monster, hidden and secretly monitored, was directly discovered by Qin Yang? Even the hidden demon general felt that even without the guidance of the treasure hunter, Qin Yang only had to look around and everything would be hidden. You don't even need to go through the trouble of looking around. As soon as you open your eyes, the eyes that seem far and near in the void have already seen everything. That is a 3-level monster, at the same level as Qin Yang. Don't worry, he didn't notice us. The wise demon will send a message. At the same time, hundreds of miles away. Under a giant tree, the white wolf with a crescent mark on his eyebrows trembled. There seemed to be a pair of eyes staring at him from behind. When he looked back, he was facing the eyes of the sky. Moon Eclipse Wolf's eyes were extremely shocked, and even became glazed over on the spot. The appearance of the Eye of the Sky made Moon Eclipse Wolf feel the fear in his heart. The next breath, there was a wave of power around him. Qin Yang held the tail of the treasure hunter rat in his hand and gently landed on the ground. It's like crossing a space gate, 100 miles in one step. In fact, Qin Yang used the Tianmen seal to mark it and then send it over. I didn't expect that it was you who was watching here. Qin Yang looked at the pair of eyes in the sky that were exactly like his own, as if they were a projection, and said slowly. Qin Yang pointed to the Eye of Heaven and said, "If I knew it was you, I wouldn't have to use this trick." You, how on earth did you do this? Moon Eclipse Wolf's voice was trembling. Anyone who discovers that his enemy can also use his special skills to suppress the box will be afraid, right? That's right, this moon-eating wolf is the clone of the great demon insect ghost. Before answering this question, shouldn't you explain to me why you are here? Qin Yang said quietly. The voice was as calm as an ancient pool, but when Moon Eclipse Wolf heard it, his heart began to fluctuate violently. No killing intent was felt, but the Moon Eclipse Wolf felt like he was already dead. This feeling is very strange, somewhat mysterious and incomprehensible, but extremely real. In fact, Qin Yang used some calculations to deduce that within 10 breaths, he had several ways to directly kill the moon-eating wolf. During the deduction process, the participant Moon Eclipse Wolf had this mysterious feeling. I'm investigating the movements of the demon clan. It's not like you don't know the relationship between Huan Yu and me. Moon Eclipse Wolf said. Qin Yang raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said, "Do you need me to repeat the ability of the Eye of Heaven for you?" The moon-eating wolf was shocked, grinning, and the sharp claws on its paws popped out. Qin Yang stared at the moon-eating wolf coldly and said, "You are a big demon insect ghost. Don't think that this is just a clone. I will treat this clone as a monster that has nothing to do with your body. You are not a phoenix. This moon eclipse wolf is not the great demon under Huangyu. I can understand your current posture as, do you want to declare war with me?" Moon eclipse wolf's eyes calmed down and he put away his sharp claws. But at the moment when he put away his sharp claws, his heart beat violently. The moment he just relaxed, he was unable to mobilize his strength again immediately. Quietly and filled with the coldness of death, the obliterating half-moon slashed 3 giant trees in a row, including half of the moon-eating wolf's head. "Sorry, this clone of yours must die. If you don't kill me, I won't be able to explain it later," Qin Yang said softly. The light in moon-eating wolf's eyes gradually dimmed. Before dimming, it was filled with deep-seated anger. The moon-eating wolves are the most promising clones of the great demon bug ghost. Whether the second insect world can be established in the future, the role of the moon-eating wolves is not insignificant. Being able to monitor and track all living things is the strongest ability for the great demon, insect, and ghost. He was even reluctant to merge into his mother's body, but wanted to merge this moon eclipse wolf into a clone of the 4 realms to act alone. But now, he was killed cleanly by Qin Yang. As soon as the obliterating half-moon dissipated, the hidden demon general finally sensed the aura of Qin Yang's attack and rushed over. Looking at the dead moon eclipse wolf on the ground, I felt a little complicated. Instant kill at the same level, and at the level of the 3rd realm of the God Emperor. This fighting power is also extremely threatening to the 4 realms. It's no problem now. Qin Yang looked at the hidden demon general and said with a smile, "You're just a little wolf, why do you need to work for the hidden demon general to come here in person?" The hidden demon general said in a stiff tone, "This is not a small demon world. If it causes a big disturbance, it will be detrimental to us. Let's go, spiritual materials are important," Qin Yang said. Just as he was about to leave, Qin Yang looked back at the body of the moon-eating wolf and waved his hand. The Annihilation Hand seal appears and directly annihilates this body. But during the process of annihilation, Qin Yang raised his eyebrows and stretched out his hand. Picking something up from afar, a moon-white stone appeared in his palm. Staring at the stone, Qin Yang fell silent. This is a small piece that has not yet been digested after being swallowed by the eclipse moon wolf. The hidden demon general asked, "What's wrong? This stone?" Qin Yang looked at the hidden demon general and said, "Mingyue platform." The hidden demon general didn't take it seriously at first, thinking it was some kind of special spiritual material, but when he heard the 3 words, Mingyu Tai, his eyes widened immediately, and there was anger in his voice. "What did you say? This is Mingyu Tai? You explained that the platform must be complete, but now, doesn't it mean that it is no longer possible to refine the demon mirror?" The hidden demon general's voice was low. "Don't worry." Qin Yang shook his head. To make the moon platform complete, it only needs to be a complete one as big as a mirror, and it does not need to be a single piece. If that's really the case, should we refine a demon illuminating mirror or a demon illuminating platform? The reason why Qin Yang was lost in his thoughts was that the moon-eating wolf was the clone of the great demon insect ghost, and this clone was improving its strength on the moon-eating platform. But Mingyue platform should be in Xinyu Lake, how could it end up in the belly of moon eclipse wolf? Qin Yang looked in the direction of Xinyu Lake, smiled softly, and thought to himself, the impossible is about to happen. Am I more of a threat to you than the 6 demon generals? Qin Yang looked at the treasure-hunting mouse and said, "It's this kind of spiritual material, and the luminous spiritual materials near the spiritual material. Remember this breath, and you will find it faster later." The treasure-hunting mouse nodded and looked at the empty space where not even the garbage was left. After the death of its natural enemy, the moon-eating wolf, the treasure-hunting mouse felt very happy. Next, Qin Yang took the hidden demon general into hiding and slowly lurked towards Jinyu Lake. The dignified demon general of the fourth realm was not even as good as the god emperor of the third realm in terms of concealment, which immediately put the hidden demon general to shame. The wisdom demon general and the fighting demon general also directly lost their senses. If the hidden demon general hadn't kept reporting, they would have lost track of him long ago. This kid can actually escape our perception? The wise demon general had a bad feeling in his heart. What's wrong? Dou Majiang was puzzled. The wise demon general sent a message, you think, if he can escape our perception, then any of our plans will be blocked by him. May know. Moreover, he has always been unwilling to live in the city of the demon palace. He insists on living on the first floor so far away. Is it just because he is familiar with the first floor? The demon fighter still couldn't figure it out. The wise demon general took a deep breath and said, if you didn't know that his hiding ability was so strong, that's it. Now I know. So what if I know? Dou demon general scratched his head. He hated going on missions with GMO general. He always said things he didn't understand. It's as if he has a simple mind but well-developed limbs. We have already lost 2 demon generals and we cannot afford it anymore. We still have a great responsibility on our shoulders. We would rather kill them by mistake than miss them. The wise demon general showed a ruthless look in his eyes. Why? Demon fighter general asked, aren't we just about to test him? General GMO glanced deeply at General Dou Mo. He didn't quite understand. It was such a simple question, and he said it was so important. General Dou Mo still didn't understand? The wise demon general has always suspected that this demon general did this on purpose, to deliberately anger himself and other demon generals. The wise demon general said directly, this test is meaningless. Qin Yang's concealment ability exceeds my prejudgment. I have reason to suspect that he is well aware of our test of him. Are you saying that Qin Yang killed the moon-eating wolf before on purpose? The demon-fighting general seemed to have suddenly enlightened. The wise demon general sneered, how could it be such a coincidence that Qin Yang had a treasure-hunting rat? How could it be such a coincidence that he also encountered the natural enemy of the treasure-hunting rat, the moon-eating wolf? And, the moon-eating wolf was killed without resistance. After all, he is a 3-level monster. Even if we take action, he can still flutter a few times. Yes, Qin Yang also found fragments of the Mingyue platform in the belly of the moon-eating wolf. He also wanted to tell us that there is indeed a Mingyue platform in Xinyu Lake. Fighting Demon General said. The Fighting Demon General analyzed and said, this is all designed by Qin Yang. The Moon Eclipse Wolf is just a cover. The wise demon general nodded and said, that's right, so we have to change our plan. Directly, kill Qin Yang. If the big demon insect ghost finds out, he will be so angry that he will vomit blood. Even if it was just a cover, he would never be able to send a monster like the Moon Eclipse Wolf. At this time, the big demon insect ghost was extremely furious and was sending additional elites to the 9th area. Xinyu Lake, the nearest mountain top, under an old pine tree, Huang Yu stood with his hands behind his back, staring at the stars in the lake below. Behind him is his capable subordinate, a bald man. At this time, the bald man had half of the terrifying burn marks on his face. He lowered his head respectfully, with deep fear in his eyes. How long will it take to advance to the 4th realm? Huang Yu asked softly. The bald man was shocked and hurriedly replied, if there are enough elixirs and spiritual materials, half a month. Where are the other demons? Huang Yu asked again. It will take 10 days at the earliest. The bald man said. Quantity. 10, 16. Huang Yu's eyes became deep, staring at Xinyu Lake, as if he had made some decision. After a long time, Xuanyu said, there are benefits to surrendering to me. But if you want to betray me, I will spare you once, but there will never be a second time. Yes. Yes. The bald man was covered in sweat, and his shiny forehead began to reflect light. Pass the order, Qin Lake is completely open. Feel free to use it as long as you need it, Xuanyu said. The bald man was shocked and exclaimed, this. Huh? Xuanyu turned his head, a flash of golden flame flashing in his eyes. Yes, I will give the order immediately, the bald man said. Even if he was given enough elixirs and spiritual materials, and even if he was promoted to the fourth realm, he would not dare to disobey Xuanyu. Xuanyu's extreme flames and golden flames were really too terrifying. Xuanyu took a deep breath, looked into the distance, and whispered to himself, you can't handle such a small thing, you big monster, I really think highly of you. In the distance, a monster beast slowly walked over under the threatening gazes of the monsters. They are almost here. The clone of the big demon insect ghost said. Xuanyu nodded and said, I'm almost ready here. I just need to wait for Qin Yang and the demon general to arrive, and then we can surround and kill them. The big demon insect ghost gritted his teeth and said, Qin Yang is not that easy to kill. Xuanyu snorted softly and said, why do we need to do it ourselves? As long as one more demon general dies, even if we don't say anything, does the little demon world really not doubt him at all? What do you mean, only kill the demon general and not Qin Yang? Asked the big demon insect ghost. Xuanyu shook his head and said, if there is a chance, kill him. If there is no chance, let him go. If he wants to let him go, it is best to let Qin Yang know that we will join forces with him. And he is still a fisherman. Among the monsters in the four realms, no one is mentally retarded. In terms of scheming, even a stone can turn a stone into a spirit, and it will take thousands of years to become more sophisticated than a monkey. Whether it's Xuanyu, the big demon insect ghost, or the demon general, they all have two plans. However, Qin Yang revealed his hidden power, causing the wise demon general to change his mind. The clone of the big demon insect ghost stared at Xuanyu closely and said, do you really think so? At this point, we'd better be honest. The clone of the big monster insect ghost naturally noticed that something was wrong with the army of monsters. Qin Lake has become a paradise. All the powerful monsters with terrifying aura are taking advantage of the resources of Qin Lake. With such a big movement, how could the clone of the big demon and insect ghost not see it? Xuanyu restrained himself from taking action and said, okay, then I will tell you frankly. I want to promote the demon clan to a new 4-level emperor-level monster as quickly as possible. The big demon insect smiled and said, as I thought, and I am the same. Nowadays, the four realms are the real key to victory or defeat, and determine the future of each camp. Are you done? Xuanyu asked. That's it. The clone of the big demon insect ghost was about to leave when his breath suddenly stopped. The angry roar was stuck in his throat, but before he could roar out, the entire demon body was turned into ashes under the golden flames. At the edge of the 9th area, Thousand-Eyed Butterfly's eyes showed a sinister look, and she almost went berserk with anger. Asshole! 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 Do you all think that my clone is for free? Good on you guys. So good. Wait a minute, I'm going to parasitize you all. Kayamudi took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. He must still suffer this loss. 10 miles away in Qin Lake, Qin Yang and the hidden demon will be hiding. The road ahead has been blocked. Crazy monsters surrounded Qin Lake, and all the monsters had hope and greed on their faces. Genius treasures are decreasing at an incredible speed. The treasure hunter looked at Qin Yang. Qin Yang's expression did not change, of course he knew the reason for this scene. The hidden demon general became a little anxious. His anxiety was not just about the disappearance of these heavenly materials and earthly treasures, but also because Huang Yu no longer controlled the resources of Qinyu Lake. This would definitely create a lot of monsters in the four realms. The big demon, insect, and ghost can create clones of the four realms through fusion, and here in Qinyu Lake, such a scene appeared again. The little demon world is so worrying. The hidden demon general secretly sent a message and said, "Wise demon general, should we think about it again?" The demon fighting general also said, "Yes, Qin Yang's combat power cannot be ignored." The wise demon general remained firm and said, "Even you feel that Qin Yang's combat power cannot be ignored?" The two demon generals were stunned. Doesn't this mean that he has already admitted in his heart that Qin Yang has the ability to pose a threat to them? In this case, the deaths of the Demon Snatcher General and the Martial Demon General, Qin Yang is definitely not involved. Because of this, Qin Yang will die. General Zhima reiterated again, but softened his tone and said, "But don't break your skin first, you can still use him in this battle." Qin Yang stood aside with his hands behind his back, saying nothing, as if waiting for the hidden demon to finish communicating. When the hidden demon general finished communicating, he suddenly felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. "If you want to kill me, if you can't kill me, you can kill me after you advance enough to the four realms. You are too naive." Qin Yang secretly thought in his heart, seeing all this clearly. However, no one knew what Qin Yang needed to advance to the next level. Looking at the monsters in Qinyu Lake that were at the top of the third level and were about to break through to the fourth level, Qin Yang was even happier than Huang Yu. The monsters that have just been promoted to the fourth realm are naturally the best experience babies. Qin Yang raised the corner of his mouth slightly. The hidden demon general caught this subtle expression, and suddenly his heart trembled and he became vigilant. "What should we do?" the hidden demon general asked. Qin Yang came back to his senses, looked at General Enmo, and opened his mouth to say, "Are you done talking?" He stopped before he could speak. Qin Yang dragged out the word "you" and changed his words, "You go and attract attention. I will sneak down secretly, take the moon platform and run away. I will give you the signal. Now that we are in the base camp of monsters, attracting attention might lead to big trouble." The last time they came to capture Fire Phoenix, four demon generals barely managed to suppress these big monsters. Now that he appears alone, these big monsters will definitely attack him in groups. "Why don't you go?" the hidden demon general asked back. "That's okay." Qin Yang nodded and said neatly. With that said, he threw the treasure-hunting rat to the hidden demon general. The hidden demon general took it over and was immediately dumbfounded, stunned on the spot. But the next scene left the hidden demon general unable to react. This sky is not big enough to accommodate so many people from all four realms. Qin Yang's message resounded throughout Qinyu Lake. This sky is not big enough to accommodate so many people from all four realms. A sound transmission silenced the entire Qinyu Lake. All the monsters looked for the source of the sound, and suddenly they all raised their heads and looked up at the sky. Qin Yang teleported into the air, looking down from a high position with indifferent eyes. He released his own momentum. Although he was in the third realm, the aura of annihilating the rules made the demons feel more pressure than facing the demon generals in the fourth realm. "What are you doing?" Huang Yu was stunned. "What's going on?" The wise demon general quickly sent a message to ask. This. The hidden demon general didn't know what to say. Qin Yang's sudden appearance was beyond everyone's expectations. Even the big demon beside Qinyu Lake was stunned. "What do you mean?" Flames flashed across the sky turned red, and Huang Yu ducked across from Qin Yang. 10 feet apart. Qin Yang said quietly, "If you want to advance to the new fourth realm, you must first die in the old fourth realm." Looking at the big monster at the peak of the third realm next to Qinyu Lake, Qin Yang continued, if a big monster is promoted to the fourth realm, it will be more difficult for other monsters to advance. Of course, this difficulty will become more and more difficult. Moreover, more and more natural materials and earthly treasures will be consumed. Although Qinyu Lake is large, the natural materials and earthly treasures are not unlimited. Huang Yu's face turned cold and he said, "Are you trying to sow discord?" Beside Qinyu Lake, the three great demons have begun to be wary of each other, with a competitive look in their eyes. You don't need me to provoke you. Don't you feel deeply how difficult it is to advance to the fourth realm on your own? Qin Yang looked at Huang Yu. If it weren't for his divine wine, the fire phoenix would have had to wait for that last moment. This is not like the fusion clone of the great monster, insect and ghost. Although it has become a fourth-level monster, it has lost countless monsters of the third level and below. Fire Phoenix's eyes showed murderous intent, but he tried his best to restrain it. Even if he wants to kill Qin Yang, he must wait until Thousand-Eyed Butterfly arrives. Without Thousand-Eyed Butterfly, it would be impossible to kill Qin Yang. Only the Eye of Heaven can make Qin Yang invisible and allow the Fire Phoenix's attack to have a target. However, the Thousand-Eyed Butterfly has not come yet. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent, and the whole world was filled with an atmosphere of honey embarrassment. Whether they are enemies or friends, whether to fight or not, this is a question. What, is it difficult to choose? Qin Yang suddenly said something that seemed inexplicable, but the listener was interested. The big demon insect ghost has his own plans, Huang Yu has his own ideas, the wise demon will have his own plans, doesn't Qin Yang have his own plans? Seeing the scenery of Qinyu Lake, Qin Yang did not expect that Huang Yu would be so generous and occupy Qinyu Lake, which would be open to all monsters. As a result, Qin Yang also had a new plan. As long as Qin Yang is promoted to the four realms, what else does he need to plan the city? To advance to the fourth realm, you only need to kill a few more fourth realm monsters before the power of annihilation reaches its limit. He's being alarmist. Who said it would be difficult to advance to the fourth realm? A big demon suddenly rushed out of Qinyu Lake. It was a water dragon. The water dragon is not a great monster at the pinnacle of the three realms. Among all the three realm monsters, his strength is still at the bottom. However, those who are near the water and the towers get the moon first. The water dragon flattered Huang Yu and got the job of guarding Qinyu Lake. When Huang Yu gave the order, the water dragon immediately began to crazily devour all kinds of elixirs and spiritual materials. Moreover, as the administrator of Qinyu Lake, he certainly knows where the top elixirs and spiritual materials are. He can even choose some of the top elixirs and spiritual materials that are easy to digest. Therefore, the water dragon is the biggest winner. The other three realm peak monsters' eyes suddenly turned red. This water dragon was so shameless. Qin Yang appeared and all the monsters stopped. But this guy was still devouring the monsters at the bottom of the lake. Now he has been promoted to the fourth realm and has directly become the monster camp, the second four-level monster. The water dragon has been promoted to the fourth realm, and its courage, arrogance, and all aspects of qi have greatly increased, its posture is no longer humble, and its temper has also risen. The water dragon looked at Qin Yang arrogantly and said with a smile, "Boy, are you trying to challenge the majesty of the demon clan with your posture like this? Are you talking about dignity with me?" Qin Yang smiled happily. "Isn't it difficult to choose? Then let me help you choose." Qin Yang slowly raised his hand, pointed at the water dragon, and said, "Dignity comes from killing." The water dragon's eyes widened and he said angrily, "If you hadn't seen that you weren't enough, I would have, last time." Whoosh! The consuming bullet is fired directly. The water dragon panicked and quickly dodged. Crack, a crisp sound sounded, and the water dragon's horns were directly interrupted. "I want you to die." The water dragon became angry, opened his mouth, sucked in suddenly, and spurted out a column of water. Qin Yang pinched his sword finger and lowered it slightly. Behind him, 10 swords of annihilation appeared and spun, gradually forming into one sword, becoming even more powerful. Each sword has the greatest power, directly summoned by Qin Yang. Now that 10 swords are condensed together, its power can be imagined. Facing the water column, Qin Yang remained unmoved. He grabbed the fused divine sword of oblivion and disappeared. The water column hit the ground directly, and a large bottomless hole was shot through the ground. Huang Yu. His brows jumped, and a strange line spread from the horizon, as if time and space were confused. The power of the 4 realms. Huang Yu's heart trembled. The hidden demon general did not sneak into Qinyu Lake because the plan had changed. Without Qin Yang, the demon clan could not do it in a short period of time without Qin Yang. Therefore, there is no need to get spiritual materials like Minji Weitai now. When he saw these lines, the hidden demon general also shrank his pupils. He felt a strong sense of crisis. The wise demon general and the fighting demon general were hiding in the dark, and they were all staring at this line. Fighting demon general was okay, he was already known for his defense, but Jima general's heart sank, and the murderous intent in his eyes became stronger. The seemingly slow line passed through the water dragon in the blink of an eye. The water dragon only had time to use up its strength to defend its vital points, but its tail was cut off with a sword. Destroy Chao Chong. Qin Yang cut off the tail of the water dragon, and a large amount of blood spilled down, making Qinyu Lake instantly turn bright red. Qin Yang did not teleport too far, and the power of this move did not reach the limit. Although it cannot be killed instantly, it is only a matter of time. Roar. The water dragon cried out in pain. The pain of having its tail cut off was painful to the heart. And the high-spirited spirit that had just been promoted to the 4th realm was wiped out with this move. The water dragon looked at Huang Yu, who nodded imperceptibly. The water dragon gritted its teeth and shouted in a deep voice, 10,000 dragons come out of the water. Thousands of water pillars shot straight up from Qinyu Lake, and thousands of divine dragons condensed in midair, and then merged together. A water dragon that wins thousands of miles, and its powerful pressure makes even the peak monsters of the 3 realms tremble. All the big demons and demon generals looked at Qin Yang in midair. Although the water dragon's move was fast, it was as slow as a snail compared to Qin Yang's incredible speed. But Qin Yang just kept waiting for this move to be fully formed. Shuijialong was a little worried at first, but when he saw Qin Yang being so confident, he immediately laughed. You will die under your pride. The wise demon general secretly wondered, did Qin Yang do this on purpose, to defeat the water dragon with the strongest strength? The wise demon will become worried. Even he must avoid the water dragon's move. Is Qin Yang really that strong? Not only the wise demon general, but also the fighting demon general began to doubt. In his ears, there was Qin Yang's voice, resounding like thunder throughout the world. I'll just stand and let you fight. You can gather a few more. If there's only one, it's not enough. Empty reply from server. To be so scheming. All the big demons were dumbfounded, and some even yelled despicable. But if you think about it carefully, Qin Yang is the god emperor of the 3 realms after all, and the water dragon is determined to kill him, so why can't people resist him? However, the water dragon's death was so painful, which made all the great demons feel uncomfortable. The feeling that Qin Yang gave to the demons did not feel like a god emperor at all. The majestic god emperor, the overlord of one side, does not keep his words. All the great demons don't know how to describe it, but their hearts are extremely complicated. But to Huang Yu, the wisdom demon general, the Dou demon general, and the hidden demon general, this kind of god emperor is the most terrifying god emperor. Fortunately, when he stretched out from the center of this black hole, the rules of heaven and earth poured in, and it was impossible for him to come out alive. Even if he didn't see him die, he would be exiled forever. In eternal loneliness, he would slowly end his life. Huang Yu thought in his heart. The wise demon general's eyes were fixed on Qin Yang in the black hole. Qin Yang seemed not to be affected in any way, but was looking at the world deep in the black hole, with great interest. What else does he have to rely on? By the way, Shenlong Jade. Gmo opened his eyes, took a deep breath, stretched out his hand, and a magic weapon that looked like a book appeared in his hand. Yes, take away his divine dragon Jade so that he has no chance. Fighting Demon General said. The wise demon will be thinking about the dragon Jade in his heart and muttering something in his mouth. The magic book in his hand suddenly opened, and the pages made a rustling sound. Create something out of nothing, Shenlong Jade. The wise demon will whisper softly. Qin Yang in the black hole had a frivolous brow. Just now, the divine dragon Jade magic weapon had lost its identity and disappeared out of thin air. The wisdom demon general has taken action. Qin Yang was confident. He also knew that the wise demon general wanted to give up hope for him, but did he rely on the dragon Jade to avoid being swallowed? Just a small black hole. Qin Yang flipped it over casually, and the seven-colored gourd appeared in his palm. The seven-colored treasure light flourished and quickly filled the black hole. The rules of heaven and earth are also being crazily injected here. The tide of rules is sweeping in, and the huge force seems to rush Qin Yang into the deepest part of the black hole. But Qin Yang still stood there, seemingly unaffected. The rotation of reality and reality turns oneself into reality. If this step is used, even the demon general who created this technique would not dare to believe it. The black hole was completely repaired, and Qin Yang took a slight step forward at the last moment. Came back. The wisdom demon general, the fighting demon general, and the hidden demon general were looking at the divine dragon Jade they had obtained, the crystal jade pendant, and the dragon eyes were blank. After cutting off contact with Qin Yang, Shenlong Yu fell into a deep sleep. If you want to recognize the Lord, you must shed your blood and be reawakened. The rules of heaven and earth slowly calmed down around them, making the three demon generals stunned. The wise demon general suddenly raised his head, only to find that the original black hole was gone, but Qin Yang was still there. There was a dead silence between heaven and earth. Qin Yang was obviously only in the third realm, but he was like a final big boss, lording over all directions. Eye of the sky. With a thought, Qin Yang closed his eyes gently, and then opened them suddenly. At the same time, seemingly at the end of the world, seemingly above everyone's head, the sky opened a pair of huge eyes, exactly the same as Qin Yang's eyes. If he hadn't seen the dark golden flowing lines, Huang Yu would have thought that the big demon insect ghost had arrived. In fact, the big demon insect ghost did arrive with an army of clones, but he couldn't understand the scene in front of him. Has a fight already begun? Where is the demon general? The devil is right in front of him. On the other side of the world, there is the same pair of eyes of the sky, which were released by the thousand-eyed butterfly, the mother body of the great demon insect ghost. And the big demon insect ghost clearly saw that there were three demon generals between his army and the army of demon beasts. The big monster can't figure out why these three demon generals are staying here. No, they are hiding here, while Qin Yang seems to be fighting in all directions. Qin Yang looked at the wisdom demon general, grinned and said, Shenlong Jade, with the cooperation of the star compass, it will be easier to return to the sky. Jima's heart skipped a beat and he said in a deep voice, as expected, you are indeed. Huang Yu and De Yao also noticed the demon general and immediately narrowed their eyes. Why three demon generals? Could it be? Now that the big demon, insect, and ghost has arrived, in such a situation, it is inevitable that we can no longer implement the plan step by step, so we can only. Huang Yu immediately ordered, kill the demon general. And, Qin Yang. All the big demons moved in response, their aura rising to the sky. After hearing this, the big demon insect ghost knew what he should do, and directly blocked the retreat of the three demon generals. The battle is about to break out. Qin Yang dodged and teleported far away. But the big demon, insect ghost, had already opened its eyes of heaven and locked onto him, and Huang Yu followed closely and came to kill him. You two deal with me first? Then all your men will be killed by the three demon generals. Qin Yang said. Huang Yu was stunned for a moment and looked at the battlefield. The fighting demon general was wearing the five spirits' holy armor. After fused with the divine bone armor, the defense was even stronger. The monsters at the peak of the three realms were unable to harm him at all, but were constantly killed by him. Before the wisdom demon general takes action, the hidden demon general sweeps through the army of clones of the big demon, insect, and ghost, while the fighting demon general fights against the monster army alone. Qin Yang said, "You can deal with the demon general first and let your men retreat. Don't worry, I won't take action during this period." Huang Yu's face was filled with doubts. How did the water dragon die before? Do you still dare to believe Qin Yang? Qin Yang said helplessly, "What I said is true. Perhaps we can join forces to kill the demon general?" Huang Yu asked, tentatively. Yeah, that's okay. Qin Yang nodded. In the astonishment of Huang Yu and the big demon insect ghost, Qin Yang rushed directly towards the wise demon general. Kill Qin Yang first. General Zhima ordered directly. The hidden demon general and the fighting demon general immediately turned their attention and besieged Qin Yang. There are many prerequisites for Qin Yang to be able to kill the four realms. Now we are directly facing two people from the fourth realm who are still demons. How can we be our opponents? When the magical power rotated between reality and reality, it directly penetrated the bodies of the two demon generals. Shoot the man first, shoot the horse first, and capture the thief first, capture the king. Qin Yang's eyes were fixed on the wise demon general. To be honest, based on combat power alone, regardless of the magic weapon, this Zhima general is only a little stronger than the Tsong demon general among the 8 demon generals. Yes, second to last. As for demon general Xi's magic weapon, like demon general Tsong, they are not the type for direct combat. Good boy, you know you can't escape, so you want to drag us with you? The wise demon general laughed and urged the magic weapon to write the wordless book. Create something out of nothing, sealing the heavenly treasure mirror. Zhima Jiang said softly. Qin Yang suddenly narrowed his eyes, a fierce look flashed in his eyes. The fighting demon general swung his fist and attacked Qin Yang from behind. If Qin Yang continued to attack, he would definitely have to bear his own blow, because he had to get out of the cycle of virtuality and reality. If you don't want to get hurt, you must give up attacking the wise demon general. The wise demon general is still activating the magic weapon and the wordless book, but in his hand, the sealing heaven treasure mirror has appeared. We must stop him. Qin Yang gritted his teeth, broke away from the rotation of reality, stretched out his hand and shook it suddenly. The fist that seizes the sky. The fist that seizes the sky. The sudden magical power made all 3 demon generals stunned. This punch directly robbed all the power within a 10-mile radius, including of course the demon fighting general's back blow. Even the intelligent demon general and the hidden demon general had some of their power taken away from them. Within a radius of 10 miles, there are countless great demons of the 3 realms. Many of the great demons did not react to sudden changes, and were directly robbed of a lot of power. Qin Yang's arms trembled slightly. He wanted to maximize the power of this punch. Such a scene was a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence. I am afraid that the demon captor himself may not have this opportunity to rob so much power at once. The power was so huge that Qin Yang could hardly control it. However, Qin Yang doesn't need to control it at all, he can just swing it. The wise demon general didn't take Qin Yang seriously at all, so what if he attacked him? After all, he is the god emperor of the four realms. But Qin Yang used this heaven-seizing fist, which made the wise demon general's expression change. Asshole! How did you do this? Don't you have abilities similar to those of the great demonic insect ghost? Fighting demon general gritted his teeth with hatred. But when he saw the self-image appearing behind Qin Yang, he became even more furious. 3 heads and 6 arms. It's the demon general's dancing golem. Boom. A punch to the face directly knocked the wise demon general away. In midair, the heaven-sealing mirror, the wordless book, and the divine dragon jade were all thrown away. His face was distorted and his bones were cracked. A row of molars spit out directly. The wise demon will stabilize his body, and the demonic flames on his body will be strong. He has never been so humiliated since he became famous. The hidden demon will see the magic weapon flying up, and the sky-stitching needle in his hand suddenly disappears. Qin Yang grabbed the wordless book and wanted to destroy this heaven-defying magic weapon on the spot. But there was no time at all. I wanted to take it away, but the wordless book was sewn to the space with a sky needle, and it could not be shaken at all. The fighting demon will attack again, no defense, only offense. Angry red eyes were staring at Qin Yang. He didn't care anymore. He only had one thought in his mind: kill Qin Yang. Qin Yang ducked and disappeared. But the big demon insect ghost shouted, "Heaven!" Everyone looked up and saw Qin Yang pinching his fingers to his mouth, inhaling sharply, and then spit it out. The voice of heaven sounded, "Eradicate the ray." Similarly, Qin Yang also had something he had to do, which was to destroy this wordless book. Qin Yang didn't even have time to use the system's ability to scan the wordless book. The annihilation ray broke the thread of the sky needle, and at the critical moment, the wordless book disappeared. Qin Yang was stunned, but heard the wise demon general laughing. "Qin Yang, can't you think of it? As long as I am the master of the wordless book, its abilities will be under my control. I can make any magic weapon in the world appear directly in my hand. Of course, I can also make the wordless book appear in my possession." The wise demon general looked at Qin Yang coldly, spit out blood, and said in a fierce voice, "This ability cannot be blocked by any force." Although he was close at hand, he refused to take it himself. Instead, he activated the wordless book, and the divine dragon jade and sealing heaven mirror appeared in his hand again. "Seal the heavenly treasure mirror and draw the earth as a prison." The wise demon will directly recognize the owner of the Feng Tian treasure mirror. Before the Feng Tian treasure mirror can react, its own intelligence will be directly obliterated by the wise demon who becomes its master. A cage directly sealed the entire world. The big demon Chong Gue and Huang Yu looked at each other with joy in their eyes. There is nothing better than a fight between Qin Yang and the 3 demon generals. And the painting of the Tianbao mirror serves as a prison, which seems to make it impossible for Qin Yang, who does not have the Shenlong jade, to escape. The fighting demon general clenched his fists and pressed forward step by step. However, he failed to give Qin Yang any sense of oppression. "If you like to play, then have fun." Qin Yang clapped his palms together, activated his divine power, and then clapped it to the ground. When the palms of both hands were printed on the ground, the sound of heaven sounded. "Draw the ground as a prison." A crazy smile appeared on Qin Yang's face. "Let you see my true power. No one has ever made me use my full strength, but this is the first time that I have forced all my strength to come out. This is impossible. How can it be? How so?" 3 exclamations sounded one after another. The same light prison instantly gave everyone the illusion of ghosting. The 2 painted areas serve as a prison, sealing the space here tightly. In order to increase the intensity of confinement, Qin Yang and Jima General also reduced the area to only 10 miles in radius. Qin Yang's previous heaven-seizing fist had caused many monsters to retreat. The monsters that have not yet withdrawn from the 10-mile radius, even if they are at the peak of the 3 realms, are suppressed by the 2 layers and cannot move at all. Qin Yang was suppressed by Huadi Weilao. Similarly, the 3 generals of Jima were also suppressed by Qin Yang's Huadi Weilao using his magical power. The 2 sides have come to the same starting line again. The wise demon general burst out laughing. Even so what? Don't forget, your Xuanhuan jade is in my hand. Bite your finger and let the blood drip into it to identify the owner. This wise demon general knew that the owner of Xuanhuan jade was different from other secret keys of the divine world. After all, he was someone who had experienced the war 10,000 years ago. Immediately afterwards, the wise demon general and the hidden demon general broke away. But the demon fighting general is going to have a life-or-death showdown with Qin Yang in this cage. Under the same imprisonment, it will be even more difficult for you in the 3rd realm. Fighting demon general is approaching Qin Yang again. However, Qin Yang remained unaffected. Equal imprisonment? You are wrong. Qin Yang shook his head and said, and it is a big mistake. Qin Yang moved his fingers to make a decision, and the voice of heaven sounded out again and again, swallow the sky. The colorful image of the sky-swallowing gourd appeared, and the pressure suddenly tightened inside the prison. Domo's steps sank, but he quickly pushed himself back up with brute strength, and his steps remained firm. Seal the sky and paint the earth. The voice of heaven sounds again. There was a rumble like a prison falling down, and chains clattered. Domo's pupils trembled. Chen Feng's domain magical power? At this moment, Do Majiang's heart was in confusion, and he finally lost his complete self-confidence. The wise demon general looked at Qin Yang deeply, and his decision to kill Qin Yang was absolutely right. If Qin Yang is allowed to continue, he will definitely be more troublesome than the big demon, insect ghost and Huan Yu. But now, it seems to be even more troublesome than the big demon insect ghost and Huan Yu. Don't be afraid, fighting demon general. I still have a way, the intelligent demon general said. After speaking, he once again activated the divine weapon wordless book. Creating something out of nothing, a star compass. As soon as the wise demon spoke, the surrounding space was distorted, and then, the transformed star compass appeared with a confused look on its face. So what if you have more moves? The starry sky compass also has limited abilities, said the wise demon general. Starry sky compass stared blankly at all this. Where am I? When he saw Qin Yang in numerous prisons, he was shocked. When he saw the wise demon general beside him, his expression changed wildly. I didn't expect that we would meet again in this way. Qin Yang greeted with a smile and even waved. Qin Yang, the 3rd floor of the underwater prison, the devil general. Starry sky compass was stunned and lost contact with Ao Kier. At this time, he turned out to be the master's magic weapon. Stop being stunned. If you remain stunned any longer, you will end up like the Feng Tian Bao mirror. Qin Yang reminded him. The wise demon general snorted coldly and was about to admit his master. But after Qin Yang worried about it, the starry sky compass exploded directly. He was only one step away from the wise demon general, but stars suddenly appeared in the sky. This step away was like the 2 ends of the star field. Can you escape? The wise demon general said disdainfully. The magic book in his hand once again bloomed with divine light, and the starry sky compass appeared directly in front of the wise demon general's face. There is no solution at all. Qin Yang, save me! Star compass shouted loudly. Qin Yang laughed and said, before that, should you tell me why the 3rd floor of the underwater prison was exiled? And who is leading all this? Star compass remained silent. It can be seen from the demon generals in front of them that banishing the third level is really the right thing to do. Even if I blow myself up, I won't let you go back. The starry sky compass swelled up, and was surrounded by star treasures, in which the stars danced wildly and collided with each other. Stop. How could the intelligent demon allow the star compass to self-destruct? Immediately, he used the power of the four realms to forcefully suppress the star compass. The magic weapon shouldn't have intelligence. Our demon race is not like the Tsangqiong human race. The wisdom demon slapped a palm on the starry sky compass, directly shattering its mind. The transformation could no longer be maintained and turned into a chessboard, quietly suspended in the air. The wise demon general took the chessboard into his hands, looked at Qin Yang, and said with a smile, "It seems that it interrupted your reminiscence?" Qin Yang spread his hands and said, "It doesn't matter. For me, this is enough." The wise demon was shocked and quickly activated the starry sky compass. The ground is a prison, and stars appear in the sky. The fighting demon general rushed over and said, "Qin Yang, let me see how you can escape now." The starry sky compass changed the space around Qin Yang, but it did not suppress the demon fighting general. Fighting demon general still took one step, but to Qin Yang, this step seemed to cross the boundless stars. When did I say I was going to run away? Dark golden lines flowed in Qin Yang's eyes, and the stars between heaven and earth shone brightly. The Do demon general had already arrived in front of Qin Yang and punched out, but under this punch, there seemed to be thousands of mountains and rivers between him. How could this happen? Do Majiang's expression changed drastically. He tried his best, but had little effect. If he wanted to hit Qin Yang with this punch, it would probably take several hours. "Don't worry, I haven't used up all my strength yet." Qin Yang made strange gestures, pushing with one palm and raising with the other. The voice of the avenue roars, "The avenue to the sky is one step away." The demon fighting general's fist seemed to be frozen in the air. Do Mo was sweating profusely on his forehead. He clearly felt that the speed of his punch had reached the limit. There are many prisons. There are 2 layers of prisons painted on the ground, 1 layer of sealing the sky and drawing the earth, and 2 layers of infinite starry skies. In the world inside the prison, not even the intelligent demon general and the hidden demon general dare to set foot in the world at this time. General Jima gritted his teeth and said, "Qin Yang can't escape anyway. General Domo, you fight Qin Yang first, and we will deal with the big monster, Insect Ghost and Fire Phoenix first. Give me the Dragon Jade." Fighting Demon General shouted loudly. General Jima waved lightly, and General Domo caught the dragon-shaped jade pendant. With the Xuanhuan jade in his possession, Demon Fighting General began to smile ferociously. "Qin Yang, now I want to see how you can escape. The divine dragon jade is unstoppable. Even the infinite starry sky of the star compass can only delay it briefly. The Tongtian Avenue can no longer freeze the fighting demon generals, and the drawing of the earth as a prison and the sealing of the sky and the drawing of the earth will also be directly ineffective." Do Mo flashed his figure, and under the power of Xuanhuan jade, he felt his body became much lighter. Looking at Qin Yang again, Do Majiang suddenly clenched his fist and punched out. This time, his fists were different from before. Qin Yang tilted his head slightly and dodged directly. He looked at Do Mo and said playfully, "Even if I let you have the dragon jade, so what? You just flattened the gap with me." Qin Yang pointed his fingers like swords, and 3 inches of sword light condensed on his fingertips. A finger pointed at the demon fighter general's chest. The divine light of the 5 spirits' holy armor flashed, and Qin Yang even felt the huge counterattack force. This 5 spirits' holy armor can actually rebound damage? Give up, you can't hurt me at all. If you continue to struggle, you will only humiliate yourself. Maybe you will be defeated by your own attack. Do Demon General laughed. Qin Yang did not take it seriously, but looked at the armor with interest and said, "Yes, it is indeed a powerful defensive magic weapon. This is much stronger than Xuanhuan Guqing's imperial armor. After all, it is on the spectrum of divine weapons." Magic weapon. Do Majiang's face froze, but he still couldn't tell Qin Yang. Until now, Qin Yang's face is still calm and composed, and Do Mo is confused. How many cards does this kid still have? The fighting demon general yelled, "I don't believe you can escape in such a situation." Qin Yang Huang. He made a sound and said, "You don't believe it a lot. Is it useful to believe it or not?" Qin Yang teleported and appeared directly in the distance. Although it seems that the distance is not far, it was separated by a double infinite starry sky. This. Do Mo twitched the corner of his mouth. General Jima and General Inma also saw the scene. Sure enough, these many restrictions could not restrain Qin Yang at all. Even if Qin Yang lost the Shunlong Jade. This kid is so mysterious and weird. He can use almost all magical abilities. General Jima analyzed secretly, but found that Qin Yang turned his attention to himself. No, he looked at his magic weapon Wuzi. Book. Zimojiang hurriedly put away the wordless book, while Qin Yang sighed in disappointment. For the first time, Zimojiang felt his heart tremble, as if he had guessed Qin Yang's ability. Oh my god, this kid can directly gain power with just one look? The more the wise demon general thought about it, the more certain he became. All the previous events, as well as Qin Yang's various incredible methods, have proven time and time again that the wise demon general's conjecture, that's right. It seems that I can't let him target my wordless book. If he targets me, and has the ability of the wordless book. The wise demon general has already made up his mind and directly put away the wordless book. Putting away the wordless book, the wise demon general can still use the power of the wordless book. But for Qin Yang, it can no longer be copied. Deal with the big monster, insect ghost and fire phoenix first. General Jima did not express the terrifying conjecture in his heart. If he did, it would probably greatly affect the performance of General Fighting Demon and General Hidden Demon. Okay. The Hidden Demon General nodded. The big demon Chong Gue and Huang Yu looked at each other and were both ready to take action. The current situation is also very beneficial to them. To deal with two demon generals, with them and so many great demons of the third realm, the chances of winning are still very high. The most important thing is that there is no need to worry about Qin Yang, and at this time, Qin Yang has also restrained the demon fighting general. Qin Yang frowned, looked at the wisdom demon general, and thought to himself, I won't even let him see me. Could he know about my ability? Qin Yang, you underestimate me. How dare you get distracted? Domo's body was filled with precious light, and the five spirits' holy armor was activated to the extreme. Qin Yang's techniques of painting the earth as a prison and sealing the sky and painting the earth were almost broken, and even every star in the infinite starry sky was on the verge of falling. Qin Yang suddenly became energetic. After all, this demon fighting general is a four-realm demon general. Even if he exerts his full strength, it may not be impossible if he really wants to break through. I can't control that much anymore, so I can only find a way to kill this demon fighting general first. Qin Yang thought in his heart, and hoped that the big monster, insect ghost and Huang Yu could hold on longer. In fact, Qin Yang was really worried. The great demon Chong Gue and Huang Yu, with their combined abilities, could not lose at all against the wise demon general and the hidden demon general. Coupled with the fact that the great demon at the peak of the three realms was used as cannon fodder, they gradually gained an advantage. You dare to be distracted? Do Majiang was trembling with anger. Qin Yang didn't take him seriously at all. Qin Yang looked at demon fighting general calmly and said, if you are the only one, as long as you give me time, you will definitely die. But you don't dare to confront me head-on. Do Mahjong said. I have to say that his provocation was too obvious. When fighting, you have to use your brain. Qin Yang looked at the demon fighting general. This wild bull only wants to fight head-on. Qin Yang would not be so stupid and use his own shortcomings to attack the enemy's strong points. You want to anger me? Demon fighting general laughed loudly and said, is it possible that you can still kill the demon general of the Four Realms? Qin Yang smiled and said, otherwise? How do you think Martial Demon General died? At the mention of the demon general, the fighting demon general, who was friends with the demon general, couldn't restrain himself. He activated the power of the Dragon Jade and the Five Spirits' holy armor to rush towards Qin Yang. Qin Yang still teleported and came directly behind Do Demon General, running away from the direction of Do Demon General's attack. In terms of speed, even if I give you Shenlong Jade, you can't compare with me. Qin Yang looked at Demon Fighting General with disdain. If it weren't for your turtle shell, how long do you think you could survive with such rampage? You would die. It's faster than the martial arts general. You want to trick me into taking off the Five Spirits' holy armor? Demon Fighting General sneered, do you think I can't see through your little tricks? Qin Yang smacked his lips and said, okay, you are a little smarter than I thought. You can see this. You are humiliating me. Do Mahjong roared. Have you noticed this too? Qin Yang had an exaggerated expression of surprise. Ah. The fighting demon general looked up to the sky and roared. The ferocious demon statue appeared, covered in demonic flames, and the infinite starry sky seemed to begin to collapse. Qin Yang stretched out his hand, and a stick appeared in his hand, which was a stick. Seeing this random stick, the fighting demon general's eyes were red. Sure enough, when Qin Yang offered the treasure, he was not trying to support the demon general in capturing the fire phoenix, nor was he trying to atone for his sins. Instead, he is looking for an opportunity to kill the demon general. When he thought that demon general Wu would die in Qin Yang's hands, General Demon Fighter lost his cool. The stick in Qin Yang's hand grew as expected. In the double infinite starry sky, it didn't look big, but it was several times bigger than when the stick smashed through the moonless forest. Of course, its power is exponentially multiplied. The strength of a divine weapon is greater than its unique characteristics. One of the characteristics of the Sui Xian stick has reached its limit at this time. Qin Yang casually waved his hand, and the power of the infinite starry sky could not restrain the Suixin stick at all. The idea is that when the distance is infinitely magnified, this stick can even smash a star directly. When a crisp figure sounded. Poof. Do Mo was seriously injured by the second characteristic of the Sui Xian stick, tremor. I have to say, with the blessing of the star compass, the increased power of this stick is simply terrifying. Qin Yang sighed to himself. I thought it would be like playing baseball, flying and fighting against the devil. But despite being shaken and vomiting blood, the fighting demon general still stood where he was. The Five Spirits' holy armor on his body was dazzling. Qin Yang chuckled and took out the god-killing pen with his left hand. The right hand lets go directly. The force of the countershock was transmitted along the Shixin stick, and the god-killing pen swallowed up as much power as possible, but it still couldn't be swallowed up. If the power is transmitted back to the end, the sudden explosion is enough to shatter this prison. Qin Yang stretched out his finger, tapped lightly, and used the Tianmen seal to directly distort the space, causing the two ends of the stick to change positions. And the force of the countershock struck the fighting demon general again. Fighting demon general was still grinning ferociously, and said, my Five Spirits' holy armor can increase the power of the counterattack. If this blow is counterattacked, you will be more seriously injured than me. And you don't have the Five Spirits' holy armor. It's only the third realm, maybe the power that will hurt me will directly shock you into a pulp after the countershock amplification. Oh. Qin Yang replied lightly. But I am secretly laughing in my heart. What I want is for you not to take off the five spirits' holy armor. I hope you will continue to maintain your confidence. The Do Demon General was angry. Qin Yang's posture and wui didn't reveal a feeling of crushing intelligence. He always felt that he was being played by Qin Yang. But before I could figure out what was going on, a huge force came from the end of the stick. Poof! Do Mahjong spat out a mouthful of blood again. He gave up the defensive power of the five spirits' holy armor and concentrated all his strength on counterattack. Although he was the god-killing pen swallowed some, but this power should not be underestimated. Fighting demon generals, getting more injured. Without even thinking about it, Do Mo will push back this force again. Although Do Mo will not understand what happened. In the prison, under the double infinite starry sky, even though fighting demon general has the divine dragon Jade, his control over space is still weakened to the extreme. Of course he didn't notice that Qin Yang activated the power of Tianmen's seal and kept twisting the space. The result is that Do Mo will continue to increase in magnitude and hit himself, and then increase in magnitude and rebound again. So back and forth, endless loop. During this period, Qin Yang also used the god-killing pen to continuously devour the power, so that the fighting demon general would not notice it too quickly. In fact, Qin Yang really thought highly of the demon fighting general's IQ. It wasn't until the fighting demon was bleeding all over his body and his body showed horrific cracks that he used the Shenlong Jade to escape and no longer acted recklessly. But at this time, the power of the god-killing pen has almost reached its limit. Do Mahjong ducked away, and Qin Yang also stopped attacking. Let the Suishin stick tremble continuously, and then put it away again after losing its power. To actually use the magic weapon to this extent. Do Mo narrowed his eyes and realized that he had really been tricked by Qin Yang. However, this is not over yet. Although he will be bruised and bruised from fighting the demon, he is the strongest at this moment. You look down on me so much. It seems that if you don't let you see my true abilities, you won't know why I became the demon general. Fighting demon general said harshly. Qin Yang hooked his fingers and said with a smile, "Come on." Do Mahjong's eyes darkened, he had never been so angry before. With a loud shout, the demon statue condensed, and the blood on its body evaporated instantly, turning into bloody steam. The blood-colored steam was like a new armor, rearming it. The five spirits' holy armor no longer looked holy, but instead was full of gloom. Especially after being fused with the divine bone armor, the gloomy bone armor seems to be strengthened by the blood-colored steam. From a distance, it looks like an abyss demon. The huge bloody figure, a pair of bloody eyes piercing the world. Fighting demon general sighed, "It's been 10,000 years, but I didn't expect that I would use this trick again when dealing with a third-level Tsuncheong human race. Devils fight in all directions." The fighting demon general shouted loudly, his speed was several times faster than before, and his combat power was also increased several times. This is not the most terrifying aspect of the fighting demon general. What is even more terrifying is that his attacks will become stronger and stronger, and his speed will also become stronger and stronger. This kind of suicidal attack method becomes more and more courageous the more you fight. As long as the enemy cannot kill him with one blow, the only winner will be the demon fighting general. With the five spirits' holy armor protecting the demon fighting general's spirit, even after the last drop of blood blooms, it can slowly recover. What's more, there is also the sky-mending stone. Outside the prison space, the wise demon general also felt the terrifying aura. When he looked back, he was shocked. How long had it been before the Do demon general was forced to do this? He dodged and left the battlefield. With a thought, he muttered something, "Create something out of nothing, the sky-mending stone." In such a situation, there is no time to wait for the demon fighter to slowly recover. Even if the demon fighter kills Qin Yang, he will immediately enter a long period of weakness. However, the Tianbu stone can perfectly solve this side effect. Phoenix fire burns the sky. Extreme flames. How could Huang Yu miss this great opportunity? The sky was filled with flames, and a golden flame divine sword pierced directly. GMO was distracted and half of his body was directly scorched. After quickly using the sky-mending stone to recover, he sent the sky-mending stone into the cage and was grabbed by Do-Mo. Similarly, the self-intelligence of the sky-building stone was instantly destroyed, leaving only the powerful magic weapon itself. Looking at the sky-mending stone, Qin Yang clenched his teeth. What he was most worried about happened. Now that the sky-mending stone has been snatched away by the wise demon general, what should Lu Mingyu and others do in the demon world? Qin Yang felt even more anxious. Now, only killing could give Qin Yang some peace of mind. Looking at the demon fighting general, Qin Yang's face was expressionless, and his eyes were filled with deep indifference. A lion fights a rabbit with all his strength. From the very beginning, you were destined to die. Qin Yang said coldly. Do Demon General always thought that he had been pushed to the limit of anger by Qin Yang, but this limit was casually refreshed by Qin Yang again and again. His body was extremely ferocious, his blood was exposed in the air, and he was extremely terrifying. Like a bloody monster, Do Majiang stared at Qin Yang. You mean, you are a lion and we are all rabbits? Okay. Faced with me in such a state, the 8 war gods in the sky can only avoid the edge temporarily. I want to see if you can still speak alive after my punch. Do-Mo will have the sky-mending stone, but he does not use it directly. The greatest power of his moves is when he is seriously injured. The closer you are to death, the stronger your fighting power becomes. The sky-mending stone only allows the fighting demon general to maintain the state of bloody immortality indefinitely. Suffer death. Do Majiang suddenly clenched his fists. And Qin Yang also used his magical power, the heaven-seizing fist. Qin Yang held his 5 fingers empty and continued to plunder the power from his whole body, and this process of plundering continued. The fighting demon general said sarcastically, "This kind of trick is useless if you use it first." The figure appeared directly in front of Qin Yang's face. Even if Qin Yang's calculations were against the will of heaven, it felt extremely abrupt. Fast, too fast. Let you plunder, what can you do? Fighting demon general did not attack directly, but said confidently, "I have the sky-mending stone, but what about you?" He raised his fist, as if he was about to hit Qin Yang's head. But at this moment, Qin Yang said softly, "Did you forget how the water dragon died?" Qin Yang's eyes were filled with divine light. Dark golden lines seemed to spread out, and the entire world seemed to have turned into another world. Do-Mo's eyelids twitched, and without any further hesitation, he punched down. With this punch, Qin Yang had absolutely no reason to survive. However, a 5-color divine light appeared in front of his eyes, making Do Demon General stunned. "Isn't this my 5 spirits' holy armor?" At the same time, the god-killing pen also appeared at the same time, directly venting its violent power. At this moment, Qin Yang exploded with all his strength. The power swallowed by the heaven-seizing fist was released, copying the ability of the 5 spirits' holy armor, rebounding the demon-fighting general's attack, and the god-killing pen pouring out all the power previously plundered. When Do-Mo General was about to hit Qin Yang with his punch, Qin Yang also punched Do-Mo General with all his strength. The 5 spirits' holy armor has only one drawback, which is to choose between rebound damage and self-protection. Fighting Demon General's 5 spirits' holy armor chose to protect himself at this time, thinking that he did not need to reflect the damage at all. Qin Yang's copy of the 5 spirits' holy armor, shimmering with divine light, chose to reflect damage. "Even so, you will die." Fighting Demon General gritted his teeth, and he was never afraid of fighting. No matter how many cards you have, the space will collapse under such violent power. Even if you still have the power of Shenlong Jade, you can't escape at all in this situation. Domo will speak. Really? Qin Yang smiled slightly and said, there are such big eyes in the sky, can't you see it if you are blind? The fighting demon general was stunned for a moment, and finally punched out. Qin Yang's figure disappeared. There was only a piece of 5 spirits holy armor in place, and the rebound mode was also turned on. This is impossible. Domo smashed the 5 spirits holy armor with one punch, but this does not mean that the power of the rebound disappeared. On the contrary, after the rebound, the self-destruction power of the 5 spirits saint armor was added. Such a powerful force overlapped with the previous ones, and the space directly exploded. Buzz. The entire third-level world trembled suddenly. The center of the explosion of power was shattered instantly like a mirror. The black hole appears again. But this time it was 100 times stronger than the previous water dragon. The entire Qinyu Lake was surrounded and swallowed up in an instant, and everything within 100 miles was turned into nothingness. Huang Yu and the big demon insect ghost tried their best to escape, while the wise demon general and the hidden demon general also stopped and sought to protect themselves first. Draw the ground as a prison. The wise demon general took out the heaven-sealing treasure mirror and placed the strongest seal on the shattered void. Fortunately, this sealing Tianbao mirror restrained the space crack and suppressed the crisis on the spot. Everyone looked into the depths of the void, and there was the demon fighting general and Qin Yang. Did the two of them die together? Huang Yu whispered to himself. No, none of us are dead. Qin Yang's voice suddenly appeared next to him. Everyone was startled, and then there was deathly silence. The wise demon general almost chewed an old tooth into pieces. Needless to say, this must be Qin Yang using the eye of heaven to move to where his eyes can see. Bastard, Qin Yang, do you think you can kill me just now? To tell you the truth, even so, I still haven't been hurt anymore. Fighting demon general roared and walked out of the prison that was painted on the ground. And behind it is the endless crumbling void. Of course I know, because you have locked up your blood since just now. Qin Yang laughed and said, but how long can you last like this? I have the sky-mending stone, I have unlimited. Domo will speak, and suddenly he realizes something is wrong. What he is holding in his hand is the sky-mending stone. It is clearly an ordinary spiritual stone. On the other side, Qin Yang stretched out his hand and said, is this what you're talking about? The Do demon general opened his mouth wide, while the intelligent demon general suddenly turned his head. Why did it appear in your hand? Do Majiang couldn't believe his eyes. This is impossible. The space just collapsed, not even the Shenlong Jade can escape, you can't use any method to remove it. Qin Yang nodded and said, that's right, but the package could not be dropped at the time of the collapse. But what happened after the collapse? The space turned into nothingness, and the cracks in the space were torn apart. For that void, the space is at least stable. Qin Yang looked at the audience and said, don't understand? Then let me explain it in more detail. The reason why the space black hole is so powerful that it cannot easily face even the 3 realms and the 4 realms, but its power lies in its ability to withstand the torn on the mouth. The impact of the world and the void. Shut up. Who will listen to your explanation of the 3 realms? We are Qitian. The hidden demon general opened his mouth to refute. He always felt that Qin Yang seemed to be stalling for time. Similarly, General Jima also felt the same way. Qin Yang doesn't seem like a person who likes nonsense, but once he starts talking nonsense, there must be a reason. But the wise demon general couldn't figure out what Qin Yang had to do. After all, although the previous battle was dangerous, Qin Yang still escaped at the critical moment. Qin Yang was not injured, and there was no such thing as repair. So what if you swap the package? Won't it come back to me? the wise demon will activate the wordless book. Suddenly he looked up, his eyes widening. In Qin Yang's hand, the sky-mending stone was filled with black lines. Qin Yang clearly had the heaven-mending stone in his hands, but General Jima's senses were confused. Is there really no solution to the wordless book? Can you try to summon a Ling Dao Qin? Can you try to summon a Tianmen seal? And the sky-swallowing gourd Suishin stick? The corners of Qin Yang's mouth raised slightly, and he squeezed his hand hard. The secret key to the God realm, the heaven-mending stone, was shattered by Qin Yang. At the same time, Qin Yang's self-image appeared, and the heaven-mending stone held in his right hand glowed with divine light and became as solid as a solid object. After destroying the sky-mending stone, the sky-mending stone is now completely owned by Qin Yang. When will you understand that I am truly invincible and no one can be my opponent? Qin Yang looked in all directions with an expression of indifference. If we say the highest majesty in the world, it is the sky. But Qin Yang is more mysterious and powerful than the sky. Qin Yang controls the rules of annihilation and wants to annihilate everything. Heaven can also be destroyed. Since you are so invincible, why did you deliberately enter the little demon world? The wise demon asked. Qin Yang's threat level has surpassed Jiang Chengwei's and is directly on par with Xuanhuan. However, Xuanhuan is mortal, and he died after losing Emperor Nian in seconds. But Qin Yang has always existed, and so far, there is no possibility of him being killed. All possibilities were built in imagination, but now, imagination is shattered. Qin Yang laughed and said, because at that time I only had the second level of the God Emperor. Qin Yang's voice resounded throughout the world, and he continued, when I advanced to the third realm, I had a new choice to kill you all. But this was too troublesome, so I joined forces with the big monsters, insect ghosts, and Huan Yu. Qin Yang raised his eyebrows and said, but why don't you follow my script? The big monster has evil intentions and wants to parasitize and copy me. The 8 demon generals are pointing their swords at the sky. Even after 10,000 years, they still want to enslave the sky. Huan Yu is even more concerned about my magical elixir and divine wine, and he even doesn't hesitate to join forces with the big monster, insect ghost. Qin Yang took a deep breath, you guys. As soon as the words changed, Qin Yang's voice turned cold, now that things have come to this, I no longer expect to be promoted to the 5th realm. After all, for me, even if it goes well, it is only a possibility. If it is only to be promoted to the 4th realm, there is no need, it's so troublesome. I understand. The wise demon general looked at Qin Yang with his body cold, and said in horror, the tyrant, the lord of destruction, that's it. The big demon Chonggue, Huang Yu, the hidden demon general, and the fighting demon general all looked at the wise demon general. The wise demon general said, it turns out that the improvement of your strength does not require the power of faith, nor does it need to constantly hone yourself like the demons. Destruction. It is destruction. Destruction is the source of your strength. The fighting demon general didn't care so much. Even if the sky-mending stone was taken away by Qin Yang, he was not afraid at all. His body was like a bloody monster, and his blood energy surged again. I don't care if you are the Lord of Destruction or a tyrant, you will eventually die under my fist. There is no point in talking, you can't hurt me at all. The 5 spirits' holy armor bloomed with divine light on the fighting demon general's body. It's just that I can't be hurt for the time being. Just wait for me. Qin Yang smiled lightly and said, want to fight? I won't let you wait too long. But now, I want to send you away. After saying that, Qin Yang once again assumed the posture of Tongtian Avenue. The great road to heaven is one step away. Infinite starry sky. 2 powerful magical powers are used in succession, and the fight against the demon will be difficult. Qin Yang added, by the way, I will send you away more than 1,000 miles away. Although everyone was confused after hearing this, it was obvious that Qin Yang wanted to beat the demon-fighting general back into the void. The wise demon general hurriedly activated the starry sky compass, and the same infinite starry sky was pulling the fighting demon general back. At this time, Qin Yang's figure flashed and appeared directly in front of the Do demon general. He raised his leg and struck, kick to the sky. With a kick on the demon-fighting general's chin, Qin Yang smiled and said, "There is no way you can beat me in a speed competition." This kick still failed to hurt the demon-fighting general, but Qin Yang's goal was achieved. The Do demon general was directly thrust into the void. Qin Yang casually pinched his fingers and left a mark on the Do demon general. The imprint of Tianmen's seal. Then, Qin Yang turned around and looked at General Zhima, who still wanted to rescue General Demo, and smiled with his teeth. "Give me the wordless book, and I will let the little demon world go, and help you refine the demon mirror," Qin Yang said. When he mentioned the demon mirror, Zhima Jiang's forehead was filled with blood. He finally understood that Qin Yang just regarded it as a game. From the beginning to the end, Qin Yang was playing tricks on everyone. And this is just to be able to kill strong men more conveniently and easily, and to achieve the purpose of being promoted to the four realms more quickly. Qin Yang like this is really terrifying. The wise demon will think of what Star Compass said when he was about to self-destruct, and he would rather self-destruct than let you go back. Obviously, Star Compass has long regarded Qin Yang as a threat equal to the demon general. In fact, the wise demon general is sure that Qin Yang has now revealed everything and shown his full glory, and is confident to destroy this entire world. However, the starry sky compass and the sky world do not truly understand Qin Yang's full picture. Even so, Qin Yang's threat level is already on par with the demon general. Even the wise demon general had an idea in his mind. After being exiled from these three worlds, the demons might still be implicated by Qin Yang. Chapter 819. Such a big spatial crack, it might take a lot of effort to suppress it, right? Qin Yang looked at the ground as the broken void in the prison. In the distance, many stars can be seen. Qin Yang knew that although the star could be seen, its distance was unknown. Even if you open the eyes of the sky, you can't directly teleport to the star you see. Because, this starlight is just starlight, and I haven't really seen the appearance of the actual stars. Qin Yang looked at the big demon Chonggue and Huanyu playfully, and said with a smile, "Now, the destruction of this world is in the hands of the wise demon general. Do you still want to fight him?" The big demon, Chonggue, and Huanyu were silent. At this point, they simply don't know how to deal with it. The two monsters looked at each other, and then both looked at the wise demon general. Since even the two demons can join forces, then. The wise demon general was also overjoyed, and hurriedly transmitted the sound secretly. Although Qin Yang seemed to be as invincible as he said, it might not be impossible to kill him. For some reason, Qin Yang lost his patience suddenly and confided all his thoughts. He was already ready for the final battle. So at this time either they die, or Qin Yang dies. Only these two results. They will not let Qin Yang go, and Qin Yang will never let them go. You guys discuss it slowly first, and I'll help you make up the day first. Qin Yang stretched out his hand, facing the void. Drink again and again, swallow the sky. Make up for the sky. The sky-mending stone is located in the sky-swallowing gourd, which continuously provides strength to the sky-swallowing gourd, and the sky-swallowing gourd exerts its power to restore the broken sky. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the shattered void healed piece by piece, and the seams were soon tight. As for fighting Demon General, he was truly exiled. What's worse is that although Shenlanyu is on Do Mahjiang doesn't have a starry sky compass. And the starry sky compass is in the hands of the Wisdom General. Even if the Wisdom General finally defeated Qin Yang, without the Dragon Jade, he would not be able to find the fighting Demon General. The void is endless, and only the Shenlongjiu is the arc of crossing the world. Want my wordless book? General Wisdom Demon said, then you have to answer my question first. Qin Yang said, ask. Why do you have so many abilities? Can you grasp them at a glance? The question of the Wisdom Demon General also caused the Great Demon, Insect Ghost and Huang Yu to be concerned. Especially Huang Yu, before Qin Yang killed the water dragon, the Annihilation Excalibur in his hand, if it had a different color, wouldn't it be his golden flame Excalibur? Everyone thought that Qin Yang would avoid talking about it. After all, this was related to Qin Yang's final trump card. Obviously, everyone underestimated Qin Yang's determination to kill everyone present, nodded immediately, and said, didn't you already know? Qin Yang stretched out his hand and said, then give me the wordless book. Or, give me a look? Verify it? Jima will not be so stupid, and he is so sure that he will not take out the wordless book even if he dies. And Qin Yang's ability is probably comparable to Xuanhuan's against the sky. Why are you suddenly irritable and no longer follow the plan? Jima asked again. Qin Yang shook his head slightly, and said, this is your second question, but you haven't given me the promise of the first question yet. Humph. The Wisdom General snorted angrily, if you don't answer, it's up to you. Compared with other people's flustered, Jima will be much calmer. Qin Yang can also see it, but he doesn't know what cards Jima has. Qin Yang said, since you are so curious, then I will give you a blessing and let you understand. Everyone looked at Qin Yang. Qin Yang's sudden change of attitude really made everyone unable to react in time. Although the result was beneficial to them, why did Qin Yang act like this aroused everyone's curiosity. The mirror of Feng Tian is in the hands of Lu Qiandai. Qin Yang said slowly. Lu Qiandai should be in the Sky Continent. But the Sky-mending stone is in the hands of Gong Sun Ming, and Gong Sun Ming is currently in the Demon Realm. The Wisdom Demon General and the Hidden Demon General looked at each other with shock in their eyes. The demons didn't attack Sky Continent? Instead, the Sky human race invaded the Demon Realm? Don't worry, things are not as bad as you imagined. Gong Sun Ming just strayed into the Demon Realm by chance. Qin Yang spoke. The Wisdom Demon General and the Hidden Demon General felt at ease. Qin Yang said quietly, but those who go with me are all my most precious friends and family members. We are in the devil world, and there are dangers everywhere. Jima laughed loudly, so, I summoned this sky-replenishing stone, which is equivalent to drawing their whole cards? Ha ha ha, in this way, your most cherished friends and family members may be in danger. Wisdom Demon was about to cheer up his side, but found that Qin Yang didn't have any worries on his face. Just pure anger. This means that Qin Yang is not worried about their safety? What? Are you not afraid? General Jima asked, as if Lu Mingyu and the others were already hostages of General Jima. Qin Yang said lightly, it's useless to be afraid. For me, death is the least scary thing. Everyone couldn't understand, but Qin Yang said with a smile, when a person dies, it can be resurrected. Otherwise, why do you think I miss Yin Yang would so much? As soon as the voice changed, Qin Yang said again, however, thank you for this wordless book. Presumably the Yin Yang wood was summoned by you, right? If not, how did I get so many Yin Yang trees? Wisdom Demon General waited for people to feel cold. Qin Yang actually still has the ability to revive people? Even mentioning this kind of ability, Qin Yang really has left no room for it. It seems that you think you will win? Wisdom Demon General looked at Qin Yang. Qin Yang asked doubtfully, what? I might still lose. Qin Yang said, it doesn't need to be too much, I can advance to the 4th level, by killing 2 more 4-level monsters. If not, it is also possible to kill 100 3-level monsters. For me now, I need to consider it's just a matter of which method is faster. As soon as he said that, the big monster, worm and ghost almost immediately took control of his spiritual sense, and all the avatars retreated at full speed, and they retreated in groups. Huang Yu also gave an order with her divine sense, ordering those big monsters of the three realms to gather quickly to prevent Qin Yang from attacking and assassinating him. Huang Yu also remembered that from the moment Qin Yang first appeared, he went around sneaking up and assassinating. He even sneaked up on the egg that he turned into when he was Nirvana. Sensing the movements around him, Qin Yang remained unmoved. But the wise demon general suddenly said, "Qin Yang, I admire you very much. If you were born 10,000 years ago, my demon clan would definitely be defeated. Isn't it now?" Qin Yang interrupted. In fact, the battle of 10,000 realms 10,000 years ago was a lose-lose situation for both sides. There are no real winners, but whoever loses is worse. Some worlds disappeared directly, and the entire ethnic group withered, while others lingered on. The firmament world and the demons probably remained relatively intact 2 realms. Zhima Jiang was very angry at Qin Yang's interruption, but he still held back and said, "Have you ever heard of catching a turtle in a jar?" Qin Yang frowned. He had already seen the future after 10 breaths, but he didn't move. Then, the world trembled. The rumbling resounded continuously. Rows of huge walls, like a moat in the sky, connected to the sky and the earth, and the walls of the small demon world's heaven and earth circles fell to the ground with a bang. "Show up here." A circle was formed around it, enclosing the big demon, Chonggue, and Huang Yu. "This is the ultimate dungeon." On the wall of the heaven and earth boundary, countless strange runes flickered, and even the ability of Shen Longjiu couldn't penetrate it. The wall connecting the sky and the earth, even if you open the eyes of the sky, you can't see half of the outside. Chapter 820 Who is the Turtle? Wisdom Demon General, what do you mean? Don't tell me you're also trapped here? Huang Yu asked, with a grim expression. The big demon, Chonggue, also showed hostility. "We agreed to join forces, but now you have cut off our retreat." The wisdom general snorted, and said, "You guys also said that this is a joint effort." "What is the joint effort?" "Of course it is to kill Qin Yang." "After all the previous events, do you still think that if you don't trap Qin Yang, you can really kill Qin Yang? Get rid of him? Not even the Fengtian Baojing's painting as a prison can imprison Qin Yang, and even the infinite starry sky of the starry sky compass can't hinder Qin Yang. This wall of heaven and earth is the only way." "But, you also trapped my men," Huang Yu said. "There are several big monsters at the peak of the 3 realms who have been guarding not far from Huang Yu, but now, they can't get out at all. It's not just him. Among the army of big monsters, insects, and ghosts, many clones of the 3 realms are also trapped within the walls of the heaven and earth realm. Qin Yang's source of power is destruction. Aren't you afraid that he will kill those 3 realms first, and then be promoted to God Emperor of the 4 realms?" Huang Yu said in a deep voice. "This sounds incredible, but it is very possible for Qin Yang." Huang Yu saw with her own eyes how Qin Yang was promoted from the 2nd realm to the 3rd realm, and the time it took was shockingly short. "That's right, those 3 realms should be allowed to leave the wall of the heaven and earth realm first, and then besiege and kill Qin Yang." The big demon, worm and ghost also agreed. Today, there are some of the peak combat power of the big monster Chonggue, and some of Huang Yu's top big monster subordinates, but the wise demon generals, only the hidden demon generals are by his side. If the situation is unfavorable, or if Qin Yang can escape, there is no need to even think about the 4 realms and the 3 realms in this world wall, and he will definitely die. They will still be hostile in the future, but in the long run, the demons will take advantage of it. Of course, the wisdom demon general will not let go of some of their combat power in the 3 realms, and said, "It is not easy to trap Qin Yang. What if Qin Yang also takes the opportunity to escape? If you miss this opportunity, you will also appreciate Qin Yang's wisdom." "It's over. Is there a next time?" The big demon, Chonggue, and Huang Yu fell silent one after another. The Wisdom Demon General said again, "Furthermore, even if Qin Yang is promoted to the fourth realm, so what? Since he can't escape and is confined within the wall of the world, is it possible that we can't kill him?" Huang Yu didn't say a word, not sure in her heart. The big demon, worm and ghost didn't dare to jump to conclusions. From his memory, since he came into contact with Qin Yang, he has never seen Qin Yang lose. I have never even seen a look of panic. No matter what difficulties he faced, the expression on Qin Yang's face was always calm, just like now. Seeing that the two big monsters are so hopeless, Jima will snort coldly, even if he has all our abilities, even if he has countless magic weapons. But he is always only one person, and he is still in the third realm. The Wisdom General continued, with such a lineup, even if we kill Qin Yang from the third realm, it would be embarrassing and shameful if it spreads. I hope that he can really be promoted to the fourth realm, and then kill him. Qin Yang blinked his eyes, looked at the two demon generals, the two big monsters, and felt a little speechless. Why are these people more confident than themselves? Qin Yang's spiritual thoughts swept across, the clones of the big monster, Chonggue, and Huang Yu's subordinates. There were less than 20 big monsters in total. Killing these is just a drop in the bucket for him to advance to the four realms. It would be best to kill two of the four realms. But Thousand-Eyed Butterfly's ability is not easy to kill. Huang Yu can't wait to rush over by herself. The Hidden Demon General is very sinister, and the Wisdom Demon General is even more disgusting. These four are not easy to deal with. You guys chat for a while, I'll go to clear the scene first. Qin Yang disappeared like an old friend greeting. Wisdom Demon General, Hidden Demon General, and Huang Yu all looked at the big demon worm ghost. Thousand-Eyed Butterfly's eyes of the sky restarted, surrounded by the walls of the world, and opened. He clearly saw Qin Yang in the corner, slaughtering the great monster of the three realms. How? Where is he? Huang Yu asked eagerly. Because what was killed was Huang Yu's subordinate, Qianmu Dai looked left and right instead, delaying the time. Now here, there is no possibility of surviving in the three realms. Instead of all dying, it is better to let Huang Yu's subordinates die first. When the time comes, Huang Yu, who is under rage, will definitely use her full strength. I'm looking for it, said the big demon, Chonggue. How could Huang Yu not know the mind of the big demon, Chonggue, and said in a deep voice, now that we have teamed up, my loss of subordinates is also equivalent to our overall loss. You better know what you are doing. Qianmudi used to be Huang Yu's lover. How could Huang Yu not know Qianmudi's ability? Once the eyes of the sky are opened, there is nowhere to hide. The area surrounded by the wall of the heaven and earth boundary is so big, where can Qin Yang go? The big demon Chonggue retorted, I'm just locking his position, his movements are too fast. Originally, he was just fooling around, but in his eyes, Qin Yang's speed was indeed terrifyingly fast. All kinds of supernatural powers are deployed, and the ordinary three-realm monster can't even resist. Recalling that before Qin Yang fought against tens of thousands of demon army alone, he crossed the ranks and confronted dozens of three-level demon generals, but when Qin Yang was promoted to the third level, he faced those three-level demon generals, and he was instantly killed. Within the same rank, no one had the slightest chance of fighting Qin Yang. Not daring to delay any longer, the big demon, Chonggue pointed to one side and said, it's over there. Sure enough. Huang Yu gritted her teeth. If Qin Yang was killing the big monster Chonggue's clone, the big monster Chonggue would never be so negligent. Huang Yu was about to rush over, but the big demon Chonggue said, no need to go. Huang Yu turned her head and said, it's not your avatar that died, so naturally you don't care about it. If those subordinates can survive this catastrophe, the chances of being promoted to the four realms will definitely increase greatly. The big demon Chonggue said, I mean, all of your subordinates are dead. Huang Yu's whole body trembled, her body froze. Sure enough, Can't we give him a chance? Wisdom Mahjong's eyes flashed a ruthless look, and he didn't take out the wordless book of magic weapons, but directly connected with his spiritual thoughts. Boom 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 boom. There was another mountain shaking and the ground shaking, and the wisdom demon summoned a row of heaven and earth boundary walls, and the space in the middle suddenly shrank a lot. At the same time, the wisdom demon will remove the outer wall of the heaven and earth boundary, take part of it, and then summon it in, constantly compressing the space in the middle. Xuanhuan nodded secretly, and said, "This is a good method, as long as it is limited to a certain distance." Xuanhuan showed a subtle smile. If the scope of a domain can be limited, Fenhuafenshan can be upgraded to extreme flame, which is enough to refine everything. But the big demon, Chonggui, became furious, and said, "Wisdom Demon General, what are you trying to do? Why kill my clone?" It turns out that Jima will use this foolproof method to shrink the central space, and at the same time, the wall of the heaven and earth boundary will directly crush the clone of the big monster, insect and ghost hiding on the edge to death. Xuanhuan gloated and said, "It's better to die under the wall of heaven and earth that surrounds Qin Yang than to die in Qin Yang's hands, right? You." The big demon and worm ghost could only hold back their anger. Instead of dying in vain, it would be better to merge into their mother body. As soon as the divine mind moved, the few remaining clones rushed over directly, trying to fuse into the mother body. Between the heaven and the earth, a black light directly lit up, cutting the world open. "It's not very kind of you to do this." Qin Yang frowned, put away the sword, annihilated the sword lotus body, and strangled all the clones of the big monster, insect and ghost like a meat grinder. "Now, let everyone see who is the turtle." Qin Yang chuckled lightly. Chapter 821 Visual Synchronization. After beheading the clone of the big monster, insect and ghost, there are only 4 people left in the field. Qin Yang felt his own strength, and sure enough, killing these 3-level clones did not improve much. The fence of the heaven and earth boundary stopped, and there was only 100 feet of space left in the audience. Anyone's ultimate move is enough to cover the entire field, and even some supernatural powers, such as Qin Yang's crazy dragon palm, cannot be used. The space within a radius of 100 feet is really too small for a god emperor. The wisdom general looked at Qin Yang and said, "Could it be that you want to besiege and kill 4 of us by yourself?" Qin Yang smiled and said, "It's not impossible." In the eyes, the dark golden lines flowed, and the sword lotus composed of hundreds of extinct swords hovered around Qin Yang's body. Although the number is too small, the power of each sword has become stronger. The phoenix fire burns the sky. Xuanhuan immediately displayed her supernatural power. The entire space is surrounded by flames. The big monster, Chonggui, cursed secretly, and hurriedly avoided by the wall. Fortunately, Xuanhuan targeted Qin Yang, leaving him some leeway. "Extremely hot." Xuanhuan shouted loudly, and the flame instantly turned golden. The extreme high temperature caused even the big monsters, insects and ghosts who were no longer within the scope of their supernatural powers to change color suddenly. Although the boundary wall between heaven and earth is to restrict Qin Yang, the most uncomfortable thing is the big monster, insect and ghost. Sensing the extremely high temperature, the wisdom demon general and the hidden demon general also secretly became vigilant. The rules of heaven and earth were directly burned to nothing, and when the extreme flame dissipated, the range of magical powers was empty. Including Qin Yang. The big demon, Chonggui, fluttered its wings, and reminded loudly, "The hidden demon general is by your side." Qin Yang frowned, and said, "It's boring to fight like this." The hidden demon general holds a needle in his hand and directly pushes it with all his strength, but his speed is not as fast as Qin Yang's. Most importantly, except for the reminder from the big demon, insects and ghosts, no one can lock Qin Yang. Xuanhuan said, "It's true that you can't fight like this, you better defend yourself." After finishing speaking, it was another move to burn the sky with fire. But this time, the wise demon general, the hidden demon general, and the big demon, insect and ghost were burned together. Qin Yang was deep in the sea of flames, and his whole body was shrouded in divine light. He had too many supernatural powers and magic weapons to resist the flames. The god-killing brush and the sky-swallowing gourd worked together to engulf and seal the surrounding flames. Part of it is sealed in the god-killing pen and can be used as an attack, while the other part is transformed from the Tongtian gourd and reserved as a backup recovery resource. This move is equivalent to providing supplies for Qin Yang. But the wise demon general, the hidden demon general, and the big demon, insect and ghost are not so comfortable. This has not yet cast extreme inflammation. Huang Yu gritted her teeth and shouted angrily, "Ji Yan." The wisdom demon general and hidden demon general propped up the golem immediately, while the big demon, worm and ghost were miserable and could only resist with all their might. Everyone's consumption accelerated sharply, and Qin Yang, on the other hand, even became more and more comfortable. What kind of physique is he? How could he resist such flames so easily? Wisdom demon tightened his heart. The hidden demon general also stared at that figure closely. Qin Yang was even more relaxed than their four-realm demon generals? If things go on like this, let alone besiege and kill Qin Yang, they themselves will be consumed by the attacks of the allies. Of course Huang Yu knew that this was impossible, so she stretched out her hand and made a move. The golden flames all over the sky condensed into a golden flame sword. Wisdom demon general, hidden demon general, and great demon Chonggue breathed a sigh of relief. Huang Yu swept across with his sword, and the golden flames distorted the air, killing Qin Yang. Qin Yang's 5 fingers were bluffed, and he shook it suddenly. Annihilate the Mahamudra, and grasp the golden sword. However, the heaven-swallowing gourd and the god-killing brush continued to display their power. Qin Yang's strength is rapidly accumulating. You guys want more food than I imagined. Qin Yang frowned, thinking about his calculations. The cooperation of these 4 people should be infinitely stronger than it is now. Qin Yang added, no average dishes. The 4 of them were furious at once, and the hidden demon general finally couldn't hold back, and the sky-sewing needle disappeared immediately, sewing countless lines in the sky. As long as you touch one, you can move your whole body with one hair, and be directly bound by countless lines. Once bound, the hidden demon general can sew Qin Yang in the air, making him unable to move. Even the big monster, worm, and ghost use the eyes of the sky, which seems to be very strenuous. In Qin Yang's eyes, it is fully exposed. Qin Yang also stretched out his hands, waving them again and again, and the hidden demon general was shocked. What's wrong? Jima asked. The hidden demon general replied, he is also cracking the sky. Humph, what kind of demon general, that's all. The big demon, Chonggue, said disdainfully, behind the thousand-eyed butterfly, thousands of pairs of eyes suddenly opened, staring at Qin Yang in unison. The eyes of the sky floated behind it, and in the void behind it, the entire sky opened its eyes. Don't bother, it won't work for me. Qin Yang looked at the big monster worm ghost lightly. The surrounding space suddenly changed and became extremely dark. Even the surrounding walls of heaven and earth seemed to have disappeared. The pitch-black world, a pair of huge eyes of the sky, coupled with countless pairs of gloomy pupils, exuded an incomparably terrifying oppression. Wisdom General, hidden Demon General and Huang Yu are also in this space. Although the big monsters, insects, and ghosts are not attacking them, the surrounding world still gives them great pressure. In this world, I feel that I am very small, and even what I think in my heart will be fully exposed. The huge sense of powerlessness made it difficult for them to lift their fingers, and their fighting spirit continued to decline. Even they feel so. What about Qin Yang? All the four realms looked at Qin Yang. Qin Yang's expression remained unchanged, and he still stood with his hands behind his back. Have you heard of the Eye of Truth? Qin Yang said playfully. The big demon, Chonggui's expression froze, and he blurted out, "Could it be?" In Qin Yang's eyes, dark golden lines slowly flowed, and among them, there seemed to be a dark vertical eye, looming. Annihilate the dragon eyes. Possessing the ability of the dragon's true eye, can naturally see through all falsehoods. Although the big monsters, insects, and ghosts have 4 realms, the strength of Qin Yang's divine sense is not much worse than that of ordinary 4 realms. Wisdom Demon General showed a thoughtful look in his eyes, and kept looking at the big demon, insect ghost, and Huangyu. Although Qin Yang was trapped, they couldn't cooperate at all. It would be a joke to continue fighting with such wariness. Huangyu took a deep breath and said, "Since this is the case, then this is the only way to go." Looking at the big demon, Chonggui, he said, "You can use your abilities, but you'd better not play tricks." The big demon Chonggui looked at Huangyu, then at Qin Yang, nodded, and said, "Of course I'm fine, it's just." The hidden demon general asked, "What ability?" The wise demon general said, "No matter what it is, just use it." Wisdom demon will not need to know what kind of ability this is, since Huangyu has said so. Why should he be worried? The wings of the big demon, insect, and ghost patted lightly, and a strange force spread out and merged into the bodies of the other 3. The wisdom demon general and the hidden demon general directly rejected it at first, but Huangyu readily accepted it. This is one of Thousand Eye Butterfly's abilities, visual synchronization. Chapter 822, The Strongest Support. Huangyu's eyes changed, just like the eyes of a great monster, insect, and ghost. At this time, Huangyu could already see all of Qin Yang's movements clearly, which was equivalent to having the vision of a big monster, insect, and ghost. Seeing this, General Jima and General Hidden Demon looked at each other without any further resistance. The power released by the big demon, worm, and ghost was accepted by them. For a moment, the eyes of the 2 also changed. After discovering that this was not the ability of the big demon worm, but the ability of the thousand-eyed butterfly, the 2 demon generals were no longer worried. It's not the shared vision of parasitic replication, but the synchrony of vision in millipedes. Now the thousand-eyed butterfly is the mother body of the great demon insect ghost, and the 2 are originally one, so in this visual synchronization, naturally, there is also the effect of the great demon insect ghost. The wisdom demon general, the hidden demon general, and Huangyu not only saw everything in front of them, they can now see what all the avatars of the big monster, insect, and ghost in all 3 layers of the world can see. Among them, there are many monsters at the peak of the 3 realms. Far more than they imagined. This big monster, worm, and ghost has been secretly hiding its power. Especially the wise demon general saw the little demon world and the city of the magic palace. The big demon Chonggui realized that the other 3 had not attacked for a long time. Looking at Huangyu viciously, the big monster knew that he had been swayed by Huangyu. Although the wisdom demon general and hidden demon general did not say anything, the murderous aura they radiated was more or less aimed at the big demon, insect, and ghost. The big demon, Chonggui, hastily gathered his magical powers, cutting off the common vision with all clones. "Kill Qin Yang first," General Jima said. The word first is intriguing. It's just that at this time, they don't have time to ponder it slowly. With visual synchronization, Huangyu swung her sword again, avoiding the trap set by Sewing Needle, and stabbing Qin Yang through the gap. The wisdom demon general also displayed his supernatural powers, and a full moon appeared in front of him. The moonlight spread out, covering the entire space. Qin Yang dodged the golden flame Excalibur, and the demonic general softly shouted, "Broken!" Qin Yang pointed like a sword, stretched out his hand, and pointed at the big monster, worm, and ghost. "Be careful, it's Jinghong's sword finger," the big demon Chonggui reminded. The hidden demon general was naturally manipulating the sewing needle, ready to confront him, but Qin Yang in front of him suddenly turned into a big monster, insect, and ghost. In the blink of an eye, the magic moon slash of the Wisdom Demon General also erupted. In a panic, the big monster, Chonggue, was directly cut off half of its strength, and several pairs of eyes closed on the wings. Didn't you say Jinghong Sword Finger? Hidden Demon General frowned, and casually stabbed the needle at his side. And this time it hit the big demon Chonggue, and stabbed one of the wings on its back blind on the spot. The big demon, worm, and ghost let out a cry of pain, and instinctively wanted to attack the hidden demon general, but the hidden demon general immediately started to guard under the visual synchronization. Fortunately, the big demon, Chonggue, held back. The big monster ghost said angrily, "The eyes of the sky can see Qin Yang, but they still can't see through Qin Yang. There is a gap between them, we can only judge his attack from Qin Yang's movements." The Wisdom General nodded. After possessing visual synchronization, all the power of the person who is stared at by the eyes of the sky will have nowhere to hide, and even the divine sense will be seen clearly. No matter what supernatural power you want to use, you can see through it from the very beginning, and then deal with it. However, although Qin Yang had nowhere to hide, when his sight passed through Qin Yang's body, he was immediately wiped out by the force of annihilation, so it was impossible to judge how Qin Yang made moves through the mobilization of Qin Yang's power. "It doesn't matter, it's enough to see through the movements," Jima said. At the same time, I reminded, "You may not be very clear about my demonic skills. But just now, I hope you don't get caught in the trick." Before he could finish speaking, an inexplicable force pulled him around. The wise demon will be furious, and the golem roars and pushes hard. Just now Qin Yang actually used virtual reality rotation on him, wanting to switch his position with Qin Yang's. Fortunately, he responded in a timely manner, otherwise, his old face would be embarrassing. Qin Yang's movements were clearly seen, and he also pointed. At this time, Qin Yang stretched out his hand again and pointed at Huang Yu. "You think I'll relax?" Huang Yu circulated her whole body's strength. As long as she mobilized her strength, the cycle of virtuality and reality would not work. However, this time, Qin Yang shot out an annihilating bullet from his fingertips. "Damn it!" Huang Yu cursed secretly, sweeping away with the divine sword. When it was about to hit the annihilating bullet disappeared. Jima clenched his fist and slammed it behind him. The force of the explosion spread out, and the annihilated bullet was directly shattered. At the same time, the hidden demon general jerked the stitches, and the lines all over the sky suddenly tightened and began to shrink. Qin Yang smiled lightly, stretched out his hand to hold it in the void, and pulled it suddenly. The same sky-filled lines were directly entangled with the hidden demon general's sky-sewing needle, and the two lines suddenly became tense. The hidden demon general's original plan to cut Qin Yang into pieces fell through. Hidden demon general was startled, and said, "Not only does he have the ability to stitch needles into the sky, but he is also extremely proficient in how to use this ability. Everything before is just layout, just for this last pull." But before Qin Yang used the same strength to sew the sky, he was prepared long ago, just to defend against this move. In Qin Yang's eyes, although the hidden demon general was shocked, he was secretly motivating his power. At the same time, Huang Yu's golden flame sword also slashed out several bursts of extremely flaming sword energy. As expected of the strongest support, a visual synchronization will bring your cooperation to a big level. Qin Yang shook his head slowly, and said, "However, this is not enough. The attack with restrained hands and feet can't hurt me at all." In Qin Yang's eyes, 4 panels appeared in front of him. They are Wisdom Demon General, Hidden Demon General, Great Demon Chonggue, and Huang Yu. All of its abilities are on this panel, and Qin Yang even added notes on the panel. This is a note that Qin Yang took the initiative to add. Hidden Demon General, extremely fast, tricky attack, but not strong enough. Big Demon Chonggue, it's just a support and can be ignored. Huang Yu, The attack is very strong, but the speed cannot keep up. Wisdom Demon General, also ignore. Even if it is the four realms, it is not his opponent at all. Qin Yang's itching was unbearable. Although he looked at these four with contempt, it was really not easy to kill them. While dealing with the attacks of the four god emperors of the four realms, Qin Yang thought of a way. Qin Yang felt it was not easy, and Zhima Jiang and others were even more troubled. During the battle, the Wisdom Demon General suddenly sent a voice transmission, saying, "There is no way to go on like this. Qin Yang knows all our abilities and can use them proficiently. The power he possesses is also impressive. Although we are all four realms, but to deal with this kid, we have to work together." Wisdom Demon transmitted the sound transmission to the big demon, Chonggue, and said, "We cooperated with you and accepted the visual synchronization. Can you also cooperate?" The big demon, Chonggue, dodged Qin Yang's counterattack and said, "How to cooperate?" Chapter 823, Get the Head. The Wise Demon General and the Hidden Demon General looked at each other, and the Hidden Demon General nodded slightly in response. The big monster, Chonggue, was stared at by Qin Yang, and Qin Yang gave the big monster, Chonggue, a few tricks whenever he had time. The provocative big demon worm was furious in his heart. But Qin Yang can't be blamed for this. The Hidden Demon General and the Wisdom Demon General fought together and cooperated too tacitly. The demons themselves cultivate their physique. After calling out the golem, the defense power is also greatly enhanced. This is much more difficult to deal with than the auxiliary big monsters and ghosts. If you want to kill, you can only break them one by one. And this big demon, worm, and ghost is naturally the easiest one among the four. Moreover, after killing the big demon, insects, and ghosts, the thousand-eyed butterfly's visual synchronization will naturally be cancelled, and the next step is to fight as much as you want. At this time, the big demon Chonggue heard the sound transmission from Zhima General, and naturally agreed directly, saying, "Go ahead, as long as you can kill this Qin Yang, I will not object." If this continues, the big monster, worm, and ghost will be slowly worn to death by Qin Yang sooner or later. The big demon, Chonggue, had seen with his own eyes how Qin Yang beheaded the martial demon general. The hidden demon slightly raised the corner of his mouth into a cold smile, and manipulated the stitches to come to the big monster, Chonggue. The big demon Chonggue had a bad premonition in his heart, but Qin Yang was still staring at him at this moment, and a sort of annihilation came directly, making him have to hide. The Zhima will tell the plan, and the big demon, worm and ghost can only follow through. The sky-sewing needle pierced into the body of the big demon, Chonggue, and the big demon, Chonggue, continued to stimulate the power according to the plan of the wise demon general, trying to control Qin Yang again. Qin Yang saw all this in his eyes. What the hidden demon general wanted to do, he had already deduced it in his heaven-defying calculations. But at this time, Qin Yang cooperated and said, "I said, your ability is useless in front of the Eye of Truth. Whether it's useful or not, you'll know later," the big demon Chonggue said. At this time, although he controlled his own power, at the same time, another force was also controlling him. This is the ability of the hidden demon to sew needles into the sky, a marionette. The wise demon general's plan is very simple. Qin Yang also has the eyes of the sky, and can see through their actions, so he can make accurate predictions. Qin Yang wanted to kill the big monster, insect ghost, and was naturally discovered by the wise demon general. General Zhima believed that Qin Yang would definitely put most of his attention on the big monster, worm and ghost. And no matter what the big monster, worm and ghost do, they can't escape Qin Yang's eyes from the sky. Then here comes the problem: if the hidden demon general motivates the magic soldiers to control the big monsters, insects, and ghosts, with the ability of marionettes, the real driving power is the hidden demon general, and Qin Yang will definitely not find out. In this way, he can escape Qin Yang's perception. The plan was very reasonable, so reasonable that even the big monsters, worms, and ghosts did not question it. Qin Yang once again saw through the abilities of the big monster, worm, and ghost with the eyes of truth. Huang Yu and Jima generals attacked Qin Yang one after another, launching intensive suppression. Qin Yang weakened it with the heaven-swallowing gourd and the god-killing brush, and then broke it up violently. When Qin Yang blasted away Huang Yu's golden flame sword energy with his fist, the big monster, insect, and ghost in front of him disappeared suddenly. It was directly teleported behind Qin Yang by the Wisdom Demon General in a virtual and real cycle. The hidden demon will use the marionette to manipulate the big demon, insect ghost, and slapped it with a single wing. The eyes on the wings burst into divine light, which is a direct attack with divine sense. The only way to defend is with divine sense. This is a situation that has been overwhelmed by strength after many calculations. But, can it really be crushed? Maybe, but definitely not now. Qin Yang teleported back at the same moment the big monster, worm and ghost disappeared. As soon as the big monster Chonggue appeared behind Qin Yang disappeared in place. It is equivalent to the big monster, worm and ghost directly turning their backs to Qin Yang, and appeared in front of Qin Yang, and that wing was also emptied, and the divine sense attack could not find the target directly. Is it fun? Qin Yang chuckled and stretched out his hand violently. Destroy the half-moon slash. The sound of the avenue sounded. The big demon Chonggue trembled in his heart, and wanted to run away quickly, but he couldn't control it at all. Because according to the plan, at this time, he will be controlled by the hidden demon general. If he wants to escape, the hidden demon will control him to escape. The big demon Chonggue felt a little bit in his heart, I've been tricked. Puff. After a piercing sound, the big monster, worm, and ghost spit out a mouthful of blood. His back was almost cut in half by Qin Yang's Banua slash, half of his wings were cut off, and even the eyes on the wings were all wiped out. Don't give the big monster, worm and ghost time to reintegrate. Take advantage of his illness to kill him. Qin Yang found an opportunity to kill the big monster, insect ghost, stretched out his hand, and poured out the power of annihilation. The annihilating Mahamudra held the big demon, Chonggue firmly, but the big demon, Chonggue was trying to break free from the puppet of Yinma, who was sewing needles. The power of annihilation is crazily washing away the power of the big monster, worm and ghost. The terrifying speed of annihilation made the big monster, worm, and ghost feel cold. But at this time, Jima rushed forward and punched Qin Yang in the face. And Huang Yu was also transformed by the Wisdom Demon General, and teleported to Qin Yang's back. The golden flame sword in his hand rushed to the back of the heart and stabbed it. At the same time, the thread that the hidden demon ambushed in the body of the big demon, worm and ghost also burst open. Come on, wrap around Qin Yang directly. If Qin Yang wanted to kill the big monster, insects and ghosts, he would be attacked by 3 parties at the same time. Even if you give up, you may not be able to escape. This is General Jima's real plan. Wisdom Demon General, I will not let you go. The big demon, Chonggue, has figured out everything. This is to create a chance to kill with one blow at the cost of the sacrifice of his mother body. No way, Qin Yang is indeed too difficult to deal with. Jima shook his head. One punch was about to hit Qin Yang. At this time, the wise demon general, the hidden demon general, and Huang Yu are also on guard at the same time, so as not to be replaced by Qin Yang's alternate positions. However, they still underestimated Qin Yang, despite all the secrets. What is even more unknown is that Qin Yang's prejudgment did not rely on the eyes of the sky to catch clues, but the calculations against the sky. It's kind of interesting. Qin Yang laughed, his figure suddenly disappeared, and replaced by the big monster, insect ghost who had been seriously injured by the annihilating big handprint. Wisdom Demon General's eyes widened, and he punched the head of the big demon, insect ghost. Huang Yu didn't have time to stop, and pierced into the body of the big demon worm ghost, with the golden flame sword condensed with extreme flames. The extreme flame instantly burned the internal organs of the big monster, worm ghost, and the big monster worm ghost was dying. As for the hidden demon general, Qin Yang's move messed up his position, and he didn't know where to sew the stitches. Although the three of you are prepared, the big monster is not. Qin Yang laughed. Without turning his head, he swiped his sword and chopped off the head of the big monster, taking the head. No, get experience. The annihilation power in the body soared wildly, and it was only one step away from the four realms. Chapter 824 I Won't Tell You. Qin Yang raised his head suspiciously, looked at the eye of the sky that still existed in the sky, and countless pairs of eyes. Qin Yang frowned. Sure enough, the big monster is still invincible. Qin Yang sighed. If that's the case, why are you still so cowardly? I thought you didn't hold back. Wisdom Demon General, Hidden Demon General, and Huang Yu were taken aback for a moment. Isn't the mother body of the big monster, worm, and ghost already dead? Huang Yu saw a slowly wriggling bug in the corner, and suddenly jumped into a rage. His eyes were bloodshot instantly, and his whole body couldn't stop shaking with anger. Huang Yu flung out her sword, intending to kill the bug. The Wisdom General dodged to block him, and said, "We need him. The plan just now failed. If this avatar dies again, we will lose a lot of help." The Hidden Demon General also said, "That's right, anyway, the value of the big monster, insect ghost, is to provide visual synchronization." Huang Yu didn't say a word, she was too emotional to speak. This is a voice full of complexity, but it came over. It was Qin Yang. If it hadn't become the mother body of the big demon, worm, and ghost, this worm would be an egg, right? Qin Yang said. While talking, he was thinking that the chances of different monsters giving birth to offspring are extremely small. But if there are descendants, then heredity must be based on the strength of the bloodline. Although the thousand-eyed butterfly is a rare monster, its bloodline is definitely not as strong as that of the fire phoenix. Even if the offspring also possess the ability of a thousand-eyed butterfly, at least when they are born, they must be an egg. Yes, phoenix eggs. The Wisdom Demon General and the Hidden Demon General did not understand. Why should they be an asshole? After hearing Qin Yang's words, Huang Yu couldn't control herself any longer, and went directly towards Shima General. The Wisdom Demon General's face darkened, but the Hidden Demon General said, "Let him kill him, or it will be a mess sooner or later. If Qin Yang wants to attack us, he must show up. At worst, he will be wasted here." The Wisdom General retorted, "Impossible. He has the heaven-swallowing gourd and the sky-mending stone. Who can consume more energy than him?" Immediately, Jima clenched his fists tightly, and the golem followed closely behind, blasting out directly. The siege of Qin Yang has no idea yet, and he missed the opportunity because of an omission in the plan. At this time, is it going to cause an internal confrontation? Wisdom Demon will use all his strength, and Huang Yu will also send out the strongest blow. At the critical juncture, Jima moved his mind and directly displayed the cycle of virtual reality. But before that, Qin Yang wasn't just watching dramas. He also broke out with all his strength, and when the Hidden Demon General was on guard, he directly switched positions with the Hidden Demon General. It's just that Qin Yang didn't use the magical power of the demon race to rotate between reality and reality, but the ability of Tianmen's seal, space exchange. Qin Yang swapped the space around the Hidden Demon General with his own space. Achieved the same effect. The Hidden Demon General was stunned at first, but he was relieved when he found that he hadn't been harmed. And this breath was not finished, and he felt the power of the wise Demon General. With Qin Yang's power, the Hidden Demon will have to be vigilant to guard against it, but will the Jima harm himself? Certainly not. Just like that, the Hidden Demon General was still transported under the attacks of the Wisdom Demon General and Huang Yu. The unsuspecting hidden demon general was hit hard in an instant. Puff! Hidden demon general spat out several mouthfuls of blood, and Jima general's fists hit him firmly on the back. Huang Yu's golden flame sword also directly pierced her chest. If it weren't for Huang Yu's timely move, after breaking the defense, the internal organs would not be able to stop the extremely flaming golden flames at all. Just burned a pair. The scene calmed down, a little depressed. It was just a short fight, the mother body of the big demon, worm and ghost was killed, and the hidden demon will be seriously injured. The point is, the ones who caused these injuries were all themselves. Huang Yu turned her head angrily, and looked at Qin Yang. Even though she suppressed this hatred, she still couldn't let Qin Yang be fooled. The wisdom demon general took a deep look at Qin Yang, and once again refreshed his understanding of Qin Yang. Qin Yang's combat power is extremely powerful, and his physique, spiritual strength, supernatural powers, magic weapons, and other abilities are not weaker than those of the ordinary four realms. Even compared to the peak of the four realms, it still has the power to fight. But this is only the time of Qin Yang three realms. However, at this time, the wise demon general felt chills all over his body, because he saw Qin Yang's more terrifying side. It's like discovering a new continent, like discovering a new world. Everything is different, appearing and disappearing from time to time, hazy and indistinct, but it gives people an indescribable and endless shock. After having this feeling, Jima Jiang felt fear in his heart. What kind of evildoer is he facing? What kind of existence is this Qin Yang? Why? Huang Yu asked, you clearly know the hatred between me and the big monster, Chonggue. Why did you see through our plan again? Repeat the old technique. If it is used well, it is also very clever. But Jima will be even more clever, not only repeating the old tricks, but also using the hatred between Huang Yu and the big demon, insect ghost as a cover. In this case, it is still possible to see through. What kind of mind is this? Qin Yang rubbed his temples. In order to transfer the hidden demon to move the space around him, he tried his best to activate the Tianmen seal. There is a little bit of sequelae, the sequelae of spatial confusion, like motion sickness. Qin Yang slowly mobilized his spiritual thoughts, calmed down the uncomfortable feeling of space disorder, and said, it's very simple, there are 3 points to be able to see through your plan. The wisdom demon general and the hidden demon general looked at each other in horror. If it was said that Qin Yang was deceived, they would all believe it and consider themselves unlucky, but Qin Yang really had evidence? Huang Yu also looked at Qin Yang in disbelief. There are 3 reasons for this? Qin Yang stretched out a finger, and said, first, you and the big monster Chonggue have joined forces. Since you can join forces, naturally you won't break up easily. What's more, you haven't found a way to defeat me. Qin Yang smiled lightly, and said, everyone is a god emperor, not a child. What matters is the overall situation. I don't need to say more about that. Stretching out his second finger, Qin Yang said, secondly, it's not the first time I've met the big monster Chonggue. Even if you don't know his abilities very well, at least you will know that killing that bug will also kill you. At most, it is to let the mother body of the big monster and worm ghost completely die. However, the big monster and worm ghost can fuse the second mother body and the third mother body. What about the third one? Jima asked through gritted teeth. Except for Jiang Qiangwei during the 10,000 Realms War, the Wisdom Demon General had never served anyone in the Strategy City. Even if the Empress Qiangu is unparalleled in majesty, it is only because the rules she masters are the rules of the leader. But now, the Wisdom Demon General discovered that Qin Yang was even more terrifying than Jiang Qiangwei. He could figure out these 2 points after thinking about it carefully. But Qin Yang thought of it instantly. Is this the third? Qin Yang laughed, of course, because he had plans against the heavens. Everything within 10 breaths cannot escape his perception. Not only that, he can continue to deduce how they will attack with his own understanding. Under normal circumstances, Qin Yang's own understanding is much higher than the actual combat encountered. Because the battle that Qin Yang deduces with his own understanding does not contain any variables, it is a battle where everything is aimed at the final result. The Wisdom Demon General, the Hidden Demon General, Xuanhuan, and the mother body of the big monster, which only had the body of a bug, were all staring at Qin Yang. Qin Yang said slowly, "I won't tell you." Chapter 825. Are you joking? The Wisdom Demon General, the Hidden Demon General, the Great Demon Chong Gui, and Xuanhuan all ran away suddenly, holding back their chests. Needless to say, the Hidden Demon General spewed out another mouthful of old blood. Under the violent emotional fluctuations, the injury became even more serious. Under Qin Yang's eyes full of murderous intent, he turned to the Hidden Demon General from time to time, which made the Hidden Demon General feel cold in his heart. The Wisdom Demon General hurriedly took out the divine wine offered by Qin Yang on his 10,000-year birthday, and healed the Hidden Demon General. But the Hidden Demon General's injuries were too severe, and he was unprepared for the attacks of the Four Realms. How could this kind of injury heal so quickly? Arriving at the Heaven-mending stone first, the Wisdom Demon General felt even more uncomfortable. Qin Yang's ability seems to be stronger than his wordless book. This wine is not enough to heal the wound. If you let him go first, I won't run away. Really? Qin Yang blinked. Jima will be overjoyed. This is probably the only piece of good news so far. That is, it has been confirmed that Qin Yang really cannot escape from the wall of the world. This wine is not enough to heal wounds. What about the high-end version of the divine wine? Wisdom Demon moved his mind and muttered, "Create something out of nothing, divine wine." Qin Yang's heart skipped a beat, seeing the emptiness in front of Jima Jiang. He immediately laughed. Wisdom Demon General frowned, sensing the divine wine in his heart, although he had a feeling he couldn't summon it for some reason. Is it the wrong name? Wisdom Demon will shout again, "Create something out of nothing, a high-end version of divine wine." Xuanhuan was also looking forward to the side, Qin Yang's divine wine, but the Four Realms that helped him advance. If there is divine wine to help, the protracted war will not be afraid. However, there was still nothing in front of Jima General. Creating something out of nothing, top with divine wine. Creating something out of nothing, supreme divine wine. All kinds of names were called over and over again by Jima, but it never had any effect. Qin Yang finally couldn't hold back anymore. He burst out laughing, leaning on the wall of the world boundary with one hand, and his waist with the other. "Oh, I'm dying of laughter. Are you here to be funny?" Qin Yang shook his head again and again. The Wisdom Demon General blushed, and even the Hidden Demon General felt extremely embarrassed. Xuanhuan was so embarrassed that she was about to die. Is this something a Demon General can do? Qin Yang. General Jima shouted, "How dare you tell the real name of Xinjiao?" Qin Yang rubbed his chin and said, "Didn't I say that?" "Neither is the 10,000 years monkey wine," General Wisdom Demon said. Qin Yang shrugged his shoulders and said, "Of course not, this by Ling Xiang is based on the Wanyan monkey wine." In the middle of speaking, Qin Yang's words stopped abruptly. The wise devil general was overjoyed, and said with a smile, "Create something out of nothing, Bailing Xiang." The Hidden Demon General was also full of anticipation, but after waiting, there was still nothing. Jima's lips trembled in anger, looking at Qin Yang with a teasing look on his face. He wished he could eat his flesh and drink his blood. Qin Yang said seriously, "Did you forget that you showed me the magic weapon book?" "So what?" said the Wisdom Demon General. Qin Yang said, "No, just let me know that you want to use a wordless book to create something out of nothing, but you don't really create something out of nothing. It's just for you to create something out of nothing. First of all, the world must truly exist. You want to create something out of nothing. You can summon something. However, there is a prerequisite. You have to know the name and Qin Yang looked at the wise demon general lightly, and said, "Do you think I only have a jar of larkspur? You can't even imagine the exact amount." Huang Yu's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly said, "He has a pool, a big pool." Jima will be puzzled, "How do you know?" Huang Yu said, "It was he who used divine wine to help me advance to the four realms, and also took away a lot of elixir from Xinyu Lake, and continued brewing in front of my face. Speaking of this, Jima will be even more angry." Sure enough, Qin Yang had played tricks all along. The wisdom demon general looked at Qin Yang coldly, and said, "Qin Yang, you are still too young. I never expected that you would let Huang Yu know about the divine wine by accident, but you helped me take it for myself. Create something out of nothing, Bailing-seeing." Jima will shout again. Wisdom demon general, hidden demon general, and Huang Yu thought at the same time, this time, there will be no more mistakes. However, the result was the same as before. The wisdom demon general was not in a hurry, but looked at Huang Yu and said, "How big is the pool?" Qin Yang burst out laughing, quietly looking at the group of teasers. Huang Yu described it in detail as much as possible, and even shot out a flame in the middle of speaking, outlining it in midair. The wisdom demon general nodded, and once again urged the magic soldier to activate the wordless book. However, the result disappointed them again. But this time, Jima will completely go crazy. "Impossible. You don't have divine wine at all," Jima said firmly. Qin Yang blinked and said, "Shinjiu is different from Shinbing after all, it is liquid after all, and it has no fixed shape." Qin Yang spoke slowly, but everyone could see that Qin Yang was deliberately provoking the wise demon general. Qin Yang said, "If it's a pot or an altar, maybe you can summon it. But a pool, it's better to guess. Guess, is the pool full or not?" Jima will not continue to try, he has made enough jokes. Seeing this, Qin Yang also breathed a sigh of relief. The call of the wordless book should not be so strict. Just need to know roughly. The reason why the wise demon general has not been successfully summoned is because of the effect. The wisdom general had never drunk the real divine wine, and even if Huang Yu knew about the effect, how could he describe it to the wisdom general? Seeing that the wise demon general didn't even want his old face before, he also wanted to summon the holy wine Bailing-seeing. Maybe based on the low-end version of the holy wine provided by Qin Yang, it was really a blind cat who met a dead mouse and guessed it right. If this is the case, Qin Yang will suffer a lot. Fortunately, Qin Yang was so excited that he forcibly held the steering wheel and drove directly into the ditch. Leading in the direction of the specific number, the wise demon will never be able to summon successfully in this life. What's more, with Huang Yu's divine assist, Jima will never return in the deep ditch. I am afraid that Jima will never figure out this problem. After all, he is also the first to summon this kind of non-fixed form, liquid. Qin Yang pointed to the hidden demon general, and said, "Your output is not enough to kill me, and the speed can't keep up. Now that he is seriously injured, are you sure you don't want to let him go first?" The hidden demon general gritted his teeth and insisted, "I can still fight." But the wisdom demon general knew in his heart that Qin Yang's attack strength was no longer what the current hidden demon general could bear. After all, Qin Yang cannot be regarded as the three realms. "Don't hesitate, move these walls away. Otherwise, if I kill him, I will be promoted to the fourth realm," Qin Yang said lightly. The words "four realms" made the hearts of Jima General and Huang Yu extremely heavy. Even Qin Yang in the three realms can't beat him, so how can he deal with the four realms? At this moment, the wise demon general's eyes flashed fiercely, and he said in a low voice, "Hidden demon general, I'm sorry." Hidden demon general's heart shuddered, and his face changed drastically. Chapter 826, You Are the Best. In order to prevent Qin Yang from killing Hidden Demon General and advancing to the fourth realm, Jima General will not hesitate to do it himself. "You really came here to be funny." Qin Yang frowned, stretched out his hand, and picked it lightly. The body of the hidden demon general was teleported directly into the sky. "Kill the hidden demon general," the wisdom demon general said. Huang Yu hesitated for a while, then swung the golden flame sword in her hand. The dazzling golden flames caused the temperature of the space to rise. The hidden demon general is holding the magic weapon horizontally, blocking his chest. Puff. Adding injury to injury, although the hidden demon general blocked the blow, his body was sent flying by the countershock. His whole body was in a mess, half of his hair was burnt, and the hidden demon general in midair hurriedly shouted, "Wisdom demon general, I still have the strength to fight. Qin Yang can't kill me at all." Wisdom demon general's eyes revealed a look of unfeeling, and said, "Even if he can't kill you, we still have to protect you. The big monster, worm, ghost, is enough to distract us." After finishing speaking, he clenched his fist violently, and a star condensed in front of the golem's fist. Qin Yang looked at the star quietly and smiled slightly. "Isn't this the skill given by the Flying Star School, surrounded by nebula?" At that time, Qin Yang performed it himself and taught it to He Caixing and He Xiaoyu. It seems that Jima will still think that he can control everything because of the eyes of the sky. Even when using exercises, they all use this kind of hard to see. Even looking for an opportunity to attack himself. It seems that the stars are going to attack the hidden demon general, and the supernatural powers surrounded by the nebula are also functioning normally. However, the direction of the nebula can be changed. And changing the direction will not reduce the power, but will increase the power. In the mobilization of power, there will be no traces. At this time, Huang Yu also launched a pursuit. No matter what, the hidden demon general must not die in Qin Yang's hands. As for Huang Yu, she wholeheartedly wanted to kill the hidden demon general first. This is another perfect cover. But all of these, in Qin Yang's eyes, are so transparent. Compared to my speed, Huang Yu is not as good as me. Qin Yang shook his head, his figure disappeared, and he directly used the eyes of the sky to teleport behind the hidden demon general. Jima squinted his eyes, and blasted out a star condensed around the nebula. Huang Yu was anxious in her heart, speed was his weakness, so at this time, she also exerted all her strength. The hidden demon general was already full of despair, but at this moment, the pressure on him suddenly eased. In the eyes of the wisdom demon general, the hidden demon general disappeared and was replaced by Huang Yu. Huang Yu was taken aback, and attacked with all her strength, completely ignoring defense. What's more, he didn't expect that Qin Yang would attack himself instead of killing the hidden demon general at such a time. What's more terrible is that Qin Yang suddenly raised his foot and stomped down hard. "I'll help you." Qin Yang laughed. The figure flew up directly. Huang Yu switched from offense to defense, only to find that the star didn't hit her at all, but deftly bypassed her. Huang Yu was extremely grateful for not following in the footsteps of the hidden demon general. In his eyes, Qin Yang flew towards the sky along the wall of the heaven and earth boundary. The wise demon general followed closely behind. Jima soaked his forehead with sweat. What kind of speed is this? Even faster than his own attack? In the previous battles, the reaction speed may be used to neutralize the reference, but now, the comparison is the real speed. With a sound of phoenix cry, the fire phoenix turned into a miniature body, and within a radius of 100 feet, a sea of flames rose from below. "Qin Yang, don't run away, you can't run away. Even if you go to heaven and earth, you can't escape the imprisonment. Since you have such a powerful ability, can't you see that this world has been completely imprisoned by the wall of heaven and earth?" The wise demon general shouted, "Since the battle, the space has not yet been penetrated. Why are you suddenly stupid? You can't escape." Of course Qin Yang knew that he couldn't escape, and he scanned the wall of the world boundary as soon as it fell down. Originally, when Qin Yang first came to the little demon realm, he just felt that the walls of the heaven and earth realm were miraculous. I didn't pay much attention afterwards. But this time, Qin Yang really looked at the walls of the heaven and earth boundary, and found that these walls were different from what he had seen before. The runes on it are mysterious and unpredictable, and the formation is perfectly embedded in it. The level of complexity even surpassed the large formation of Skynet that Qin Yang had seen in the Sky Academy before. How complicated is the Skynet formation? Just its foundation alone, there are 9,999 seats. However, the foundation of the Skynet Great Formation is only the Earth-level formation, but the formation runes on the wall of the heaven and earth boundary are all super-god-level formations. Wrong. Not just super-gods. Because Qin Yang couldn't copy it. As far as the demons in the small demon world are concerned, they are not good at alchemy or weapon refining, and they can tell the whole leopard at a glance. In the entire demon clan, they can't reach the level of the Sky Academy for alchemy and tool refining. Therefore, this wall of heaven and earth is not a wall of the devil world. Qin Yang was also sure that there was no such wall in the firmament world. If there is, why is Beiyuan afraid of 100,000 mountain monsters? Family? If there is, why does the demon realm need to use the 12 slaughter god formation to suppress it? So here comes the question, where does the boundary wall of heaven and earth come from? It is conceivable that this is definitely no less powerful world than the firmament world and the demon world, and even far surpasses the firmament world and the demon world. Above the God Emperor 5 realms is the true God realm, but this is just a legend. Except for the dragon god who fought against Kuanping before, there is no evidence. Moreover, there are rumors that Kuanping is only a half-step true god. The belly of the half-step true god is the submarine prison, and these 3 worlds are only one of them. Now, after Qin Yang saw the boundary wall between heaven and earth, he confirmed that there is a sky beyond the sky. It's just that Qin Yang couldn't figure it out, since the firmament world is the center of all worlds, how could there be a world more developed than the firmament world? Thinking of the information I saw on the Divine Soldier Manual, the word star field came to mind again. These are unsolved mysteries, and Qin Yang knows that he is still unable to solve these mysteries. It's not that Qin Yang doesn't want to kill the hidden demon general, but what can he do after he kills him? Then kill Xuanhuan and Wisdom Demon General? And then? How to leave? Although there are only 4 walls, as the wise demon general said, the entire world has been suppressed. In the previous battles, no matter how powerful the attack was, the space where this side was suppressed was as stable as ever. Qin Yang had a feeling in his heart that even if he had been promoted to the 4 realms, in the cage suppressed by the walls of the world, his strength was not enough to break through the walls of the world. While flying upwards, Qin Yang suddenly stopped. He felt a barrier, just like the feeling of the wall of the world. Although invisible and intangible, it has come to an end. Qin Yang was thinking in his mind how to make Zhima move away from the wall of the world. Now, Zhima will be on guard against him, and the wordless book of the magic weapon is carefully hidden. Qin Yang didn't dare to take risks. Even if he could kill the wise demon general, the wise demon general would definitely destroy the wordless book before he died. I said, you can't escape. Zhima will shout, surrounded by nebula. Qin Yang lowered his head, looked at the wise demon general quietly, and said slowly, I'm just playing with you. If I really want to kill you, it's as easy as flipping the palm of my hand. After finishing speaking, Qin Yang added, after all, you are the best among all the devil generals. You are the most incompetent among all the demon generals. Qin Yang gave his own evaluation. The wise demon was chasing him in midair, his head was spinning with anger. Controlling the nebula from afar, the star shot directly towards Qin Yang. The fist that seizes the sky. Qin Yang stretched out his hand, as if he had grasped the entire space with one palm. A sharp grip. All the power in the space was captured by this punch. The stars controlled by the wise demon also suddenly doubled in size. Even if Qin Yang were promoted to the 4th realm, this grasp would be enough to snatch away all the power of this star. With a punch, the wise demon general was surrounded by nebulae and was instantly shattered. Did you really create these techniques? Qin Yang looked at General Zhima with disdain and said, there are no wordless books on magic weapons, but you are so confused. Don't you know your own fighting ability? If you fight against me, all the demon generals will be killed by me, just you? Qin Yang stimulated General Zhima, hoping that General Zhima could come up with some backup plans. It's best to be someone who can break down the wall between heaven and earth. The wise demon general's eyes darkened. Once upon a time, he was the leader of the demon generals. But now, Qin Yang is the most despised. You can only use your words. You should know that death is your destiny sooner or later. Zhima Jiang took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. With the brute force of the four realms, Qin Yang was forced to death in the upper corner. Qin Yang used his magical powers to counterattack, and he was not weak at all when faced with a head-on challenge. Huang Yu had already flown halfway, and the sky was filled with flames. But Huang Yu had an ominous premonition in his heart. Under his extreme flames, the cage formed by the walls between heaven and earth was not damaged at all. Even if Qin Yang is killed, how can he escape? As a result, Huang Yu gradually slowed down. Once Qin Yang died, wouldn't he be the only one left? But Huang Yu was hesitant. If Qin Yang killed the wisdom demon general, wouldn't he also die? Even if he fights alone, he may not be Qin Yang's opponent. Wouldn't it be even harder for the wise demon general to hold on? What should I do? After Huang Yu calmed down, he found that he was in a dilemma. After thinking carefully, I discovered another terrifying fact. The wall between heaven and earth was connected to heaven and earth. Qin Yang flew to the top, and Qin Yang could teleport. The great demon insect ghost's magical eye of the sky can see the entire suppressed space. Qin Yang's eye of the sky also has the same function. In other words, Qin Yang can teleport directly to the bottom. There are only the big demon insect ghosts who have lost their fighting power and the hidden demon general who is seriously injured and dying. As long as Qin Yang kills these two people, Qin Yang will definitely be promoted to the fourth realm. The previous thoughts about who would win between the wise demon general and Qin Yang were all based on the fact that Qin Yang was still in the third realm. I hope Qin Yang just wants to lure the wise demon general over, and then kill the wise demon general alone. Huang Yu could only pray like this. Above, Qin Yang and the wise demon generals were fighting fiercely. Before long, Qin Yang had the upper hand. Various magical abilities, magical powers, and martial arts are used in turn, leaving the wise demons overwhelmed. Qin Yang observed the wise demon general while fighting. This wise demon will only be angry from the beginning to the end, and will not panic when it is forced into a desperate situation. This is not to say that the wise devil is not afraid of death, but that the wise devil must still have a trump card. Everything that can be summoned in the divine weapon spectrum has been summoned, and the 8 demon generals have been created. What other trump cards does he have? Qin Yang couldn't understand. The wordless book of divine weapons means that whatever is summoned is a foreign object. Qin Yang even felt that even if the intelligent demon general summoned a powerful magic weapon, before he was familiar with how to use it, Qin Yang would copy the magic weapon's ability before him and use it with his magical power. In this way, even though the wordless book is on the body of the wise demon general, once it is used, it will definitely be beneficial to Qin Yang. The wise demon general already knew Qin Yang's abilities, so naturally he would not be so foolish as to summon a powerful magic weapon again. But why is he still so calm? As if killing himself is a fact. Destroy the flames. Qin Yang pinched his fingers in front of his mouth, took a deep breath, and then blew out. The power of annihilation burning all over the sky was directly suppressed overwhelmingly. Even in midair, the stars summoned by the nebula, surrounded by the wise demon, were directly burned into nothingness. The flame of annihilation makes the wise demon dare not confront it head-on. This is not a black flame. It is a change in the form of the power of annihilation. It not only has the characteristics of the power of annihilation, but is more like a flame and can burn and spread. Jima sank his figure downwards, and a strong sense of crisis suddenly arose in his heart. The annihilation ray. Qin Yang was about to finish blowing in one breath, and he pinched the finger again. The overwhelming fire of annihilation shrank instantly and turned into a thin line. The attack strength of this thin line far exceeds the annihilation line, summoned by the rhythm of annihilation. The annihilation ray swept across, and Qin Yang used calculations that defied the sky to deduce the future. A cold light flashed in Qin Yang's calm eyes. Xin Yan said, "It seems that I don't want to give you any color. Look, you really don't know how close death is to you." The wise demon general dodged again and again, only to find that Qin Yang's attack was very vicious. No matter which direction he dodges, the annihilation ray will always be one step ahead of him. When he wanted to enter the cycle of reality, and turn reality into reality, it was already too late. The annihilation ray directly passed by his shoulder, and a gap opened in the golem. It was this gap that made Jima's heart skip a beat. The golem is just a form of power, and even if it is broken, it can be summoned again. It's just that the damage will weaken the strength and even backfire on itself. The gap that appeared on the golem was cut open by the annihilation ray. Even his demon statue couldn't resist Qin Yang's attack. But then, the severe pain made him tremble. The wise demon's pupils trembled violently. Qin Yang's attack not only cut open his demon statue, but also chopped off his arms to the shoulder level. Even if you are a demon fighting general, if you turn on the blood-blocking mode of demon fighting in all directions and have your arm cut off, your combat power will be greatly reduced. Qin Yang said quietly, unless he is a martial demon general, after all, his three-headed and six-armed demon statue has many hands. But, what about you? GMO will feel awe in his heart. What he is extremely unwilling to admit must be admitted at this moment. I actually, really can't beat Qin Yang. I can't beat the three-leveled Songqiong human race. The wise demon general has always wanted to break this idea, but now that Qin Yang can cut off his own arm, he can naturally cut off his head. In other words, if he hadn't escaped in time just now, he would have died. The virtual and real rotation can be used without falsehood, but at most it is self-protective. Falling into a protracted war is most beneficial to Qin Yang, who possesses the sky-swallowing gourd and the sky-mending stone. The wisdom demon will know the power of the sky-swallowing gourd and the sky-mending stone, especially when the two are combined. However, Qin Yang is far more than just that. Unless he kills with one blow, he can't kill Qin Yang at all, the wise demon general thought in his heart. It's basically impossible to kill with one hit. The wise demon general shook his head and escaped into the cycle of reality, unable to escape. At this time, his mind was very messy. After his confidence was greatly frustrated, his mood could no longer calm down. Qin Yang looked at General Jima quietly and gave him some buffer time. After all, this wall between heaven and earth is really difficult to build. In Qin Yang's opinion, this wall between heaven and earth is on the same level as the sky spirit treasure. It is a divine object that transcends the seventh level and is at the level of the God Emperor. The title is wisdom, but I don't see any wisdom in you. Qin Yang continued to stimulate the wise demon general, saying, Jiang Chengwei is the military advisor of the Sky Alliance. Compared with him, you are really far behind. The wise demon general's thoughts also fluctuated with Qin Yang's words, but at this time, he was no longer angry and put aside all emotions. He only thought about how to kill Qin Yang. When he heard Jiang Chengwei's name, Jima sighed inwardly. There are many strong people in the sky world. Apart from the Eternal Empress and the 8 gods of war in the sky, only 2 people are famous. One is Jiang Chengwei, who has never lost a battle against anyone. No matter how impossible the situation was, he could at least maintain a tie. Order 1 and it will be Xuanhuan. How great would it be if he could have Xuanhuan's power and take Qin Yang away with just one move? His thoughts were going too far, and the wise demon would quickly continue to think of practical methods. In the 4 realms, it was impossible to kill him with one strike, and whether he could even beat Qin Yang was a matter of debate. Even in the 5th realm, it may not be possible to directly kill Qin Yang. But the peak existence among the 5 realms might be able to do it. The wise demon general looked at Qin Yang standing with his hands behind his back, standing in the air like an expert, looking down at him. The wisdom demon general suddenly lost his temper and said, "Yutsangqiong people all like this gesture. What? Do you think you have a chance to win? Do you think you have control of everything?" Qin Yang nodded and cooperated, "Yes. But what can you do to me?" The wise demon general suddenly choked. Isn't this because he is causing trouble for himself? Qin Yang was a little impatient. This guy relied on the magical power of virtual and real rotation, which was 2 ink. Qin Yang said, "You don't think that you can always be invincible by rotating the virtual and real magical powers, right? Are you sure you know all about this magical power?" GMO raised his eyebrows and looked at Qin Yang doubtfully. In his sight, Qin Yang's figure gradually faded. The virtual and the real rotate, turning the virtual into the real. In fact, it is just escaping into a false space. It is equivalent to the world where the realm of the God Emperor has transformed, or it can be said to be a pseudo-secret realm. Qin Yang said slowly, "This false space is temporary, but the structure of this false space is the same as the main space. Those who want to enter the false space, that is, those who run the virtual and real rotation, must have the power to break through the 2 worlds. Under normal circumstances, this is possible." "What do you want to say?" The wise demon general was a little confused. "Is it possible that you can break 2 worlds with one punch? This is not a simple superposition. Breaking these 3 worlds, the strongest attack from the 4 realms can do it. But to break the 2 levels, not even the 5th realm God Emperor can do it. What's more, this false space where reality and reality escape is a space that is suppressed by the walls of heaven and earth." Qin Yang shrugged and said, "Don't you feel something is wrong?" General GMO looked at Qin Yang carefully and found nothing wrong. It was just that his figure became lighter, that's all. Qin Yang had no choice but to speak more straightforwardly and said, "I am also running the virtual and real rotation now, and I am also in the false space. If you still can't react, let's put it this way, I can continue to attack you now." The wise demon took a few steps back suddenly and said, "Impossible." Qin Yang sighed and said, "Nothing is impossible. After all, this is just the magical power of virtual and real rotation, not the power of virtual and real rules. Nothing will disappear out of thin air. Turning emptiness into reality will only become nothingness in the main world. This should be understood when you have reached the level of proficiency. You have obviously reached this level of proficiency. But why don't you understand?" Qin Yang made no secret of his contempt. The wise demon general was shocked. How could Qin Yang know how far he had cultivated his magical powers? At this time, he looked at Qin Yang, just like a mortal looking up to the gods. Everything that is incomprehensible, even if the veil of mystery is lifted, it is enough to refresh one's entire understanding. It has to be said that General Zhima knows Qin Yang best among all the people in the world. Qin Yang really took great pains to force the wise demon general to use his backup tactics. "Killing you, I don't even have any sense of accomplishment." Qin Yang sighed again and said, "Why don't you tell me how you became a demon general? Just rely on this wordless book?" The wise demon gritted his teeth. What else? He was originally an ordinary demon who was blessed with an incredible chance and possessed the wordless book of divine weapons. From then on, all magic weapons and all resources can be inexhaustible and used as long as one has a thought. Yes, he has ordinary qualifications after all. No matter how many magic weapons and unlimited resources he has, he can still not compare with those geniuses. The Qin Yang in front of him was a monster among the geniuses. In order to gain a greater status and higher majesty for himself, the wise demon general set his sights on the position of demon general. However, how can it be so easy to become a demon general? Where can we get it done with just the resources? Even if you have a magic weapon, you must have the strength to fully unleash its power. He can't, but someone can. He is not a genius, but he can use the genius. So the wise demon general made friends and gave him magic weapons. His friend is powerful in all directions with the power of a magical weapon, and he has unlimited resources for his training. The wise demon general uses this as a springboard. 1, 2, 4, 7. The 7 great weapons created the 7 great demon generals. And with the help of these 7 demon generals, the wise demon general finally ascended to the position of demon general. However, because he did not have enough fighting power, he could only make suggestions from behind. Therefore, the one-word title that all demon generals have, and he was given the title, Wisdom. All of this comes from the wordless book of divine weapons. But now, the wise demon will be disheartened. He met Qin Yang, who also had a heaven-defying opportunity, but Qin Yang turned out to be the kind of monster-like genius that the wise demon general most wanted to be. It seemed that his body had been completely beaten from beginning to end, but the murderous intention in his heart was even stronger. Just like before, those who don't want to be friends, no matter how talented they are, can only die. The wise demon general looked at Qin Yang, and suddenly discovered that Qin Yang was always looking at the surrounding walls of the world, intentionally or unintentionally. Suddenly an idea flashed in my mind, and all kinds of clues came together. The wise demon general did not dare to summon the magic weapon for fear of becoming Qin Yang's help. And in fact, this is also true. However, the wise demon general discovered a problem. Since Qin Yang has the ability to simulate these forces, why not simulate the walls of the world? Even if you use the world wall to compress the space, you can still crush them to death. I know. The level of the wall between heaven and earth must be too high, and Qin Yang can't do anything about it. The wise demon general had a new idea. He looked at Qin Yang and said, "You obviously have a way to attack me or even kill me, but you haven't attacked me for a long time. I know that you are just like a cat playing with a mouse. You want to play tricks on me. You want to make the once all-powerful demon general completely collapse. In this way, you can get huge pleasure, right?" Qin Yang's head is full of black lines. Is he so perverted? Qin Yang hates trouble. As long as he must kill someone, he will kill him cleanly and directly. If it weren't for various reasons, how could Qin Yang be so procrastinating? Previously, this wise demon would regard him as a person who likes to pretend to be bad. Qin Yang asked himself, he has always been very low-key. Now, I have labeled myself as a pervert again. However, in order to stimulate the smart demon general and squeeze out the potential of this smart demon general, Qin Yang could only bite the bullet and nodded, yes. That's true, but, what can you do to me? Zhima Jiang gasped for air. His spirit was on the verge of collapse. He forced himself to calm down and said, I have the ability to kill you. Oh? Then why haven't you used it? Qin Yang asked. As soon as he finished asking, Qin Yang wanted to slap himself in the mouth. How could he say that and just let him use it? The wise demon general gritted his teeth and said, It's just that this ability is very slow to use, and is not suitable for such a battle. Don't you think you are invincible? Why don't you let me attack you once, and see if I can kill you instantly? He said the word instant kill heavily, just to stimulate Qin Yang and make Qin Yang his living target. Okay, use it quickly. Qin Yang promised, I will stand here, motionless, really, motionless. The promise was so straightforward that Jima looked stunned. Could this kid have any other plans? However, this is already the only option he has left. If it doesn't succeed this time, we can only resort to the last resort. But he didn't want to use that method. Suppressing the messy thoughts in his heart, Jima Jiang said, I need a certain distance. Although Qin Yang was curious, he controlled himself not to ask too many questions, so as not to create any complications, and said, okay, you can do whatever you want, I'll be here waiting for your attack. Qin Yang's idea is very simple. After such a long battle, the wise demon general should have a clear idea. If you want to kill yourself instantly with one move, even the God Emperor of the Fifth Realm may not be able to do it. Since instant kill is emphasized, the attack power must be at least a strike at the peak of the five realms. If this is the case, maybe it can really smash the wall between heaven and earth. Qin Yang was even more certain that General Jima was just an ordinary demon with only one wordless book on divine weapons. He must be summoning a powerful magic weapon. In addition to the divine weapon manual, he should have other things. Qin Yang thought secretly. The wise demon general had already dodged and flew back. Thousand-eyed butterfly's eyes in the sky, which shared vision, saw the half of Xuanyu who was still in this suppressive space, and was in a dilemma. Xuanyu was also looking at Qin Yang through shared vision, and his spiritual thoughts were also focused on the sky. As soon as there is movement, the corresponding reaction will be made immediately. But the wise demon general suddenly flew back, leaving Xuanyu a little stunned. Qin Yang really wants to be your target? Do you really have a way to kill Qin Yang instantly? Xuanyu said in disbelief. He had the same idea as Qin Yang. He had this ability for a long time, why didn't he use it earlier? Of course, the wise demon general knew what it meant when Xuanyu stopped in midair. He snorted coldly and said via voice, this move is too troublesome to perform. I need your help. Xuanyu's heart sank, this must be nothing good. But he couldn't refuse at the moment, so he said, yes, if I can help. The wise demon general understood the meaning of Xuanyu's words and directly blocked his escape route, saying, don't worry, you will definitely be able to help, I just need to borrow your power. Xuanyu became even more curious, what was the trump card of this wise demon general? I saw the wise demon general murmuring words. Until now, he was still guarding against Qin Yang's ability to steal his wordless book of divine weapons. The wise demon general whispered, create something out of nothing, the meteor cannon. Yes, this is exactly the vaguely recorded divine weapon in the divine weapon genealogy. Directly looking at the intermittent words big killer weapon, it consumes a lot of money, it ranks lower, you can be sure that the power of this magic weapon exceeds this ranking. Consumption is not a problem at all for the intelligent demon general. Therefore, how can the wise demon general let go of this divine weapon? After constant attempts, the intelligent demon general summoned other information, and finally found out about this magical weapon, called the meteor gun. What is consumed is a huge amount of special items, spiritual crystals. Spirit crystal stone has the same meaning as spirit stone, except that spirit crystal stone is more advanced than spirit stone and its energy is purer. Like this divine weapon, this spiritual crystal also seems to be something not of this world. At least there is absolutely no such thing in the demon world and the sky continent. Even the intelligent demon general cannot extract and use the energy in it. In other words, this spiritual crystal is like a golden mountain, but the intelligent demon general does not have the hoe to dig the mountain at all. The wise demon general has been able to summon this meteor cannon for a long time, but when he releases the attack, it consumes not only the spiritual crystals, but also the divine thoughts. Just to activate it will consume most of his spiritual thoughts in the four realms. But the power is naturally worthy of the consumption. Jima will have a backup plan for himself. Even if he blindly places all his hopes on this meteor cannon, he cannot blindly believe that Qin Yang will really become a motionless target. If Qin Yang fails to be killed, then the only option is to use the last resort. And in that case, activating the wordless book would still consume a greater amount of spiritual energy. The meteor cannon was summoned directly. It looked like an ancient artillery, but it was only similar in appearance. There was an extremely mysterious feeling everywhere, and after Qin Yang saw this feeling, he called it a sense of technology. That's right, it's a sense of technology. When Qin Yang heard the name meteor cannon, he felt strange. When he saw the meteorite cannon, which was as big as a house, his expression instantly became complicated. The only difference is that the intricate runes and formations on this meteor cannon are the same as those on the walls of the heaven and earth realm. There is still a difference. The difference is, this meteor cannon is just a magic weapon, and it should not be the highest level among the meteor cannons. In other words, Qin Yang can copy. Dark golden lines flowed in Qin Yang's eyes, and the system's voice came from his ears. Ding! Emperor-level meteor cannon, copied successfully. Qin Yang's mind instantly filled with some huge information. The self-image appeared automatically, and the shadow of the meteor cannon lit up in the palm of the hand. This means that Qin Yang can use magical powers to shoot out the meteor cannon. Of course, what comes out is not only the appearance of the meteor cannon, but also its powerful attack capabilities. Emperor level, it's God Emperor level. Qin Yang frowned. The ultimate version of the Invincible Copy System, you can copy at a glance. But what can be copied is not limited to what you see. Even if a spiritual material or elixir is seen by Qin Yang, even the formula and use can be copied directly. Qin Yang copied the Imperial Meteor Cannon and also copied the refining method of the Emperor Meteor Cannon. Besides, some special messages. Not to mention the method of use and the degree of power. The reason why it is said to be a special message is of course, a level above the Emperor level. The power of the Emperor-level meteor cannon is comparable to that of the God Emperor's peak strike in the fifth realm. And above this, there is actually a spiritual-level meteor cannon. Although it cannot be copied and only the name is known, it is enough for Qin Yang. The Sky Island base is the spiritual treasure of the sky. And when a lot of information is put together, this spirit level is the Lingbao level. And this spirit level can be refined. From this meteor cannon, Qin Yang saw a mysterious and developed world. I felt like a savage living in a ravine, seeing a civilized big city. This feeling is exciting, yearning, and longing for. So, what kind of world will it be? A strike at the peak of the fifth realm. Qin Yang finally laughed happily from the bottom of his heart. I don't believe that the wall between heaven and earth cannot be broken down. As for the use and consumption of the meteor cannon, Qin Yang also knew that it required a special item, the spiritual crystal. But after copying it and evolving it into a magical power, there is no need for this kind of spiritual crystal. It just needs to consume Qin Yang's divine power, divine thoughts, and other powers. But for Qin Yang, there is no need to consider this at all. With the sky-swallowing gourd and the sky-mending stone, the power of using the sky-swallowing gourd to transform the sky-mending stone is endless. However, when Qin Yang came up with this idea, he simulated it using the heaven-defying calculation. However, he discovered that the sky-mending stone was not infinite after all. The consumption of this meteor cannon is so great that it even gives the sky-mending stone a cooling time. In other words, if you want to take a shot, you will basically exhaust the power of the sky-mending stone. This will make the sky-mending stone completely ineffective before it can be restored. And the response time takes a whole day. Qin Yang was not only not worried, but also overjoyed. On the one hand, this shows that the power of the meteor cannon is too strong. Secondly, this means that Qin Yang has entered a higher level world. In other words, we have touched the steps leading to a higher world. The sky-mending stone is the secret key to the divine world. Although it is special and powerful, it is still a super god-level magic weapon. Turning its infinite power into limited, this process of use is beyond the level of a god emperor or a super god-level magic weapon. So long? Qin Yang frowned and came to his senses, only to find that the Jima general and Huang Yu below were not ready yet. The wise demon will continue to use the divine weapon wordless book to summon spiritual crystals to replenish energy for the meteor cannon, but so far, it has not been fully recharged. The formation in the meteor cannon has reached the limit of the super god level. But in terms of its level, it is comparable to the death world formation, the reincarnation formation, the heaven-stealing fate-transferring formation, etc. On the contrary, it would not be so troublesome for Qin Yang to use his magical meteor cannon. It also takes time to accumulate energy, but it definitely doesn't take that long. Moreover, Qin Yang can also control time and control the power according to the length of time for charging, that is, how much energy is replenished. Just a meteor cannon directly caused Qin Yang to break the shackles of the realm and possess the most powerful attack. However, aiming is a problem. Even against the odds, it is impossible to hit 100 hits unless it is a fixed target. However, with the space above and below being suppressed by the walls of heaven and earth in all directions, no one can escape. You inject your spiritual thoughts into it and control it to fire. The wise demon general spoke while replenishing the spiritual crystals. Fire? Huang Yu became confused. What does this mean? Didn't you say that you only use spiritual thoughts? Why do you still need to use your own flames? The wise demon general didn't know how to explain it, so he could only say, you can think of it as, urging it to attack. After saying this, Huang Yu suddenly understood. What are they doing? Qin Yang frowned and turned his eyes to the sky. Huang Yu seemed to be injecting spiritual thoughts into the meteor cannon. Qin Yang thought for a while. Based on his understanding of the meteor cannon, if he did this, could it be? Qin Yang was speechless. Was this actually a manual firing? When the meteor cannon was copied, there was also an independent small formation that was copied by Qin Yang. That is to control the magic circle. It can be understood as ignition switch. This control array is closely connected to the meteor cannon's array. The reason why it is independent is that this array can be placed elsewhere, instead of having to stand in front of the meteor cannon and fire. If we don't use this control circle and fire forcefully. Tisk, tisk. Qin Yang clucked his tongue repeatedly. He wanted to deliver the strongest blow, but he was afraid that even the divine will of the divine emperor of the four realms would be too much, right? Looking at Huang Yu, Qin Yang shook his head. He was being used as a gun and still didn't know. Seeing that they were about to complete preparations, Qin Yang also waved his hand, and an identical meteor cannon appeared in front of him. Because it is an evolved magical martial skill, it looks a bit illusory. The sky-swallowing gourd was activated with all its strength, the sky-mending stone also emitted the divine light of Yi, and the meteor cannon was charged up extremely quickly. The wise demon general had been paying attention to Qin Yang. When he saw Qin Yang summoning an identical meteor cannon with a wave of his hand, his pupils shrank sharply. No. How is it possible? Is such a powerful divine weapon only at the super god level? General Jima always thought that this meteor cannon should be on the same level as the wall of the world of heaven and earth, at least at the level of a spiritual treasure. After all, no matter how incomprehensible it is, or how powerful it is, this meteor cannon is too similar to the wall of heaven and earth. It's just that Jima will not know that this meteor cannon is just an emperor-level meteor cannon, which just makes Qin Yang cheaper. Seeing that Qin Yang seemed to be fighting against him, the wise demon general sneered. He had been worried that Qin Yang would break his promise and teleport away when he attacked. At this time, Jima would be completely relieved. I'm not afraid that you will summon the meteor cannon, but I'm afraid that you won't use it. He summoned so many spiritual crystals to fill up the meteor cannon with energy. If Qin Yang used it, he would probably be drained of his power. What's more, it requires a huge amount of spiritual energy to activate it. Seeing that Qin Yang had charged the meteor cannon, GMO raised the corners of his mouth slightly and couldn't help but smile. This is just the beginning. Even if Qin Yang finds that it takes too much divine power, it's too late to give up. Moreover, what would happen if there were the sky-swallowing gourd and the sky-mending stone? After such a short period of charging and recovery, how powerful can the meteor cannon be? How does it compare with this one of mine? The wise demon general smiled, and Huang Yu also felt relieved. It's just that he secretly kept a secret in mind. Once the meteor cannon is fired, he will snatch it away immediately. Use this to threaten the wise demon general and let him go. It's really the best of both worlds. Perfectly solved my concerns. Qin Yang. Are you ready to die? General Jima saw Huang Yu finishing his preparations and shouted directly with his spiritual thoughts. Qin Yang also smiled softly and said, "You're ready, come on." With such power, if it is one shot, it may only be possible to break the wall of the world, but if two shots collide, then the possibility will be greatly increased. The space suppressed by the wall between heaven and earth, at the bottom. The big demon bug ghost is just a bug at this time, still playing its strongest supporting role, huddled in the corner. General Hidden Demon's injuries have been slightly stabilized, but his combat effectiveness is still worrying. The two are hiding in opposite corners, fearing each other, and are on guard against each other, with no communication at all. Just keep looking at the top of your head. This moment has finally come, and the outcome of this final move will also be related to their respective fates. It's easy to say that the big demon insect ghost is there. As long as this insect is here, Thousand-Eyed Butterfly still has its abilities. It just needs to sacrifice some clones and merge back into the mother body. But for the hidden demon general, this determines life or death. The voice of the wise demon general came from afar, Qin Yang. At this last moment, the moment before your death, I have to tell you something. Qin Yang was stunned and asked curiously, "What's going on? Are there still demon generals in your little demon world? Are there still living ancestors above you, demon ancestors?" The wise demon laughed heartily. This time, he was finally no longer angry. Because he knew that Qin Yang was certain to die. The wise demon general said, "What I want to tell you is that launching this meteor cannon requires a lot of spiritual thoughts. Are you ready?" Huang Yu's heart sank. As expected, this was not a good job. The wise demon general continued, "For the fourth realm, it can be tolerated, but for you in the third realm, is your spiritual thought enough?" "It should be enough," Qin Yang said. Qin Yang's spiritual thoughts are twice as strong as those of ordinary god emperors. In addition, Qin Yang's foundation is already high, so he is not any weaker than the fourth realm of god emperors. What's more, who said Qin Yang was going to use his spiritual thoughts to activate violently? The wise demon general said again, "If the power disappears, you can use the sky-building stone to make up for it. The body's weakness will also be re-energized. But you should know that the fatigue is not non-existent." Qin Yang picked his ears, but still didn't understand what General Jima wanted to say, so he asked, "If you have anything to say, just say it." The wise demon general said, "If you activate the meteor cannon, your spiritual thoughts in the three realms will be directly drained." I'm afraid you won't even be able to have the idea of activating the sky mending stone to restore it, right? Oh, this is what you want to say. I thought there was something new. Qin Yang was speechless. Zimojiang was very high-spirited and elated at this moment, but Huang Yu, beside him, was no longer calm. Huang Yu said in a deep voice, "You didn't tell me that it would take so much spiritual energy." The wise demon general replied, "You have seen the number of those spiritual crystals I summoned before. These have consumed very little of my spiritual energy. Even if you don't activate it, I can't activate it. Do you want to give it to Qin Yang's preparation time?" Huang Yu inquired about the wisdom demon general, and indeed, the wisdom demon general was a little weak at this time. The arrow is on the string and must be fired now. Just when Zimojiang wanted to farewell to Qin Yang again, but in fact it was just to vent the bad anger in his heart and regain the previous situation, Qin Yang spoke. "You used the divine weapon Wordless Book to summon the meteor cannon, then why didn't you summon an ignition switch?" Qin Yang said suddenly. Zimojiang was stunned, and so was Huang Yu. The first reaction of the two people was that Qin Yang was talking nonsense. But then, it felt like what Qin Yang said was right. After all, the meteor cannon is unique from its name to its appearance and capabilities. Moreover, the wise demon general said the same two strange words before: fire. In the sight of the two people, Qin Yang waved his hand gently, using his finger as a pen and his divine power as ink. He carved in the air and formed a formation in the void. Obscure lines outline mysterious traces and are printed on the meteor cannon. The lines on the formation converge into a point in the center. As long as this point is broken up, the power contained in this small point will be transmitted to all directions along the formation lines. It connects the entire formation on the meteor cannon and completes the firing. Yes, it's that simple. If you use your spiritual thoughts to forcefully fire the cannon, you first need to inject your spiritual thoughts into the meteor cannon crazily. Not to mention the lost spiritual power, these spiritual powers must accurately find every connection point. However, although this formation is a super god level formation, it is indeed a super god level that has reached its limit. Injecting it like this is equivalent to using spiritual thoughts to directly depict a super god level extreme formation. Even Qin Yang's formation skills can't do this. Qin Yang had to draw the line stroke by stroke. This does not include the loss of spiritual thoughts. Even if you become proficient in firing frequently, you can reduce the loss, but it is not easy to find all the formation connection points in an instant. How about not consuming too much? How about you give it a try? Huang Yu looked at the wise demon general. The wise demon general suddenly thought of the embarrassing situation in which he summoned the divine wine before, and his old face turned red. He even secretly planned in his heart that after dealing with Qin Yang, he must eliminate the big demon Chong Gue and Huang Yu, so that his embarrassment would not be spread. The forced fire really made Huang Yu feel unsure. At this time, he persuaded again, "I have never seen you use this meteor cannon. If my spiritual power is also overdrawn, what if Qin Yang is not killed?" Speaking of this, Huang Yu lowered his voice and said, "The great demon insect ghost is already dead, and the hidden demon general is half dead. Do you want to face Qin Yang alone?" This reason does not hold true here. Because the wise demon general still has a trump card in his hand, but he just doesn't want to use it. Once he uses it, it may not be a good thing even for himself. However, seeing how easily Qin Yang could activate the meteor cannon, the wise demon general decided to give it a try. This is definitely not his last shot. There will be many guns in the future, and this ignition switch is essential. Create something out of nothing, the ignition switch, the wise demon general whispered. And he stretched out his hand, ready to catch the object coming out of thin air. Time seemed to freeze suddenly, and each breath seemed as long as an hour. Finally, the hand was empty, making Jima's eyes turn red. You're still playing tricks on me even to the point of death? It seems like you really don't know that your death is imminent. The wise demon general yelled angrily. Huang Yu sighed in disappointment. Ha ha ha. Qin Yang laughed and leaned back and forth, reaching out to slap the meteor cannon. Qin Yang's face was full of smiles, and his eyes saw the almost crazy expression of the wise demon general. Qin Yang said, when you summoned the meteor cannon, was it just the meteor cannon? Jima's eyes lit up and he suppressed his breath for the time being. If he wanted to use the wordless book of divine weapons to summon him, he had to keep his inner peace and focus. Created out of nothing, Imperial Meteor Cannon Ignition Switch. The wise demon general also extended his hand. This time, he imagined the function of the ignition switch in his mind. As for the appearance, Qin Yang had just waved his hand to form a formation, and he could already see the formation clearly. It's enough to see the formation clearly. As for what material the formation is made of, it doesn't matter. Huang Yu looked expectantly at the outstretched hand of General Jima, but this time, he was disappointed again. Puff. The wise demon will raise his head and spit out a mouthful of old blood, his face as golden as paper. This is even more uncomfortable than being hit directly by Qin Yang's 10 heaven-seizing punches. Qi and blood were surging, and the flow was not smooth. The wise demon general was so angry that he was seriously injured. Huang Yu's eyes were filled with joy and he thought to himself, it's best to piss this guy off to death. Anyway, the meteor cannon already knows how to use it and has been charged. Since it is the trump card that the wise demon general is so confident about, Qin Yang's life is in Huang Yu's hands. Anyway, that's what Huang Yu thought. No, I can't make the wise demon general angry to death. If I make him angry to death, who will remove these 4 walls of heaven and earth? As his thoughts changed, the wise demon general gritted his teeth and said, activate. Fire. Huang Yu had no choice but to do this now. Wait a minute. Qin Yang shouted quickly. Huang Yu stopped, but the wise demon general said angrily, I don't want to hear a word, I don't want to see him at all. Kill him. Fire. 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 Compared to General Jima, who was so angry that he was almost confused, Huang Yu said calmly, why don't you, listen? These are his last words anyway. Huang Yu used visual synchronization to see Qin Yang. Qin Yang said, actually, this ignition switch is just my own description. Its full name is Imperial Meteor Cannon Ignition and Launch Device. Really, just this name will make it impossible for the wise demon to be fooled for the rest of his life. If it were Qin Yang, he might still be right. Huang Yu slowly turned his head and looked at the wisdom demon general. The wisdom demon general had no intention of activating the divine weapon wordless book, and his voice had this suppressed tremor, are you done? If you're done, then die. Such humiliation will never happen again. But the wise demon general was hit again and again, and again, and again, and again, and again, and again, and again. Now, what kind of nonsense did Qin Yang say, trying to make fun of himself again? Haha, I won't be fooled again. The wise demon will think so. GMO will definitely think so, making Huang Yu frown frequently. Huang Yu whispered, how about fire? The wise demon stared fiercely at Huang Yu, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Huang Yu was secretly angry, but did not get angry. Just waiting for the fall to settle accounts. Surging spiritual thoughts were injected into the meteor cannon, constantly searching for countless connection points. For Huang Yu, who didn't understand the formation, this process was extremely difficult and laborious. When the spiritual thoughts are being vented crazily, they are activated with brute force. Are you really not going to give it a try? Qin Yang smacked his lips. No respond. The wise demon general was determined not to be fooled by Qin Yang, and Qin Yang had no choice. With one shot, everything will be over. Qin Yang showed a rare kindness at the last moment, but was ignored. Forget it, just come. Qin Yang reached out and hit an energy point in the center of the ignition switch formation. The power in the energy point spreads out and extends into the barrel along the ignition switch array. In an instant, the entire cannon barrel, the entire meteor cannon, the rune formations all over lit up one by one, and the sense of technology was once again overwhelming. At this moment, Huang Yu was covered in sweat, and finally, at the critical moment, he successfully activated the weapon violently. Genuine cannon barrel. Divine weapon Emperor Meteor Cannon, fire. Two beams of light shot out almost at the same time. Even faster than Qin Yang's Shenlong Jade, it blasted directly into the space suppressed by the walls of the world of heaven and earth. Time seems to have really stood still. When the two light beams faced each other, there was a strange calm. At the same time, everyone, including Qin Yang, seemed to be immobilized. Instead of being immobilized, every inch of this space suppressed by the walls of the world of heaven and earth was squeezed by infinite power. What seemed like an instant, and what seemed like half an hour, the entire space was filled with light. On the wall of the heaven and earth boundary, the rune formation lit up, suppressing the light beam. Suddenly, terrifying cracks spread, and the world boundary wall. The wall collapsed. But, it's not broken. Using the rotation of virtuality and reality, I entered the false space and found it difficult to move. This power. Qin Yang's eyes were only filled with white. The space suppressed by the wall of heaven and earth obviously cannot withstand the power of these two cannons. Otherwise, Qin Yang wouldn't be like this in the fake space. The light lasted for a long time, but its power did not weaken. This made Qin Yang even more speechless. If the wall between heaven and earth hadn't suppressed this space, I'm afraid this cannon would have shattered the entire three-layer world. Moreover, even if you enter the false space of the third-level world, you will definitely not be able to escape. Meteor, cannon, meteor. Qin Yang was rarely shocked, but this time, he was hit hard in the heart with a hammer. This is just an emperor-level meteor, cannon. What if it is a spiritual-level meteor cannon? However, although this beam of light is fast, it is not as fast as expected. After all, Qin Yang only has the strength of the third realm, but this cannon is the power of the peak of the fifth realm. Of course, what is happening now is two cannons firing at each other. As the saying goes, in pure light just like in darkness, nothing can be seen. Time, space, and infinity are diluted. I could only hear my own heartbeat, but I didn't know how long it had been. What a pity. If I had known that if I had killed the hidden demon general, I would have been promoted to the fourth realm. Qin Yang thought in his heart. Although the space is squeezed, there is no harm. If you don't move, you won't move. You can't have random thoughts. I don't know if the wise demon general used virtual and real rotation to enter the false space in advance. If so, just kill him and advance to the fourth realm. If not, he will definitely not survive. Just kill anyone in the fourth realm. Qin Yang was excited. After the fourth realm, he could use the power of the star compass and the dragon jade to return to the sky. Finally, Qin Yanglian went to the demon realm by himself and found Lu Mingyu. When he almost thought of the name of the child, the white light gradually dimmed. In the space suppressed by the walls of heaven and earth, everything is blank. There are no rules of heaven and earth, no aura, nothing. Even if Qin Yang uses the rules of annihilation, it's nothing more than that. The mother body of the big demon insect ghost died, the hidden demon died, and Huang Yu turned into an egg. However, the egg was in quite a miserable state, and the energy in the shell was so thin that one could actually see through it with the naked eye. Huang Yu's fire rules were directly broken up. There was only pure phoenix blood in this egg, and there was still some remaining. It would be impossible to resurrect through such an egg for hundreds or even thousands of years. Even if he could be resurrected, not to mention reaching the level of God Emperor of the Four Realms, it would be good to be able to keep his position as God Emperor. Qin Yang ducked and came to the phoenix egg, and found that there was a magic needle underneath the egg. Divine weapon, sewing heavenly needle. It's not destroyed? Qin Yang was a little surprised, thinking that Huang Yu's egg was somewhat protected. Qin Yang wiped it out without ceremony, and in the palm of the hand of the self-god statue, the shadow of the needle that stitched the sky became solid. As for the phoenix egg, Qin Yang stopped just as he was about to destroy it. Now this egg no longer has such a strong aura, and annihilating it will not make the rules of annihilation grow to the point of breaking through the four realms. And the purity of the phoenix blood in this egg surprised even Qin Yang. Even if any monster with a trace of phoenix bloodline swallows this egg, it will be enough to complete its transformation. After all, the egg's defense was already in jeopardy from the previous shelling. If Qin Yang suddenly thought of the nine-feathered ice phoenix bird. Although the nine-feathered ice phoenix bird is an ice phoenix, this phoenix feather is a fire phoenix. But the phoenix bloodline is the same. Huang Yu managed to maintain a slight chance of survival and was worthy of being a phoenix. But its own rules and realm have been shattered. Even if the ice phoenix devours it, there is no need to worry about conflicting attributes. It's an advantage for you, Qin Yang said softly. He directly threw all the phoenix eggs into a demon ring. In this demon ring, the nine-feathered ice phoenix bird is entering a deep sleep. After being hit hard on the head, the nine-feathered ice phoenix bird opened its eyes. He looked at the egg rolling down in front of him in confusion, and followed it from left to right. The originally sleepy eyes suddenly widened. Could it be, how could it be? Qin Yang felt the joyful and frantic aura in Yejian ring and laughed softly. I don't know if it was a sequelae of the previous one, but the three monster beasts, the nine-feathered ice phoenix bird, the three-headed hell dog, and the thorn rock turtle, fell asleep as soon as they entered the demon world ring. Compared to the panda and the treasure hunter rat, these two have always been very energetic. Thinking back to the beginning of the Qianlong competition, these monsters, the fire demon queen, the purple bamboo swordsman, the divine gold swordsman, and the water spirit swordsman all temporarily followed him. Now, the fire demon queen and the divine gold swordsman are still waiting for him to rescue them, while the other guys, the master of the house, entered the devil world by accident. Almost. Qin Yang's eyes showed a firm look, and it wouldn't be long before he could return. He reached out and touched the wall between heaven and earth. There were cracks all over the wall. However, it still possesses imperial-level defense. If it wants to truly lead this suppressed space, it needs another shot. This will be the case even if the wise demon general is killed and promoted to the fourth realm. That's right, the wise demon general is not dead. You can't run away, Qin Yang said softly. The sound spread throughout every inch of the suppressed space. When the aftermath of the two cannon blasts slowly dissipated, Qin Yang felt the aura of the wise demon general in the false space. You, don't even die. General Zhima looked at Qin Yang calmly. Such calmness made Qin Yang even more surprised. The meteor cannon has been launched, what else can this wise demon general do? This should be an accident on my part. Qin Yang looked at General Zhima quietly and said, you shouldn't have known that the aftermath of two cannon blasts would be so powerful. After all, you are only in the fourth realm. You don't know how to deal with it. We know how powerful the power of the peak of the five realms is. The wise demon general snorted coldly and said, do you know? Although you are powerful in combat, you are only in the third realm. Divine thoughts swept across, and the entire suppressed space was empty. The wise demon general looked at Qin Yang and said, no one has ever pushed me to this point. You are the first, not even in the great war of 10,000 realms. Then how were you suppressed in the underwater prison? Qin Yang asked, curiously. There was a hint of confusion in General Jima's eyes, and he couldn't even remember. The last memory is as if someone extremely powerful took action and directly ended the world war. After that, he and the other 7 demon generals were suppressed in the underwater prison. It wasn't that he wasn't forced to use his final trump card, but that at that time, he had no chance to use it. For some reason, the wise demon general can't concentrate on his memories. It seems that there is an inexplicable force affecting him. As he talked, he actually forgot to recall something. The wise demon general looked at Qin Yang and said, "Do you think you won?" Qin Yang shrugged and said with a smile, "No." "So what?" General Jima's reaction was very strange, but he felt calm and composed like Qin Yang. Qin Yang felt something strange in his heart. This kind of reaction was only after seeing the ending. But no matter what Qin Yang thinks, he can't think of how much more the wise demon general can do. You can fight across levels. The wise demon general said slowly, with the meteor cannon, I didn't expect that you could enter the false space of virtual and real rotation in advance without overdrawing your spiritual power. Qin Yang listened quietly. Anyway, he still needed to wait for the sky building stone to recover its energy before he could fire again. He has plenty of time. The wise demon general continued, although the ending is not satisfactory, from the moment you formed a formation in the void, I knew that I could not kill you. After a pause, the wise demon general continued, however, although you can fight beyond 1 level, can you jump 2 levels? Qin Yang raised his eyebrows, looked at the wisdom demon general, and said, you can't advance to the 4th realm. Your physical strength is much worse than other demon generals. If you want to advance to the 5th realm, it is almost impossible. I don't have this talent. Before, the wise demon general would definitely be angry again, but now, it seems that he won't be angry anymore. The wise demon general laughed and said, so what? Did I say that I wanted to be promoted to the 5th realm? Qin Yang looked around. Not to mention that there were only 2 people in the entire suppressed space, namely him and the intelligent demon general. Even in the entire 3-layer world, there could not be a strong person from the 5th realm. The meteor cannon has the power of a single strike from the top of the 5 realms. Even after the 2 cannons hit each other, they still couldn't penetrate the suppressed space. Is it possible that you still want to continue summoning the magic weapon? Qin Yang asked, curiously. Jima Jiang was silent for a moment, staring at Qin Yang, and suddenly said, who told you that wordless books can only summon magic weapons? Qin Yang's heart trembled, and he blurted out, what? Can a wordless book still summon a living person? There is no word book about divine weapons. Being able to summon divine weapons is already defying the heavens and incredible enough. If this can still summon a strong person. Qin Yang has always done things that others can't believe, but now, Qin Yang actually encountered incredible things that happened to others. The wise demon general said, a living person is different from a magic weapon. The summoning of a magic weapon can directly cut off its connection with its original owner. However, a living person is still a living person after all. Even if I summon it, no matter who it is, I will always bear the responsibility. The other person's anger. More than that, summoning a living person is no joke. It cannot be summoned casually. If an enemy is summoned, the wise demon will simply be seeking death. Qin Yang listened, but still didn't believe it in his heart. Qin Yang said, since you already have such a method, why don't you directly summon the ghost, skeleton, and demon general? He is in the 5th realm of the God Emperor and dominates the 6th floor of the underwater prison. With his help, maybe you can really do what you want. They are both demon generals, and Qin Yang also offended the ghost skeleton demon general and took his divine bones as his own. The ghost skeleton demon general is still waiting for Qin Yang to come to the door on the 6th floor of the underwater prison. If he is summoned by the wisdom demon general, the first moment he sees Qin Yang, he will cut Qin Yang into thousands of pieces. He has other tasks. The wise demon general said slowly. Qin Yang sneered and said, "Is it possible that he still wants to return to the sky through the Dragon Palace? He has not been able to get out for 10,000 years. Do you think this is possible?" The wise demon general looked at Qin Yang and said, "Don't forget, besides the Dragon Clan, there are people who can control the underwater prison." Qin Yang frowned slightly. "Kuanping?" After saying that, Qin Yang smiled again and said, "The big demon insect ghost has always wanted to parasitize Kuanping, but he got his wish? Kuanping is not like the suppressed prisoners like you." The wisdom demon general shook his head and said, "It's useless to say more, I just want you to die now." If there is no other choice, either the wisdom demon general or the blood demon general, whoever comes, you will definitely die. Qin Yang took out his ears and said, "Don't be so sure. To me, such words make my ears tingle. They are really not threatening at all." The atmosphere fell silent again. Qin Yang was waiting to see the ability of the wise demon general to transform into a living person in the wordless book, but the wise demon general was hesitant about what to do and who to summon. Thousands of years ago, the people with the highest cultivation level were indeed the powerful ones in the 5 realms. But there are only a handful of them. Emperor Yin, the most powerful man in the world of Wenxiu, was instantly defeated by Xuanhuan's move, "Please come with me to Xuanhuan." This Yin emperor is the only powerful person in the 5 realms whose name the wisdom demon general knows. That's right, when summoning a wordless book, whether it's a dead thing or a living person, you need to know the name and some general information. Only the title cannot be summoned. For example, if you want to summon Qin Yang, you must know Qin Yang and his name. If summoned with names like Tyrant and Lord of Destruction, it would be impossible to succeed. What's more, even if they know the names of other powerful people in the 5 realms, no one can guarantee that the other person is still alive. The God Emperor of the 5 realms cannot live forever. Reaching the realm above the God Emperor, very few people die of a normal life, and most of them die unexpectedly. The wise demon will be thinking in his heart, the blood demon will be in the sky world, and he will be able to be reborn when he escaped with blood. But if you want to regain your strength, even if 10,000 years have passed, you may not be able to advance to the 5th realm. If he could advance to the 5th realm, then the world of the sky would already be the domain of the demons. How could a monster like Qin Yang appear again? The other one, the skeleton demon general. He indeed fought his way up level by level, established a firm foothold on the 6th level, and advanced to the 5th level. But if he were to be summoned, all his efforts would be ruined. The skeleton demon general and the blood demon general are in the same camp, the wisdom demon general and the other 8 demon generals are in another camp, and the 2 sides are not in harmony. Moreover, the skeleton demon general and the blood demon general have always coveted their magic weapons. This is also the reason why the wise demon general has not taken action yet. It's easy to ask God, but it's hard to send him away. What's even more terrible is that the demon general is now in the void, waiting to be pulled by the wisdom demon general, but the 5 spirits' holy armor of the demon general has been fused with the divine bone armor, turning into the 5 spirits' divine bone armor. That divine bone is the arm of the skeleton demon general. No matter how he got it, as long as the demon skeleton general knows about it, he will definitely kill the demon fighter general. The wise demon general looked at Qin Yang and asked, "Don't you believe in the ability of the divine weapon without words?" "Yes, I don't believe it." Qin Yang nodded. The wise demon general continued, "You will believe it soon, but before that, do you dare to tell me the name of the powerful person in the 5 realms you know?" In the eyes of the wise demon general, Qin Yang is such a monster, no matter which world he is in, he can reach the highest level. In the world of the sky, is there still no powerful person in the fifth realm? Qin Yang controls the rules of annihilation. Based on this alone, no matter which five-realm experts Qin Yang knew, they would definitely not be Qin Yang's friends. Even when he summoned Starry Sky Compass before, Starry Sky Compass also said that he would never let Qin Yang go back. In other words, Qin Yang was implicated in the exile of the third-level world. In this way, it is more certain that the strong man summoned will definitely be Qin Yang's enemy. Qin Yang has too many abilities. In the big world, even if he is a strong person in the fifth realm, it is really difficult to say whether he can catch Qin Yang. This world suppressed by the wall of heaven and earth has just created an opportunity. Qin Yang blinked and said nothing. In the world of the sky, if we say the strongest, they must be those who were promoted to the God Emperor after the great changes in the world 1,000 years ago. Emperor Qin, Emperor Tsangqiang, Emperor God of Heaven, Emperor Demon God. However, Qin Yang didn't know any of these people, even though Emperor Qin was still his ancestor. Suddenly, Qin Yang thought of a person, or shouldn't be called a person. 5 spirit gods. However, the 5 spirit gods were also killed by Xuanhuan. They should be considered dead in the underworld, right? Why, in this huge world of the sky, there is not even one strong person in the fifth realm, said the wise demon general. The tone was full of sarcasm. Qin Yang retorted and said, "You have many powerful people in the fifth realm of the demon clan. Can you try summoning them?" The wise demon general choked immediately. "If you have the ability, you can summon the dead." 5 spirit gods, do you know? Qin Yang said with a smile. The wise demon general was stunned and said, 5 spiritual gods? Isn't that a taboo of the spiritual race? For this kind of existence, he cannot be regarded as a pure living being. Life and death are meaningless to him. Moreover, tens of thousands of years ago, there was a great war in all realms, the spirit race was almost extinct, and the 5 spirit gods did not appear. Qin Yang was also stunned. Is this the reason why the 5 spirit gods fought with Guizha inside the gate of the death realm? Jima linked the wordless book of divine weapons in his heart, sensed it, and suddenly felt happy. These 5 spirit gods actually have a faint feeling. Created out of nothing, 5 spirit gods. As this voice sounded, Qin Yang's whole body tensed up. Could it be? The space suppressed by the walls of heaven and earth is almost a vacuum. There are no rules of heaven and earth, and there is no aura. But when the wise demon general read, creating something out of nothing, 5 spiritual gods, the entire space suddenly changed. The rich power of the 5 elements directly rolled up a small regular tide, a huge vortex of spiritual energy appeared, and the spiritual energy filled the entire space. Ling Qin Yang and General Jima, who had adapted to the vacuum environment, began to feel more pressure again. Ding 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 ding. A strange bell sounded, which seemed to be the sound of an inexplicable magic weapon. Jima will feel that his soul is about to leave his body, and Qin Yang's soul is also trembling. Some kind of soul bell magic weapon. Qin Yang felt complicated. The sound of the bell seemed to come from Joyo, and Qin Yang was no stranger to this. When he heard the sound of the bell, Qin Yang was already sure. The wordless book of divine weapons can summon living people. Who is it? The dull and loud voice seemed to come from ancient times. The wise demon general took a breath. As for the attack at the peak of the 5 realms, it was so powerful that he couldn't predict it. Now the powerful man at the top of the 5 realms just exudes aura, and just saying 2 words makes his whole body stiff, and he is so oppressed that he can't move. The 5-color divine light was dazzling, and a giant appeared out of thin air. Wow! The sound of chains breaking sounded. Along with the sound of chains, unknown water flowed down from the 5 spirit gods. This chain is not simple, it makes people feel as if they are being seduced when they probe it with their spiritual mind. This water is even colder, as if even the soul can condense. Who summoned me? Who has this ability? The 5 spirit gods were puzzled, and their eyes burst out with colorful divine light. With just one glance, they could see the entire space. Is there such a magic weapon in the world? The 5 spirit gods directly saw through the wisdom demon general, and even vaguely noticed the wordless book about the magic weapon. The wise demon was stared at and unable to move. He released his spiritual thoughts, only to find that Qin Yang had disappeared. This is not entering a false space, or performing virtual and real rotation, but another way of hiding. Even he couldn't detect Qin Yang. Moreover, the 5 spirit gods didn't seem to notice Qin Yang. Qin Yang watched all this quietly. Are you kidding me? He had really summoned the 5 spirit gods. If he found out, wouldn't he immediately tear himself into pieces? Of course, he did not enter the false space, but displayed a hunting posture. How long has it been? 5 spirit god muttered softly. The wise demon general wanted to answer, but he didn't understand when the how long was meant to be calculated. He immediately guessed, 10,000 years. Fart. 5 spirit god punched out, just a casual blow. The wise demon stopped the flow of blood, and hurriedly mobilized his strength, using the virtual and real rotation, and entered the false space. This punch hit the air directly, but the whole space trembled violently. A strong man from the 5th realm could hardly bear the suppressed space with a casual attack. You must know that in the Kanglan secret realm at that time, the space around the 5 spirit gods was not stable at all, and was always in a cycle of collapse and reorganization. The space now suppressed by the wall of heaven and earth is strong enough, but it still cannot trap the 5 spirit gods. Qin Yang took a deep breath. This divine weapon wordless book was so powerful that it could be compared with the 1,000 volumes of spiritual treasures. Fortunately, he had entered a hunting posture and the other party would not notice him. If you enter a false space where virtuality and reality rotate, there will be nothing to hide from. The virtual and real rotation and hunting posture can be hidden. But there are essential differences between the two. The hunting posture does not mean escaping into a false space, but remains in the main space. This has a disadvantage, that is, the hunting posture can be affected by range attacks, but people in the false space will not. Similarly, escaping into a false space is like hiding one's ears and stealing bells for a peak powerhouse in the 5 realms like the 5 spirit gods. The 5 spirit gods have the ability to break this suppressed space, and they may also have the ability to penetrate 2 layers of space, and also penetrate into the false space. In fact, Qin Yang's concerns were right. The 5 spirit gods still stared at the wisdom demon general, even if the wisdom demon general entered the false space. I'm going to win soon. Why are you stopping me? The 5 spirit god looked at the wisdom demon general. His voice was neither male nor female, and it sounded extremely awkward. But the strong aura makes people dare not laugh at him, and instead makes the sound even more terrifying. Jima felt a chill in his heart. He actually ruined the other person's good deeds? The other party is fighting? Qin Yang blinked. Can this guy win in the underworld? When the 5 spirit gods were summoned earlier, the chain that appeared for a moment and then disappeared didn't seem to be what the 5 spirit gods said, and they would be able to win quickly. It was more like being caught. Qin Yang stood quietly on the ground, while the 5 spirit gods were above the suppressive space, not too close. The water filled with cold aura that had flowed down from the 5 spirit gods was pouring down like rain. This water is so hidden, it seems that one drop of it can cause you to fall forever. Jiuquan? Qin Yang felt the water that was so gloomy to the core that he glanced at it, and the ultimate version of the Invincible Copy System scanned it directly. Ding! The scan is successful and the material panel is generated. Spiritual material, Tying spring water. Holy shit! Qin Yang looked at the panel in astonishment. Isn't this the spiritual material he always talked about in his heart? We have the Kongming stone and the Yin Yang wood, but now we just need the Tying spring water. The 5 spirit gods were summoned by the divine weapon Wordless Book. Not only were they trapped by strange chains, but they were also washed away by the Tying spring. I think the ghosts are going to wipe out these 5 spiritual gods. I just didn't expect such a change to occur. Now, the chain was naturally summoned back by the ghost, and this Tying spring water. Qin Yang swallowed and quietly collected the water below. The hunting posture and the heavenly art are pushed to the extreme, and they would not reveal any aura in the first place, and now it is even more impossible to be discovered. But the disappearance of the Tying spring water out of thin air will arouse people's vigilance. However, fortunately, the attention of these 5 spirit gods is all on the wise demon general. It really took no effort at all. Qin Yang felt happy. Originally, this underwater prison only had the Kongming stone. Neither the Yin Yang wood nor the Tying spring water can exist. The Wordless Book of Magical Weapons, by General Jima, was a huge help. The wise demon general felt the murderous intention of the 5 spirit gods and quickly explained, I have no intention of disturbing your battle, but... Just what? The 5 spirit gods looked at the wisdom demon general quietly. Even though he said that, the 5 spirit gods knew in their hearts. If he hadn't been a wise demon general, even if he killed Gazashi, he wouldn't be able to leave the underworld at all. In this way, the wise demon general actually did the 5 spirit gods a big favor. The wise demon general hurriedly said, in this suppressed space, the Lord of Destruction is sealed here by me. What does it have to do with me? 5 spirit god interrupted coldly. The wise demon general choked immediately. The Lord of Destruction, for those who are strong in the 5 realms, they will definitely kill him conveniently when they see him. But Qin Yang was hiding at this time. Facing the pressure from the strong men of the 5th realm, the wise demon general shouted angrily, Qin Yang. Stop hiding. Don't you not believe it? Now that the strong men of the 5th realm have appeared, do you think you can hide? Letter 83. Qin Yang cursed secretly in his heart, while still catching the Tying spring water. There was no response, but the whole space was tight. What did you say? The 5 colored eyes of the 5 spirit gods were like sharp blades, causing the wisdom demon to sting all over. The wise demon had a dry mouth, swallowed the foam, and said, I am talking about the Lord of Destruction, he. You seem to have mentioned a name just now. 5 spirit god asked. Qin Yang? The wise demon general had an ominous premonition in his heart. Could it be that these 5 spirit gods are Qin Yang's acquaintances? He really guessed it right. Qin Yang and the 5 spirit gods were really acquaintances, but this acquaintance was not very friendly. Lord of Destruction, what are the rules of control? But the rules of annihilation? 5 spirit god asked again. The wise demon general did not dare to lie. At this point, everything was left to fate. He nodded directly and said, not bad. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent, and the 5 spirit gods swept across the entire space. Even the wise demon general in the false space was nowhere to be seen, but he still didn't notice the slightest breath of Qin Yang. The 5 spirit gods stared at the wisdom demon general coldly and said, how do you know that I will kill Qin Yang? Do you think that by providing the information, I can stop killing you? Question mark. The wise demon general's head was full of questions, but he didn't realize what was going on. Similarly, the 5 spirit gods were also confused. This guy's aura was the aura of the demon race. There were no demons in Kanglin's secret realm at that time. The only thing related to the demon world is the aura of the fire demon queen, who is still with Qin Yang. Qin Yang must be killed. The wise demon general was overjoyed and said, yes, Qin Yang was sealed here by me. In the face of me, you teased me again and again. The five-spirit god looked at the strange walls on all sides. Yes, he had never seen them before. Is this demon bastard trying to deal with him? The five-spirit god continued, do you think these four walls conceal me? Do you think you, a little ant from the fourth realm, dare to covet my power? General Jima didn't understand what he heard and said quickly, it's not what you think. I really sealed Qin Yang here. It's impossible for him to escape. He just hid. The five spirit gods looked at the wisdom demon general quietly. The wise demon general hurriedly continued, I will kill Qin Yang, but there is nothing I can do against him. You still dare to lie? Five spirit god said coldly. Jima's heart skipped a beat. I never lied to you. If I lied to you, my demon clan would never be able to succeed, the wise demon general swore. Qin Yang thought in his heart, come forward? Is it an invasion of the sky? The five spirit gods said angrily, Qin Yang is just an ant-human, but you are in the fourth realm of the God Emperor. You told me that you can't deal with him? The wise demon knew his own suffering and said, although Qin Yang is in the third realm of the God Emperor, his fighting power is too strong. For him it is only a matter of time before he jumps over the ranks to fight. If I die in his hands, he will be promoted to the God Emperor of the Four Realms immediately. Saying this, I just want to protect myself and tell the five spirit gods that at least before the five spirit gods kill Qin Yang, the wise demon will not die. However, the thoughts of the five spirit gods were all focused on the words, three realms of the Divine Emperor. You said. Qin Yang has reached the third level of the God Emperor? Five spirit gods suddenly asked. The wise demon general nodded and said, his promotion method is just to kill people. The power of the rules of annihilation he controls, only annihilation is the source of his power. Seeing that the five spirit gods finally believed in him, the wise demon general breathed a sigh of relief and continued to work hard to protect himself, saying, since you also want to kill Qin Yang, you might as well kill him first. If you still want to go back, I will think I'll find a way to send you back. To say this is outrageous. The five spirit gods stretched out their hands to hold it, and the huge power of the five elements continued to squeeze the space. Seeing that this space was about to be crushed, along with the false space, the wise demon's expression changed drastically. Did he say the wrong thing again? Qin Yang has collected all the Yin spring water, and this time, the five spirit gods brought out enough goods. At this time, the wise demon will arouse the anger of the five spirit gods, leaving Qin Yang speechless. Bearing the brunt, Qin Yang's pressure is greater than that of General Jima. The wise demon general is just feeling pressure, but Qin Yang is really equivalent to being attacked by the five spirit gods. The immortal divine body is surrounded by black light, and its powerful aura can hardly hide even its hunting posture. Sighing, Qin Yang ducked and entered the false space. At this time, the wise demon general was still unaware of Qin Yang, because Qin Yang had always maintained a hunting posture. But the five spirit gods suddenly stopped, and their spiritual thoughts swept downwards. Yin spring water disappeared. Moreover, there is also the generation of spatial fluctuations, which is exactly the same as the magical power of the demon in front of me. The five spirit god roared, Qin Yang. You haven't shown up yet. Even if I show up, what can you do to me? Qin Yang chuckled, and his figure had already reached the side of the wise demon general. The wise demon general was shocked, but quickly calmed down and said, Qin Yang, let's see how you survive now. Qin Yang laughed and said, you should think about yourself first. Do you know where you summoned the five spirit gods from? Are you going to send him back? Of course the wise demon general didn't know. If he knew that the five spirit gods were in the underworld before, he wouldn't dare to say such a thing even if he were killed. The five spirit gods stared at Qin Yang and said, I didn't expect it. I thought I would have to wait for a long time, but now, my chance to kill you is right in front of me. Qin Yang was calm and composed, not afraid at all. He wasn't afraid before, but now even though Xuanhuan is not around, he is still not afraid. Qin Yang said, looking at the way you were summoned before, it seems that it didn't go well in the underworld? When it comes to the underworld, the 5 spirit gods cannot suppress the anger in their hearts. This continuous battle was really frustrating. But those abominable ghosts in the underworld were still unwilling to let him go. What would disrupt the order? It was Qin Yang who disrupted the order. The 5 spirit gods looked at the walls of heaven and earth in all directions, then looked at Qin Yang, and suddenly laughed. No matter how hard you talk, you can't change the fact that you are a turtle in a urn. Qin Yang shrugged and said, there is another fact that cannot be changed. The 5 spirit gods were stunned. Qin Yang continued, that means, you can't kill me. The 5 spirit god laughed angrily, do you think you can be my opponent after being promoted to the 3rd realm? I couldn't let go before, but now I have all the power. This punch of mine will take you together with the entire space. Break them all into pieces. Okay, I'll wait. Qin Yang said. The 5 spirit gods did not take action directly. Qin Yang's reaction made him feel a little strange. Zimo Jiang's expression changed and he hurriedly said, you cannot directly destroy the space. If this is done, the walls of the 4 directions of heaven and earth will not be able to withstand it and will collapse. In this way, Qin Yang will definitely be able to escape. In fact, the wise demon general was just afraid that he and Qin Yang would be killed together. Qin Yang looked at General Zimo and said, stop talking, he won't believe it. On the contrary, you should believe in the 5 spirit god, he can really kill me with one punch. At the same time, Qin Yang continued to use calculations that defied the heavens. The best situation at present is to kill the wise demon general and advance to the 4th realm. But there is a premise, that is, the 5 spirit gods will not obstruct it. The realm of the 5th realm of the God Emperor is enough to oppress the entire space. If Qin Yang is promoted to the 4th realm, he can still ignore it. But Qin Yang only has 3 realms. Even with the power of Shenlong Jade, if the 5 spiritual gods only focus on themselves, it would have been difficult to kill the 4-realm wisdom demon generals, but it would be even harder now. The atmosphere suddenly calmed down, and the peaceful scene made the wise demon feel confused. Why is it different from what you imagined? GMO will be extremely depressed. At this moment, the 5 spirit gods suddenly shouted angrily, get out of here. The 5 elements rules exploded with all their might, causing the space to tremble. Although the space was not shattered, it fluctuated violently. There seemed to be a mysterious frequency, and the false space also trembled. The wise demon suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and the magical power that rotated between reality and reality was directly interrupted, and the figure was shaken out of the false space. As for Qin Yang, his immortal body was fully activated, and his whole body ached, and he was squeezed out of the false space at the same time. The God Emperor of the 5th realm, he really has a method. Qin Yang gritted his teeth, clapped one palm forward and raised the other flat. The great road to heaven is one step away. The first moment the 2 of them were knocked out of the space, the 5 spirit gods swung out in a circle. The space fragmented, but it was controlled by it, and only part of it collapsed. After all, one of the abilities of the 5 spirit gods is to use the power of the 5 elements to mend the sky. He can completely break it and mend it at the same time, just like in the Kanglan secret realm. The huge 5-colored divine fist struck with overwhelming force. Qin Yang's magical powers couldn't stop it. Even if the distance is infinitely widened, the speed has not slowed down much. Infinite starry sky. With a thought from Qin Yang, stars appeared all over the sky, and the space was stretched again, but he still couldn't get rid of the 5-color divine fist. God-killing pen. Loot. Swallow the sky gourd. Swallow the sky. Qin Yang took a deep breath, stretched out his hand, and shook it violently. The fist that seizes the sky. Qin Yang even reached out and pointed at the 5 spirit gods, weak, and gave him a negative buff. Qin Yang here used all his magical powers and responded in an orderly manner. But the wise demon general could only stand on the sidelines dumbfounded. Fortunately, the wise demon general was not within attack range, and the 5 spirit gods did not target him. He quickly stepped aside. Boom! Qin Yang's heaven-seizing fist finally clashed with the 5-colored divine fist. Immediately afterwards, Qin Yang was shaken and his figure flew backwards. In midair, there was another magical display. The breeze blows in the willows. Qin Yang used the strength that had been weakened repeatedly to forcefully draw away his body. This punch directly hit the wall of the world. The wall between heaven and earth was already filled with countless terrifying cracks, but now the cracks were a little deeper. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yang looked calm. But the power in his body was extremely chaotic. If he hadn't secretly swallowed a pill, he would have been seriously injured at this time. Because the chaotic power was beyond Qin Yang's ability to control, if it weren't for Tong Tiandan, he would be unable to suppress it sooner or later. The 5 spirit gods were stunned, and so was the wise demon general. They may have thought that Qin Yang would not die. But it would have to be seriously injured no matter what, right? But they never expected that Qin Yang could block the blow and remain unscathed. Sure enough, with your strength, you are no match for him, and you will even be easily killed by him. The 5 spirit god looked at the wisdom demon general. Jimo's face darkened, feeling unwilling but unable to refute. Or why would you take a huge risk and summon the God Emperor of the 5 realms? Give up. How about we cooperate? How about you break down these 4 walls and we go our separate ways? Qin Yang smiled. The 5 spirit gods snorted coldly, and the meaning was self-evident. The wise demon general breathed a sigh of relief. Okay. Fortunately, this 5 spirit god had a grudge against Qin Yang. If it had been another 5-realm god emperor, he might not have been so persistent in killing Qin Yang. I heard that you can kill people to increase your strength. 5 spirit god suddenly said. The wise demon general was startled, and the hair on his body stood up. What did this mean? Could it be? Qin Yang also frowned fiercely, but he couldn't let the 5 spirit gods kill the wisdom demon general. The 5 spirit gods punched the wise demon general, just like they punched Qin Yang. The wise demon general roared repeatedly, saying, "You can't kill me. If you kill me, if the wall between heaven and earth collapses, it will no longer be possible to seal Qin Yang." After hearing this, the 5 spirit gods immediately stopped. But the speed was too fast and there was no time. As for the wise demon general, he is completely different from Qin Yang. He can only hold up the demon statue for stupid defense. Although the main force was withdrawn, the aftermath still hit the wise demon general. The wise demon general does not have Qin Yang's immortal body. On the contrary, his body is not as good as other demon generals. Being swept away by the aftermath, he vomited blood and flew backwards. He was smashed against the wall of the world and suffered a second injury. Poor wise devil general. Directly seriously injured. The 5 spirit god looked at the wisdom demon general with disgust, and he also noticed that the god emperor of the 4 realms seemed to be a little wet. However, such an effect of his own attack should be normal. At this moment, the 5 spirit gods suddenly lost sight of Qin Yang. The 5 spirit god was furious and stretched out his hand to grab him, but this time he used the power of the 5 elements rules to protect the wise demon general. What a pity, how could Qin Yang miss such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? In the incredible deduction, Qin Yang had the only chance to kill the wise demon general. The wise demon had just taken a step from the edge of death, and then his eyes started to spin. He even saw Qin Yang's obliterating half-moon slash and the headless corpse in front of Qin Yang. That corpse looked so familiar. The wisdom demon's eyes gradually lost their light, and the power of annihilation had strangled his soul. Bastard! The 5 spirit gods looked up to the sky and roared. In his perception, Qin Yang's aura suddenly rose, and he was directly promoted to the 4th realm God Emperor in front of him. Finally, promoted. Qin Yang moved his hands and feet and looked at the 5 spirit gods. The pressure of Mount Tai suddenly disappeared. Huge power filled his body, and his immortal body was constantly being washed away by the advanced power. The promotion of the rules of annihilation will completely improve Qin Yang's various powers again. After the promotion is completed, these 5 spirit gods may not be invincible. Qin Yang's eyes, with dark golden lines, exuded a faint divine power, and the self-image appeared behind him, like the god of death staring at the 5 gods. The 5 spirit gods were silent. This momentum was even worse than that of a ghost. He finally understood why the wise demon was going to remind him that Qin Yang could not be promoted to the 4th realm. Why would he directly summon himself, a powerful person in the 5th realm? After struggling for so long, you are still going to die? Can the 5 realms save you? Qin Yang looked at the corpse of the wise demon general and waved it away, causing it to disappear into ashes. Qin Yang laughed softly, looked at the 5 spirit gods, and said, "Thank you for giving me the opportunity. Originally, I wanted to kill this wise demon general, but it was very troublesome." The 5 spirit gods were stunned, not expecting Qin Yang to be so strong. Inadvertently, the situation changed drastically. Qin Yang said quietly, "5 spirit gods, it's time to settle the accounts between us. Kill the wise demon general and advance to the 4th realm." It seems smooth, but the process is not easy. However, the only pity is that in order to guard against Qin Yang, the wise demon fused the divine weapon Wordless Book with himself. As soon as he dies, the Wordless Book of Divine Weapons will immediately collapse. To miss such a treasure was even more uncomfortable than if Qin Yang didn't get the 1,000 volumes of spiritual treasure. Fortunately, the wise demon will only use the Wordless Book as a natal magic weapon that can be integrated with itself. But for the newly summoned Sealing Heaven Mirror and Starry Sky Compass, they couldn't be integrated at all. When Qin Yang waved his hand and wiped out the body of the wise demon, he also obtained his Chankuan ring. He unceremoniously wiped out these 2 secret keys to the divine world and took them completely for himself. Looking for me to settle the matter? Ha ha ha, you are only in the 4th realm. Even if you can cross the level and fight to the God Emperor realm, can you do it? The 5 spirit gods still looked at Qin Yang with disdain. It's just a thorny issue at best. The 5 spirit gods still don't think Qin Yang has the ability to fight on his own. I don't even think Qin Yang can escape. Qin Yang spread his hands and said, "You also see that General Jima's strength is too weak. If we measure ourselves against the future of wise demons, then these 5 spirit gods will make a miscalculation. It is indeed not easy to fight across levels. The higher the level, the more difficult it becomes. For truly strong people, they can do it even when their realm is low. But once the realm is high, there is nothing you can do." But for Qin Yang, his body has been upgraded to an immortal divine body, he has countless powerful supernatural powers and magic weapon abilities, and he also masters the rules of annihilation. Defense, function, attack power, everything is lacking. This transformation is enough to change common sense. Even at this peak level, for Qin Yang, it is only a matter of time before he reaches the next level. And the battle of the same level. If the dead demon generals can be resurrected, Qin Yang is sure to kill them instantly. If you are distracted, you will die instantly. Although I have been promoted to the 4th realm, my strength still needs to be stabilized. Qin Yang said, "Please wait patiently for a while, it won't take too long." Qin Yang said. After saying that, the figure disappeared. The 5 spirit gods did not feel the false space created. Qin Yang was still in the current main space. Looking at the shattered walls of heaven and earth on all sides, the 5 spirit gods became more and more aggrieved as they thought about it. Why not let the wise demon general summon a new wall? If you think I can give you time, then you are too naive. The 5 spirit gods felt a hint of threat. When he was promoted from Qin Yang to the 4th realm, his breath did not converge for a moment, which made the 5 spirit gods sure and determined. We can't give Qin Yang another chance. He stretched out his hand to hold it, and colorful divine light emanated from his body. The entire space and the surrounding walls were covered with colorful divine light. This is the 5 spirit gods using their own power to strengthen the 4 walls. I know you are here, and you can't escape. What's the point of hiding your figure? The 5 spirit god laughed. Flashing to the bottom of the space, the 5 spirit gods directly clenched their fists. He wants to attack the entire space. Every inch of the space has nowhere to hide. In this case, what should you do? 5 spirit gods smiled confidently. Only the 5 realms can be so calm in this space. It's a pity that Xuanhuan had the opportunity to attack like this, but Qin Yang always cracked it. Restricted by teammates again. Now he has turned into an egg and been swallowed by the 9-feathered ice phoenix bird. There is no more phoenix feather in the world. If Xuanhuan could know all this, he would probably die in silence. What else can we do? Just have it cold. Qin Yang's voice came from far above his head. Qin Yang entered the hunting posture and looked down quietly. He really needs to stabilize his realm, and the transformation and improvement of various powers also takes time. He wants to shorten this time, and the best way to shorten it is to exercise. At this level, it is no longer easy to temper. But if it is attacked by a strong person from the 5 realms, this is a powerful hammer. Although it is uncomfortable, it is the best way. The reason why he entered the hunting posture was to prevent the 5 spirit gods from discovering that Qin Yang was taking advantage of the 5 spirit gods. Qin Yang continued, I was able to block your previous attack. Now, if you want to launch a large-scale attack, you have to concentrate on preventing the wall of the world from collapsing. How can such an attack hurt me? The 5 spirit gods no longer answered, but mobilized their strength with all their strength. The sound came from far above, and the 5 spirit gods laughed. Punch out. At the same time, the power spread violently, and the entire body around the area not covered by the colorful fist shadows directly set off regular turbulence. The power of the 5 elements, violent strangulation. Qin Yang looked at all this speechlessly, looking at the confident look of the 5 spirit gods, and shook his head repeatedly. You have so many things on your mind. Do you think I am going to make a big move? The 5 spirit god immediately suppressed his composure and forcefully defended himself. I'm just prepared. In fact, he did guess that Qin Yang might have deliberately transmitted the message from a distance, and then suddenly teleported to his vicinity. In this way, you can directly avoid the shadow of your own fist. Unexpectedly, Qin Yang actually didn't do this. But the 5 spirit gods would never have thought that the reason why Qin Yang kept such a long distance was to fear that when he was being tempered, he would reveal his flaws and give the 5 spirit gods a chance to attack him. A battle at this level, a fight with the peak of the 5 realms, a chance, will make Qin Yang follow in the footsteps of the wise demon general. Even for Qin Yang, it is much more difficult to cross the level of the 4th realm and fight against the 5th realm than to go over the level of the 3rd realm and fight against the 4th realm. Various magical powers emerged, and Qin Yang continued to weaken the attacks of the 5 spirit gods like last time. However, in the end, it was not about pulling out the remaining strength, but direct resistance. Boom! The whole space shook, and the 5 spirit gods felt the force barrier they had exerted. This impact made the 5 spirit gods laugh. Qin Yang's whole body seemed to be falling apart. The power of the 5 elements not only had a strong impact, but also had a strong penetration, trying to disperse all his power. Activate the rules of annihilation. fight against them, and constantly annihilate these powers. What was not destroyed in time was in Qin Yang's body, washing Qin Yang's body. Qin Yang controlled his power with his spiritual mind, and at this time, his spiritual mind was also being tempered. It seemed very slow, but everything was completed in a few breaths. Forging oneself is like forging iron. However, Qin Yang's iron is very hard. Except for the first impact, the rest had no effect at all. Do you only have this little power? 5 spirit gods, are you really the strongest being in the 5 realms? Qin Yang said sarcastically. The tone was full of contempt. The 5 spirit gods were already sure of victory, but when they heard Qin Yang's strong voice, they were stunned. Under that impact, Qin Yang was okay? Let's see how stubborn you can be. 5 spirit god roared and punched again. In response to the same violent vibration, the 5 spirit gods could feel that Qin Yang was attacked by a huge force and hit the barrier he had cast. However, Qin Yang could always shout in the distance every time after a short while. Come again. Right, that is it. Were you beaten stupid by ghosts in the underworld? Didn't you eat? It seems that the underworld really doesn't care about food. Qin Yang became more and more disgusted, and the 5 spirit god became more and more furious and stopped. At this time, Qin Yang suddenly coughed weakly, making the 5 spirit god's eyes brighten. It's not that it's invalid, it's that Qin Yang is pretending. The 5 spirit god thought so, and then launched an even more violent attack. And every time, the turbulent flow of the power of the 5 elements was used to strangle the surrounding space. Qin Yang looked at the 5 spirit gods speechlessly. This guy thinks a lot. He just wanted to show weakness, because he didn't want to attack. Sure enough, those who think too much will not be able to escape their cleverness, but will be misled by their cleverness. Ouch, I can't do it anymore. Qin Yang's words came down from the space, and the 5 spirit gods felt hope coming. Although winning like this is a bit disgraceful, and the 5 spirit gods also feel very disgraceful, it doesn't matter, the result is the most important. I thought that in the Kanglan secret realm, you were just. The 5 spirit god felt a little emotional. How long has it been since he was sent to hell by a move from underworld? Although I can't remember exactly, the time was quite short. But Qin Yang has actually grown to the 3rd level of the God Emperor. No, it's the 4 realms of the God Emperor. He was promoted in front of me. Stop sighing, you're whining. Qin Yang said to himself. Strike while the iron is hot. This is the best time to exercise your body. Such a useful hammer cannot be stopped. Although he was talking to himself, the 5 spirit gods had their thoughts locked on the entire space, so he naturally listened to this voice. The 5 spirit gods snorted angrily and said, Okay, then I will help you. I will beat you until you kneel down and beg for mercy. 5 spirit divine fist. The 5 colors of light flourished, and the power of the 5 elements came together in a delicate balance. This was the power to create all things, and at the same time it was enough to destroy all things. Its power is not only the crushing force, but also the balance will be broken when the huge power of the 5 elements attacks. The broken power of the 5 elements will instantly turn into turbulence of the 5 elements, tearing all living beings into pieces. The reason why space cracks are terrifying is not because of the terror of the endless void, but because when entering the void from the main world, you will be pulled by the space. What is empty is this pulling force. In the 3rd realm of the God Emperor, if one does not have strong self-protection power, one's body will be shattered into pieces. The reason why regular tides and regular turbulence are terrifying is that they have the same tearing power. Its destructive power can also break the balance of any living being. Qin Yang looked at the 5 spirit gods calmly, but was unexpectedly distracted. From the 5 spirit gods, Qin Yang saw the so-called peak combat power in the world. It no longer starts from oneself, does not start from the field, magical powers, etc., but maximizes the help or utilization of the power of heaven and earth. It has to be said that this is indeed the biggest attack that can be caused in the current world. But that was only in the past. The appearance of the meteor cannon made Qin Yang see a new step to climb up. The attack of the meteor cannon made Qin Yang know that above this, there was a higher level of power. After all, this is just an emperor-level meteor cannon. Since there is a clear division above the emperor level, and it is not illusory in the higher world, then at this moment, the power of the 5 realms in the current world should not be like the 5 spirit gods. We shouldn't use space and the power of heaven and earth to maximize our attacks, but we should continue to strengthen ourselves. If you are like the 5 spirit gods, if you really come into contact with a higher world one day and enter a higher world, some will only be crushed. Because the higher world cannot be used by you because of your current power level, and whether you can even borrow the power of heaven and earth is a question. Just like the demons, they began to strengthen their magical powers at the beginning and ignored the rules of heaven and earth, so they will be strong wherever they go. The underwater prison can be regarded as another world or a higher world. The Zhangqiang human race is stretched thin here and is in trouble everywhere, but the demon race is still able to thrive. Relying on the rules of heaven and earth and using the rules of heaven and earth also means dependence. Once dependence is broken, all bets are off. The world cannot be trusted, only one's own strength is fundamental. Qin Yang concluded. The world will always change, but only when you are strong can you cope with everything. Boom. I don't know how many punches it took, but Qin Yang's body was violently tempered again, and he hit the edge of the space behind him heavily. With the power of the 5 spirit gods as a barrier, it can not only receive feedback from Qin Yang when he is attacked, but also protect the wall between heaven and earth from being broken, allowing Qin Yang to escape. The 5 spirit god stopped again. He always felt that something was not right. The hunting posture prevented him from checking Qin Yang's status, and he could only make judgments based on the feedback from his strength. The 5 spirit gods judged that although the attack hit Qin Yang, it seemed to have no effect. At least it doesn't have the effect that the 5 spirit gods thought it should have. The 5 spirit god began to think. According to his judgment, if the same power cannot kill a person with one punch, then a few more punches will be needed. If you can't kill him with a few more punches, then it's definitely impossible to kill him. Because this damage is not fatal to the other party. Why did you stop? Qin Yang came back to his senses and frowned. The tempering of strength comes to the last moment, and this last moment is the most important. Once you fail, all your previous efforts will be wasted and your strength will not reach perfection. And once successful, Qin Yang's foundation will be extremely solid. This kind of opportunity to practice is really rare. If you miss this opportunity and rely on yourself to practice, it will take time and effort, and you may not be able to find the opportunity to practice. In the past, Qin Yang could also use various body refining methods to temper his body, and even the dead soul Yin Feng can be used to temper bodies. What about now? You have been promoted to the 4th realm of the God Emperor. What can you do to train yourself? What kind of power can temper the immortal divine body that I already possess? There are only 5 realms. There are really only a handful of 5 realms. Is it possible that the first stop back to the sky will lead to an undersea prison? Too much trouble. Qin Yang has been delayed in this 3rd-level world for too long, and he must not miss this opportunity. I used the provoking method before, and these 5 spirit gods are not fools. If they use the provoking method again, they will definitely notice the clues. Qin Yang was thinking in his mind, and an idea flashed in his mind, and he thought of the scene where the 5 spirit gods were trying to be clever. Suddenly the corners of his mouth raised, Qin Yang shouted loudly, "Come on! Do you only have this much power? Just wait, when I completely solidify the foundation, I will kill you with my own hands." Let you see what real power is. The 5 spirit gods were thinking below the space, and when they heard Qin Yang's words, they clenched their fists fiercely. But his intuition told him that if he attacked again, he might be fooled. But the 5 spirit gods couldn't figure out what Qin Yang's intention was. Suddenly, the 5 spirit gods figured it out that Qin Yang was deliberately irritating himself and letting him continue to attack. As for the previous attack, the 5 spirit gods had already determined that it would be ineffective against Qin Yang. As long as he continues to attack in the same way, Qin Yang can achieve the purpose of delaying time. The 5 spirit god looked like he had seen through everything, and the power of the 5 elements in his body suddenly began to become chaotic. Originally the 5 elements were mutually reinforcing, but now they are in conflict with each other. Directly reversed the power of the 5 elements. The chaotic power condensed on his fist, and the 5 spirit god smiled softly and said, "You are right, I did think too much. Since I am sure I can kill you with one punch, why should I worry about these square stone walls anymore?" Rand 5 elements divine fist. Qin Yang's brows jumped, feeling a strong sense of crisis. Unexpectedly, the terror of this punch also made him put away the contempt in his heart. However, wealth is found in danger. If it were the previous attack, it would need to be repeated many times before it could be completely tempered successfully. But now, such a punch is enough. The power of the 5 spirit gods spreading around began to tremble. The entire space began to gradually collapse. All because of the power of this punch. Qin Yang took a deep breath, and instead of using various defensive methods, he wanted to resist directly. This last step of training may only lead to serious injuries. Qin Yang's face was serious, and he had to say that he was taking risks. Boom! The power swept directly over him, and Qin Yang's immortal divine body bloomed with a shimmering divine brilliance. Chaosing the 5 elements divine fist disrupted the order of the 5 elements and also disrupted the power of all rules. Almost as soon as they made contact, violent power invaded Qin Yang's body. Poof! Qin Yang spat out blood, feeling that his strength was being torn apart and strangled. Every inch of bone and every drop of blood in the immortal divine body seemed to be decomposed. However, Qin Yang's eyes became brighter and brighter. It cannot be broken or established, but it can allow his immortal divine body to be tempered in this way. This is indeed 100 times better than some top-notch magical elixir. All Qin Yang's strength was being baptized by madness. This punch was enough to completely disrupt all the power of rules, making it difficult to gather together. Even if he doesn't die, the power of rules will be scrapped. However, what Qin Yang masters is the power of annihilation. The 5 elements divine fist can disrupt all rules, but it can only disrupt the rules of annihilation. Just like the collapse point of a secret realm, you can repair the collapse point, but you cannot destroy it. The 5 spirit gods have the ability to fill up the collapse point, but he cannot fill up Qin Yang in the 4th realm. Any force will enhance my power of annihilation. Qin Yang's eyes were filled with dark golden lines and glowed brightly. The power of this punch is gradually being annihilated by his own annihilating power. At the same time, the physical strength, divine power, and spiritual thoughts have also been tempered. I usually don't receive any threats, but I don't even know myself. Have I become this strong? Qin Yang's expression was a little strange. All his strength was being restored, and at this time, he had finished tempering it. Unexpectedly, Qin Yang only predicted that he would vomit blood, and Qin Yang thought he would be seriously injured. But unexpectedly, he just vomited blood. Sure enough, I took advantage of this opportunity. It was so right. Qin Yang sighed. An attack of this magnitude would only cause harmless damage to Qin Yang. If he tried to temper it himself, his chances would be slim. The sky-swallowing gourd. Feedback. Qin Yang's mind moved, and the sky-swallowing gourd swallowed up the power sealed in the god-killing pen, transforming it into pure power and injecting it into Qin Yang's body. In an instant, Qin Yang completely recovered. But this recovery is the recovery after training. Feeling his own power, all kinds of powers are condensed to the extreme. Qin Yang is different from ordinary people. As long as he advances, he will directly enter the peak of this realm. Today, Qin Yang is at the peak of the four realms. Coupled with various powers, Qin Yang has enough strength to challenge beyond the ranks. The power of the Chaos 5 Elements Divine Fist gradually dissipated. The cracks on the four walls surrounding the world are even more terrifying. Qin Yang laughed. With such a wall, even if he didn't use the meteor cannon, he could break it with just one punch. But at this time, the power of the sky-building stone was fully restored. Has it just been a day? Qin Yang thought for a while, looked at the 5-color divine light below, and laughed. The meteor cannon was summoned directly in the hunting posture. Don't forget, after entering the hunting posture, your attack power will gradually increase. And the meteor cannon is also Qin Yang's attack. Use magical means to evolve its power. This attack may exceed the power of the 5 realms. Now that the sky-mending stone has been restored, why not try it again? After solving the major problem of the 5 spirit gods, it can even be. Get your formation flag back. The reason why these 5 spirit gods were condensed and reborn by the spirit clan was thanks to Qin Yang's formation and formation flag. If Qin Yang remembered correctly, this thing had its own 4 formation flags in its body. They are the Qin flag of earth stolen by Little Demon Peach to repay his kindness, the Su flag of earth owned by King Chu Shen, the High flag of water in the secret realm of Wanzhong Mountain, and the wood flag of Zhao Kongming, the former king of the Aoki Principality. Maoqi. Coupled with the golden spirit beads and the fire spirit beads, the 8 battle formations were perfectly activated. After taking back these 4 formation flags, plus the golden formation flags and fire formation flags in the Little Demon realm, Qin Yang alone has 6 of the 12 formation flags. Is he already dead? The 5 spirit gods were stunned, as if they didn't want Qin Yang to die so simply. I obviously still control my power. 5 spirit gods sighed. Qin Yang was charging the meteor cannon and using the sky-swallowing gourd to convert the power of the sky-mending stone. When I heard the 5 spirit gods talking to themselves like this, I couldn't help it. Are you too confident? Qin Yang said a little depressed, only when you know yourself and your enemy can you be victorious in every battle. I know everything about you. But how much do you know about me? The sudden words shocked the 5 spirit gods. Qin Yang's tone was very calm. There was no trace of injury? Even after a few ordinary punches from before, Qin Yang's voice was not as powerful as it is now. How is it possible? My Chaos 5 Elements Divine Fist is invincible. Even if you don't die, you will only be able to breathe. The 5 spirit gods said in disbelief. Before Qin Yang could speak, the 5 spirit gods said again, I know, you are trying to be mysterious. Qin Yang rolled his eyes and simply ignored him. No matter what, it would be better to give him a shot later. The energy storage was gradually completed. Qin Yang waved his hands in a formation, and condensed the ignition switch. Just as his finger was about to point at the energy point in the middle of the switch formation, the 5 spirit gods spoke again. I can make you immortal, but you must agree to one condition. 5 spirit gods said. Qin Yang snorted and said, I promise you a condition? Are you kidding me? Do you think you have the qualifications to negotiate with me? The 5 spirit gods said disdainfully, Qin Yang, stop pretending. I know that you have great magical powers and many magic weapons. But compared to your strength, you are not worth mentioning. You have just been promoted to the 4th realm. How can you last so long under me? It's already amazing. If you pretend too much, it will make you more exposed. Qin Yang couldn't complain, because he didn't understand himself at all, so he had such huge self-confidence. However, Qin Yang didn't turn the switch immediately, but became confused. Do these 5 spirit gods still ask for help from themselves? What does he want? How about you tell me your conditions? Let me hear it. Qin Yang asked, curiously. But Qin Yang's curiosity was regarded by the 5 spirit gods as a plea for mercy. I knew you couldn't hold it any longer. 5 spirit gods said. Should you tell me? If you don't tell me. Qin Yang moved his finger close to the ignition button. As long as the force gently touches the power concentration point in the center of the formation, the meteor cannon will fire. It seems that you are in a hurry. Don't you understand your situation? What resources do you have to continue to be calm and composed? 5 spirit gods said. Qin Yang looked at the sky speechlessly. Who didn't understand his situation? The 5 spirit gods said, you are a genius, and a monster-like genius. I recognize you. There are many people who recognize me, but I have never taken those people seriously. Qin Yang said. Does Emperor Tiangang still recognize him? So what? The 8 gods of war in the sky, the equally famous Zhao Quantu, was still punched in the head by himself? No matter what you say, it can't change the reality. I won't be sloppy. As long as you are willing to hand over the peony to me, I will spare your life. How about it? 5 spirit gods said. Peony? Qin Yang was stunned. Why are you looking for Peony? The 5 spirit gods said, Peony is the spirit master of the spirit clan. Only she can cultivate the spirit clan and regenerate the spirit clan. She has no effect on you. But for me, she can help me rebuild the spirit clan. Qin Yang smiled softly and said, help you rebuild the spirit clan? Are you mistaken? She is the spirit master, you are just a deformed existence. Rebuilding the spirit clan is her task. What does it have to do with you? Do you want Mutant to rebuilding the Eldar, and then you take control of the Eldar? Is it too lonely to be alone? Deformed. The eyes of the 5 spiritual gods rolled with anger. I am from the spiritual clan. Taboo. Even the spirit clan treats you as a taboo. Qin Yang interrupted. So, you are not willing to hand over Peony? 5 spirit god threatened, you also felt the power of that punch just now. It was because I retained the power. Okay, then you want something that doesn't reserve your power? Qin Yang said with a smile. Are you really unwilling to cooperate? 5 spirit god roared. Qin Yang watched the meteor cannon finish charging up and said quietly, you are not qualified to let me cooperate with you. After speaking, he lightly tapped the energy point. Ignition switch formation, the energy on this energy point spreads out, and in an instant, the entire meteor cannon lights up with a mysterious light. Wu Lingshan's heart sank. What was going on with this intense sense of crisis? You actually have some means? 5 spirit god shouted angrily, Chaos 5 elements divine fist. Qin Yang looked at the 5 spirit gods as if they were an idiot, and said softly, in the face of pure power, all the bells and whistles are meaningless. Do you dare to say that my punch was just fancy? Otherwise? Qin Yang saw it more clearly at this time. He paid too much attention to the rules of the world, but he had blocked his upper limit. Although the 5 spirit gods are at the pinnacle of the 5 realms, they have only reached this point. However, the meteor cannon is also the peak of the 5 realms in one-shot power. With the blessing of the hunting posture, the power is even greater. And this is not the limit of the meteor cannon. After all, on top of this emperor-level meteor cannon, there is also a spirit-level one. The 5 spirit gods hesitated, but decided to kill Qin Yang. The sense of crisis in his heart made him terrified. At this time, he was about to unleash a full blow. As soon as he waved his fist, he felt tremendous pressure around him. Chaos 5 Elements Divine Fist. The 5-color fist light was squeezed by the huge force, and was almost scattered. The entire third-level world suddenly trembled. Almost everyone felt this terrifying death wave. Far away in the little demon realm, all the demons' hearts skipped a beat, and they all looked at the world beyond the walls of the heaven and earth realm. What happened there? Why haven't the 3 demon generals returned yet? Several sections of the wall between heaven and earth suddenly disappeared before. I still haven't figured out what it was. Everyone chatted uneasily. But among the demons, all the powerful men above the God Emperor's expressions changed drastically, as if they had discovered something terrifying. The place of battle, the place where the walls of heaven and earth suppress it. Surrounded by Huan Yu's army of monsters, there was also an army of insect ghost clones. Both sides were waiting. The wall collapsed before, scaring all the monsters, but now. Boom! There was a violent explosion, and the walls of the world connecting the sky and the earth exploded completely. The bursting wall was as powerful as a magical power. Wherever it passed, even the monsters of the 3 realms were instantly smashed into pieces. The monsters have no time to be afraid, because something more terrifying is happening. Centered on the space suppressed by the wall between heaven and earth, the space collapsed piece by piece. This is not fragmentation, this is collapse. These are 2 concepts. The terrifying tearing force tore all surrounding monsters into pieces. Even the 3-realm monsters can only hold on for a moment. Even if you don't die, you may be lost in the endless void forever until your life is exhausted. The collapse continued and soon spread over thousands of miles. The rules of heaven and earth automatically came to repair, and the tide of rules was rolled up. However, the scope of the collapse is too great. At this time, the entire 3-layer world is about to completely collapse. The monster beast in the far distance saw a scene in the endless void, a giant with colorful divine light, and a human figure not far above him. That is. The monster camp hoped that it was Huan Yu, but unfortunately, surrounding this figure was an even more terrifying power of annihilating rules. There is no flame. The clone camp of the big monster, insect ghost, hopes that it is the mother body. However, the mother body is a 1,000-eyed butterfly, not this human figure at all. There are also monsters who are thinking, which demon general could this be? The space collapsed, making it impossible for all monsters and beasts to detect it. Moreover, the terrifying tearing force and regular tides were like a whirlpool on the sea, sucking everything around it into it. All living beings are in despair. At this time, who is standing among them? Is it still useful? The entire 3rd-level world will be destroyed. The collapsed space spread rapidly. At this time, a loud shout sounded from the horizon, 1 shot and 2 shots are scattered. It is the magic weapon of the demon sealing general, the dividing ruler. Isolating the world and cutting off the collapsed space with 1 move directly resolved the crisis. However, this crisis was only temporarily resolved. The sky-dividing ruler dispersed in 2 snaps, and the defense of the isolated space was simply not as good as the original world space. General Feng Mo, Yu Mo General, and Song Mo General all appeared at the edge of the collapsed space, looking at everything in it in horror. And they still don't know that they are already the only 3 remaining among the 8 demon generals. What exactly happened here? Mo narrowed his pupils and looked at the giant figure in the collapsed space. 5-colored divine light, with such a body shape, could it be? Song Mahjiang said in a deep voice, it should be the legendary 5 spirit gods. However, the spirit tribe is almost extinct and he has not appeared. How could it be? The Yumo general was overjoyed and said, this is the ability of the intelligent demon general. No matter what, the intelligent demon general wins. The demon sealing general said worriedly, but it's easy to invite gods, but hard to send them away. How should we deal with these 5 spirit gods? Qin Yang. I was careless. I didn't expect you to have such a strong attack. The strength of the 5 spirit gods fluctuated, and it was even difficult to concentrate. The colorful divine light on his body was no longer balanced and looked extremely messy. This also means that the power of the 5 spirit gods has gradually lost its balance. This is absolutely unacceptable to the 5 spirit gods. Even if he can use the Chaos 5 Elements Divine Fist, even if it disrupts the 5 elements, the power of this disruption is balanced, and each force will not be more or less. But now, after receiving a blow from the meteor cannon, less than half of his huge body collapsed. Qin Yang was speechless, and said, "You're not dead. It seems that the collapse of this space saved your life." If the space was strong enough, the blow just now would be enough to smash the 5 spirit gods into pieces. But it was the space that was shattered, and the world began to collapse, and the turbulent flow of various rules offset part of the meteor cannon's attack. Especially, the collapsed space has the same function as the Zangetsu Sect's Phantom Moonsword. Qin Yang pinched his fingers and directly put 2 marks on the 5 spirit gods. One is the mark of his Wanjian Guizong. Of course, the predecessor of Wanjian Guizong is the Demon Crow art of the Demon Crow God King. With a thought, you can teleport to the marked position of the small sword. The other mark is the mark of Tianmen's seal. The reason for this is very simple. Because of the sky-mending stone, the meteor cannon can only be used once a day. Although Qin Yang was promoted to the 4th realm, he wanted to kill the 5 spirit gods. Even if the 5 spirit gods seemed to be seriously injured at this time, killing them would be quite time-consuming. At least he might not be able to kill him within a day. In this case, it is better to just wait and wait for the sky-mending stone to cool down. Anyway, he couldn't find himself when he entered the hunting posture. And the 2 marks are to ensure nothing goes wrong. Qin Yang had already made up his mind to delay for a day to completely deal with these 5 spirit gods and get back his formation flag. However, it was discovered that the 5 spirit gods seemed to be in a very distressed state. The reason why the 5 spirit gods are powerful is that they have natal talents similar to the sky-mending stone. No matter how injured you are, you can always recover. Moreover, the realm will never regress. While replenishing strength, the realm will always remain at the peak of the 5 realms. This is why, after the spirit clan merged into the 5 spirit gods, the 5 spirit gods directly possessed the power of the peak of the 5 realms. But at this time, the 5 spirit gods seemed to have no replenishment of power. After feeling it lightly, Qin Yang suddenly understood. There is no spiritual energy in this endless void. There is no power of any rules. Qin Yang himself controls the rules of annihilation and is not favored by heaven and earth. The feeling is not strong at this time. Not only is he not restricted, but he is more comfortable. Because there are no rules of heaven and earth that you must be your enemy at all times. But the 5 spirit gods are different. In the endless void, this guy has no source of power. In that case, Qin Yang looked at the incomplete body of the 5 spirit gods and the chaotic power of the 5 elements. I'm afraid that, without attacking by myself, these 5 spirit gods will disintegrate on their own. It's interesting. Qin Yang laughed and approached the 5 spirit gods. The 5 spirit gods were startled and quickly backed away. He couldn't gather his strength at this time. He was trying hard to maintain his balance. How could he have the time to continue fighting? Seeing the reaction of the 5 spirit gods, Qin Yang shook his head sadly. Such a powerful god emperor of the 5 realms, a taboo existence of the spiritual clan, is so powerless in the void? Would it be too frustrating to die like this? Qin Yang joked. Bastard. Damn it. Just wait for me. 5 spirit gods roared repeatedly. The power of the 5 elements raging inside the body made the 5 spirit gods increasingly unable to calm down, and instead became more and more irritable. The more he tried to forcefully maintain it, the more the power in his body turned against him. Previously, he used the Chaos 5 Elements Divine Fist one after another, which left him with sequelae. At this time, the sequelae are exploding directly now, which is simply adding insult to injury. Qin Yang did not take action directly, but quietly observed. Because he discovered that the 5 spirit gods were undergoing inexplicable changes. It was originally a giant with the 5 elements gathered together. It had a human form, but it was just like a human form. But now, the 5 spirit gods actually have human faces. And this face is somewhat familiar. Qin Yang. If you destroy my spiritual clan, our spiritual clan will be at odds with you. There was a sudden roar, and Qin Yang raised his eyebrows. What the hell? Qin Yang's head was full of questions. This voice seems familiar? Qin Yang, help us, we know we were wrong. A female voice sounded, which seemed to be somewhat familiar. Isn't this Lulua? Qin Yang frowned. This should be the girl named Lulua next to Peony, the Wood spiritual tribe. Qin Yang understood that the 5 spirit gods merged with all the spirit races. At this time, the power of the 5 elements was disordered, and the will of all the spirit races was no longer suppressed. And that sworn roar before seemed to be the leader of the fire spirit tribe. Since it is a taboo, there is always a reason for taboos. The 5 spirit gods are the trump card of the spirit clan. But they are also the trump card of perish together. Qin Yang said, I can't save you, and besides, it is you who repay your kindness. I will give you a battle formation, I can lend you your formation flag. The results of it? But you use these to deal with me. Lulua's voice sounded, with a crying tone, Qin Yang, we already know we were wrong. Qin Yang felt a little complicated. In the final analysis, the problem still appeared in the battle formation. Everyone's hearts are connected together, and they are still members of the spirit race. The sharing of hatred can easily make some docile Eldar lose their minds. Shut up. Shut up, everyone. The voice of the 5 spirit gods roared, regardless of yin or yang. His state at this time was already very dangerous, and countless spiritual clan wills were condemning him in his heart and trying their best to break free. Qin Yang, save the spirit clan. We can die, we all can die, but the spirit clan. Luluo's voice was a little weak. The light on the 5 spirit gods actually dimmed a bit. Many Eldars liberated their wills at this time, and some Eldars who regretted not having time to leave when they formed the battle formation felt even more guilty now. They wanted to die, and even if they died, they could not wash away their sins. They are the sinners of the spiritual race. It was them who caused the complete extinction of the Eldar race. Don't worry, your spiritual master Peony is alive and well now. Qin Yang couldn't bear it, but no matter how many spiritual clans the 5 spirit gods merged with, no matter how many wills were liberated at this time, they would all die. Even if Qin Yang doesn't kill him, even if these spiritual tribes free their will, they won't be able to survive at all. What's more important is that the 5 spirit gods are constantly cutting off their own power and are about to find their balance. Qin Yang stretched out his hand and shook it in front of the 5 spirit gods. The 5 spirit gods ran away in fear, but how could his speed compare with Qin Yang? No matter where he fled, he could not escape Qin Yang. Damn it, if I give it a little more time I will be able to find my balance. The 5 spirit gods were extremely anxious. Qin Yang raised the corners of his mouth and said, in that case, will I come to help you? The fist that seizes the sky. Qin Yang's move directly forcibly robbed the power of the 5 spirit gods. However, Qin Yang did not completely surround the 5 spirit gods, but controlled this move to only capture half of the 5 spirit gods' bodies. Don't you want to find balance? Then I will help you completely break the balance again. It is very difficult to directly kill the 5 spirit gods. even the 5 spirit gods in their current state. However, it would be too easy to disintegrate the 5 spirit gods. Their power was crazily plundered, and the 5 spirit gods instantly despaired. The power he finally suppressed went berserk again. The figure began to gradually split apart, as if it was about to be dismembered. Qin Yang, let me go. I am willing to become your servant and conquer all realms for you. The 5 spirit god prayed loudly. Qin Yang smiled and said, didn't you say that you want to beat me to my knees and beg for mercy? What are you doing now? Qin Yang shows no mercy, being kind to the enemy is cruel to himself. The 5 spirit gods even deliberately released the will of some spirit tribes and allowed them to appear briefly, hoping to gain Qin Yang's mercy. It's a pity that Qin Yang has seen through everything long ago, and instead strengthens his hand again. The fist that seizes the sky, punches out. Directly hammer the 5 spirit gods head to his head. The 5 spirit gods were almost furious, and their control power was getting less and less. Are you so heartless? 5 spirit god roared. You say I'm heartless? What have you done, don't you know? How do you exist, don't you know? Qin Yang laughed, biting like a mad dog. At this level, the only way to conquer the world is to conquer all realms. You need a powerful helper like me. 5 spirit god shouted again. Qin Yang stopped, which made the 5 spirit gods feel happy. The 5 spirit gods quickly sorted out their own strength. Qin Yang was not considering the seemingly tempting condition of the 5 spirit gods as his subordinates, but was observing the endless void around him. The stars seemed very close, but Qin Yang knew that they were extremely far away. If every star is a world, then all the worlds are nothing more than that. But, where is the higher world? The star closest to me cannot even be seen in its entirety. Because it's too close. It is the 3rd world of exile. Qin Yang felt it carefully and found that the star was moving rapidly, and its speed was shockingly fast. And he and the 5 spirit gods were also moving away quickly under the pull of this star. These are the stars that were exiled. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes and turned to look behind him. Exiled, where are you going? Are there other starry skies besides this starry sky? Huh? Qin Yang raised his eyebrows and felt a force watching him, but this force was not clearly felt, just a vague feeling. Qin Yang found that he was infinitely close to the higher world, but he was extremely confused. Suddenly, a ridiculous idea appeared in his mind. Could it be that the so-called higher world is this endless void? After clenching his fist, Qin Yang discovered that it was impossible to break this void. If this endless void can also be regarded as a world, wouldn't it be more solid than any other world? Not to mention the Emperor-level meteor cannon, even the Spirit-level meteor cannon can attack wantonly in this endless void. My heart suddenly opened up, like clouds and fog were cleared away, like a sudden enlightenment. But then, Qin Yang became depressed. It's just a void, except for the stars, which can be seen more clearly, this is too. Pouting his lips, Qin Yang felt his mark and immediately became happy. The fighting demon general used all his strength to control the dragon Jade and chase behind the stars in the 3-layer world. Even so, he was still being pulled further and further away. Ha ha ha. Qin Yang couldn't help laughing. The stars in these 3 worlds were exiled, getting further and further away from the center of the starry sky. And the demon fighting general was thrust into the void by his own kick. I think this demon fighting general must be very curious and must have urged the Xuanhuan Jade to get rid of the traction of the 3-layer world power. With Xuanhuan Jade, it is easy to get rid of the pulling power, but what happens after getting rid of it? Do-Mo will definitely regret it. If you want to come back, you must catch up with the star of these 3 worlds. Just chase him. Qin Yang thought to himself. Qin Yang's laughter previously shocked the 5 spirit gods, but when he discovered that Qin Yang was smiling to himself, he immediately felt relieved. The power in his body was constantly being deprived of him, and he even pulled out an earth formation flag, just to ensure the invisible balance. But how is the original balance created? That is the effort of every spirit clan, and that is the effect of top-notch formations like the 8-gate formation. Now that the balance is broken, there is no power supply in this endless void. Do you want to find balance? It is undoubtedly a fantasy. Qin Yang. Do you really not think about it? Look at the countless stars around here. Don't you want to be the master of all this? 5 spirit gods still refused to give up. Qin Yang had already seen the countless stars, and now he frowned and said, "Why should I become the master of all this?" 5. The spirit god felt cold and said quickly, "I forgot that you are the Lord of Destruction. Even if you want to destroy all the stars, you have to find a way to those stars. Otherwise, you may not be able to do it for the rest of your life." Can't get there. Qin Yang shrugged and said, "I understand what you mean, but why should I destroy everything? I only need to destroy my enemies, that's enough. For example, you." Qin Yang's body was surrounded by black light, which was deeper and darker than the endless void. Jinghong sword finger. Qin Yang pointed out with one finger pointing like a sword. Countless annihilation divine swords were instantly condensed around him and behind him. The divine sword circled, forming a gorgeous sword lotus, and strangled it directly. Qin Yang pulled his fingers, and thousands of obliterating divine swords were like a torrent of swords, trying to destroy everything. The power of annihilation continues to eat away at the 5 spirit gods, and what Qin Yang really wants to do is to disintegrate the 5 spirit gods. No. 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 The 5 spirit gods roared unwillingly. The balance was completely broken, and even the body shape could not be condensed, and it was broken into countless pieces. And these fragments are not 5 colors, but the colors of the 5 elements. The 5 spirit gods have fallen. The will of all the spirit races has been liberated. But they were different from before. They could roar a few words before, but now they couldn't even hold on for a breath and disappeared into thin air. Not only does this endless void have no power of rules, but the environment itself will cause the God Emperor to be completely wiped out. Qin Yang watched all this quietly. But I feel sorry in my heart. To disintegrate the 5 spirit gods is not to kill them with the power of annihilation. This does not improve your own strength at all. The 5 spirit gods were equivalent to dying in his own hands. The 5 spirit gods born from the fusion of countless spiritual races should have such consequences. But, what a huge experience this is. Sighing, he wanted to make the remaining body of the 5 spirit gods completely disappear into the endless starry sky. A fragment flew towards Qin Yang. Qin Yang was silent for a few moments, then waved his hand to take it in. This piece, like wood, has a will and spirit inside it, which is the pothose. Please Qin Yang, please save the spirit clan. The sound transmission of Lu Luo was extremely weak, and it seemed as if it was about to dissipate. If it weren't for the broken body of the 5 spirit gods, she would have died long ago and would not even be able to be resurrected. Among the other broken bodies, there are also spiritual thoughts from the spirit race, but they are about to perish along with the broken bodies. Peony is now my gardener. Hasn't this saved your spirit clan? Qin Yang said. Lulua said, it's useless. The spirit master also needs the foundation to cultivate the spirit clan. The spirit clan can be divided. When the 8-gate formation was first operated, you knew that the origin of the spirit clan is also these foundations. Coming from division. Qin Yang thought for a while and said, you mean, with you as the foundation, the spiritual clan can truly be rebuilt? Not only that, it can also shorten time greatly, even tens of thousands of years or even. Qin Yang shook his head and said, that is what Muten should worry about. Besides, for the spirit master, tens of thousands of years is not a long time, right? Besides, Jiang Chongwei is the holy son of your spirit clan. The true Son of God is not divided into 5 elements. When Zhao Kongming was mistaken for Muxingzi, it was just a joke. The Holy Son is the benefactor of the spiritual race. And Jiang Chongwei preserved the spirit clan bloodline 10,000 years ago and saved the descendants of the spirit master. Therefore, Jiang Chongwei is the true son of the Holy Son. Qin Yang continued, as the Lord of Destruction, you ask me to save people. Doesn't it seem a bit unreasonable? I'm sorry, we were wrong before. Lulua cried, you have already helped our spiritual tribe too much, and you really shouldn't ask for anything more. Qin Yang quietly looked at the fragmented remains of the 5 spirit gods. The spiritual thoughts in the fragments of the broken bodies had completely dissipated. Lulua's spiritual consciousness was preserved until now, because the place where she lived was in Qin Yang's hands. After a long time, Qin Yang sighed. With a thought, the voice of heaven sounded. Ordinary, world. The translucent light mask opened, and it was like a planet being born in an instant, but Qin Yang controlled it and only wrapped the fragments of the 5 spirit gods. Every piece of this is the best of the 5 elements spiritual materials. And it has the unique aura of the spirit race. In Qin Yang's domain, these fragments are no longer swallowed by the void, and even Lulua feels a strong sense of security. Is this your world? Lulua asked in surprise. There are no rules in this world. Pothos feels like an ordinary plant. When you are in the realm of the God Emperor, you can choose to transform into the real world. It is attached to the main space and is the secret realm. But Qin Yang felt the higher world and knew that there was no end to the war. If the secret realm transforms into the real world, it will become a burden to oneself. Is it possible that during a battle, you just drag the family and their families and throw them to the enemy first? Qin Yang is now extremely determined that all means should be developed into his own combat power, pure combat power. You are planning to help our spirit tribe. Lulua was about to speak. Qin Yang came back to his senses and shook his hand gently. Using violence, he directly crushed the remnant body of the 5 spirit gods inhabited by Luluo, and at the same time crushed Luluo's spiritual thoughts. Ah, I forgot to hear her finish. Qin Yang scratched his head. But it doesn't matter. Qin Yang set up formations in the void, and the formations of the death realm and the reincarnation formation were quickly completed. If it had been before, without the intercession of Jiang Chongwei and Peony, he would never have resurrected Pothos. But now, there is no shortage of spiritual materials for these core formations that Qin Yang values most. Kongming stone. Yin Yang wood. Taiyin spring water. It doesn't matter, just be willful this time. Qin Yang said in his heart. Clapping his palms together, Qin Yang whispered, open the gate to the world of death. The sound of chains being pulled was eerie to the depths of my soul. The tinkling of jingle bells seems to be captivating. Behind Qin Yang, a ghost-faced door suddenly appeared, filled with gloomy energy. The background is still endless void, and this gate to the world of death seems to make people feel more deeply, as if it opens another world of endless void. Looking at the grimace, Qin Yang laughed. I originally thought it was something magical, but now I know the details of this guy. It's just the same as the door spirit, and has the same nature as the touring of the heavenly prison formation. But this time, the gate to the world of death is different from before. At the beginning, when Qin Yang called, he would open the door directly, and then the ghost could come out. Later, the door spirit appeared, as if there was an extra gatekeeper, and he seemed to be interrogated when he came out. Later, the door spirit didn't open the door at all, and seemed to know who Qin Yang wanted to resurrect, so he vomited it out. That was the case when Xuanhuan was resurrected last time. But now, this door spirit looked at Qin Yang quietly, as if Qin Yang summoned it just to take a look. What's wrong? Qin Yang raised his eyebrows. Do you want me to open the door myself? There was murderous intent in his eyes, and the destructive power in his body began to slowly gather. The door spirit stared at Qin Yang in fear. In his eyes, he felt that he had nowhere to hide, and everything seemed to be seen through. Boy, you have disrupted the order of heaven and earth. Do you know what this means? A cold voice came from inside the door, and the door spirit of the door to the death world hurriedly opened the door. Finally, he seemed to be relieved. The eerie atmosphere was stronger, but the temperature just seemed to get cooler. In Qin Yang's ordinary world, this breath has no other effect besides being cooler. I don't care what you mean. Do you still want to invite me as a guest? Qin Yang laughed. After controlling the death formation, Qin Yang controlled the passage between the current world and the underworld. In the past, Qin Yang's self-image could stay in the current world and summon Qin Yang back. But now, maybe Qin Yang can directly open the door and walk out in the underworld. The 5 spirit gods are beyond life and death, let alone myself, the Lord of Destruction? Inside the gate, a figure condensed with ghost energy trembled slightly, and said in shock, You, the 4 realms of the God Emperor, this. Facing Qin Yang's threat, Guicha snorted coldly, You are just showing off in this ancient star field. You'd better stay in this ruined star field. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. Star territory? It's star territory again. Could it be? The outline of the higher world in Qin Yang's mind seems to be much clearer. What's the ancient star field? What's the ruined star field? Qin Yang asked. Guizhan was obviously a little disdainful and said, Then let's talk after you know everything. Now, take the person you want to resurrect and get out. After saying that, with a wave of his hand, Lulua was caught with a face full of fear and confusion, and was thrown out of the gate of the death world. Qin Yang rolled his eyes, and the gate to the world of death disappeared. Who is this? Bah! What the hell? When I know all this, I will talk to you about nothing. Qin Yang curled his lips. The green dill on the side has been completely stunned. What is going on? Qin Yang can actually talk to ghosts? Guicha's attitude has changed significantly compared to before. It seemed that he had violated his interests. Qin Yang thought in his mind that when he resurrected people before, he didn't see such a big reaction. What happened? Looking at Luluo, who only had the body of a soul, Qin Yang ran the reincarnation formation. It's just that there is no heavenly star stone in the formation, but there is the broken body of the 5 spirit gods, and the effect is the same. Reshape Lulua's body and use the remaining body of the 5 spirit gods to give her more potential in the future. Maybe even if she had enough time, she would grow into a wood spirit god herself. With this thought in mind, he suddenly thought of the wood saint of the wood spirit tribe, Granny Z. This green radish may really take the place of Granny Purple for Peony. But this is all the matter of the spirit clan. Qin Yang is still more concerned about his own problems. If this ghost keeps pulling his hips like this, and doesn't give him any face, it will be a huge obstacle to his ability to resurrect others in the future. Luluo regained her body, and this body made her extremely excited. She felt that she had an unprecedented sense of power, which was even more powerful than when she and the spirit race worked together to perform the 8-gate formation. After all, this is the power that belongs only to you. Lulua Void Ying bowed, but was stopped by a powerful force. She had a feeling in her heart that if she dared to disobey Qin Yang, she would disappear immediately and not even be able to go to the underworld. Don't thank me, I just think Jiang Chengwei and Nidan would really like you to live. Qin Yang said quietly. Lulua took a deep look at Qin Yang and sighed in her heart, how lucky she was to be Qin Yang's friend. Qin Yang waved his hand from a distance and gathered up all the remaining bodies of the 5 spirit gods. Among them, 4 formation flags were intact, and there were 2 5-element spirit orbs. 1 fire spirit bead and 1 gold spirit bead. Are you wondering why that ghost is so angry? Lulua asked weakly. She tried her best to please Qin Yang, but the pressure Qin Yang put on her was too much. She kept strangers away, as she felt like she would die if she got close. You know? Qin Yang became confused. Lulua nodded and said, I'm not sure. I was also a part of the 5 spirit gods before, and I also know the experiences of the 5 spirit gods. That ghost seems to be coveting the soul power of the 5 spirit gods. Qin Yang suddenly understood that the underworld is the most special world, where there are ghosts, and the power of the soul may be a great tonic. The 5 spirit gods are at the pinnacle of the 5 realms, and they are taboo beings born from the fusion of countless spirit races. It goes without saying that the power of their souls is so powerful. In this way, it makes sense why Guizhou is so angry. Qin Yang smiled, it really offended his interests. However, there is no way around it. The divine mind searched the remaining bodies of the 5 spirit gods, but there was no longer any spirit clans inside them. Lulua said, if the remains of the 5 spirit gods are given to Peony, a new leader of the spirit clan will be cultivated. Lulua was also extremely excited. She also realized that she might be the second Granny Z, assisting the spirit master and building the spirit clan together. Where is Sister Peony? Lulua asked. Qin Yang replied casually, the devil world. Ah? Lulua's eyes widened, aren't we with you? Qin Yang didn't want to dwell on this issue anymore. As soon as the demon world was mentioned, Qin Yang hated Jiang Chengwei. So good, why did he go to the demon world and catch all Lu Mingyu, Jin Wanshan and others? Don't worry, it won't take long before you see Peony. Qin Yang said. Lulua seemed to have a lot to say. Seeing how powerful Qin Yang was at this time, she had countless questions in her heart. Without daring to say or ask any more questions, a green light flashed from her body and turned into a garland and put it on Qin Yang's head. Xin Yan said, although my strength is low, this will refresh you and help relieve the fatigue of the soul. Although he meant well, the corners of Qin Yang's mouth were already twitching. Lulua worked very hard to help Qin Yang, so the green light was even more dazzling. Such a halo, still green. Qin Yang's face darkened, he frowned, clenched his fists, and clenched his teeth. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yang said in a deep voice, come down. Ah? Don't you like it? This will really help you. Lulua felt aggrieved. It's simply a thankless effort. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid they would be like this, or even beg for it. You can change your mind and don't have to stay on top of me. Qin Yang tried his best to calm down. The green radish wreath on Qin Yang's head bloomed with divine light, flowing and gathering around Qin Yang's waist, turning into a jade ear and hanging on it. It looks very exquisite. There was a burst of clarity in his head, and Qin Yang's heart was relieved. His body was still under the gravity of the star in the 3rd level world. Qin Yang knew that he could not delay it any longer. The longer it drags on, the farther and farther away it becomes from the center of this ruined star field. As for what is the center? Nature is the world of the sky. After all, Qin Yang already knew before that the world of the sky is the center of the world. The ancient star field, the ruined star field. Qin Yang thought in his heart, this ancient, ruined star field. It's definitely not the name. Since the firmament world is the center of all worlds, isn't this the firmament star territory? The 4 realms of the God Emperor and the realm of equaling the sky allowed Qin Yang to easily explore everything on one realm, that is, a star, but in this endless void, he felt insignificant again. As for the 5 realms of breaking the sky, I am afraid this will not change. Breaking the sky, breaking only one of the heavens. Since there is a firmament star field, there must be other star fields. Qin Yang thought about the information he got from the meteor cannon. There is a spirit level above the emperor level, and what Guizhan said. Qin Yang became curious, and his ambition to conquer the stars and the sea gradually rose. However, he had no clue how to go to other star regions. All of this could only be temporarily sealed in Qin Yang's heart. Qin Yang released his spiritual thoughts and felt the imprint of Tianmen's seal. The demon-fighting general was still chasing after him with all his strength. It's a pity that he didn't use the full power of Shenlong Jade, and he still hasn't caught up until now. Qin Yang's figure flashed, and a translucent dragon appeared under his feet. This is the ability that Qin Yang condensed with his own strength and evolved his magical power to simulate the dragon Jade. Suddenly, Qin Yang was like a ray of light, instantly crossing the entire third-level world. As soon as he escaped from the gravity of the third-level world, Qin Yang felt shocked. He actually underestimated the speed of being exiled from the three worlds. This three-layered world is even continuing to accelerate. Qin Yang looked back at the star in the third-level world in confusion, and thought to himself, how long will this exile last? Will there be an end to the star field? What will happen at the end? There were many thoughts in his heart, but with a thought, the demon-fighting general had already flown closer. Seeing Qin Yang standing in the void, fighting demon general was startled. He thought about many possible scenarios, but he never thought that it would be Qin Yang who came to pick up him. It was quite hard to chase along the way. Are you chasing me? Qin Yang looked at the demon-fighting general in amusement. Number 84. Why are you here? The demon fighter looked at Qin Yang uncertainly. I have a bad feeling in my heart. The Do demon general asked, where is the wisdom demon general? What do you think? Qin Yang looked at demon fighting general quietly. To be precise, he was looking at the 5-spirit divine bone holy armor and the divine dragon jade on the fighting demon general. Needless to say, these two pieces, the dragon jade, are also a good thing, as is the 5-spirit divine bone holy armor. It's impossible for him to be killed by you. He must have used his last trump card. You. Fighting demon general laughed and said, you must have escaped. Donmajiang pointed at the stars that were getting farther and farther behind Qin Yang, but for a while, he could only see a huge starlight. After a while, I'm afraid it will be harder to catch up. You want to delay time? Drag me to die with you? Donmajiang snorted coldly and said, I'll let you go. If you dare to go back again, I will definitely kill you. After saying that, he actually wanted to bypass Qin Yang and continue to chasing stars. Delay time? Die together? Qin Yang and Demon General flew parallel to each other. It was too easy for Qin Yang to maintain such speed. Qin Yang only used 30% of his divine power. Qin Yang said teasingly, why do you think so? Looking at the demon fighting general, this guy had previously activated the demon fighting all directions blood lock. He should be extremely weak at this time, but now it seems that his aura is quite stable. During this period, I am afraid that I have eaten a lot of good things to replenish my body. Donmajiang gritted his teeth and looked at Qin Yang, saying, without a starry sky compass, it is impossible to determine which star is which world. Now, only these three worlds can be determined. Are you delaying time just to prevent me from catching up? Qin Yang said speechlessly, can't you catch me if I don't delay you? The demon fighting general suddenly choked and felt extremely anxious. The fighting demon general said harshly, Qin Yang, you want to die, but I don't want to accompany you to wander the void. In this endless void, there are no rules of heaven and earth, and no power can be replenished. All resources will eventually be used up, all power will eventually be exhausted. Qin Yang said lightly, no way, how can I use up all the resources I have? What's more, the sky-swallowing gourd is of no use here, but I still have the sky-mending stone. The figure of the fighting demon general stopped suddenly, and Qin Yang also stopped immediately. Yeah, why did I forget that you have the sky-mending stone? Doemo looked at Qin Yang with burning eyes. If he snatched the sky-mending stone, what would he have to worry about? The sequelae of the previous demonic war in Bafang can also be completely eliminated. Yes, do you want to? Qin Yang stretched out his hand, and the sky-mending stone appeared in his hand. However, the light of the sky-mending stone is somewhat dim and is still recovering. Doma Jiang couldn't help but wanted to take action, but then he became embarrassed again. It seems that he can't beat Qin Yang. Especially since Qin Yang still has the sky-mending stone, but he doesn't. I will definitely be consumed to death. The fighting demon general sneered, thinking he had seen through Qin Yang's plan, and said, "Humph, I know, you are deliberately tempting me to fight with you. How can I fall into the trap? The 3 realms of the God Emperor are going to kill the 4 realms of the God Emperor. We can only resort to these conspiracies and tricks." Qin Yang smacked his lips and said, "Isn't this conspiracy going too far? Fighting requires using your brain. Do you want to compete with all your enemies in terms of strength? What's the difference between that and a bull?" The demon fighting general laughed and said, "Want to anger me? Dream on. Fighting demon will set off again to pursue the third world." Qin Yang was also hanging tightly, knowing that no matter how hard he tried, he could not escape. The fighting demon general also had some doubts in his heart. Although he was a little weak and the sequelae of the demon battle in all directions had not been eliminated, he was still the God Emperor of the 4 realms. Why is Qin Yang so relaxed in this simple speed comparison? If you fight me, you may die with some dignity. But if you keep chasing me like this, you will waste time. Once you are exhausted, killing you will be like squeezing an ant to death. Qin Yang said sincerely, "After all, the 5 spirit gods died in my hands." Exclamation point. The fighting demon general was shocked and blurted out, 5 spirit gods? If it were another name, perhaps Doemo wouldn't have such a big reaction. But the 5 spirit god is an extremely special existence. As soon as he appears, he will be at the peak of the 5 realms. Doma Jiang calmed his breathing and kept telling himself that this was just Qin Yang's conspiracy. But he still couldn't help but said, "Kill the 5 spirit gods? Just dream. Even if the wise demon general uses his trump card, it may not be possible." Qin Yang blinked and said, "How do you know that these 5 spirit gods are not General Jima's trump card?" As soon as he finished speaking, Domo's heart sank. Chasing after the stars had left him physically and mentally exhausted and extremely anxious, but now he thought of the horrific consequences. Why did Qin Yang appear? Why didn't the wise demon save himself? Is this? What nonsense are you talking to him about? Kill him quickly. Suddenly a voice sounded, and Demon Fighter was startled again. His heart could no longer bear so much stimulation, and he didn't realize that the sound came from the Xuanhuan Jade he controlled. Xuanhuan Jade temporarily sealed his own intelligence and escaped disaster. After all, devil generals hate having magic weapons the most. Self-intelligence. One can imagine the fate of the heaven-sealing mirror, the sky-mending stone, and the starry sky compass. After Xuanhuan Yu discovered that Qin Yang was coming, she was immediately overjoyed. But this was too ink-stained. Xuanhuan Yu could tell that Qin Yang was obviously playing tricks on the demon general to calm down a little from the previous battles. That's right. I've rested enough anyway, so let's end it. Qin Yang nodded. But when he was about to take action, he stopped again. Qin Yang frowned and looked at Demon Fighter General, and said, "Aren't you going to be on guard against me?" The fighting demon general said disdainfully, "Only in the 3rd realm, I have the 5 spirit divine bone holy armor, and you can't break through the defense at all. Otherwise, how could you use despicable means to trap me in the endless void?" Qin Yang said with some regret, "A generation of demon generals died in such a tragic way. I have to chase the stars with my last strength." If I don't catch the stars, I will be doomed. Qin Yang looked at the demon-fighting general with a look of pity on his face and said, although I can kill someone of the same level in an instant, you still possess a defensive magic weapon. Being killed by me so easily will make me proud. Give up, you can't irritate me. Do Majiang is determined to ignore Qin Yang. The third-level world is getting further and further away. If this continues, won't he have no hope anymore? In fact, the fighting demon general still had a vague feeling that the wise demon general was probably in danger. Just in case, the wise demon general has 3 advantages and 2 disadvantages, and there is no wordless book without the magic weapon. We can only speed up. The demon fighter used all his power and injected it into the dragon jade, increasing his speed again. Facing Qin Yang, Do Demon General simply believed in the 5 spirits divine bone, holy armor. He didn't even use the extra power to inject the 5 spirits divine bone, holy armor to enhance defense. The demon fighting general's idea is very simple. Qin Yang can't kill him anyway. Qin Yang looked at the demon fighting general quietly, stretched out his finger, and the dark golden lines in his eyes were flowing, and the calculation had begun. I would be really proud. Qin Yang said again. Spear and sword skills. A bullet-sized Oblivion Divine Sword shot out directly. The defensive barrier of the 5-spirit Divine Bone Holy Armor was directly penetrated by the defense-breaking properties of the Force of Annihilation. The fighting demon general just felt a sense of crisis in his heart, and then felt a chill in the back of his head. There was no reaction, and the entire head was annihilated by the power of annihilation. Not even a dead scum is left. Qin Yang felt his own power. After he was promoted to the 4th realm, and he killed the 4th realm again, the increase in annihilation power was simply too little. When advancing from the 3rd realm to the 4th realm, you need to kill hundreds of people of the same level. The 4th realm was promoted to the 5th realm, but thousands of people of the same level had to be killed. Who the hell are you talking to reason with? How can there be so many 4 realms? If you kill the 5 realms. Qin Yang rolled his eyes. It was really difficult to kill the 5 realms. If the 5 spirit gods were at their peak and not in the endless void, it would be unrealistic to kill him. At most it would be a draw. What's more, there aren't many 5 realms in the entire Firmament Star territory, right? Qin Yang. Are you so strong? Xuanhuan circled to Qin Yang's side, showing her joy. He also brought over the 5-spirit divine bone, holy armor. Qin Yang looked at this set of holy armor, stretched out his hand to grab it, and shook it violently. After all, it was a top-notch magic weapon, and Qin Yang used all his strength to annihilate it. The self-god statue, in the palm of the hand, has a solid 5-spirit sacred bone, holy armor. Looking at the sacred bones wrapped around the holy armor, Qin Yang laughed. This ghost skull demon general's arm is destined to be irretrievable. Quick! Let the blood bleed. I can't hold on. The figure of Xuanhuan Jade suddenly shrank and turned into a jade pendant, floating in the endless void. Qin Yang stretched out his hand and recognized the master with a drop of blood. The aura of the divine dragon jade suddenly became powerful, and the jade-like dragon body was also huge. You just said you killed the 5 spirit gods? Is it true or false? Xuanhuan Yubagua said. In fact, Xuanhuan Jade is still obsessed with her. Back in Kanglin's secret realm, I was punched to pieces by Shenlong Jiu. Qin Yang shrugged and pointed to the jade earrings around his waist. Emerald green and crystal clear, full of life. It's the transformation of pothose. With just one glance, Shenlong Yu was sure that the 5 spirit gods were dead. Otherwise, Lu Luo, who once merged into a part of the 5 spirit gods, would never be able to break away. Then other secret keys to the divine world. Shenlong Yu hesitated. Qin Yang stretched out his hand, and the sky-mending stone and the sky-sealing mirror appeared in his hand. The secret key to the divine realm is still the secret key to the divine realm, but this magic weapon no longer has its own intelligence. Counting the heaven-swallowing gourd, Ling Dao Qin, Tianmen's seal, and the divine dragon jade, Qin Yang possesses 6 of the 8 secret keys to the divine world. However, Qin Yang regarded Xuanhuan jade as his friend, while the sky-swallowing gourd, Ling Dao Qin, and Tianmen's seal were his enemies. These 3 magic weapons were destroyed by Qin Yang. However, the wisdom of the sky-mending stone and the heaven-sealing mirror died at the hands of the demon general. Xuanhuan also sighed repeatedly. Unexpectedly, these old friends would turn out one by one. Qin Yang put away these magic weapons, and Xuanhuan also looked at the universe in the palm of Qin Yang's statue. Qin Yang possesses not only these 6 secret keys to the divine world, but also a starry sky compass. There are also the magic weapons of the demon general, the heavenly sewing needle, the 5-spirit divine bone holy armor, the god-killing pen and the Shixin stick. I'm afraid that if the Emperor Duobao sees it, he will feel ashamed and shameless in front of others. Xuanhuan was silent for a while, looked deeply at Qin Yang, and said, "You are growing faster than I thought." When Xuanhuan saw that there was a meteor cannon in Qin Yang's palm, his tone became complicated. The meteor cannon was just a phantom, because Qin Yang did not destroy it physically. But for Qin Yang, it's just that he can't give it to others. Such a powerful power cannot be used casually. Qin Yang didn't know why Xuanhuan was sighing, but he listened first, and with the help of his divine power, he chased towards the 3rd-level world. With the star compass and the divine dragon jade, he no longer needs to rely on Kuanping's induction to return to the sky, but the 5 spirit gods returned the 4 formation flags. If Qin Yang didn't take back the gold formation flags and the fire formation flags from the little demon realm, he would always feel a little uncomfortable. "It's time for you to know something," Xuanhuan said. Qin Yang's expression showed no reaction, and he said casually, "It doesn't matter. You didn't tell me before, and I didn't force you. I still know everything you should know." Xuanhuan was a little embarrassed. She used to be afraid that Qin Yang would die young, but now, there is no need to be afraid. Qin Yang is already strong enough. Xuanhuan asked, "Do you know why I have the unstoppable ability to travel through time? Crossing the secret realm barrier, the world barrier, and crossing all kinds of imprisonments, this is the power of Xuanhuan Jade. On the contrary, the combat power of the incarnated dragon is just like a monster. It is just a support. Don't all the secret keys of the divine world have their own characteristics? Don't some of the divine weapons also have their own characteristics?" Qin Yang was not very curious. "Because I have another identity," Xuanhuan said mysteriously. Qin Yang rolled his eyes, looking like he would rather talk than talk. Xuanhuan wanted to show off, but it didn't work at all with Qin Yang. He is talkative. If he doesn't say anything at this time, he will be more panicked than Qin Yang. After not holding on for long, Xuanhuan couldn't hold on any longer and said, "Actually, I am a star territory flying boat." Qin Yang raised his eyebrows. "Star territory again?" Xuanhuan started talking, but couldn't hold it back anymore, saying, "Just like the magic flying boat shuttles within the realm, while the star field flying boat shuttles across the star field." Qin Yang suddenly asked, "Are you referring to traveling within the star field, or traveling between star fields?" Xuanhuan said depressedly, "Of course it's a shuttle within the star field." "Hey, I thought you were so strong." Qin Yang's tone was full of disgust. If Xuanhuan Jade really has the ability to travel through star fields, he can go to other star fields to have a look. Xuanhuan was once again disliked by Qin Yang. "I don't know how many times it was." He quickly found face for himself and said, "Among the star field flying boats, I am also the strongest. Because I can evolve infinitely." Qin Yang was not happy, but even more disgusted. Wouldn't this consume more resources? Looking at Xuanhuan Jade like a freeloader made Xuanhuan Jade want to cry without tears. Never in his wildest dreams could he have imagined that he would fall to this level. Xuanhuan discovered that Qin Yang seemed to be interested in other star fields, and immediately said, "If you want to cross the star fields, you must have a starry sky base." A base again? Qin Yang frowned. The Sky Island base in this sky world has not yet been landed. Why is there another one? Xuanhuan explained, the Sky Island base is the starry sky base. Qin Yang's mind moved, thinking about the capabilities of Sky Island base. It has the power of its own rules and is not limited to any world. If the endless void is the bigger stage, this Sky Island base is simply a necessity. He will provide the practitioners living above with a steady stream of power. So there is no need to worry about being alone in this endless void. If a starfield flying boat like Xuanhuan Jade is compared to an airplane, isn't the Sky Island base an aircraft carrier? My journey is truly a sea of stars. Qin Yang laughed. Don't be too happy too soon. It's actually not very possible to want to go to other star regions. Xuanhuan poured cold water on Qin Yang. Why? Qin Yang asked. Xuanhuan said, because the Lord of the Star Territory of the Firmament Star Territory is dead. Qin Yang's brows jumped sharply. What is the realm of the Lord of Star Territory? Xuanhuan explained, it's not a realm. You can understand the Lord of the Star Territory as the avenue of this star territory. It is the source of all rules and everything. Can't you just say that you created this star field? Qin Yang said speechlessly. Xuanhuan choked up, this understanding seems to be correct. Xuanhuan continued, in a star field, the Lord of the Star Field is an illusory existence. He may exist anywhere. Xuanhuan Jade doesn't know how to describe it. All in all, the Lord of the Star Territory is not a living being, it's just a description. Xuanhuan said, after the death of the Lord of the Star Territory, the world will be in chaos. This star territory will also slowly wither until it is annihilated. After finishing speaking, he still paid attention to Qin Yang's reaction. But Qin Yang didn't feel that surprised. Why aren't you surprised? Xuanhuan asked. Everything will eventually wither, and star territory is no exception. It's understandable that the universe exploded. Qin Yang said casually. Xuanhuan wanted to overwhelm Qin Yang in terms of knowledge, but was stunned by the terms that popped out of Qin Yang's mouth. Xuanhuan continued, however, if this star field is annihilated, all the creatures in it will die. You and I are no exception. Qin Yang rolled his eyes and said, are you considered a living being? Xuanhuan said angrily, don't change the subject. Qin Yang shrugged and said, what's the matter? Is it possible for me, the Lord of Destruction, to save the common people? What's more, the annihilation of the star field sounds scary. When it comes to that day, it may take tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years. It's millions of years later. It's still early, don't be so pessimistic. It's getting late. Xuanhuan said in a deep voice, and the sooner we act, the sooner the Firmament Star Territory will be stabilized. Although it will never be as prosperous as before, at least it will not be annihilated. From what you say, do you know how to stabilize it? Qin Yang asked, curiously. Xuanhuan said, of course I know. Just open the Wanjie gate, find the Wanjie core on the Wanjie corridor, and repair and strengthen it. After saying that, Xuanhuan also added, if you think about repairing it after the core of the world is completely shattered, there will be no hope. And, if you want to leave the Firmament Star Field and go to other star fields, you must also pass through the Gate of All Realms. Qin Yang touched his chin and said, Wanjie Gate? Gate of God Realm? Thinking about it this way, it is really possible for him to become the savior of the entire Firmament Star Territory. The key point is that Qin Yang wants to visit other star regions. If it doesn't take any effort, it doesn't matter if he becomes a savior by the way. How to repair it? Qin Yang asked. Xuanhuan was silent for a while, then said, among the 8 secret keys, 5 of them are the heaven-sealing mirror, the sky-mending stone, the sky-swallowing gourd, the listening piano, and the Tianmen seal. As long as these 5. Impossible, stop talking. Qin Yang refused, directly. Needless to say, Qin Yang was also asked to hand over these 5 magic weapons. Fortunately, it happened to be owned by Qin Yang. Each of these 5 magic weapons is extremely powerful, and its abilities are almost irreplaceable. Not to mention anything else, the sky-swallowing gourd and the sky-mending stone are still the necessary magic weapons for Qin Yang to use the meteor cannon. If you let yourself accumulate strength, even if you are at the peak of the 4 realms, and your strength is far higher than that of the same level, how much effort will it take? It's hard to say whether it can even hit the peak of the 5 realms. Are you? Shenlongjiu started, but was interrupted by Qin Yang before he could say anything. Don't talk about these useless things. I have enough things to do on my own and I don't have time to be a savior. Qin Yang refused, directly. Shenlongjiu could only say no more. In fact, for him, anything was fine. Anyway, if you follow Qin Yang, you won't die. Shenlongjiu knew that Qin Yang would one day embark on a journey to the Star Territory. And this day will never be far away. We're here. Qin Yang could clearly see the 3rd level of the world in his eyes. He used all his strength to activate the Shenlong Jade, which was naturally infinitely faster than the demon fighting general. After calming down, Qin Yang still walked down to earth on his own road step by step. This point made Shenlongjiu look at him with admiration again. If it had been anyone else, I'm afraid his mood would have been messed up long ago. Qin Yang's ability to calm down so quickly shows that he has a strong heart and a firm will. But what Shenlongjiu didn't know was that Qin Yang didn't care at all, but Qin Yang understood that what was the use of caring? He doesn't even have the smallest air island base now, what does the Sea of Stars have to do with him? Therefore, Qin Yang made up his mind to acquire the largest piece of land after returning to the Zhangqiang world. Didn't it mean that it can be integrated and expanded? After catching up with the 3rd level world, the gravity made Qin Yang feel relieved. At this time, the 3rd level world is already in chaos. For no reason, half of the sky was missing. Looking at the endless void, all the monster beasts felt an urgent sense of crisis in their hearts. Then the question comes. Where is the safe place in the entire 3-tiered world? Little Devil World. The great demon, insect, and ghost have condensed into a mother body, and there is also a new leader among the demon clan. Previously, the wall of the little demon realm of heaven and earth was summoned by the wisdom demon general to suppress the space and block Qin Yang's retreat. Nowadays, the walls of the little demon realm's world are no longer enough to defend against foreign enemies. The most terrible thing is that there are only 3 demon generals left among the demon clan. And these 3 demon generals are not known for their combat prowess. The demon general possesses the magic weapon Time Hourglass, which can change the flow of time. But facing the tsunami-like army of monsters and the army of clones of the big monsters, bugs and ghosts, if nothing else, the range is not enough. The demon sealing general possesses the divine weapon dividing heavenly ruler, but he has used all his power to suppress the shattered half of the space. How can he still have the power to defend? As for General Tsang Mo, this one is just a logistics manager who controls the world of divine weapons and food. Do you want to pile up the enemy with food? Soon, the wall between heaven and earth was lost, and the demons were in chaos. Fortunately, there is also a wall between the realm of life and death. At this time, it didn't matter whether there were any clones of the great demon, insect, or ghost, all the demons were put into the wall of the world of life and death. On the wall, the 3 demon generals faced off against the mother body of the great demon insect ghost and the new leader of the demon clan. If you don't retreat, you will all suffer losses, and everyone will perish together, the demon-sealing general roared, holding the heaven-dividing ruler in his hand. The demon clan and the big demons, insect ghosts, are of course afraid and do not dare to push the demon clan to death. But the collapsed half of the world behind him, the endless void, was too terrifying. The leader of the demon clan, a bald man, said in a deep voice, "Now the three-layer world has suddenly undergone great changes. Even if you have magic weapons, you cannot suppress it for too long. This world will soon completely collapse." Of course the demon-sealing general knew that, and even knew that as soon as he withdrew the power of the sky-dividing ruler, it would be impossible to separate the space with one beat and two splits again. This is the reason why he has never dared to take action, and he can only watch the little devil world fall. "What do you want?" the demon-sealing general asked, loudly. The mother body of the big monster insect ghost said, "Now, there is only one way to escape from this collapsed world, and even to return to the sky. That is the Xuanhuan jade and the starry sky compass. Hand over these two magic weapons, otherwise everyone will perish together." Bar. Number 84. Feng Yamo was so angry that his lungs exploded, and he said angrily, "These two magic weapons are not in our hands." The mother body of the big demon insect ghost said, "Have you forgotten my ability? Although the previous mother body has fallen, the memories are still there. At the moment when the world collapsed, the space suppressed by the walls of the world of heaven and earth shattered, and I have obtained everything memory." The intelligent demon general must have killed Qin Yang, and he originally had the starry sky compass. As for the dragon jade, it is in the hands of the demon fighting general. Although the mother body of the big demon insect ghost had obtained these memories, he did not know that the final winner was Qin Yang. The new leader of the demon clan, the bald man, also said, "Even if we don't return to the sky, just send us to other worlds. You demon clan can't even think of escaping alone." The big monsters, insect ghosts, and monsters attacked at the same time, and this was exactly the purpose. "I just don't want the demons to escape on their own, but they will completely die along with the three-layer world." The demon-sealing general took a deep breath and said, "The wisdom demon general has not returned, and the fighting demon general is nowhere to be found." The bald man interrupted, "Stop talking about these useless things. If we die, let's all die together." The scene suddenly became tense, and everyone's hearts were tense with a string that could break at any time. At this moment, a suspicious sound suddenly sounded in the sky. "Now that things have happened, do you still want to live?" Everyone looked up and felt shocked. "Isn't that Qin Yang?" The mother body of the big demon insect ghost looked at Qin Yang with fear on her face and said, "You're not dead? Could it be that you won?" The bald man's mind changed quickly, and he quickly said, "The previous attack on you was all caused by Xuanhuan and had nothing to do with us." General Feng Yamo, Umo General, and Song Yamo General gritted their teeth with hatred for Qin Yang. But now, nothing can be said. The demon-sealing general said directly, "What should you do to save the demons?" Qin Yang's eyes showed no emotion at all, and he said quietly, "It's good that I won't kill you, but I will save you." If Qin Yang hadn't been promoted to the fourth realm and found that even killing the fourth realm could not improve his strength much, Qin Yang would have taken action long ago. "Then why are you here? Since you are the final winner and possess the Xuanhuan Jade, Tianmen Seal, and Starry Sky Compass, why don't you just leave? Are you here to see our jokes?" Yumo Jiang said ferociously, "Even if you don't save us, the Songqian world will be captured by my demon clan sooner or later." "Yu Songqian, human clan." Qin Yang waved his hand and shouted softly, "Destroy the big hand seal." A slap shot directly to the head. Yumo Jiang quickly took a step back, but this palm hit the wall of the world of life and death. The entire wall only trembled for a moment, but there was no follow-up. "Of course I came to take something away." Qin Yang laughed. General Tsang Mo quickly said to General Umo and Feng Mo, never take out the magic weapon. As long as Qin Yang sees it, Qin Yang will also have the same ability. Qin Yang was stunned and said, how did you know? Umo Jiang snorted coldly and said, the big demon insect ghost can transmit the memory when the world collapses. Have you forgotten the demon token? Qin Yang suddenly frowned, this was going to be difficult. At that time, he only destroyed the ceiling heaven treasure mirror and the starry sky compass. There were still many heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the Qianquan ring of the wisdom demon general, but of course he did not destroy them. But at that time, he had to face the 5 spirit gods, so he didn't think of destroying the demon token. Who knew that this wise demon general would transmit information into the token while being isolated from the outside world? Qin Yang turned his head and looked at the collapsing sky. After a long time, he said, okay, in that case, how about we negotiate a deal? What deal? Demon Ceiling General asked quickly. General Yumo sneered, impossible. Even if you don't take away our magic weapon, we can't show it to you and let you master the same ability. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes, and a terrifying aura was suddenly released. The strongest one present is the 4 realms, and Qin Yang is the pinnacle of the 4 realms, but he masters the rules of annihilation. The strength that was already far beyond the same level was released, and the whole world fell into silence. If that's the case, then... Qin Yang said softly. Song Majiang hurriedly spoke and said, wait a minute. Can you tell me how to trade? The big monsters, insect ghosts, and demons couldn't hold it any longer. Did Qin Yang really want to help the demons? Qin Yang spoke slowly and said, give me the divine weapon food realm, the fire formation flag, and the gold formation flag. I will not take away the hourglass of time and the dividing ruler. After a pause, Qin Yang continued, with the hourglass of time and the ruler of the sky, you have enough time. As long as these 2 magic weapons cooperate, this world will only look scary. Ever since Qin Yang released his momentum, the 3 demon generals were completely in despair. Qin Yang actually advanced to the 4th realm. In the 3 realms, he was unable to kill him, and there were demon generals who were killed by him. Now in the 4th realm, it is impossible to be his enemy. If Qin Yang was really determined to kill someone, who would be able to survive? Not to mention, one of the messages that the smart demon will convey in the demon token is, Qin Yang's power comes from destruction. How do we know that after handing over the magic weapon and the formation flag, you won't turn your back and kill us? Song Majiang asked. Qin Yang laughed and said, do you think I can't kill you if you don't hand it over? Song Majiang was immediately speechless. Qin Yang added, spending your life is already my greatest kindness. I hope you will resist, so that it will be easier for everyone. Song Demon General suddenly became anxious, and the 3 demon generals started communicating with each other. He quickly sent an order to get the gold formation flag and the fire formation flag. General Tsangma gritted his teeth, took out his divine weapon Liangjia, and threw it at Qin Yang along with the 2 formation flags. Qin Yang first put away the 2 formation flags, and then looked at the divine soldier food realm. This secret realm of magical weapons is indeed very interesting. The entire space is filled with various grains and vegetables, and there are even breeding, fish ponds, etc. With this grain world, there are endless ingredients. Although its value is not high to Qin Yang, it is a treasure for ordinary people. Directly annihilating it, Qin Yang accepted this divine weapon and grain world as one of his own strengths. As for the divine weapons Time Hourglass and Sky Dividing Ruler, they are not of much value in Qin Yang's opinion. For the truly powerful, the Time Hourglass may play a great role, or it may be very small. For Qin Yang, the Hourglass of Time is useless. How much speed can Qin Yang be restricted by adjusting the speed of time? What's more, Qin Yang has some unfaithful plans. As for the Sky Dividing Ruler, it's just similar to the heaven-sealing treasure mirror. However, these are still two magic weapons. Qin Yang continued, I don't want the two magic weapons left. But let me take a look and I'll leave. How about that? The hearts of Wandering Demon General and Sealed Demon General sank. Sure enough, Qin Yang can really grasp the ability at a glance. This is outrageous. The demon clan and the big demons, bugs, and ghosts also paid close attention to this place, and they were relieved after discovering that Qin Yang was robbing. People who are equally miserable will inevitably feel better when they see someone who is more miserable. Song Majiang said, I know it's unrealistic for you to save the demons. But, can you rescue some of your friends among the demons? Of course, Song Majiang knew that Qin Yang was advancing towards Mu Tianshan, the illegitimate son of the master of the Bio Tian sect. He also had contacts with He Caixing and He Xiaoyu from Feixing sect, and even taught them magical martial arts. Qin Yang's eyes seemed to see through everything, and he said, do you want them to take my abilities back so that you can warn the demons to be careful about me? General Tsang Mo's expression changed drastically. Qin Yang actually saw through his own thoughts? Qin Yang was really hesitant. If it weren't for his wifely kindness, even a nest of ants would be unbearable if there were too many of them. What's more, there are so many creatures. Qin Yang knew that although these people were demons, their wills were always controlled by demon generals. Hattering the sky and invading the sky are what they have been taught all along. I think this is the right thing to do. In Qin Yang's view, these ordinary demons are just miserable existences. Letting them fend for themselves like this is the best way. At this moment, the demon-sealing general suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood, and the hidden ruler exploded to pieces, and half of his body exploded. Everyone looked at Qin Yang, but Qin Yang turned his head in shock and looked at the collapsed half of the sky. They separated in one shot and separated the space, but received a huge impact. The heavenly dividing ruler immediately shattered. At the same time, the entire world is being destroyed at a terrifying speed. It's close in the blink of an eye. What's going on? Qin Yang had incredible calculations and sensed the crisis, but found that the speed was too fast. With just a thought, he immediately escaped from this three-layer world. Shenlongyu also tried his best to activate his power. He obviously knew what happened, but he didn't expect it to happen so fast. What happened? Where did the impact come from? What did it hit? Qin Yang's pupils shrank and he stood in the endless void. The star of the third-level world is rapidly disintegrating and will soon be wiped out. Not even a bit of dregs is left. There was no shock wave, and the solidity of the endless void was obviously indestructible. It seems to have hit an invisible barrier. The three-layer world was exiled so fast before, and this barrier. Things happened so fast and suddenly. Qin Yang didn't even have any time to think about it, he could only escape as fast as possible. As soon as he escaped, he saw the third layer of the world disappear completely. If it had been later, if there had been no forewarning, Qin Yang was not sure whether his immortal body would be unable to withstand the impact at such a speed. It's gone, everything is gone, it's completely over. Qin Yang took a deep breath, and until now, he was still a little frightened. I'm scared to death, I'm scared to death. Shenlongyu also kept mumbling. Qin Yang asked, what's going on? Shenlongyu's voice was trembling, and he was obviously frightened half to death. He explained, this is the star domain boundary wall, a barrier between star domains. This barrier is extremely strong, even a peak blow from the fifth realm of the God Emperor it may not be possible to penetrate it. Qin Yang was shocked and said, could it be said that this has reached the end of the firmament star field? Shenlongyu gave an affirmative answer. Qin Yang was thinking in his heart that if he hadn't been promoted quickly, he would never have escaped the exiled third-level world. Being exiled does not mean being permanently separated from the sky and the world, but it is a road to certain death. Qin Yang's eyes were filled with anger. It would be okay if he was just exiled. Qin Yang always has a chance to go back. But if the result of exile is like this. The terrifying momentum made Xuanhuan Yudu tremble with fear. He also felt Qin Yang's anger, fearing that someone was going to be in bad luck. The stars in the third-level world completely disappeared. The little demon world no longer exists. Qin Yang stood quietly in the void, but found that there seemed to be something at the point where he hit before. He ducked and went straight over, only to find that a hole had been knocked open in the star domain wall. As long as you pass through this opening, you will reach a new star field. Qin Yang's heart surged. He didn't expect to be so close to the new star field. At this time, the wound was still healing quickly. It won't take a moment, I'm afraid it will be blocked again. Xuanhuan Yu reminded at this time, if you want to leave the Firmament Star territory, now is the best opportunity. You don't know how many five-realm god emperors have never had such an opportunity in their entire lives. Although Qin Yang was excited, he simply ignored Xuanhuan Yu's words. What will happen to my family if I leave? Qin Yang said calmly. Xuanhuan Yu said, if you miss this opportunity, you can only go through the Wanjie gate in the future. Qin Yang interrupted directly. If I seize this opportunity, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Isn't there another way? Even if I can never set foot in other star fields, I will not regret it. Xuanhuan Yu fell silent. He knew that Qin Yang could not change any of his thoughts from beginning to end. Qin Yang turned around resolutely and was about to leave. Xuanhuan Yu couldn't help but said, the new star field is the real vast sky. This firmament star field has become a ruin, the five realms are rare, and new five realms may not be born in the future, and you the realm will also be suppressed. Now that the boundary wall of the star field has been knocked open, it also means that there is not much time left for the star field in the sky to be annihilated. Don't you still have me as the savior? After repairing the core of the world, won't it be stable? Qin Yang asked. But after the firmament star territory is stabilized, it is no longer a star territory, but a whole world that is compatible with all realms. From then on, it will forever withdraw from the stage of star territory. The realm still cannot break through the five realms. Xuanhuan Yu said. Is there still a chance to leave this world where all realms are compatible and go to other star fields? Qin Yang asked. Xuanhuan Yu suddenly choked and said, yes, it is possible. At that time, the Wanjie gate will no longer be a portal connecting all the worlds, because the Wanjie gate is already compatible. The Wanjie gate will connect to other star fields. That's enough. Qin Yang said quietly. Qin Yang already knows this after experiencing the worlds of underwater prisons. The size of a world will affect the cultivation level of the creatures in this world. In the Firmament Star territory, the fifth realm God Emperor is the highest realm, but even so, only a handful of people have been promoted. If in other star fields. Just as he was thinking about it, Qin Yang raised his eyebrows. He had not entered this new star field, but someone was coming from the other side. A middle-aged man wearing a strange armor, disheveled hair, and a terrifying scar on his fierce face. There was a disc magic weapon under his feet, flying straight towards the crack in the star domain wall. Behind him, the white light was dazzling, and someone seemed to be chasing him. However, the white light stopped outside the star domain boundary wall and did not enter the firmament star domain. The middle-aged scar didn't notice Qin Yang, turned around and laughed loudly, Yow. So what if you are the number one genius of the younger generation in the Eternal Star territory? Even if you chase me from the Disaster Star territory to this point, so what? Not yet. Did I escape? The white light gradually converged, and a figure emerged. Dressed in white, he looks quite immortal, with white hair, but he is a handsome young man. There is a blue and white divine sword under his feet, which is obviously a star field flying boat type magic weapon. There was no expression on Yao's face. This has nothing to do with emotions, he seems to be a facial paralysis. Yao quietly looked at the middle-aged scar, and said, Li Gui Dao, I don't think you escaped. Since you have entered the ruined star field, it means that my mission has been completed. You can never return to the eternal world. Star territory. To the eternal star territory, you are already dead. As he spoke, he looked at the gradually shrinking cracks in the star domain boundary wall. As long as he waited for the cracks to heal completely, he would go back and hand in the mission. Li Guidao took a strong breath and said angrily, forcing me into such a situation just for a small commission? I said, I will give you 100 times 1,000 times. Yao still said calmly, what I do is not money, but justice. Li Guidao's face twitched. Seeing the cracks in the boundary wall getting smaller and smaller, he became more anxious. After all, it is not unusual for such cracks to appear in this ruined star field. In recent years, the frequency of their appearances has become faster and faster, and many star field mercenaries have gone on adventures, but without exception, no one has ever been able to return. Bullshit justice. You just want it for status. In order to squeeze your way into the Zhongzuan star zone and become a real noble. Go to hell with your nobles. Li Guidao's face was filled with disgust. Yao was not angry, he just said slowly, if I want the light of justice to shine in the eternal star territory, I need status. Li Guidao said, let's do this. I will tell you the base locations of other star pirate groups and let you make meritorious deeds. How about you let me go? Qin Yang watched quietly, not far away. Everything he heard in his ears was so novel. Sure enough, the star field, the endless starry sky is the real stage. No. That's another mission and has nothing to do with the mission to kill you. Yao said. The answer without thinking made Qin Yang speechless. This guy doesn't look very old, why is he so old-fashioned? If I hadn't seen his appearance, I would have thought he was an antique at first glance. Li Guidao almost choked and vomited blood. No matter how brilliant the young genius of the Eternal Star Territory was, he could not hide his criticized flaws. This young man named Yao has become the heartache of all pirates in the Star Territory. Not only the Star Territory pirates, but also other Star Territory mercenaries disliked him. Okay. Li Guidao, the bastard among pirates, had such a miserable end. This Yao was simply here to defeat him. Li Guidao looked at the stars in the distance and said, it's the same everywhere. At worst, I will be a local emperor in this ruined star field. After all, it was also an ancient star field that was once as famous as the Eternal Star Field. Let me rule all realms here. Maybe it will be more comfortable than living in the Eternal Star Territory. It's impossible. Yao said directly, without a starry sky base, you have no supplies. You won't survive to reach the next star. Looking at the disc-shaped magic weapon at the foot of Li Guidao, the edge of the magic weapon has sharp-toothed blades, and there is a skull hanging on each blade. In the skull, the will-o'-the-wisp dimmed. It won't be long before Li Guidao's star field flying boat will lose its function due to exhaustion of energy. Li Guidao snorted coldly and said, that's not necessarily the case. As long as I find a star, even if it's a desolate one, I can relax. Then I can go to the center of this ruined star field and rule all worlds. It is certain. Maybe I can return to the Eternal Star Territory through the center of all realms. That's your business, and has nothing to do with me. Yao said. The two were facing each other across the crack in the star domain wall. Li Guidao wanted to go back, but he couldn't escape Yao's pursuit. But if he didn't go back and stayed in this ruined star field, his plan was good, but he also knew that the possibility was very slim. Sorry, let me interrupt. Qin Yang coughed lightly. Yao's eyes narrowed and he suddenly turned his head, only to find that there was a person standing there all the time. Li Guidao was even closer. He was so frightened that he felt helpless and his soul almost flew away. When he saw Qin Yang, Li Guidao was overjoyed. Since there are people here, there must be a star nearby. Li Guidao laughed and said, "It seems that the sky will not stop me." Without giving Qin Yang time to continue speaking, Li Guidao said, "Boy, take me to your world quickly, and I will make you the Star Master." Qin Yang said, "I don't want to talk about Star Master for now, but can you give me a little popular science?" Li Guidao said impatiently, "Where does all this nonsense come from? I'll kill you if you believe it or not. I will kill you and hang your head on my magic weapon." "Ouch, you're a lost dog, you're at the end of your rope, and you're still so arrogant. Do you know who you're talking to?" Qin Yang frowned. "This guy is just an ordinary god-emperor of the Four Realms. In terms of strength, he is not even as good as the smart demon general who is the weakest among the demon generals. Although the technique is strange and the power is strange, nonsense, how can it not be strange in other star regions?" But Qin Yang took a quick look and dismissed it at all. "But the old-fashioned young man named Yao is a bit interesting." "What? You, a native of the ruined star field, dare to talk to me like this?" Li Guidao was very surprised and said, "It seems that I have to let you see what real power is. I just hope you can hold on for one move. But it doesn't matter even if I kill you with one move. You, a native, will definitely not be too far away from the world you live in. It won't take long for me to find you. It doesn't matter, I will keep your head intact for the world you live in to see. Let's see how the strongest man in their world ends up." Qin Yang's face turned serious. He was also pretending to be B. Why did he lose so much flavor even though he was pretending? It took a lot of effort to say something cool, but he was retorted with such a long list of words. When it came to pretending to be B, Qin Yang was completely blown away. Qin Yang rubbed his chin. It's a pity that the copy system cannot copy the ability to show off. Li Guidao wanted to frighten Qin Yang, so he immediately took out a long knife with a head on the handle. The gloomy will-o'-the-wisp burned blazingly, and the green flame spread across the entire blade. Qin Yang blinked and said, "You only got one sentence right in that paragraph." Li Guidao was stunned. He thought Qin Yang was asking for mercy. Which sentence? Qin Yang laughed and said, "I am the strongest." He immediately stretched out his hand and held it in his hand, and the divine sword of oblivion condensed into a big sword. The lingering flames of annihilation are more powerful than the will-o'-the-wisp of Li Guidao. Li Guidao was suddenly shocked. Although the power was different, why did it look so similar to his own trick? Mysterious. Li Guidao immediately slashed at him. Qin Yang held the knife in his right hand, but patted it lightly with his left hand. With one palm, Li Guidao's sword energy was dispersed. Qin Yang frowned and said, "It's not over yet, wait a minute." The blade of the sword turned, and Qin Yang's self-image appeared behind him. 3 heads and 6 arms, like Shura. Within a radius of 100 feet, an inexplicable aura suppressed Li Guidao and did not dare to move. This. Li Guidao was panicking. This was not a state he had not yet perfected. Qin Yang felt the magical power and found that it was just a deflection of spiritual attacks. Shaking his head, Qin Yang cancelled this magical power. Li Guidao breathed a sigh of relief and said contemptuously, "Want to steal some lessons before the battle? You deserve it." On the other side of the crack in the star domain boundary wall, Yao looked deeply at Qin Yang. Li Guidao may not have noticed it, but he did. The natives of this ruined star field really mastered the magical power of Li Guidao perfectly. I just don't know why, but after it was successfully performed, it was cancelled again. Qin Yang shrugged and said with a smile, "The power of the ink mark is just average." I don't know how you were chased here. Looking at that guy, he should be able to kill you easily. Qin Yang looked at Yao doubtfully. Li Guidao said angrily, fart. You. Before he finished speaking, Qin Yang pointed at him like a sword. A bullet from the small sword of obliteration penetrated his head directly. Instant kill. Li Guidao didn't even have time to react. Yao looked at Qin Yang in confusion, as if he didn't quite understand what Qin Yang was doing. Qin Yang, on the other hand, looked at Yao with the same confusion. Why should he chase Yao when he could kill him? To be able to catch up to the boundary wall of the Star Realm, I'm afraid I have been chasing for a long time. Now that he is dead, I have completed your mission for you. So, in return, can you answer a few questions for me? Qin Yang asked. Yao nodded. Qin Yang opened his mouth, but stopped talking. After a long time, he sighed and said, forget it, I won't ask any more questions. Anyway, I might have a chance to find out personally, so feel free to ask. Why didn't you just kill him? Yao replied, we left the Starry Sky base and there are not enough supplies. If we don't kill him, we probably won't even be able to go back. Qin Yang looked behind Yao and asked, where is your Starry Sky base? Very far away. Yao spoke concisely. Qin Yang could understand that the Starry Sky base was not a Starfield spaceship after all, so it was obviously unlikely that it would be used to pursue such a lone enemy. Is there no problem? Yao asked when Qin Yang stopped talking. Qin Yang spread his hands. Yao continued, I can see that you have a lot of questions. Although time is tight, I will still try my best to help you answer them. After all, you don't have the chance to understand them personally. Qin Yang laughed and said, whether there is a chance or not is not up to you. Others may not have the chance, but Qin Yang must have it. 6 of the 8 secret keys are in Qin Yang's hands. Are you afraid that you won't have a chance? There are 2 left, and they know exactly where they are. Going to the Eternal Star Territory is a piece of cake for Qin Yang. You have no chance. Yao said seriously. Qin Yang was disgusted with such an absolute tone and said, you said I have no chance, so if I take this step forward, wouldn't I have already reached the Eternal Star Territory? I can't possibly let you come over. Yao said calmly. Qin Yang didn't understand, why? Because the aura on your body is full of evil. Yao said. Qin Yang rolled his eyes and said, why am I evil? Destruction is evil. Yao said. Qin Yang twitched the corner of his mouth and said, if the cracks in the Star Realm wall hadn't disappeared soon, I would have really wanted to beat you up. You may not be my opponent. Yao said. There was still no expression, not even a feeling of pride, but such calm words made Qin Yang furious. Are all the people in the Eternal Star Territory so good at pretending? Qin Yang did not see a higher realm of cultivation, but instead saw a realm where he could pretend to be beat better. The number 1 genius of the younger generation in the Eternal Star Territory? Qin Yang snorted and said, just wait for me, we will meet again. At such an age, what's so strange about cultivating to the 4th realm of the God Emperor? Qin Yang secretly thought, I don't either. Yes? At the last moment when the crack in the boundary wall disappeared, Qin Yang thought he had said harsh words, but unexpectedly, Yao also said the same. If we meet again, I will kill you in the name of justice. The cracks in the boundary wall were completely healed and became extremely smooth. Qin Yang was stunned, his mouth opened wide, and then a breath of bad breath stuck in his chest. Ah ha 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 ha. Qin Yang, you have today too. Shen Longyu laughed. It is extremely rare to see Qin Yang so defeated. Qin Yang wished he could just use the meteor cannon and hit another shot to make another hole in the boundary wall of the star field, but after thinking about it, he decided not to do it. But Qin Yang will definitely remember this stinky young man named Yao. He even felt so cruel in his heart that if he saw him again, he would have his head bent to dispel the evil spirit in his heart. What destruction is evil? What is in the name of justice? Qin Yang really couldn't understand what was in this guy's mind. Seeing Xuanhuan still laughing there, Qin Yang said angrily, "You're just laughing. Look at that flying sword at his feet. He's handsome and cool, and he's not much weaker than you. And that flying sword can also continue to advance." Xuanhuan immediately shut up, and if he continued to laugh, Qin Yang would have to dislike himself again. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yang raised his left hand flat, and the starry sky compass appeared in his hand. The stars in the sky seem to be much clearer, and the entire star field seems to be included in this starry sky compass. It stands to reason that it should be a more powerful magic weapon, but in this firmament star field, everything is limited. Qin Yang said to himself. "You're right, Xuanhuan Yugong was about to talk, but when he felt Qin Yang's eyes, he quickly shut up again. "Let's go back," Qin Yang said. The divine thought connected the divine dragon jade and the starry sky compass. The direction was established, the speed was established, and all that was left was time. However, Qin Yang never expected that this flight would last for several years. In the endless void, it seemed like a meteor streaked across. No, it should be faster than a meteor. Xuanhuan used all his strength. With the blessing of the power of Qin and Yang's 4 realms, this speed has reached the fastest speed in the firmament star field. But even so, the goal is still unknown. On the starry sky compass, you can display your own position and the position of the target sky world. But the moving speed of his own position on the starry sky compass is slower than a snail. Qin Yang had been prepared in his heart, but when it came to this moment, it was a little hard to accept it. How long has it been since? Qin Yang had forgotten the time. There was originally a long string of Xuanhuan rings hanging on his waist. At the beginning, the heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and various resources inside were transformed by the sky-swallowing gourd for replenishment. Some ingredients and edible elixirs can satisfy your appetite. Although Xuanhuan jade does not eat or drink, its power is consumed too quickly. It seems that because of being in the endless void, even the recovery speed of the sky-mending stone has become slower. When the long string of Xuanhuan rings around Qin Yang's waist were all transformed by the sky-swallowing gourd, Qin Yang's eyes turned into rabbits. His position displayed on the starry sky compass finally gradually coincided with the sky world. But in front of him, there was still the starlight that seemed to be eternal. It's just that the ball seems a little bigger. The world of the sky. War rages. The fall of Beiyuan was completely the territory of the demon clan. Zhongzhou is not peaceful either. Xuanhuan Guqing and his subordinate war god are fighting everywhere. The Aoki Principality has long been part of the Xuanhuan Empire and has been divided into the Aoki territory. The Qishao Empire was conquered by the Temple of Heaven, and a large empire collapsed and disappeared within a few years. The Xuanhuan Empire and the Tianshan Temple are not at war, but they are eyeing the last piece of pure land in Zhongzhou, the free area. In the Heavenly Temple, the Heavenly God Emperor sat on the throne, looking at the distant starry sky. In the empty hall, only his soliloquy could be heard. "Even the faith of the entire firmament world is not enough to promote me to the 5th level. Realm, am I choosing the wrong path after all?" Xuanhuan Empire, in the Imperial Palace. In the main hall, Xuanhuan Guqing and the gods of war gathered together. In today's troubled times, it's ridiculous that Songqiong Academy still keeps talking about freedom. Only with strength can one be qualified to talk about freedom, Emperor Tiangang said. As a royal bodyguard, Chu Jiansan has become a general in recent years, not much weaker than the former god of war in the sky. He also made many achievements in the battles on the Star Sea and the mainland. The collapse of the Qishao Empire was not entirely the work of the Tianshan Temple. The Xuanhuan Empire also contributed a share and carved up a lot of territory. The whole hall was full of voices wanting to fight, but Chu Jiansan was a little worried. Chu Jiansan said, "Your Majesty, Songqiong Academy is special after all. They have also contributed a lot to the reopening of the Sea and Sky Holy Land. Songqiong Academy has played an even greater role in stabilizing the Kanglan secret realm." Emperor Tiangang retorted directly, "But the free area controlled by Songqiong Academy is the only way for the army to advance into Beiyuan. In the past few years, if it were not for the obstruction of Songqiong Academy, Beiyuan would have been captured by us. As long as we wait for the Dragon Clan's Haitian Holy Land to be completely opened, after we obtain the Sky Island, we can enter the demon world." Chu Jiansan hurriedly said, "After a long war, the people are struggling to survive. Even the soldiers are exhausted physically and mentally. They need to cultivate. Moreover, in recent years, the blood skeletons have been extremely active. They are in the Qishao Empire. The Qishao Empire no longer exists. Half of it belongs to the Tianjin Temple, and the other half belongs to our Xuanhuan Empire. Chu Jiansan, you have to pay attention to your words," Emperor Tiangang said with a bad look. In fact, Emperor Tiangang also admired Chu Jiansan. However, Chu Jiansan's reputation in the Xuanhuan Empire was so high that the talents of the god emperors such as them were overshadowed a lot. And in terms of strength, Chu Jiansan has also been promoted to the fourth realm. Xuanhuan Guqing has granted many titles to the god of war in the sky, and Chu Jiansan also has a place. This caused a gap in the hearts of the god of war headed by Emperor Tiangang. What's more, Chu Jiansan is still a faction that advocates peace. This is even more incompatible with the main war faction. A mere blood skeleton can only linger in the dark and make small moves, which is nothing to worry about. A young voice sounded. It was Li Fengdao, the former eldest son of the 4 young masters of the imperial city. The Li family had good relations with the Dragon Clan, and was favored by Xuanhuan Guqing. Not only Li Fengdao, but also the 3 other 4 young masters of the imperial city were also favored. Among the younger generation, their prominence is highlighted. With the underwater prison as a springboard, the 4 young masters of the imperial city also rapidly increased their strength. There are even rumors that the 4 of them will be named the gods of war in the sky sooner or later. Chu Jiansan frowned and said, "Young Master Li, are you too confident in what you say? When did blood skeletons become a mere?" If we talk about the younger generation, apart from Qin Yang, there are also people who have disappeared for no reason. Lu Mingyu and others. Chu Xuanhuan in blood skeleton or Chu Qingge in Tianjin Temple, which one is not better than you? When Qin Yang was mentioned, the entire hall fell silent. Even in the past few years, no one can ignore that once powerful figure. Even though he was so close, it felt like he had become a legend. Temple. In the hall, a quarrel suddenly broke out, and various factions were arguing. "That's enough." Xuanhuan Guqing opened her eyes, and the entire hall fell into silence. The vast rules of Qin Ming that are controlled are the rules of a natural leader, and their majesty directly overwhelms everyone. Even Emperor Tiangang and others were willing to surrender. Xuanhuan Guqing said, "There is news from the Dragon Clan. Although the Flame Demon Queen and the Divine Gold Swordsman are causing trouble, they have been completely subdued, and with the resources provided by the entire continent, the Kanglan secret realm has been completely stabilized. Before Qianlong, the rewards for the competition will be distributed at a ceremony in the near future." Everyone in the hall suddenly beamed with joy. In the later stages of the Hidden Dragon tournament, Qin Yang's third-level world was exiled, Lu Mingyu and others suddenly disappeared, and the list has been divided among the major forces. Among them, Xuanhuan Empire has the largest share. Xuanhuan Guqing directly won the first place in the Qianlong competition. Emperor Tiangang said, In this case, we can't let Songqiong Academy continue to block our way. Among the demon clan, there are also many who have obtained rankings, and once the rewards of the Hidden Dragon competition are distributed, the demon clan they are bound to launch a massive attack. And the free area must not become a springboard for the demon clan. Once they gain a foothold, the northern plains will be desolate, but the area is not small. With the support of the northern plains, if we want to attack the demon realm, the difficulty will be greatly increased. After a pause, Emperor Tiangang looked at Chu Jiansan and said in a deep voice, even for the sake of true peace, this free area must change. We cannot attack Songqiong Academy, but will the demon clan show mercy? Has everyone forgotten that the demon temple used thunderous means to bloodbath Beiyuan? Li Fengdao also quickly showed his face and echoed, yes, it is possible that Songqiong Academy and Demon Temple have colluded for a long time. If this is the case, Songqiong Academy will be the biggest disaster if it is not eliminated. You piece of rubbish, Xuanhuan you. If I had known you were so useless, I would have crushed you back then. Qin Yang spit heavily. The sky world is a beautiful blue planet. Several continents are surrounded by endless oceans. At this time, Qin Yang was standing outside a barrier, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get in. Yes, it's blocked and can't get in. And it was blocked while possessing the Shenlong Jade. Qin Yang couldn't even tell which continent was Beiyuan and which continent was Zhongzhou. How do I know that the center of the world has begun to defend itself? Besides, you also have my ability. You can do whatever you want. Shenlong Yu retorted. Qin Yang's face darkened. How could he not have tried it? Isn't this just because you can't get in after trying it? Stop talking to me about this. Can my ability be the same as yours? Qin Yang said. Shenlong Jia said weakly, is there anything different? The two quarreled outside the sky world. Anyway, I have been flying for who knows how long. Now the world of the sky is right in front of me. Although I can't enter it for the time being, Qin Yang is still very happy. Tired of arguing for a while, Qin Yang sat down on Shenlong Yu's head, supported his chin with his hand, and stared at this planet full of infinite charm in a daze. You said. Qin Yang asked, what's going on with this self-defense? If it were another world, Qin Yang would just shoot him and try his methods first. But this place is different after all, his roots are here. No matter how anxious he was to be blocked by this barrier, Qin Yang couldn't bear to kick the door violently. Shenlong Yu explained, maybe it's because the core on the 10,000 Realms bridge is about to collapse. Things of this level always have to be backed up. If you don't repair the 10,000 Realms core and make the 10,000 Realms compatible, then the result is that the firmament world isolates itself, abandoning all other worlds. Oh. Qin Yang responded casually. As a result, except for the sky world, all other worlds will be destroyed. Like the third level world, they will no longer be pulled by the sky world, which is equivalent to being exiled. Of course the same is true for the demon general. At this time, the strength of the barrier in the sky world has reached the level of the star domain boundary wall. But it's not without its weak points, but those weak points. Qin Yang could see that there were oceans above the planet. Counting carefully, there are 3 pieces in total. If there is a violent attack there, Qin Yang will definitely be able to get in. But, why do I always feel that these 3 oceans are the same before? Could this be? Qin Yang's eyes lit up and he said, Haitian Holy Land? Just like the broken world is attached to the world of the sky, and is constantly being eaten away and swallowed by the world of the sky, gradually disappearing. Isn't this the dragon world that it once was? In Qin Yang's eyes, dark golden lines flowed, and he was fully urging the calculations against the heavens to deduce various consequences. However, what Qin Yang knew was just calculations against the heavens, not the divine magic of heavenly evolution. The prediction was only 10 breaths long, which was of no use at all. If violence is used, there are three possible outcomes. Qin Yang could only guess by himself. First, the holy land of sea and sky that I attacked will directly disintegrate and be merged into the sky world at an accelerated pace. Maybe there will be a rain in the sky world. Second, the status quo is still maintained, but a hole has been opened in Xuanhuan world because of the holy land of sea and sky. This hole cannot be filled until the holy land of sea and sky is completely integrated. Before that, no matter how strong the barrier of Xuanhuan world is, there is still this loophole. Third, in a chain reaction, the sea and sky holy land fell directly on the sky world. Qin Yang frowned and fell silent. Xuanhuan was shocked. Qin Yang could think of so much? And every one of them is extremely possible. This means that Qin Yang's vision of power and the world is beyond the imagination of his starry spaceship. Which one do you think is more likely? Qin Yang asked. Xuanhuan was silent. When Qin Yang said these three possibilities, he had never thought about them at all. Now that he heard it, he felt that they were all very possible. As expected, you are really useless. Qin Yang sighed and suddenly asked, by the way, why doesn't their star spaceship have self-awareness? Xuanhuan panicked and said quickly, this can prove that I am more advanced than them. Qin Yang curled his lips and said, is it because he is afraid that the magic weapon will rebel? And even if he recognizes his master and has a magic weapon with his own intelligence, he can still use some small tricks secretly. Xuanhuan was about to cry, and Qin Yang burst into laughter. It was just a joke, but it scared Xuanhuan into this state. Getting back to the topic, Qin Yang could only continue his analysis. If it is the first possibility, then the Haitian Holy Land I chose to attack will be directly disintegrated. All the air island bases in it will cease to exist. If it is the second possibility, there will be no harm in a short period of time. But what if this loophole is still there after the compatibility of 10,000 worlds? This will be an infinite hidden danger. If it is the third possibility, it will be a disaster for the creatures in the sky world. Of course, there is still the possibility that nothing will happen, but Qin Yang is obviously not so optimistic. To be too optimistic is to deceive oneself and others. Perhaps, if the road to heaven. If it is not closed, you can use the road to heaven. Xuanhuan said. It was obviously Qin Yang who had stimulated him before, and he quickly wanted to prove the meaning of his existence. Qin Yang shook his head and said, the road to the sky only connects the ground and the sea and sky holy land, but it does not lead here. Xuanhuan said, actually, your previous speculations are not entirely correct. Not all of these three sea and sky holy lands are within the defensive barrier of the firmament world. What do you mean? Qin Yang was stunned. Xuanhuan said, I also served as a sacred object of the Dragon Clan for a period of time, you should know. Because of my ability to travel through time, I can cross the sky wall back then. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. Doesn't this mean that the sky wall back then did not include the sea and sky holy land at all? Of course, it wasn't as intense as it is now. No wonder the Sky Island base wants the Dragon Clan to pull it out. In fact, it is pulling the Sky Island that is still in the Dragon World into the Sky World. In this way, the real Sky Boundary Wall is not outside the sea and Sky Holy Land. As long as you enter the Holy Land of Sea and Sky, and then find the road to the sky, you can return to the world of the sky effortlessly. There is no need for violent attacks at all. Qin Yang felt relieved immediately, looking at the Holy Land of Sea and Sky in front of him, he curled his lips. I don't know which part of the Xuanhuan continent this is. Anyway, the Sea and Sky Holy Land in front of me has almost been integrated into the Xuanhuan world. Because of this, Qin Yang made a wrong judgment. Yes, it seems that you are still of some use. Qin Yang nodded and began to approach the other two Haitian Holy Lands, looking for opportunities. Empty reply from server. Chapter 856 Qin Yang is furious. If Xuanhuan was a living body, he would vomit blood on the spot at this time. What is this all about? Qin Yang is determined to set up formations on several sub-islands to make the entire Sky Island chain a whole. Xuanhuan didn't dare to disobey Qin Yang, so she could only continue to work hard. But fortunately, it's not about looking for 12 seats, it's at least twice as small, isn't it? After another day, Qin Yang was finally satisfied. After finding 2 empty islands one after another, one of them finally satisfied Qin Yang. This empty island has a radius of thousands of miles. What is this concept? This is already possible to establish a principality. Of course, compared to the real principality, it is still a little bit worse. Xuanhuan was also stunned. This empty island is even bigger than the dragon palace of the dragon clan. This dragon clan is really not lying, there really is such a big empty island in the Haitian Holy Land. Compared with this empty island, the other 5 empty islands are nothing worth mentioning. But Qin Yang obviously didn't intend to give up. If the largest sky island is a star, then the other 5 giant squares are planets. Surrounded by stars, and the 5 elements ascension formation was placed to protect the main island, everything couldn't be more perfect. Qin Yang branded these empty islands, but now he became more anxious and kept thinking. Let's move first, bring up all the remains of my Qin family, and then go to the demon realm. Compared with Qin Yang, Xuanhuan's heart is almost desperate. With such a big empty island, plus 5 sub-islands, he really couldn't move it. How about I pull these to the void first? Xuanhuan suggested. If he was in the void, he would be much more relaxed. Qin Yang glanced at Long Yu, and said, we haven't returned to the firmament world yet. If the boundary wall of the firmament world is sealed, and I can only go to the eternal star field from the gate of 10,000 realms, all these efforts will be in vain gone? Then this. Xuanhuan was stunned. Qin Yang stretched out his hand and patted the dragon horn of Xuanhuan, and said, please work hard, and at least drag me to the world of the sky. I promise, as long as you are in the world of the sky, you will be liberated. Xuanhuan is about to collapse, it's not that he doesn't want to pull it, it's that he can't pull it at all. Seeing Xuanhuan's appearance, Qin Yang thought for a while, and said, how about I look for the way first, and once I find the way to the sky, I will directly use the seal of the heavenly gate to send these empty islands there, how about it? Xuanhuan was furious, you have such a method long ago, why do you need me to work so hard? Qin Yang smiled and said, it's such a big empty island, it's very difficult for me to use the Tianmen seal to teleport, I don't want to see if you can use it. Besides, you can transform into the largest size of your body, it's much bigger than this empty island. I didn't know you couldn't move it at all. Xuanhuan suddenly froze, unable to retort, this is the starry sky base, this is not an ordinary island. Okay, you should stay here first. After Qin Yang finished speaking, his figure disappeared in one thought. Flying to the bottom of the Haitian Holy Land, Qin Yang began to search for it. After a long time, he found that there was no road to the sky. Did it go wrong? Isn't this the Holy Land above the Kanglin's secret realm? Qin Yang frowned. If this was the case, the empty island he had already obtained would naturally not be thrown here. But let Xuanhuan pull him to the Third Sea and Sky Holy Land, this guy will definitely be kicked. Just when Qin Yang was thinking about how to make Xuanhuan feel at ease as a coolie, in his spiritual thoughts, he suddenly detected the appearance of a door. Immediately afterwards, a divine dragon flew in through the gate, followed by a flood dragon. Ao, Kur, Qinglin. Qin Yang's expression was complicated. I can't remember how long I haven't seen you. The road to the sky has been opened, and the reward distribution ceremony of the Qianlong contest can be held smoothly. Qinglin said, Princess, let's go back. Ao Kur is a white dragon, like Xuanhuan, with scales like jade fat, but more exquisite than Xuanhuan. Aokur sighed quietly, and said, if Brother Qin Yang is still here, this first place must belong to him. He who owns the dragon jade, I am afraid that he will come to choose the reward by himself. Maybe he will rob this place woolen cloth. As he spoke, Aokur became sad. Qin Lin comforted, Your Highness, it has been a few years, and you haven't forgotten him. It is impossible for him to come back. If he really comes back, if he knows that the fire demon queen and god in Kanglin's secret realm, the situation of swordsmen is probably, not to mention, with the current situation in the mainland, the Sky Academy. Qin Yang frowned, resisting the urge to go to say hello. The Balrog Queen? Divine Gold Swordsman? What happened to them? Continental Structure, Sky Academy. What happened in the past few years? Qin Yang thought to himself. Sensing Aokur's gaze, Qin Yang's figure flickered, and he went out directly from the gate of Tongtian Road. Your Highness, what are you looking at? Qin Lin asked. Aokur shook his head and said, I don't know, I seem to have seen Brother Qin Yang. Qin Lin followed her gaze suspiciously, and said, You're wrong, how could Qin Yang appear here? The two casually checked the sea. There are indeed many Sky Island bases nearby. Among them, the largest one is much smaller than Qin Yang's youngest. Flying straight down along the road to the sky, in the middle of the air, it touched a barrier. This is the real boundary wall of the firmament world. And on the edge of this barrier, there is another door. This door leads to the Kanglin secret realm. As long as you enter the Kanglin secret realm and fly down, you can fly into the world of the sky. This road to the sky, with the help of the Kanglin secret realm, a beam of light, successfully avoided the barrier of the sky world. Without even thinking about it, Qin Yang directly stepped into the light gate and entered the Kanglin secret realm. Concentrate the strength of the whole body to the extreme, because Qin Yang knows that this Kanglin secret realm is a God King's secret realm. Back then, when the five spirit gods appeared for the first time, the powerful force directly tore apart the space. No. This is not a God King level secret realm. This secret realm has returned to the God Emperor level. Qin Yang was taken aback for a moment before realizing that Aokur and Qin Lin had also been promoted to the God Emperor realm. The Five Elements Ascension formation here was set up by Qin Yang. At that time, the Fire Demon Queen and the Divine Gold Swordsman were replaced by the Fire Spirit Orb and the Golden Spirit Orb. At that time, it was just to stabilize this secret realm, and it was absolutely impossible to restore this secret realm to the God Emperor realm. Qin Yang has already seen the Sky Island base, and such a base with complete rules and power is definitely not something that a God-level secret realm can withstand. If you want to bring Sky Island back to the Sky World, this secret realm must be restored to the God Emperor level. Dragon Clan already knew all this. With a flash of his figure, Qin Yang suddenly appeared where the Five Elements Ascension formation was originally arranged. The Balrog Queen and the Golden Swordsman were dying, and the Balrog Queen even had only a phantom of flame left. And the Divine Metal Swordsman is even more inhuman. At first glance, he thought it was just a piece of metallic spiritual material. It's just that one can vaguely see the appearance of the God Jinju. The Five Elements Ascension formation has been changed, and countless spiritual materials are filled in the core of each formation. In the formation that Qin Yang set up before, the Flame Demon Queen and the Golden Swordsman could come in and out freely, but now, it is impossible to leave half a step away. They are truly imprisoned in it. And the big formation is still absorbing their strength. If Qin Yang comes a few years later, they will definitely fall completely. Qin Yang clenched his fists violently, and the space around him collapsed faintly. Qin Yang is already furious. Chapter 857 Reshaping the Body. Qin Yang? Are you here? A weak voice came from the flame figure of the Fire Demon Queen that could dissipate at any time. She tried her best to stabilize her body, but her strength could not be solidified at all. The big formation under her feet was pulling away her strength, and although there were countless top-level fire-type spiritual materials around her, she couldn't enjoy half of it. Didn't Aokir say that Qin Yang will never come back? The voice of the golden swordsman came. He was robbed of power at this time, and he could hardly maintain his body. He only had one divine sense, and his situation was worse than that of the Balrog Queen. Even now, you still believe in the nonsense of the Dragon Clan. Aokir was with those Dragon Clan too. If it wasn't for her, how could we trust the Dragon Clan so much? The Fire Demon Queen said firmly, what Qin Yang promised, never, he won't break his promise. He said he would come to pick us up, and he will definitely come. The Divine Metal Swordsman didn't speak. It seemed that it took a long time to mobilize his strength even to say a word. The conversation ended and everything returned to calm. Only the 5 elements ascend to heaven formation is constantly running, pulling away the power within the 5 cores, and stabilizing the entire Kanglan secret realm with the help of the Great Formation. Qin Yang stood quietly, standing next to the Flame Demon Queen, but she just had a feeling that she was coming, but she couldn't see herself at all. How weak is this power? Qin Yang's eyes were full of murderous intent, and 2 auras were flying over his head quickly. Qin Yang hid himself. The 2 auras came from Aokir and Qing Lin. The 2 turned into human figures and landed, looking at the fiery figure with apologetic faces. Aokir hesitated to speak, but Qing Lin said, "It's not your fault, it's what fate should have been. If you don't upgrade the secret realm to the God Emperor level, Sky Island won't be able to pull into the Sky World at all." Aokir said, "But, obviously they can be let go." Qing Lin sighed, and said, "It's just a blame, their 5-element rule is the ultimate. This is a life form born of the power of the rule, even if it is divine fire, it can't compare with their potential. With this endless spiritual material for them only by providing strength, can the 5 elements ascension formation play its greatest role." Aokir came to the Flame Queen and wanted to say something more. Qing Lin urged, "Let's go, the reward distribution ceremony of the Qianlong contest is about to begin. At that time you will have to lead the way and lead the Dragon Clan to go back to Sky Island." Aokir sighed softly, and said, "Brother Qin Yang will blame me. Didn't I say, he can't come back?" Qing Lin said. The voices of the 2 disappeared, and they had already left the Kanglan secret realm through the light gate. "Bullshit, what endless spiritual materials provide us with strength, just to better capture our power." The Balrog Queen's weak voice sounded. "God Jin-sun, are you finished?" The Fire Demon Queen asked without hearing a response. The Divine Golden Swordsman transmitted his spiritual thoughts, and said in a bad mood, "Save your energy, didn't you say that Qin Yang would definitely come? If you consume so much energy, you might disappear completely if Qin Yang comes, right?" The Flame Demon Queen laughed, and said, "I'll just say it, you finally admitted that you also believed in Qin Yang." In Qin Yang's demon ring, the Zizhu swordsman had already collapsed, crying so hard that he couldn't make a sound. The water spirit swordsman's cold face that has remained unchanged for thousands of years can't help being moved. They didn't dare to leave the Yaojian ring at this time, and they didn't dare to go to recognize each other. They didn't know how to face the Divine Gold Swordsman and the Flame Demon Queen who had become like this. Qin Yang was arranging the formation silently, without saying a word. The suppressed anger in his heart made his hands trembling slightly when setting up the formation. Xuanhuan Sui? Qin Yang found the Xuanhuan Sui of the 9 Lives God Emperor at the core of the formation where the Flame Demon Queen was. Back then, God Emperor Duobao had to steal it if he wanted to borrow it, and he had to suffer a lot of flesh and blood if he was caught. Now, the God Emperor Jiuming didn't even lend it to God Emperor Duobao reluctantly, but he actually gave it out directly. Qin Yang then took out the divine fire and put it aside. After the modification, the heaven-stealing fate formation has been arranged. Similarly, Qin Yang also arranged a life-stealing formation around the core of the formation where the divine gold swordsmen were. Stealing heaven and transferring life, this is to transfer all the power of the same attribute spiritual materials around them into the bodies of the fire demon queen and the divine metal swordsman, and reshape their bodies. With Qin Yang's divine sense, the two formations were activated at the same time. For a moment, the spiritual materials accumulated in the cores of the two formations burst into pure power in an instant, and injected into the bodies of the Balrog Queen and the Golden Swordsman respectively. Two small regular vortexes were generated at the same time. The Balrog Queen exclaimed, and immediately relaxed comfortably. Like nectar after a long drought, the figure of the flame instantly solidified a little. What's going on? Has the dragon clan changed their temper? The flame demon queen was puzzled, her body was rapidly solidifying, and when she recondensed into a human body, her eyes wet instantly when she looked at the familiar person in front of her. I don't know if they have changed their temperament or not, but it did save our lives. Could it be that their formation is not good enough? Where did it come from? The divine gold swordsman could also reform into a human form due to a huge injection of power, but when Qin Yang arrived, he was suddenly speechless. Zizhu swordsman couldn't bear it anymore, came out from the Yaojian ring, cried and rushed towards Shinjin swordsman. Water spirit swordsman pulled her back and said, "You can't go there yet, since the formation has not completed its operation." Qin Yang took a deep breath and said, "Sorry, I'm late. I hate it. You almost won't be able to see him." The flame demon queen smiled charmingly, but her face was extremely moved, and the sparkle in her eyes was about to burst. She has been convincing herself, the divine gold swordsman, that Qin Yang will definitely come, but she has long believed in Ao Kir's words in her heart, and Qin Yang has already encountered an accident. Now that the fantasy has become a reality, she doesn't know how to react. Shinjin swordsman opened his mouth, feeling the power of the surrounding formations, but said, "You will destroy the 5 elements ascension to heaven formation like this secret realm." The flame demon queen said angrily, "When is it time to care about the secret realm? It would be better if it collapsed." Qin Yang nodded, and said, "You're right, I don't intend to let this secret realm continue to exist." As soon as the words fell, everyone was shocked. However, Qin Yang waved his hand directly, and Qin Yang put away the wood spirit orb, water spirit orb, earth spirit orb, and all spiritual materials of various attributes in the core of the other 3 formations. The 5 elements ascension formation disappeared immediately, and the whole world suddenly shook. Immediately afterwards, the situation changed, and a huge and terrifying regular tide seemed to be about to appear. Although the secret realm has been stabilized and upgraded due to the 5 elements ascension formation, it has not been fully restored. Once the 5 elements ascension formation is lost, this secret realm will inevitably be beaten back to its original shape in a short period of time, or even completely collapsed. This is just the beginning. I will make all of them pay. In Qin Yang's eyes, dark golden lines flowed, and the huge pressure suppressed the world. Even the regular tide was suppressed by the powerful aura, unable to stir up a storm. Chapter 858 Destruction of the Secret Realm. Tell me, what is going on? How did you get cheated by the Dragon Clan? Qin Yang asked. It will take some time to reshape the body. With Qin Yang suppressing here, even without the 5 elements ascension formation, this place is absolutely safe. The Flame Demon Queen and the Golden Swordsman were amazed that Qin Yang's strength had risen to such a level. The Balrog Queen laughed happily and said, "It's great, I can finally vent my anger." The Balrog said slowly, "In the future, originally, you arranged the 5 elements ascension formation, and it does not restrict our freedom. Later, some dragons said that they wanted to change the formation, and took out a large amount of 5-element spiritual materials to rebuild the 5-element ascension formation. Originally we thought we could be freed, but Ao Kir came forward and said, in order to thank us for helping to stabilize the secret realm, and is willing to repay us, let us not get out of the formation. After the big formation is changed, we can have the opportunity to be promoted to God Emperor in one fell swoop. But whoever thought that the promotion is a promotion, but we are imprisoned here forever, and our power is constantly being deprived. Speaking of this, the Flame Demon Queen was furious, and continued, if it weren't for Aokir, we wouldn't believe it easily. Qin Yang has already understood, maybe the Dragon Clan had such a plan from the very beginning. I'm afraid they started to act directly after they were exiled from the third-tier world. Qin Yang said, don't worry, I will help you out with this tone. The Fire Demon Queen asked curiously, where have you been all these years? Why do they say you will never come back? Qin Yang didn't explain too much, just said, the story is very long, so I'll talk about it later. After checking the two formations, Qin Yang added some spiritual materials. Finally, the Balrog Queen and the Golden Swordsman looked at their bodies in disbelief, as if they had been reborn. This sense of power is stronger than their previous peak, and they also feel greater potential. The realm of strength has jumped directly to the three realms of God Emperors. The power of all the spiritual materials was infused by stealing the life-changing array and looting. Such a huge power did not make them feel uncomfortable at all. I'm not dreaming, am I? The Balrog Queen felt unreal as she felt her own strength. The Golden Swordsman also looked at Qin Yang suspiciously, and even squinted his eyes, it feels so real. After several confirmations, there are Water Spirit Swordsman and Purple Bamboo Swordsman beside him, all this is real, not a dream. The two looked at Qin Yang in amazement, and casually created a strong man in the three realms. How strong is Qin Yang? Don't look at me like that, I'm just one realm higher than you. Qin Yang spread his hands and said, it's because of these spiritual materials. Having said that, this method is beyond the understanding of ordinary people. The Flame Demon Queen got close to Qin Yang, almost climbed onto Qin Yang, exhaled like blue, and said, then how are you going to help me vent my anger? The Golden Swordsman interrupted without interest, there is me. The Flame Demon Queen gave him a hard look, and complained that he didn't understand the style. Qin Yang took a step away slightly, and said, you can just watch the show. There was a faint smile on his face as usual, but Qin Yang's aura was different from before. Water Spirit Swordsman, Purple Bamboo Swordsman, you should also go to the formation, and help you improve your strength by the way. Qin Yang said. The Swordsman of Water Spirit and the Swordsman of Purple Bamboo were overjoyed. If they had had the strength earlier, they wouldn't have stayed in Qin Yang's demon ring and stood by. In addition to the two of them, the nine-winged ice phoenix bird devoured Huang Yu's eggs and was about to come out to ride the east wind at this time. The red flame three-headed dog, thorn rock turtle, even the panda and the treasure-hunting mouse all joined together. If there is not enough spiritual material, they use the sky-swallowing gourd to swallow the sky. The power of such a god-level secret realm is more than enough to directly create some god emperors of the three realms. The Kangland secret realm, starting from the edge, could not be stabilized and began to gradually collapse. The former Woling Islands also collapsed one after another in the endless void. Strange, there are no living creatures in this god-level great secret realm? Qin Yang's divine sense swept out, and he was able to detect the edge of collapse, but he didn't find a living creature at all. The Flame Demon Queen said, the Dragon Clan is very stingy, and they will disperse all the people and monsters here, just worrying that others will covet the empty island. Speaking of this, the Flame Demon Queen was taken aback, and said, you can't destroy this secret realm, if you do, Sky Island. Qin Yang smiled lightly. Shinjin Swordsman also said, the collapse of this secret realm cannot be stopped, we have to leave quickly, otherwise. The panda who was still improving his strength with the help of the Stealing Heaven and Fate formation suddenly became unhappy. You have all improved, but I haven't yet. Although he can increase his strength by swallowing, how can swallowing be as fast as Qin Yang's formation? Don't worry, look. Qin Yang snapped his fingers lightly. Immediately afterwards, Shenlongji roared above his head, I thought you died below. If you don't send the empty islands over, you will lose them forever, and me. The way of reaching the sky has collapsed, it's gone, the door is almost gone. If it's that far, the boundary wall of the firmament world will smooth out the passage, and at that time, this sea and sky holy land will be completely isolated. If you want to return to the sky world, you must either go to the last sea and sky holy land, or wait to have the power to break through the star field level boundary wall. Before she finished speaking, Shenlongjiu stared at the people below, and everyone also looked up. A huge sky island, like a small continent, surrounded by 5 small sky islands surrounded by stars. Did you loot the entire Haitian Holy Land? The Fire Demon Queen asked blankly. Qin Yang opened his mouth and said, that's where I go. If the other empty islands were not too small to get into my eyes, I wouldn't just get this few. Is this too little? The Balrog Queen was stunned. The Golden Swordsman also couldn't believe his eyes, and said, it's impossible to live in such a big place. You can directly build a country on it. The people were directly transported to the empty island by Qin Yang. The main island under their feet was like a world, and the 5 sub-islands suspended around them were like huge stars. The vast and boundless land made everyone feel a sense of creation. They seemed to be the first batch of creators in this world. Under the surging mood, everyone was excited. Qin Yang pointed to the 5 sub-islands in the sky, and said, I plan to use these 5 sub-islands to build the 5 elements ascension formation to connect the 5 sub-islands with the main island as a whole. You can choose to live on them. The Vice Island is your territory. Of course, you can also live on the main island. Of course, Qin Yang would not waste the 5 elements ascension formation in the Kanglan secret realm. In a short while, he moved the cores of the 5 formations to the 5 secondary islands. So far, the entire Kanglan secret realm has completely collapsed, and there is only a huge light gate leading to the sky world. Chapter 859. The overall construction will be discussed after everyone is ready. You can live here first. Qin Yang said. The Flame Demon Queen asked, by the way, what about Lu Mingyu and the others? Qin Yang sighed. The panda finally completed the promotion of strength, and said, thanks to Jiang Chengwei, let alone Lu Mingyu, Jin Wanshan, Yun Linger, Wei Linglong, etc., all took them to the demon realm. The Fire Demon Queen and the Golden Swordsman looked at each other. What happened in the past few years? They feel as if they are missing out on too many things. Looking at Qin Yang standing on the edge of the main island with his hands behind his back, how much has this young genius experienced? It feels like he's a living legend. Qin Yang's divine sense passed through this light gate, so naturally he would not take such a huge empty island out so directly. Even if Qin Yang wanted to, Shenlongjiu was not happy. Even if Shenlongjiu is willing, he is powerless and unable to pull. The divine sense set the coordinates of the Tianmen seal above the Liberty City where the Sky Academy is located. Qin Yang said, let's go back. With a movement of the divine mind, everything was sent to the past. Above the clouds of Jiuxiao, suddenly there is another world, but this world has not been noticed by anyone. Aren't you going to the theater with me? Qin Yang asked. The Balrog Queen and everyone shook their heads, and the Balrog Queen said, it's not interesting if you just watch the show. When the fight starts, call us. However, I am more curious about what happened over the years, so I will stay here for now. Listen to the story. Qin Yang nodded, but the panda and Treasure Mouse wanted to follow. In a flash, the 3 of them came directly to Kanglan Island where the Kanglan secret realm is located. Revisiting the old place, this used to be the starting point of the Qianlong tournament, and it will also be the end of the Qianlong tournament. Today's Kanglan Island is incomparably prosperous. In a few years, the original Fengshe has turned into a big city. The geniuses and powerhouses from all walks of life gathered together like this, even those who didn't make it to the ranking list of the Hidden Dragon tournament, they all came to see the magic of Sky Island. Outside the light gate of Kanglan's secret realm, a huge high platform was built, surrounded by crowds of people. Qin Yang appeared at the edge, with a shrunken panda on his left shoulder and a treasure-hunting mouse on his right shoulder. There was a smile on Qin Yang's face. These people probably don't know yet, they have no chance to see this empty island. This door of light is just a door of light. As long as the Dragon Clan activates the formation and opens the road to the sky again, the road to the sky will definitely not appear, and this light gate will disappear completely. Sky Islands are like fortresses of war. After this reward distribution ceremony, the situation on the mainland may be in turmoil again. That's right. Now that the Demon God Temple occupies Beiyuan, the Qishou Empire is destroyed, the Heavenly God Temple and the Xuanhuan Empire are incompatible, and the Sky Academy is caught in the middle. It seems to be the target of public criticism again. The conversations of passers-by came to his ears, and Qin Yang also had a general understanding of what it would be like a few years later. It's just that such a huge change made Qin Yang a little surprised. Xuanhuan Empire wants to unify Zhongzhou? Can't sit still in the Temple of Heaven? But why has Sky Academy become the target of public criticism? Gradually I listened and understood. It turned out that the jurisdiction of Sky Academy, the Free Zone, blocked the way for these two forces to attack Beiyuan and the Demon Realm. Speaking of which, the Zhongqiong Academy is really miserable. At the beginning, the places for the competition were all given to the younger generation, but who would have thought that the entire army of the younger generation would be wiped out, and even that Qin Yang would also fall. Look! There are people from the Sky Academy. My God, are the four great God Emperors here in person? There was a burst of exclamation from the crowd. The uniform of the Sky Academy made the crowd quickly part ways. Hey, none of them are on the list, so why are they here to join in the fun? Such a murderous person, could it be that they are here to cause trouble? People were discussing one after another, but Qin Yang frowned, and followed the crowd back to a path. The Dragon Clan seemed to have known for a long time that the Sky Academy was coming, and arranged a place on the high platform. Now all parties have arrived one after another, and even the great demon among the 12 venerables has arrived in person in the Demon Temple. The Xuanhuan Empire and the Temple of Heaven are all present, and the grand ceremony is about to begin. However, on the high platform, the atmosphere was so heavy that one even felt that a fight might break out at any time. The time has come, the reward distribution ceremony of the Qianlong tournament begins now. Ao Kuer stood in the center of the high platform, behind him was the huge light gate of Kanglan's secret realm. Such a grand ceremony, and a little girl was sent to preside over it. Why, isn't your little girl the future dragon god? God Emperor Duobao interrupted directly. Ao Kuer's face turned red, and the Baji God Emperor also sneered. Before this grand ceremony is held, do you have to settle the accounts first? Ao Kuer's expression tightened. He knew that the four great God Emperors were not good, but he didn't expect to start making trouble now. Xuanhuan Guqing looked at the four great God Emperors coldly, and said, "This is the reward distribution ceremony of the Qianlong contest, which has nothing to do with your Zhongqiong Academy. Letting you participate is already giving you a lot of face. Can't disrupt the ceremony? What's the matter? We can talk about it after the ceremony is over." All the gods of war besides Xuanhuan Guqing also looked at each other, coldly. Emperor Tiangang said, "The current God Emperor really has no rules at all. But it doesn't matter, after the grand ceremony, I will personally teach you." Qi Guogua's threatening words seemed to indicate that another war will start in the mainland. But the four God Emperors of the Sky Academy showed no signs of fear. The 9 Fate God Emperor said lightly, Qin Yang once said that the waves behind the river push the waves ahead, and the waves before die on the beach. We are all outdated. Can those who are older still be able to hold swords and guns? A burst of laughter erupted, causing Emperor Tiangang and other divine emperors to stare angrily. Qin Feng immediately stood up and said angrily, Qin Yang is dead a long time ago. Even if he is not dead, he is just a brat. You mention his name. Do you want to use this dead person as a deterrent? Whether you die or not is not up to you. The Bafeng God Emperor's eyes sharpened, and he said, your reaction shows that Qin Yang is not just a freshman in your heart, right? You seem to be very afraid that he will come back. Qin Feng gritted his teeth, and was about to fight back, but Xuanhuan Guqing gently reached out and stopped him, and said lightly, it's all in the past, so don't mention it again. Hurry up and give out rewards, that's the business. After finishing speaking, Xuanhuan Guqing looked towards the side of the Sky Academy and said, if anyone dares to obstruct without reason. God Emperor Duobao directly interrupted, hinder for no reason? I'm afraid it's wrong. What did the Dragon Clan say when they borrowed the divine fire? How did I say that the Sky Academy gave so many treasures of heaven and earth? Before it started, I returned Xuanhua Sui, released the Flame Demon Queen and Shinjin Swordsman, and now that the grand ceremony has begun, has the Dragon Clan backtracked? He is already dead, why mention his two spiritual materials? Li Tongtian sneered. On the high platform, the atmosphere is tense. Under the high platform, Qin Yang's heart warmed up. It turned out that Sky Academy wanted to stand up for itself. It turned out that the divine fire of the Nine Fate God Emperor was handed over to the Dragon Clan for himself. Chapter 860 Watching a Good Show. God Emperor Duobao said quietly, for you, the Flame Demon Queen and the Golden Swordsman are just spiritual materials, but for us, they are Qin Yang's friends. After a pause, God Emperor Duobao said again, thousands of years ago, Emperor Tianqian persecuted the Qin family. Thousands of years later, you will join forces to plot against Qin Yang. If we people still do this and watch, if Qin Yang returns someday, how can we face him? The Bafeng God Emperor also said, there are always people who think that my Sky Academy is a vegetarian, so why not take a look, who in the current Sky world, has the final say? The aura was released immediately, and the four great God Emperors released their aura one after another, and the entire space of the high platform was instantly sealed. Even Xuanhuan Guqing and other heavenly gods of war tensed up. They didn't expect at all that the Sky Academy would dare to do something. The representative of the Temple of Heaven, a God Emperor, looked bitter. I thought it was an honorable job, who would have thought that this would happen so quickly? In such a battle, unless the Heavenly God Emperor came in person, no one would be able to control the situation. At this moment, a golden light rose from the end of the East China Sea, and the dragon god, Ao Yuanjun, came. The majesty of the four realms directly disrupted the aura above the high platform, and Ao Yuanjun, dressed in a dragon robe, descended beside Ao Kuer. Blocked all the pressure for Ao Kier. If this continues, although Ao Kuer has also been promoted to God Emperor, she will probably be crushed to death by this pressure. Ao Yuanjun looked at the four God Emperors of the Zhangqiang Academy, and said, the Flame Demon Queen and the God Gold Swordsman secretly caused trouble, and it is already a great gift not to directly destroy their spiritual wisdom. Since you also said that these two are Qin Yang friends, and Qin Yang is the pride of your Zhangqiang Academy, so that Xuanhua Sui and all kinds of spiritual materials are naturally the compensation you should give. The Baji God Emperor laughed and said, so, you Dragon Clan lied to us from the very beginning. Ao Yuanjun looked calm, and said, you all knew it from the beginning, but you have endured it until now. Isn't it just to disturb the grand ceremony at this time? After finishing speaking, Ao Yuanjun said in a deep voice, his tone full of murderous intentions, my Dragon Clan will not interfere with the affairs of your human continent, but my Dragon Clan will not stay out of it completely. If you continue to be stubborn, you think that my dragon clan is easy to provoke now? The faces of the four god emperors tightened, but they were already prepared in their hearts. Although they only have the god emperor 3 realms, they have no fear. The background of the Sky Academy may not be without the possibility of fighting the dragon clan. Xuanhuan Guqing and Tianjin Temple gloated and watched with cold eyes. This Sky Academy is seeking its own death. This ending is actually the best for them. Let the Dragon Clan and the Sky Academy fight, no matter who wins or loses, they will be the winners. At this moment, on the other side of the high platform, the Demon Clan camp, the demon god Venerable Jin Wu and Bai Long also stood up. The demonic energy of the sky directly confronts the dragon god Ao Yuanjun. The human race needs the power of faith to advance, but the monster race does not. The same four-realm demon emperor is not a virtual dragon god at all. Ao Yuanjun frowned and said, "Golden Crow and White Dragon, do you want to stand up for Qin Yang?" Bai Long snorted coldly. He would not stand up for Qin Yang. He wished that the Qin family would become extinct as soon as possible. But the Golden Crow is different. At this time, he laughed and said, "Emperor Qin is also the son-in-law of our demon temple." Although Lord Meixiang is not sober at times, his feelings for Emperor Qin have never changed. Unless Lord Meixiang give the order yourself, otherwise, this boy Qin Yang is also a member of my demon temple. Speaking of this, Jingwu glanced at Bai Long, and continued, "Except for Lord Meixiang, no one is allowed to deal with Qin Yang without authorization." After finishing speaking, Jingwu looked at Ao Yuanjun, grinned, and a scorching sun rose behind his back, and the air in the field seemed to burn instantly. "Even the Dragon Clan, even you, Ao Yuanjun, can't do it." When Xuanhuan Guqing saw this, the most worrying thing still appeared. The Demon Temple, the Demon Clan, finally expressed their position to the whole world at this moment. In the past, all forces were speculating, but now, the Yaozu has clearly announced to the world that Qin Yang is a member of the Yao Temple, protected by the Demon Temple. Jinwu, the 12 demon god Venerable, said it himself, and Bai Long, who has always hated the Qin family, did not object, which is enough to represent the will of the demon god temple. Ao Yuanjun felt a tightness in his chest. In the entire sky world, apart from the heavenly god emperor, the 12 demon god venerables in the demon god temple were the ones he feared the most. And among the 12 demon gods, the Golden Crow is the strongest. Ao Yuanjun said in a deep voice, "At that time, you were exiled to the 3rd floor of the submarine prison, and your monster clan did not object." The words explained in this way have proved that Ao Yuanjun is submissive. Even if the Dragon Clan is powerful, they would not dare to be enemies of the Demon Temple and the Sky Academy at the same time. Jinwu shook his head lightly, and said, "I don't object, it's because what you said is to banish the demons." Speaking of this, Jinwu's eyes turned cold, and he said fiercely, "But no one thought that you didn't inform Qin Yang boy." Looking at the 4 god emperors of Songqiong Academy, Jinwu said again, "At first, I wanted to settle the accounts after the grand ceremony is over. Since we have already reached this point, we might as well start now. Could it be that your Demon Gods Hall has to decide on the distribution ceremony?" Xuanhuan Guqing couldn't sit still. The gods of war in the sky also stood up one after another. They have the highest rank, Xuanhuan Guqing even ranks first. With Sky Island, it will be extremely beneficial for the next war. The Demon Gods Hall naturally knew this too, and disrupting the grand ceremony would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The God Emperor represented by the Temple of Heaven also stood up with a headache, holding a token in his hand, and seemed to be talking to himself, but in fact he was talking to everyone. "It seems that I am not qualified to participate in such a scene. Why don't I invite Lord Tianjin Emperor to come in person?" Under the high platform, everyone felt chest tightness and shortness of breath, and they didn't even dare to continue watching the play, so they ran away. Gathering all the peak powerhouses in the entire firmament world, they would die without a place to bury them if they were shot casually. Hey! You really don't take your life too seriously. To watch the excitement, why don't you run away? A spectator kindly came to remind Qin Yang, seeing that Qin Yang was still standing there, and the surrounding area was already empty. Qin Yang smiled and said, "The excitement is not enough, don't worry, they may not be able to fight." The audience cursed a few words in a low voice. "If you want to die, continue watching the show. I can run away first." While talking, he ran away quickly. Kanglan Island couldn't stay any longer, and even the imperial city of the Xuanhuan Empire might be affected. Qin Yang was not notified because he is related to the demons. He has entered the territory where the demons have been dormant for a long time. Ao Yuanjun said. In this way, Qin Yang should be credited with finding the place where the demons are lurking. The Bafang God Emperor said. Ao Yuanjun immediately said, "The demon generals of the demon race, you may not know how powerful they are. If you can escape the formation of the heavenly supervisor, you don't know how far you have developed in the past 10,000 years. We can't take risks." Again, we don't want to inform Qin Yang. I can't get in touch at all. Chapter 861 continue. It's a good one not to take risks. The Baji God Emperor suddenly became angry, and he exchanged a glance with his younger brother Bafang God Emperor. The two activated their divine power at the same time, and the entire platform was plunged into a formation of runes. Even under the high platform, it was surrounded by various mysterious lights. At the same time, the demon god Venerable, Bai Long, frowned. He didn't want to make such a move. But beside the golden crow, the scorching sun behind him was even more dazzling. At the same time, the venerable demon god of the demon god temple, and this time the golden crow is the main one. Jingwu's attitude is very clear, and Bai Long can only contribute together. A big battle is about to start immediately. Xuanhuan Guqing shouted angrily, "Could it be that the Sky Academy is really in collusion with the Yaozu?" God Emperor Duobao sneered, "You really deserve to be the Empress of the Ages. Now that things are going on, you still want to put another hat on? Your despicable methods are not used enough? You really are XX, and set up a memorial archway." Xuanhuan Guqing's pretty face turned pale with anger, took a deep breath, and said, "All right, let's end everything here, and save your stinky bones from continuing to get in the way." The entire Kanglan Island was suppressed by various powerful forces. Although the powerful from all sides were ready to attack, they still tacitly slowed down. At least let everyone else on the island escape. All the audience, as well as people from various forces, were miserable, and they evacuated in all directions, desperately. I thought it would be a grand event, to be able to see Sky Island with my own eyes, but I didn't expect it to come this far. The whole area around the high platform was originally crowded with people, but at this moment, there was no one there. No, there was only one person left. Some of those who escaped looked back at the man, and some even sneered, "Guys who have never seen the world, are they so frightened that they can't move at this moment? Forget it, if you don't run away now, you must die here." If you can die here under normal circumstances, maybe he will be recorded in history. Qin Yang's concealment ability was naturally beyond the perception of the God Emperors present. But he couldn't help but be the only one left in the whole field, right? For a moment, all forces on the high platform frowned and looked at it. It's obvious that it can't be detected in the divine sense, but why is there someone standing there? But at a glance, it's amazing. With a handsome young face and a black cloak embroidered with golden dragons, the traces of battle have made this windy cloak mottled, giving it a special temperament. On the shoulder, that extremely special black and white little beast also has a treasure-hunting mouse that has been promoted to the third realm of God Emperor. The little black and white beasts are not simple, even the golden crow and white dragon shrank their pupils sharply when they saw it. Swallowing Sky Beast, the swallowing sky beast of the three realms. How could there be such a powerful sky-swallowing beast in the firmament world? The sky-swallowing beast is different from ordinary monsters. It is a monster without natural enemies, but the sky-swallowing beast is the natural enemy of any monster. Also, how can a treasure hunter be promoted to the level of a god emperor? If you want to settle accounts, should I come? Qin Yang touched his nose, breaking the strange silence. I can't feel the breath. Who is this guy? Is he also from the Sky Academy? Jinwu asked suspiciously. Bai Long squinted his eyes, gritted his teeth and said, who else could it be? It was carved out of the same mold as that bastard. Jinwu was taken aback for a moment, and immediately reacted. Bai Long blamed Su Meixiang's madness on Emperor Qin, so he always held a hostile attitude towards the Qin family. And the only person who can't leave the bastard in Bai Long's 3 sentences is Emperor Qin. With a flash of the golden crow, he came to Qin Yang, sized him up carefully, and nodded secretly, yes, it is indeed very similar. But you are much more handsome than him. Although Qin Yang is a descendant of the Qin family, the direct ancestor may not necessarily be the Emperor Qin. The direct ancestor may also be the elder brother or younger brother of Emperor Qin. But these are meaningless. After all, Qin Yang is the only child of the Qin family. Qin Yang, you are not dead. God Emperor Duobao burst out laughing, hurried over and patted Qin Yang on the shoulder vigorously. A warm current flowed in Qin Yang's heart, just like looking at a relative. The God Emperor of the 3 realms wants to completely tear face off with the Dragon Clan. This is completely treating Qin Yang as his family. The arrival of Qin Yang changed Xuanhuan Guqing's and others' faces greatly, making Ao Yuanjun also unbelievable. Can this come back? What a miracle! How did you come back? The 9 Fate God Emperor also walked over. Qin Yang smiled and said, don't forget, I am the patriarch of the Qin family, and I have the Dragon Jade. Speaking of this, Qin Yang stretched out his hand, took out the Xuanhua Sui, handed it to the Emperor Jiuming, and said, thank you Emperor Jiuming for cutting love, I want to exchange it for the Flame Demon Queen. The 9 Fate God Emperor took Xuanhua Sui, although he didn't understand how the treasure was in Qin Yang's hands, he still said, it's a pity that the Dragon Clan backtracked. Qin Yang said, it doesn't matter, I have saved the Balrog Queen and the Golden Swordsman. The appearance of Xuanhua directly surprised Ao Yuanjun, and Qin Yang's words made his heart sink even more. Shouldn't this be in the Kanglan secret realm? Turning around and looking at Guanmin, I had a bad premonition in my heart. The account can be settled slowly, but don't miss the big deal. Qin Yang said, isn't this going to be a reward distribution ceremony for the Hidden Dragon tournament? Go ahead. After saying that, he returned to his seat with the God Emperors of the Zhangqiang Academy, while Qin Yang stood directly beside the God Emperors. Xuanhuan Guqing looked at Qin Yang in surprise. Qin Yang gave her a different feeling at this time, if she could still feel threatened before, but now Qin Yang gave her an illusory feeling. Seeing that Qin Yang took the initiative to ask the ceremony to continue, Emperor Tiangang sneered and said, this grand ceremony of the Qianlong contest has nothing to do with you, you are not on the list. Qin Yang nodded and said, I know. God Emperor Duobao asked in a puzzled voice, since you have come back alive, why are we still here? With a mysterious smile on his face, Qin Yang said, of course I'm watching a play. The other God Emperors were also puzzled, watching a play? Is there any play to watch? Ao Kier looked at Qin Yang apologetically, but she didn't expect Qin Yang to come back, but Qin Yang never looked at her again, which made her feel even more uncomfortable. Ao Yuanjun took a deep look at Qin Yang, and said, open the road to the sky. Inkan Island. With an order, the Dragon Formation God Emperor began to activate the formation, and other dragons also appeared one after another, preparing to step into the Holy Land and pull back to the empty island. Everything is ready, and the formation has been activated, but the road to the sky has not been opened at all. What's going on? Didn't you go to investigate today? Ao Yuanjuan's heart skipped a beat, and he looked at Ao Kuer. Ao Kuer was in a state of confusion. Qinglin hurriedly said, "We have indeed entered the Haitian Holy Land." At this moment, the light gate twisted and shattered. Before it was broken, all the god emperors saw the horrifying scene inside. That's not the Kanglan secret realm, it's an endless void. All the god emperors looked at Qin Yang one after another, but Qin Yang shrugged and said with a smile, "What are you looking at me for?" Continue. Chapter 862, I'm threatening you. Qin Yang. It was you who destroyed the Kanglan secret realm. Ao Yuanjun was furious, and said, "Do you know what this means? It means that you have destroyed a sea and sky holy land of our dragon clan." Xuanhuan Guqing and the other gods of war couldn't sit still any longer, so wouldn't it mean that their rewards were gone at all? The representative of the Temple of Heaven also showed anger on his face. On the side of the Yaozu, Bai Long frowned tightly, and their interests of the Yaozu were also lost. Jinwu shook his head while sighing, "This Qin Yang is really not a good person, this method of revenge is really thorough." The four god emperors of Psangqiong Academy laughed one after another, looking at the suffocated and angry faces of other forces. Most of their chests were full of anger. Finally, he knew what Qin Yang was watching by letting them watch the show. It really was a good show. Faced with pressure from all sides, Qin Yang still had a faint smile on his face, and even said innocently, "Why are you all looking at me? What does this have to do with me?" Ao Yuanjun gritted his teeth and said, "It has nothing to do with you? Then why did Shenhua appear in your hand? Why can't it appear in my hand?" Qin Yang said lightly, "Since you have exiled the demons, you naturally know the magic weapons of the 8 demon generals of the demons, and the magic weapons of the wise demon generals have no words. You know it too." The whole audience was suddenly silent, and all the god emperors were shocked. Especially Xuanhuan Guqing and other heavenly war gods, who have experienced the battle of 10,000 worlds 10,000 years ago. When they heard these familiar words, all the memories of the past began to slowly emerge. Jinwu frowned, and Bai Long suddenly looked at Qin Yang. Ao Yuanjun looked uncertain, while the four god emperors of Psangqiong Academy looked at each other in blank dismay. God Emperor Duobao asked in a low voice, 8 great demon generals? Divine soldiers? Wisdom demon generals? Wordless books? What are these things? Shouldn't you just use the dragon jade to shuttle back? The sphere of influence of the clan actually inquired about so much news? The 9 Fate God Emperor was also infected, showing gossip, and asked, "Tell us, what are they all about?" One word shocked the audience. What Qin Yang said was not simple. It's just that they don't know that Qin Yang didn't seek out information, but directly killed them. Emperor Tiangang laughed, and said, "It's just that after knowing some news, you think you are too much? You want to use these terms to frighten us? Qin Yang, your methods are still not much improved from before, and you still only know how to use them. Bluff." Having said that, Emperor Tiangang himself was very curious. Qin Yang might be able to know the 8 great demon generals, but how could he know the one-word titles of the demon generals? There is also the magic weapon of the demon general, even the ability of the magic weapon is known. Reminiscent of the weird events that happened a few years ago, which shocked the entire continent. The secret key of the god realm seals the Tianbao mirror, and the star compass of the dragon clan suddenly disappears. Isn't it the ability of the magic weapon of the wise demon general without words? What the hell happened a few years ago? It seems that everyone is very curious. Then I will explain it to you in detail. Qin Yang laughed playfully. Then he opened his mouth and said, "The so-called 8 great demon generals, in fact, there should be 12 demon generals. These demon generals are all of the strength of the 4 realms. As soon as he said that, everyone's face changed drastically. Qin Yang continued, among the 12 demon generals, 2 fell 10,000 years ago. But why did I say the little demon realm? Oh, that is the power of the demon clan you mentioned. Why did I say that there were 8 great demon generals there? Because the blood demon general is the highest leader of the blood skeleton in the firmament world. The skeleton general is the ghost skeleton general on the 6th floor of the submarine prison. These 8 great demon generals belong to the same camp, and each of them has a magic weapon. Among them, the wordless book of divine weapons possessed by General Wisdom Demon. Qin Yang came slowly, and everyone was terrified when they heard it. After experiencing the Great War thousands of years ago, the shadow of fear spread again. Those who have not experienced the 10,000 years war seem to have seen a terrifying hell. The atmosphere was extremely suppressed, and everyone was out of breath because of Qin Yang's words. Chen Feng interrupted, "You know so clearly, is it possible that you are also a member of the demon clan?" "Who?" The old craftsman was just about to refute, but a louder voice directly overwhelmed him. Jinwu glared at Chen Feng and said, "Let go of your fucking pee. So, my demon temple is also a demon clan?" Bai Long pinched the center of his brows vigorously. If it hadn't been for the little Taoist demon who had awakened Lord Sumeixiang and stabilized Sumeixiang's mind a lot, he should be the only one representing the demon temple and the demon clan this time, instead of the Golden Crow. Among the 12 demon god venerables, Jinwu was firmly on the Qin family's side. Even before he issued a lore order, this guy had a big fight with him. As a result, even though the demon temple issued a killing order, no monsters attacked Qin Yang at all. And in Zhongzhou, Tao Pianlai in Wanyao Palace ignored her even more. This Jinwu used to call Emperor Qin his brother, and when he saw Qin Yang, he immediately regarded him as his descendant. Dare to slander Qin Yang in front of him, TSK, TSK. Chen Feng was taken aback immediately, but still bit the bullet and said, "Even us may not be clear to Qin Yang, he is not a demon, and he must have something to do with the demon." Li Tongtian also echoed, "That's right. A few years ago, Shinkong Luo." The disc suddenly disappeared, so there is an explanation. So here comes the problem. Li Tongtian looked at Qin Yang and questioned, "Even if you have the dragon jade, if you want to return to the sky in these few years, you must be guided by the starry sky compass. Since these are all things that the magic weapon of the wise demon general can do, so, did you return to the firmament world by yourself, or did you come back together with the demon generals?" As soon as the words fell, everyone's hearts trembled again. The 4 god emperors of Psangqiong Academy also looked at Qin Yang, and the old craftsman asked, "This?" The words came to his lips, but he couldn't ask. If asked, wouldn't it prove that even he was suspicious? "It seems that you suspect that I have secretly communicated with the demons?" Qin Yang laughed teasingly, "You must be responsible for what you say, and you must have evidence." Qin Yang just didn't say clearly, he just wanted to make these 8 great demon generals a thorn in everyone's heart. "You can suffocate them to death." Xuanhuan Guqing looked at Qin Yang and said, "Now, you should come up with evidence to prove that you have nothing to do with the demons." "But I just don't show evidence, what can you do with me?" Qin Yang said with a smile. "That proves." Emperor Tiangang said. Before finishing speaking, Qin Yang interrupted, "What about the evidence?" "Why, a few sentences are the evidence." Seeing that Qin Yang was obviously playing tricks on them, Xuanhuan Guqing said, "Don't think that with the support of Psangqiong Academy and Yaoshan Temple, we just..." Qin Yang smacked his lips and said, "Threat me, I'm so scared." As soon as the voice changed, Qin Yang said indifferently, "The previous account is enough for me to do some things. But I am the fighting teacher of the Sky Academy, and I always think about the Academy. I, the Sky Academy, have always convinced people with reasoning." Looking around, Qin Yang said lightly, "If anyone dares to continue to offend, then don't blame me for being too ruthless." Everyone was furious, especially Ao Yuanjun and Xuanhuan Guqing. What Qin Yang said seemed to be pointing at their noses. You still dare to threaten us? The representative of Tianjin Temple sneered. Qin Yang walked over and looked at him quietly, making him shudder and trembling in his heart. For some reason, he obviously couldn't feel any powerful aura, but it made him restless in fear. You are not qualified to talk to me. Qin Yang looked down at the representative of the Temple of Heaven and said slowly, but your understanding is right, I am threatening you. After finishing speaking, Qin Yang laughed and said, I've already said it. If you don't listen, don't beg for mercy in the future, because begging for mercy is useless. Chapter 863. Qin Yang was about to leave, but Ao Yuanjun shouted angrily. Qin Yang! You ruined the Kanglan secret realm, ruined my Qianlong contest, you ruined the Dragon Clan Haitian Holy Land, you still want to come and leave as soon as you want. Ao Yuanjun exudes countless golden lights all over his body. Compared with the Golden Crow, this golden light has two completely different powers. The Golden Crow is the light of the scorching sun, and Ao Yuanjun is the rule of gold. The sharp power of rules seems to pierce everyone in the audience, rubbing everyone against the tip of a knife. Qin Yang was the first to bear the brunt, but his expression remained unchanged. The four god emperors wanted to protect Qin Yang, but found that Qin Yang didn't need them to worry at all. On the contrary, Qin Yang immediately resisted the coercion they were facing together. Speaking is based on evidence. Without evidence, you are spreading rumors. Qin Yang's eyes radiated a dangerous coldness, and he said, I will save face for Dragon Mother Ao Qingli. The matter of your dragon clan has nothing to do with me, Qin Yang. My family and I have all been wiped out. If the Dragon Clan is still self-righteous, after today, I will treat everyone else the same as you. Glancing at Xuanhuan Guqing and the representatives of Tianjin Temple, Qin Yang snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, everyone in the Sky Academy and Qin Yang disappeared immediately. Tianmen Seal. The representative of the Temple of Heaven shrank his pupils. What is this teleportation trace that even the God Emperor can't capture, if it's not the secret key of the gods, the Tianmen seal? Damn it! This Qin Yang is too arrogant. Emperor Tiangang said angrily. Xuanhuan Guqing became silent, as if it had nothing to do with her. Jin Wu and Bai Long looked at each other. Jin Wu got up and said goodbye. Anyway, my monster clan doesn't care much about this empty island, so just treat it as the Dragon Clan owes us. Let's go first. After speaking, the Golden Crow turned into a scorching sun and disappeared in the boiling air. Naturally, Bai Long would not stay here any longer. He turned into a dragon and left right after him. Ao Yuanjun was trembling with anger. What do you mean the Dragon Clan owes you? The monster race clearly put the blame on the dragon race. Emperor Tiangang said in a deep voice, since Qin Yang is back, he probably has quite a few keys to the God realm. Including the starry sky compass. Really wanted to make a suggestion, but Xuanhuan Guqing signaled with her eyes, telling him not to say any more. Instead, he looked at the representative of the Temple of Heaven. Originally, the representative of Tianjin Temple looked at all this cheerfully. If you want to talk about enmity, Tianjin Temple and the Qin family are enemies of extermination. None of them are good stubble. It is not so easy to be used as a gun. The representative of Tianjin Temple frowned, and said, Qin Yang must be eliminated. Destroy the holy land of the Dragon Clan first, and speak nonsense later. If we don't do anything, won't we be laughed at by the world? Xuanhuan Guqing didn't answer. Although Ao Yuanjun was angry, he also knew that he should wait a little longer. The representative of Tianjin Temple showed embarrassment on his face, looked at Xuanhuan Guqing, and said directly, the thing about the alliance that I mentioned earlier. Xuanhuan Guqing said, my Sky Alliance will never join forces with the Temple of Heaven, but the goal is the same for the time being. However, now that the Sky Alliance needs to be repaired, I am afraid that there will be no other actions in a short time. The representative of Tianjin Temple gritted his teeth. He said earlier that he would attack the Sky Academy, and the Sky Alliance was more anxious than anyone else. Now that Qin Yang came back, he was unable to move for a short time. Doesn't this mean that the Temple of Heaven is going to test Qin Yang's strength at this time? The representative of Tianjin Temple snorted coldly and said, if I remember correctly, the seventh of the 8 gods of war in the sky, Xuanhuan, right? He seems to have been instantly killed by Qin Yang's headshot? Xuanhuan Guqing's eyes were full of coldness, and the other gods of war in the sky also had cold faces. The representative of Tianjin Temple looked at Ao Yuanjun again, and said with a smile, one of the 3 sea and sky holy places of the Dragon Clan is about to disappear. Now that the road to the sky in this place has been completely destroyed by Qin Yang, then only the Sea of Stars is left, the one in the center. However, according to my investigation of the Temple of Heaven, the center of the Sea of Stars has never been peaceful. Those countless brutal monsters who covet the empty island have never given up. After so many years of troubles by them, the place Haitian Holy Land has long been regarded as a dead place. In this way, the Dragon Clan Haitian Holy Land is completely over. The representative of Tianjin Temple continued to sow dissension, saying, the Dragon Clan is powerful in the sky. The Sky Alliance is playing the banner of the world again. Now Qin Yang is full-fledged, and his own strength is tyrannical. Some forces that secretly support him have no longer tolerated it. Watching from the wall is just continuing to give Qin Yang a chance. As he said that, the representative of the Temple of Heaven laughed and said, of course my Temple of Heaven is not afraid of these things, so I have to do what I have to do. Qin Yang is a stumbling block for our Temple of Heaven, and it is also yours. The reward distribution ceremony of the Qianlong contest ended without a problem. Became the laughing stock of the whole world. If they can swallow this breath, the Sky Academy and the Dragon Clan will not gain a foothold on the mainland. Qin Yang returned to the sky, and the first battle was bloodless, directly rubbing the faces of the Sky Alliance and the Dragon Clan under his feet. The point is, Qin Yang also led everyone in the Sky Academy to retreat. If it gets out, Qin Yang will become famous and the legend will reappear. On the other hand, the Sky Alliance and the Dragon Clan will be disgraced even more. The Temple of Heaven, the Sky Alliance, and the Dragon Clan did not leave, and a secret meeting seemed to be held on Kanglin Island. Liberty City, Cosmology. The gate of the courtyard. Qin Yang brought everyone from the Tsangqiang Academy and the 4 great god emperors directly here. The old man who made crafts was puzzled and asked, Qin Yang, what are you thinking? Even if you want to calm down these things, and even draw a line with the Dragon Clan, they will not let you go. The old man of formation also echoed, that's right, don't be afraid, we have already made preparations. No matter how strong they are, we are not vegetarians. Also, don't underestimate Sky Academy. Qin Yang's heart warmed, and he said with a smile, of course I know, don't worry, I know what to do. The old man of formation and the old man of talisman jointly used the Tao of talisman before. It was not a ban on heaven and earth, let alone a big killer. It was a super teleportation formation. If Qin Yang had been later, those old fellows in the restricted area of the first area of the Sky Academy would have mobilized all of them. Qin Yang, who has experienced the third world, knows how fierce the battle between gods and emperors is. It doesn't matter if the enemy is dead or dead, but the Sky Academy is like Qin Yang's home, and no relatives are allowed to be harmed. The Alchemy old man sighed, we are still old after all. Looking at Qin Yang, the Alchemy old man said, do whatever you want, we will always be your backing. Qin Yang nodded, his eyes darkened. It's not that he doesn't take action, but he wants to use thunder. The calmer he is, the more flustered the Sky Academy, the Temple of Heaven and even the Dragon Clan will be. The damned will die eventually, what Qin Yang is doing is to let them die by themselves. Chapter 864, We have no shortage of food. Emperor Tiantian, can you still sit still? Qin Yang looked to the south, where the central order area of Zhongzhou was, where the Temple of Heaven was located. After parting from the four god emperors, Qin Yang went to the headquarters of the Jin family. Young master? To this day, members of the Jin family will naturally not forget Qin Yang. Qin Yang's status in the Jin family is still extremely high. The last time I saw Jin Wanshan's father, he was still a vigorous middle-aged man, but when I saw him now, Jin Lianqing's temples were already graying. His face also showed his old age. Uncle. Qin Yang sighed inwardly. Jin Lianqing quickly squeezed Qin Yang's hand, his eyes were a little rosy, and he said repeatedly, "Good boy, as long as you are fine." Hesitating to speak, Jin Lianqing still asked, "Just tell me the truth, is that kid Wanshan?" Qin Yang said, "Don't worry, uncle, he's fine." Jin Lianqing naturally didn't believe it. For several years, there was no news from the bird. It was as if it had disappeared out of thin air. There is only one explanation for this, that is, the person is no longer there. Qin Yang directly took out a sky star stone and said, "Feel it." Jin Lianqing froze. "Isn't this the imprint of Jin Wanshan's divine sense?" Qin Yang said, "Even if it is dead, I can bring it back to life with it. So, what else is there to worry about? Besides, Jin Wanshan is not dead yet. Not only he is not dead, but everyone who disappeared together, still alive and well." Really? Jin Lianqing stared at Qin Yang closely. "Of course it is true." Qin Yang reassured repeatedly, and even said, "If you don't believe it, you can find someone to experiment. Kill him first, and then I will resurrect him?" How could Jin Lianqing not believe it? Taking out the sky star stone, without the brand of divine sense, Qin Yang handed it to Jin Lianqing. After making Jin Lianqing engrave the imprint of his divine sense, he put it away. 2. Jin Lianqing's heart was extremely complicated. He knew that Qin Yang was a proud son of heaven, a monstrous genius, but in just a few years, he had already grown to such a level. By the way, I think this city of freedom seems to be much more empty than before. Qin Yang asked. Jin Lianqing's mental illness was gone, and he appeared to be much tougher, telling all the things that happened in recent years. Qin Yang took out the jug and wine glass and poured wine for Jin Lianqing. "The Scarlet Firmament Empire was destroyed, you should know, right? The Temple of Heaven and the Sky Alliance divided up the territory of the Scarlet Firmament Empire. The free area where the City of Liberty is now is like a piece of fat, and it is fat that was stared to death by 2 wolves. Meat. Although they didn't start fighting directly, everyone knows that it won't be too late on this day. They have already begun to cut off the trade routes, prohibiting all resources, including food, from flowing into the City of Freedom. The City of Liberty today is already isolated and helpless. Although I control the largest chamber of commerce in the sky, under the secret tricks of the Temple of Heaven and the Alliance of the Sky, I am almost unable to maintain it. Now, only the headquarters of the City of Liberty is still there. It belongs to me. The branches in other places have all been banned and even rebelled." After some conversation, Qin Yang found that the situation in Liberty City was more severe than he imagined. Except for the forces loyal to Liberty and Sky Academy, most of them have already evacuated the City of Liberty. Although the Temple of Heaven and the Sky Alliance did not attack openly, they secretly made Liberty City an isolated city. Because everyone knows that although there are 10 secret realms in the Sky Academy, they are all places of experience. As long as the food road is cut off, the free city will be destroyed sooner or later. Sky Academy will bow under pressure sooner or later. Most of the secret realms in the free area are also secretly controlled by the Temple of Heaven and the Sky Alliance. Qin Yang frowned. What he did was really amazing. By the way, a secret realm close to the Order area originally belonged to our free area. It was under the jurisdiction of the Sky Academy, and it was also controlled by the Temple of Heaven. After a pause, Yin Ling Feng continued, earlier, the Sky Academy sent people to try to take back the secret realm, and it is said that they were trapped in the secret realm and could not return. What else? Qin Yang said, it seems that I really can't stop. Qin Yang stretched out his hand, took out the Order of the Sky, checked the information on it, and found a task in scarlet letter. Rush to help Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan is one of the few god-level secret realms in the free area, and it is rich in resources. This secret realm alone can support a party. Losing this secret realm is a great loss for Sky Academy. Qin Yang browsed the relevant information of this red letter mission, and knew the whole story. Members of the Tiant Pavilion Guild went to experience training, but were ambushed by accident and trapped in Xuanhuan. Wu Heitian went to rescue him, but failed, and was deeply involved. Now, Wu Heitian has also reached the second realm of God Emperor, but to the turbulent continent, the second realm God Emperor is nothing. Qin Yang could see that this was a premeditated scheme. With the members of the Tiant Pavilion Guild and teacher Wu Heitian trapped in it, the Sky Academy will definitely throw their hands at them. The more people go to the rescue, the more hostages the other party will have. With a move of Qin Yang's mind, he directly used his highest level of authority to. This task is locked. In other words, it is forbidden for anyone to accept this task again. At the same time, at the bottom of this task, the last news was updated. Task acceptance, Qin Yang. Just after finishing all this, a light screen lit up on Qin Yang's side. Qin Yang was taken aback by the long-lost video communication, and then clicked on it. It turned out to be Dean Yunbugui. Still like Yin Ling Feng, first explaining that Yun Linger is fine, and then talking about the business. You have just come back, after a long journey, why don't you take a break? Yun Bugui gave a symbolic look of concern, but with his expression and eyes, he wanted Qin Yang to leave quickly, without hesitation for a moment. Qin Yang curled his lips and said, I never thought that Sky Academy would be reduced to such a point. Yun Bugui sighed, and said, there is no way, after all, the Academy is neutral. Some teachers also come from various forces. They didn't take the opportunity to add insult to injury, and they have done their best. And the real strength of the Academy is in the forbidden area of the first district among them. Aren't they all gearing up to stand up for you? It's just that you just happen to be back at this time. Having said that, Qin Yang immediately lost his temper. All right, I'll leave immediately. Qin Yang said. Yun Bugui said again, by the way, Wu Heitian went to Xuanhuan not only to bring back the students, but also an important task. What important task? Qin Yang asked. Food. Yun Bugui sighed, Nine Dragons Pool is rich in resources. Besides the most basic food, there are also various elixir and spiritual materials. Food again? Qin Yang scratched his head. Yun Bugui sighed, it's different now, even if you have money, you can't buy it. Qin Yang shrugged his shoulders and said, I know this, what I mean is, we don't lack food. Chapter 865, Going to Xuanhuan. These are not ordinary food. You should know that the food eaten by cultivators is different from that eaten by ordinary people. Yun Bugui said, there are not many ordinary people in Liberty City, let alone colleges. Qin Yang smacked his lips, and said, I'm not talking about ordinary grains. How can there be ordinary grains these days? Aren't they all grown in spiritual fields and contain spiritual energy? In the light screen image, Yun Bugui looked at Yin Ling Feng. Yin Ling Feng hurriedly explained, I don't know. It has nothing to do with me. Yun Bugui said, the patriarch of the Jin family has helped us a lot. The Academy will naturally remember this kindness. Looking at Qin Yang suspiciously, he said, you just came back, where did you get the food? I'm not talking about the kind that a few people eat. Qin Yang once defeated the #1 chef in Liberty City in terms of culinary skills, and it is quite normal that there are ingredients in the Qianquan ring. Qin Yang stretched out his hand and turned it over, and a small ball of light appeared in his hand. This is the magical weapon of the demon general of the demon warehouse, the grain world. When Qin Yang wiped them away, all the food was wasted, including the captive monsters. But the seeds in the granary are still there. Naturally, Qin Yang would not be so stupid as to destroy these seeds as well. These are top-quality grains, and the grains grown contain a lot of aura. Not only can strengthen the body, but also help to condense true energy. Some green radish took the initiative to asking to take care of it. After a few years, the major granaries in the grain industry have been full of surplus grain. Does the Chamber of Commerce have granaries? Qin Yang asked. Jin Lianqing looked at the ball of light suspiciously, nodded and said, yes, but it's all empty. Qin Yang smiled and said, take me there, I'll fill it up for you right away. The food world still needs to hold it, but this time when we go to Jelongtan, we can pretend to raise some monsters in captivity. After all, you can't just be vegetarian. But before that, Qin Yang looked at the wine on the table and said, are you sure you don't want to take a sip? Qin Yang took out this wine for a long time, but Jin Lianqing didn't want to drink it at all. Jin Lianqing said, I don't drink anymore, since the accident. Not only does he not drink, Jin Lianqing also suffers from a hidden disease. Although his cultivation is still there, his perception has dropped too much. With such divine wine in front of his nose, he couldn't even smell it. That's why Qin Yang took out the divine wine. It doesn't take much, just drink a cup and he can recover completely. But since everything is fine, I can drink this wine, let alone you gave it to me. Jin Lianqing smiled, raised his glass, and drank it down. Let's go, I want to see, how do you fill up the food in our Chamber of Commerce? Before Jin Lianqing finished speaking, his whole body was shocked. The violent aura washed his body, visible to the naked eye, his skin began to become rosy and compact, his temples turned white and instantly turned black. Not only that, the huge force made him take a deep breath, feeling as if the meridians all over his body were about to burst. The robes move automatically without wind, as if they have taken some kind of miraculous medicine. This wine. Jin Lianqing looked at Qin Yang in disbelief. Yun Bugui also looked dumbfounded. He could naturally see the changes in Jin Lianqing, Qin Yang's wine, even through the light screen. He knew it was not easy. The light screen was suddenly disconnected, but before Jin Lianqing could finish digesting it, the deity of Yun Bugui had already arrived in the hall, grabbing the flagon. You are really fast. Qin Yang reached out and grabbed Yun Bugui's hand. Yun Bugui became embarrassed and said, in order to train you, the academy has done. The endless invitations for credit, just want to get a piece of the pie. Qin Yang rolled his eyes and said, of course I won't treat the academy badly. With a slight smile, Qin Yang waved his hand and took out the 3 jars of wine, saying, I have already prepared it, everyone has a share. Yun Bugui's eyes lit up, and under the guidance of his divine power, he took a small sip and immediately had an endless aftertaste. Sacred wine, divine wine. This has a great effect on my state. Yun Bugui was full of joy. After putting away the wine, he suddenly remembered that just now when he went to grab the jug on the table, Qin Yang moved faster than himself and grabbed his hand. What kind of strength is this? Looking Qin Yang up and down, Yun Bugui was full of relief. Jin Lianqing felt that he had inexhaustible strength, and his realm seemed to be about to break through, and he was alive and well, and immediately returned to his peak state. If you are grateful, there is no need to say more. Jin Lianqing has long regarded Qin Yang as his own child, and he has always treated Qin Yang like his own child. He enjoyed such a divine wine with peace of mind. When he came to the granary of the Chamber of Commerce, Jin Lianqing did not hide anything. Since the City of Liberty was cut off from commercial routes, the Qin family Chamber of Commerce in Jinlian City has been supporting the entire City of Liberty these days. Regardless of rewards and consequences, the same price has always been maintained. The dilemma facing Liberty City is not insignificant. But it is all thanks to the Qin family Chamber of Commerce that it can maintain its current stability. Under the watchful eyes of Yun Bugui and Jin Lianqing, Qin Yang said softly, "Let's start." "Yes." Lulua echoed, showing her figure, and then pinched her fingers, and the fresh grains full of aura were poured down like sea water. 1, 2. The granary of the Qin family Chamber of Commerce. It will be filled in no time. Moreover, these grains are second to none in the entire firmament continent, and can be regarded as the highest quality. What kind of magic weapon is this? What kind of grain is this? Yun Bugui was startled, and said, "The God Emperor of 9 Lives is already researching spiritual food, but has not yet achieved results." "But you are simply better than he expected." Qin Yang explained briefly, and said, "I'll talk about the details later. I'll go see teacher Wu Heitian first." Yun Bugui's expression turned serious, and he said, "I know that your concealment skills are powerful and your speed is extremely fast. The situation in 9 Dragons Pool is full of dangers and the situation is complicated. You disrupted the award ceremony of the Hidden Dragon contest earlier, beware of someone ambush." "Don't worry, saving people comes first, I know that," Qin Yang said. After saying goodbye, Qin Yang's spiritual thoughts spread out, and there were countless stars dotted around his body, which was extremely mysterious. "It is the power of the star compass." Immediately locked the location of Zhulongtan, Qin Yang disappeared in place. Yun Bugui stared blankly at all this. What happened to Qin Yang in the past few years? It seemed that everything was not real. Kowloon Pool, the entrance to the secret realm. At this time, there are many forces stationed at the entrance, heavily guarded. There are cultivators from the Sky Alliance, generals from the Temple of Heaven, and even people with blood skeletons spying in the dark. The higher-ups have issued an order to guard against death, if Qin Yang. The gods of the Heavenly Temple will transmit voices to each other. The cultivators of the Sky Alliance have also received the same order and are on strict alert. Not only that, all forces have sent masters to go deep into Zhulongtan. After all, trapping Wu Heitian and others inside is far less valuable than catching them alive. At this moment, Qin Yang appeared swaggeringly, but after looking around for a week, he was about to walk into the light gate of the secret realm. Everyone was stunned. What they had to guard against was Qin Yang, even if they had the chance. But he never expected that Qin Yang would ignore them directly. Treat them all as air. I didn't expect great work to come so easily. At the entrance to the secret realm, a god general looked at Qin Yang with joy, and suddenly a magic gun appeared in his hand, and he stabbed it without saying a word. Qin Yang didn't even look at him, his figure suddenly became a little more illusory. The sharp spear of the general passed through Qin Yang directly, and passed through Qin Yang along with his own body. Like a phantom, Qin Yang walked directly into the secret realm of Zhulongtan. Such a change made everyone turn pale with fright, and the general was even more frightened. What kind of ability is this? The god general panicked. Don't worry about your ability, report it quickly. Qin Yang has already appeared. No, he has already entered the secret realm of Zhulongtan. And, he is the only one. Chapter 866. The secret realm of Zhulongtan has 9 aura dragon veins. As a result, the aura in the entire secret realm is far more abundant than in the mainland. Needless to say, Tying Kadibo, its resource reserves make all forces envious. For a long time, the secret realm of Zhulongtan has been the most important secret realm mastered by Psangqiong Academy, and it is also one of the main places where the disciples of Psangqiong Academy go out to practice. However, in recent years, the Temple of Heaven and the Sky Alliance have continued to move, gradually sending people to infiltrate them. There is also news that Blood Skull seems to have taken the opportunity to sneak in. Who trespassed on the secret realm? Don't you know that this secret realm has been blocked? As soon as he entered, Qin Yang was interrogated by several God Emperor powerhouses. Looking left and right, there are actually people holding hands inside as well as outside. The person who came to investigate was wearing the armor of the god of the Temple of the Gods, and his status did not seem to be low. Not far away are practitioners of the Sky Alliance. Good guy, there are strongholds both inside and outside. Qin Yang smiled, and said, "What's the matter? When did you take over this Nine-Dragon secret realm?" When the Sky Academy was under the jurisdiction, the investigation was not so strict, right? The God General of Tianqian Temple looked at Qin Yang with an unfriendly expression, and said with a sneer, "It turns out that another person from the Sky Academy has thrown himself into the trap. Okay, you can go in naturally. However, you may not be able to get out." Qin Yang didn't fly away directly, but turned around and faced the Guanmen. Reaching out and waving again and again, he directly formed an array in the void. "What are you doing?" God General asked, loudly. Qin Yang's method of forming a formation in the void surprised him. Since it is going to be blocked, it is natural to block it thoroughly. With a few of you, I am afraid that you will not be able to stop the people who want to go out. Qin Yang said. What do you mean? God will be puzzled. Qin Yang raised his mouth and said with a smile, "Let me help you. With my gate closed, people outside can come in, but people inside can't get out. Unless, the formation technique and the strength of the realm, you have to be taller than me." What? You actually set up a door ceiling formation? The general was stunned for a moment, then furious, and said, "We are in charge of guarding here, why do you need to intervene? Could it be that your formation is aimed at us? In this way, not to mention the people from Sky Academy can't get out, even they can't get out. Who is this kid?" Another general said disdainfully, "It's just a small formation, but you dare to use an axe. I will break your formation first, and then blow your head. I will make you toast and not eat fine wine." As he spoke, he pulled out a divine sword magic weapon in his hand, and a stream of sword energy pierced towards the door seal array like a rainbow. It's just that the void is forming a formation, and it doesn't look that powerful. It seems that with this sword, the formation is about to be broken. But the result stunned everyone. This sword energy pierced the door seal formation, not only did not break the formation, but also melted into the door seal formation with the power of a sword. In other words, the attack of this divine general strengthened the strength of the formation. What formation is this? How could there be such a door seal formation? The divine sword of Tianqian Temple looked at each other in blank dismay. Just this one move is enough to prove that this guy's formation skills are extraordinary. If it wasn't for the wrong age, they even thought that the Baji God Emperor of the Sky Academy had arrived in person. "Untie this formation quickly, or don't blame me for being rude," the God General couldn't help but threatened. Qin Yang looked at the God General playfully, and said, "I don't take action outside because I'm afraid of scaring people. If you scare the Tianqian Temple and the Sky Alliance into shrinking turtles, it won't be fun. But within this secret realm, no one will know if I make a move. Therefore, the damned person will still seek death by himself." What nonsense are you talking about? The Heavenly God Temple God General frowned, not understanding at all. But at this time, the door ceiling formation lit up with mysterious light, and a figure chased in from outside. "Have you seen Qin Yang? He just entered." The general who had attacked Qin Yang earlier was stunned before finishing his sentence. "I seem to have passed through a array. Moreover, Qin Yang is right in front of him. My subordinates will see Lord Yin Shao." All the gods and generals of the Temple of Heaven saluted. Yin Shao laughed loudly, and said, "I thought you would run away quickly, but I didn't expect you to dare to stay here. It seems that your credit is none other than mine. Everyone looked sideways. This kid is actually Qin Yang? The people of the Sky Alliance also hurriedly gathered around, all of them looked unhappy. Some of them are actually participants in the Qianlong contest, see you in a few years, all of them have complex expressions. Of course, they recognized Qin Yang, but Qin Yang naturally didn't recognize them. Qin Yang looked at Yin Xiao with a strange expression on his face, and said, I have just set up the formation, and you have thrown yourself into the trap. You are too cooperative. Yin Xiao snorted, and said, Formation? The formation you made is still a formation? Where is it? Let me break it. Qin Yang pointed to Yin Xiao's back, and said, Here, let's try to break it casually. The God General, who had failed to make a move before, hurriedly stopped him, but it was a pity that it was already one step too late. Yin Xiao held a long spear in his hand and stabbed him with a single shot. The burst of divine power seems to be directly piercing through the door of the secret realm. I hope there is no one at the door, otherwise I will accidentally hurt you. Yin Xiao was full of confidence, but he took a breath. Immediately stunned. This formation is not only intact, but it has become more solid and powerful. Yin Xiao's face was gloomy, and he failed to attack repeatedly. He wanted to cross, but found that he couldn't get out at all. A formation directly seals the door of the secret realm, only to enter but not to exit. Yin Xiao's eyes turned cold, he stared at Qin Yang, and said, What kind of bullshit formation? Wait for me to kill you first, take your head, and then break the formation. A celestial general quietly repeated Qin Yang's words, just now. Yin Xiao suddenly laughed contemptuously, just him? Are you afraid of scaring us? If he hadn't escaped so fast just now, I would have shot him through. Immediately, the spear in his hand shot out like a dragon, stabbing at Qin Yang. The coercion of the God Emperor's 3 realms erupted, and the other God Generals and people from the Sky Alliance suddenly tensed up. Everyone thought that Qin Yang was going to be pierced by this gun, but Qin Yang raised his hand lightly and pointed out. Ding! The unbelievable crisp sound made everyone look astonished, and their eyes widened in disbelief. Qin Yang's eyes were cold and ruthless, and he said, I appreciate your confidence very much. I sincerely hope that the people in the Temple of Heaven will be as confident as you. If this is the case, it will save me a lot of effort. Yin Xiao's heart sank, and he yelled anxiously, Impossible, how could you have such power? Could it be that you have been promoted to the 3rd realm of God Emperor? The people of the Sky Alliance on the side were also shocked, especially those who had competed with Qin Yang, they couldn't believe their eyes. In this way, he easily blocked a blow from the general of the 3 realms, and he used his flesh to block the magic weapon of the magic weapon. 3 realms? Qin Yang frowned and said, Who do you look down on? With a flick of his finger, Yin Xiao suddenly felt a huge force coming from the magic weapon, the sharp gun, and the tiger's mouth burst open under the shock. What frightened him even more happened. The magical weapon couldn't withstand the force of the bullet, and it exploded into slag on the spot. Chapter 867 Look, you are scared. Such rubbish? Qin Yang was a little surprised. If the magic weapon were stronger, the force of this shock would be enough to kill this general of the 3 realms alive. Xing Zhao's body was terrified, his scalp was numb, and there was only one word in his mind, escape. He turned around and ran, but as soon as he moved a step, he found that he couldn't move at all. In broad daylight, it instantly turned into an endless starry sky. Although he was running at full speed, he stayed where he was restored, like a snail. It's not just him, it's the same for all the generals of the Heavenly God Temple and the people of the Sky Alliance. There was a great fear in everyone's heart. It's impossible, how could you be promoted to the 4th realm? Xing Zhao's voice trembled a little. Qin Yang looked at him indifferently, and said, Now you know why I didn't take action just now, right? Looking around, seeing the endless panic on everyone's face, some of the younger people in the Sky Alliance peed their pants. Qin Yang sighed, and said, "Look, are you scared? Don't worry, I'll set you free." "No, no. Qin Yang, think about the fact that we once broke into the submarine prison together." Before he finished speaking, a snap of fingers came to everyone's ears. There was a snap. The endless starry sky transformed into pitch blackness. Everyone, kill in one move. There was no room for escape at all. After the absolute boundary was lifted, the world returned to clarity. The Temple of Heaven and the stronghold of the Sky Alliance disappeared completely, as if they had never appeared before. "Oh, I forgot to check for information." Qin Yang lightly supported his forehead. They killed so fast that they even forgot to ask Wu Heitian where they were. But it doesn't matter, Qin Yang closed his eyes gently, and then opened them suddenly. At the same time, Tian Tian opened a pair of eyes at the same time, with the same pupils as Qin Yang. The eyes of heaven. Zheulongtan's secret realm, as a god-level secret realm, is naturally vast and boundless. But under the eyes of the heavens mobilized by the god-emperors of the four realms of Qin and Yang, everything was fully exposed. Kowloon, 9 spirit energy dragon veins. After opening his eyes, Qin Yang saw a different world. As if there were 9 living dragons, entangled and lying on the pan, suppressing the entire space. While Qin Yang opened the eyes of the sky, he also felt the detection of the 9 gods. These 9 spiritual energy dragon veins actually gave birth to spiritual wisdom. Became a creature. Facing Qin Yang Chiguagua's investigation, the 9 aura dragons were furious, and for a while, the situation in the entire Zheulongtan secret realm changed color. "That's interesting." Qin Yang laughed. If it's just some young people, Qin Yang wouldn't even bother to make a move. Roar. With a dragon chant, the aura dragon closest to Qin Yang's body ran away, the mountains and rivers collapsed, and a 1,000-armed dragon emerged from the ground. A humble human being, dare to spy on this deity? The aura dragon condescended to Qin Yang. Qin Yang raised his head and said, "How about the 9 spirit dragons? Do you have appetite?" Shenlongjiu was overjoyed, and said full of anticipation, "If I can swallow them all, I will complete my transformation and be promoted to a magic weapon with the combat power of the 5 realms." Qin Yang frowned, and said, "Why are you only in the 5th realm?" "You know." It was just a thought in his heart, and Qin Yang immediately sighed. The strength of Shenlongjiu's combat strength at this time is only 3 or 4 realms. Don't forget, I fell into the realm before. It's not bad to return to the super god level magic weapon of the god emperor level and directly have such abilities. You didn't own it directly. You forgot how many natural and earthly treasures I swallowed? Qin Yang said with disgust. That's much stronger than pandas and the others. With the help of your life-stealing array, they were barely promoted to the 3rd realm. Shenlongjiu said in disbelief. What do you mean? The panda was immediately unhappy, and the divine sense came out, saying, "If Qin Yang hadn't stopped me, I would have swallowed you long ago, young master." Fuck you. You've been coveting Lao Tzu for a day or 2, and if you don't accept it, let's fight? Yes. Let's fight. Treasure Hunter also booed. In an instant, in Qin Yang's spiritual thoughts, there was a quarrel, and his mind was about to explode. The spiritual dragon stared blankly at Qin Yang. Did this humble and insignificant human being ignore him? Immediately, the aura dragon was furious, and it opened its mouth to breathe out. Pure aura power, without any rules of heaven and earth. But with such power, there is no flaw. Qin Yang came back to his senses, waved his hand casually, and slapped the breath away with a palm. The aura dragon was shocked, and even terrified. What kind of change is this? Is this still human? Little humans, how can they have such power? The spirit dragon couldn't understand. Shouldn't humans be the kind of reptiles that are not even as good as monsters? Qin Yang looked at the aura dragon quietly, and said, compared to the 5 spirit gods, you are far behind. Your aura is not at the same level as his 5-element power. The spiritual dragon shouted angrily, if it weren't for the difficulty of gathering in the 9 dragons, why would the mere 5 spirits be afraid of them? Qin Yang squinted his eyes, looked at the aura dragon carefully, and was immediately amused. The aura dragon panicked, as if it had been seen through. Thank you for the reminder, Qin Yang said with a smile. In a flash, the figure appeared directly behind the aura dragon. Destroy the half-moon cut, behead. Between heaven and earth, a huge crescent moon directly cut off the head of the spiritual dragon. Qin Yang said, fortunately, if you really let all of you 9 dragons gather together, there will be another 5-spirited godlike existence. Now I will cut off one, and the remaining 8 dragons will not be able to do anything. The eyes of the aura dragon stared round, looking at his broken body in disbelief. He is just the incarnation of spiritual energy, the metamorphosis and sublimation of the dragon veins of spiritual energy. He has no flesh and blood at all. Even if he is broken, he can recondense, but he can't take back his severed head at this time. At the break, the power of annihilating the rules prevented him from healing. Once transformed, there is no threat of death. But at this moment, the aura dragon panicked. Before he had time to beg for mercy, his head, together with his divine sense, was scrambled and devoured by a jade dragon and black and white monsters that suddenly appeared. This is mine, Xuanhuan growled. Nonsense. Qin Yang didn't say he would give it all to you. The panda didn't budge. The two stared at the huge aura dragon body in the air at the same time. This is a super tonic. Only they don't have to worry about the possibility of being blown up. Don't swallow it yet, this severed spirit energy dragon vein is still useful. If you swallow it now, the secret realm will be in chaos. Qin Yang said. Panda and Xuanhuan glared at each other. One turned into a jade pendant and returned to Qin Yang's neck, while the other didn't return to Yao Jian ring, just shrunk and grabbed Qin Yang's shoulder. Instantly killing one spiritual dragon on the spot made the other 8 tremble. Everyone was so frightened that they quickly pretended that they were just ordinary spirit veins. The world instantly returned to calm. Chapter 868 Gathering. Kowloon Lake, Dragon Claw Mountain. From a distance, it looks like a huge dragon claw is clawing towards the sky, as if it wants to tear the sky. Each claw is a huge mountain. And the claw heart is the place where spiritual energy gathers in a radius of 500 miles. The vortex of spiritual energy pierces the heavens and the earth. This is the best place for cultivation in the entire Gelantan secret realm. The aura is as thick as water, and when it is rolled up, it is enough to tear apart a low-level god king. The Tiant Pavilion disciples of Songqiong Academy were trapped here. Outside Longzhou Mountain, Shangguan Jiannan and Lu Qiandai led the generals of the Heavenly God Temple to hunt them down, but due to the vortex of spiritual energy, they did not dare to venture in. On the other side, Nangong Feilong led the practitioners of the Sky Alliance to come here from another direction, and wanted to capture Wu Heitian and others alive. Not only the 2 of them, Blood Skull also had a team of elites, and the leader was Chu Xuanguang. Chuchinga, this time you are on a mission in the name of the Temple of Heaven. What are you doing here? Shangguan Jiannan was very hostile to Chuchinga. Although Chuchinga had long been a core member of Shadow under Feng Lian's guidance, Shangguan Jiannan felt very uncomfortable when he remembered that Chuchinga was Qin Yang's friend. It was already a tacit agreement among all parties in the firmament world that the Shadow belonged to the Temple of Heaven. And because of various reasons, he fought the Blood Skull to the end, and was turned a blind eye by all forces. It is also because of the Shadow that the Sky Alliance will never join forces with the Temple of Heaven. But the Shadow and the Blood Skeleton were in a state of restraint with each other, and they didn't take advantage of it to attack the Temple of Heaven. It is impossible to whitewash, but this does not affect the shadow as the shadow of the Temple of Heaven, and continues to make waves. Xuanhuan is also here, so I am here. Qinga replied. Tch. Lu Qiandia's face was full of disdain, and it had to be said that Qinga's rising status had something to do with Xuanhuan. If it weren't for Feng Lian's death, and the shadow urgently needed a young talent to fight against Xuanhuan, how could the status of this Qinga be so strong? But as the younger generation, Qinga and Xuanhuan, two of the two dark forces, are prominent, overshadowing all other people of the same generation. Lu Qiandai doubted, if it weren't for the dark shadow fighting the blood skeleton repeatedly, I even thought that you and Xuanhuan were in the same group. Qinga's heart skipped a beat, but he changed the subject without changing his face, and said, in this mission, whoever catches Wu Heitian and others first will have the initiative. Shangguan Jiannan interrupted, he is your teacher, can you do it? Qinga countered, aren't you his student? The two immediately confronted each other. Shangguan Jiannan took a deep breath, but couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. In the past, Qin Yang was always against him, but now this Qinga is more like a continuation of Qin Yang. Stop arguing, anyone who dares to hold back this time will definitely be committing a serious crime. Lu Qiandai said. Qinga chuckled, and said, your heaven-sealing mirror is gone, where do you have the competence to successfully capture Wu Heitian? After all, he is at the second level of God Emperor, so his combat power goes without saying. The God Emperor is only one level, even if he has many subordinates, he may not be his opponent. Lu Qiandia's eyes flashed, he looked at Qinga, and said, so, you never thought that we could catch Wu Heitian? Shangguan Jiannan also cast suspicious eyes. Recently, we often perform missions together. This Qinga always gives people a mysterious feeling. They say they are in the same group, but some behaviors are always confusing. But if it's not a group, Blood Skull secretly attacked them many times, but it was Qinga who came out and rescued them. The blood skeletons also suffered heavy losses repeatedly. Of course, the shadow powerhouse led by Qinga also suffered a lot. But Shangguan Jiannan and Lu Qiandai always had an inexplicable feeling of doubt in their hearts, but they couldn't be sure. Between the fingers of Long Zhaoshan's middle finger, Xuanhuan and the blood skeleton powerhouse have arrived. Beside him, a man with a mask showing only a pair of blood eyes said sinisterly, Master Blood God, why don't we arrest Wu Heitian and those students first? No. Xuanhuan shook his head directly, and said, our mission is to disturb them. Even if Wu Heitian is in front of us, we can't touch them. Why? The masked man asked. The sound is a bit playful, as if it is playing a game. The blood skull is in a bad situation now. Although it is hidden in the dark, once it shows up, it will be attacked by many parties. Xuanhuan said, the best result is the delicate balance now. We can neither let the Temple of Heaven succeed, can't let the Sky Alliance take advantage of it. Only by continuing the stalemate can we benefit the blood skulls. Oh? It seems to mean that. The masked man laughed. Xuanhuan took a deep look at the masked man. This guy is also one of the 12 blood gods, but he always gives people an unpredictable feeling. He has been promoted to the first level of God Emperor, but he still can't see through the strength of this masked man. Even the other blood gods felt a sense of restraint and respect when they saw this masked man. It's just that Xuanhuan doesn't know why this guy has been following him and always likes to work with him. However, Lord Blood Demon, the leader of the blood skeleton, gave the order to make the blood gods form a team, and he just got into a group with this masked man. On the other finger gap of Dragon Claw Mountain, Nangong Feilong was walking in the front with the Sky Death Bow. Behind. It is the God Emperor Master who follows the Sky Alliance. Behind, a spy came to report. Report. The Temple of Heaven and the Shadow are dispatched at the same time, and the blood skeleton has also arrived at Dragon Claw Mountain. Nangong Failong led the team to stop, frowning deeply. In terms of strength, although the Sky Alliance has the Sky God of War, it is still the weakest party in general. Although there are more forces, they are also the least cohesive. The God of War in the sky is in urgent need of resources to improve his strength, but before his strength reaches its peak, he still cannot compete with other forces. And this mission, nominally to rescue the students of Sky Academy, is actually a disguised attempt to capture them as hostages. However, the large-scale deployment of blood skeletons and shadows made it more difficult for the Sky Alliance's actions. Should we wait for God of War support? The subordinate asked in a low voice. Nangong Failong said, if the Imperial City gets news, it will naturally send support. Although our overall strength is not strong this time, but... Nangong Failong touched the Sky Death Bow, but he possessed the secret key of the God Realm. In a place where the aura is so dense and chaotic, the Sky Death Bow has a natural cover and can exert extraordinary power. Keep moving. Nangong Failong said, as long as we find Wu Heitian and the others first, they will even take the initiative to follow us. After all, being rescued by us is better than falling into the hands of shadows and blood skeletons. The team continued to move forward, going deep into the heart of Dragon Claw and Mountain Claw. In the sky above Dragon Claw Mountain, on the highest peak of Dragon Claw Middle Finger, Qin Yang stood quietly with his hands behind his back. This claw is the claw of one of the Aura Dragon Veins. At this time, the Aura Dragon Veins seem to know Qin Yang's intentions and are negotiating with Qin Yang. Chapter 869, Whose claw is this? You guys are not qualified to negotiate with me. Qin Yang said quietly. Humph. Whether you are qualified or not is up to us to decide. As long as I hold this claw violently, all the creatures that have entered the range of my claw will be crushed by me in an instant. The Aura Dragon turned into a human form and appeared beside Qin Yang. There were more than one, except for the one that was beheaded by Qin Yang, the remaining 8 were all present. Qin Yang opened the eyes of the sky, looking for Wu Heitian and others. But it's hard to check this place where the aura gathers. Since other places have been ruled out, there is no doubt that Wu Heitian and others are here. What's more, the movements of the Temple of Heaven and the Sky Alliance are all under Qin Yang's control, and they haven't entered the belly of Dragon Claw Mountain before. Qin Yang glanced at the 8 avatars of Aura Dragons, and said, okay, how do we talk? I didn't pay much attention to it before, but after looking at it, I found that these 8 spirit dragons have their own rules. They are light, darkness, wind, thunder, cloud, dust, space, and gravity. Qin Yang rubbed his chin and thought about it carefully. The one he killed before seemed to really have no power of rules, but the strength of pure aura was stronger than these 8. It seems to be the leader of the 9 dragons, and it must be the idea of the beheaded one to gather the 9 dragons. That's why the spirit dragon said that Kowloon is hard to get together. If you think about it, you can understand, why should he submit to you when he is so nice? Just because you have no attributes, but you are stronger? But having said that, if you want to integrate 9 dragons and make 9 dragons gather together, it seems that you really need the non-attributed one as the main body. Qin Yang's eyes kept wandering from the 8 spirit dragons, and each of the 8 spirit dragon incarnations he saw was flustered. Although he was not convinced, he had to say that the non-attribute dragon was the strongest among them. The strongest one was instantly killed, how could they sit still? Guan Linglong said, as long as you retreat and promise not to come to the 9 dragons' secret realm again, we promise to let these people go. Guan Linglong didn't even know which group Qin Yang wanted to rescue. Oh, what's the way to retreat? Qin Yang asked. If the incarnations of the 8 dragons were their own bodies, Qin Yang would be able to save trouble, and Ban Yuzhan would be able to draw a circle and be done. But the key point is that the bodies of these 8 dragons are guarding all directions, and what is in front of them is just a phantom shadow. You go first, and then we will send these people away. Feng Linglong said. So simple? Qin Yang asked. Yes, it's that simple. Space Spirit Dragon said, and, you don't have to doubt our ability. I can send them out instantly. Qin Yang nodded. After all, he was in his territory, and Wu Heitian was still held by them. They are all from the strength of the 4 realms. Qin Yang really can't guarantee whether they can save them in this instant. What's more, Qin Yang stared at the dense aura below, and couldn't see clearly what was going on inside. Qin Yang wanted to save not only Wu Heitian and the students of Songqiong Academy, but also Chu Qingge and Chu Xuanhuan. I am already strong enough, and letting them lurk is just a risk in vain. However, when looking at the Dragon Claw Mountain under his feet, Qin Yang's expression became strange. If I'm not mistaken, this claw is the claw of the Aura Dragon that I killed before. Seeing that Qin Yang didn't reply for a long time, the Dark Spirit Dragon became angry immediately, and threatened, Boy. Don't think that you can do whatever you want, because you are powerful. We hold the handle on you. Humph, I will let you off this time. If we meet again next time, we will definitely. Qin Yang raised his head abruptly, and the dark golden lines in his eyes flowed, playing with his taste. How about it? Guan Linglong was in a hurry, and hurriedly said, No, if you don't return to the 9 Dragons' secret realm, we will never even see each other again. The Light Spirit Dragon cursed secretly in his heart. This Dark Spirit Dragon almost did something bad. But the Dark Spirit Dragon not only didn't appreciate it, but also said, Why bother to hide it, let's just leave the truth here. What can he do? Facing Qin Yang's eyes, the Dark Spirit Dragon felt great pressure in his heart, which was even deeper and more terrifying than the dark power he controlled. The Dark Spirit Dragon was stimulated and said directly, The next time I see you again, I will take your lifetime. All the people released today, as well as those who came to this 9 Dragons' secret realm in the past and plundered our resources, will all die. You. Guan Linglong's head was full of black lines. The Dark Spirit Dragon laughed and said, What are you afraid of? If he doesn't obey, I will crush everyone in Dragon Claw Mountain to death with one claw. Qin Yang laughed teasingly, and said, Then the question is, who owns the Dragon Claw Mountain under our feet? The atmosphere suddenly became strangely quiet, and the hearts of the 8 spirit dragons sank together. Even if it's not our claws, if we want to kill those people below, you can't stop us at all. Dark Spirit Dragon still said firmly. Qin Yang laughed, and said, Okay, I promise you. As long as you don't make trouble for me, I'll leave after saving people, how about it? Qin Yang's eyes flashed, and he seemed to say unintentionally, Anyway, you can't make the 9 dragons gather together. Can't be promoted to 5 realms. The realm of non-breaking heaven is like ants to me. There was a flash of light in Guan Linglong's mind, as if he had thought of something that excited him, and his breathing was a little short. He winked at Dark Spirit Dragon again and again, telling him not to make trouble. Dark Spirit Dragon also knew that Qin Yang was powerful, and since Qin Yang compromised, he naturally wouldn't say anything more. Qin Yang's figure flashed, and he fell directly into the spiritual vortex below. On the middle finger peak of Dragon Claw Mountain, Guan Linglong said in a deep voice, It seems that our chance has come. The other spirit dragons were unknown, so the Dark Spirit Dragon asked, What chance? The Light Spirit Dragon looked down at the aura that was so strong that it blocked the divine thoughts, and said, It is our ultimate destiny to gather the 9 dragons. But the Spirit Dragon, with no attributes, wants to be the master and make us servants. Impossible. Besides, that Spirit Dragon is already dead. Having said this, the Dark Spirit Dragon was still afraid. Qin Yang killed the Spirit Dragon with one move, which also meant that they were not an enemy with one move under Qin Yang's command. So, this is our chance. Guan Linglong said, You think that the non-attribute Ling Long was only beheaded and wiped out his wisdom, but most of his power is still intact. We can use his body as a carrier to integrate the power of our 8 dragons. Then who is the master? Dark Spirit Dragon frowned. The other spirit dragons also have different thoughts. Guang Linglong said, "We are all the Lord." Chapter 870 Meeting. If Qin Yang heard this sentence, he would definitely laugh from ear to ear. What a bunch of pigs. This would be Qin Yang's only sigh. Of course, Qin Yang knew that they could advance to the 5 realms in this way, but the combat power of the 5 realms promoted in this way may not really be as strong as the 5 realms. Just like the 5 spirit gods, when they only use one kind of 5-element spiritual power, they are completely vulnerable. The same is true for the 8 dragons. If everyone is the master, then the basic strength is only high. Even if they are promoted to the 5th realm, there will not be much qualitative change at all. During the battle, only one of the powers can be used, and this kind of combat power will be greatly reduced. If all of you are only in the 4th realm, 10 times more, you won't have as much experience as advancing to the 5th realm. This is Qin Yang's true thought. Dragon Claw Mountain, the heart of the palm. The rich aura formed a barrier, making the center of the palm like a canyon basin. Really entered here, but there is no such natural barrier as before. Wu Heitian led the team, followed by Lin Feijing, Shen Ruyun, and 3 students from Tiant Pavilion. At this time, the eyes of the 3 students in Tiant Pavilion were red. If they hadn't insisted on coming here to practice, they would not have fallen into a trap and become bait. Even Wu Heitian was involved and could not escape. Senior Lin, Senior Shen, I'm sorry, we hurt you, and Teacher Wu. A female student cried. Lin Feijing smiled wryly, and said, I've said it many times, don't call me Senior Lin, I've been fired by Qin Yang a long time ago. A few years ago, before the jackpot competition started. Lin Feijing helped the 4th young master of the imperial city to deal with Qin Yang, but was expelled by Qin Yang in the name of a master of fighting because the Order of the Sky was handed over to others casually. Today's Lin Feijing also regrets endlessly. He has already sincerely repented, but there is no possibility of recovering his identity. Although Wu Heitian also felt that Qin Yang had gone too far, but Qin Yang had this right after all. He can only help to plead for mercy in the future, so Lin Feijing is still just a casual cultivator in Liberty City, but often goes on missions with his girlfriend Shen Ruyun. The people in the college were not surprised, and some of them had a good relationship, and they still called him Senior Lin. Shen Ruyun looked at the surrounding environment, and said worriedly, let's take care of the present first. The various forces deliberately use us as bait. I just hope that the academy will not send any more people. But the current environment. Wu Heitian nodded and said, that's right, the current environment is very unfavorable to us. Unless we retreat to the spiritual vortex, once people from various forces come in, we will have nowhere to hide. There is an elixir plant at their feet, but for them, they have no time to care about it. But not long after they walked by, the elixir was suddenly uprooted, gradually floated into the air, and then disappeared. Qin Yang stared at Wu Heitian and the others, then looked at Lin Feijing. Scenes of the past came back before my eyes. Qin Yang couldn't help laughing when he thought of Lin Feijing and Shen Ruyun, who robbed him in the 10 Directions Heavenly Road of Songqiong Academy. Who? Wu Heitian suddenly turned around, only to find that there was no one behind him. Wu Heitian is now at the 2nd level of God Emperor, Lin Feijing has just been promoted to the 1st level of God Emperor, and everyone else is still at the level of God King. Wu Heitian's sudden movement made Lin Feijing and the others feel tense. There should be no one. Lin Feijing whispered. If there are people who can lurk here, I am afraid that they have already attacked them. Wu Heitian sighed and said, maybe I'm too suspicious. Staring at the place where the elixir plant was before, there was only a hole. Just after picking it, which made his pupils shrink. Forcing himself to calm down, Wu Heitian continued to lead the way, but wanted to detour back to the spiritual vortex. Although in the vortex of spiritual energy, he protected the students with difficulty, but at least it could block the divine thoughts of other god emperors. As long as they mediate, even a little more time is necessary for Wu Heitian. However, figures came out of the spiritual vortex in front of them, and the two sides met each other. Both of them were stunned. Blood skull. Wu Heitian clenched his teeth. The worst scene ever happened. The Sky Academy and the Blood Skeleton have formed many problems, and the interception and killing of the Devil Crow God King on Xingqian Tianlu was one of them. Now the person involved, Chu Qingge, betrayed the academy and joined the shadow, and he is still fighting with the Blood Skeleton. Damn it. Wu Heitian was in a dilemma, and he still didn't know what kind of power the mysterious stalker was behind. It's really interesting. The masked man couldn't help laughing, looked at Chu Xuanhuan, and said, "This can happen to me, do you want to change the plan?" Chu Xuanhuan was also stunned, he just wanted to get there quickly, but he didn't expect to bump into Wu Heitian and others just after he got out of the spiritual vortex. Chu Xuanhuan frowned, and looked at other places. The god-level sight was enough to see the heart of the claw that was covered by the spiritual vortex. Unfortunately, he didn't see the temple of heaven, the shadow, and the sky. Union people. Of course not. If we capture the people from the Sky Academy, the Sky Academy will start to deal with us. The Sky Alliance and the Temple of Heaven are taking this opportunity to make trouble. Chu Xuanhuan repeated the previous reason. The masked man's eyes were full of gloomy feeling. He stared at Chu Xuanhuan closely, and said, "I've heard all these, but the original plan. In the future, the people established in the Sky Academy have already fallen into the hands of others, or it is not easy for us to catch them. But what is in front of us is a matter of convenience. You have been promoted to Venerable Blood God, you should know that our situation is not as complicated as you think. Escaping into the Sea of Stars, no one can do anything about us." After a pause, the masked man continued, "And these people are good bargaining chips in our hands. If we can change the corner of the free area as our base, with the Sea of Stars behind us, we will have a solid fortress." "Impossible, Sky Academy will never let the Blood Skeleton build a fortress blatantly," Chu Xuanhuan said directly. The masked man said in a deep voice, "Really? The situation of Sky Academy is more difficult than ours. Even if we don't have to do anything, they will be swallowed up by all forces. The Qishao Empire is the best example. We cooperate, and we can even help them share some pressure. Can the current Sky Academy still stick to his ridiculous freedom and justice?" Speaking of this, the masked man added, "The so-called freedom, the Sky Academy is like a caged beast. The so-called justice, isn't the Temple of Heaven pure justice?" The word pure is obviously sarcasm. "It seems that you have misunderstood the justice of my heavenly temple." A voice came, and Lu Qiandai and Shangwan Jiannan led the soldiers of the heavenly temple out of the spiritual vortex, not far away. Chu Qingge led the shadow powerhouse and followed closely behind. Looking at Wu Heitian and the others, Chu Qingge and Chu Xuanhuan looked at each other, and both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 871 No Chance to Play. "You've come," Chu Xuanhuan thought to himself. "Fortunately, we caught up." Chu Qingge was sweating in his heart. If it was later, he believed that Chu Xuanhuan would still insist on not attacking Wu Heitian and others, but Chu Xuanhuan's situation would be dangerous. From the previous secret contact, Chu Qingge learned that Chu Xuanhuan seemed to be under surveillance. Chu Qingge looked at the masked man beside Chu Xuanhuan, and his heart tightened. This masked man might be the blood god of Arrow Chu Xuanhuan. There is definitely a god emperor realm, but I don't know how high it is. I'm afraid it's not just the second realm of God Emperor. This time, Chu Qingge has two tasks. The first is to ensure the safety of Wu Heitian and the students of Songqiong Academy. If Wu Heitian falls, how will he face Qin Yang in the future? The second task is to help Xuanhuan get rid of this monitoring masked man by using the generals of the Heavenly God Temple and the Shadow Powerhouse. Hey! Then tell me, what is the justice of your temple? The masked man looked at Lu Qiandai with a sneer, his tone full of contempt. Lu Qiandai opened his mouth and said, "Where there is day, there is night. Where there is light, there is darkness. My temple of heaven is light, and shadows are darkness. The two are inseparable, and exist on each other. If you only talk about my temple of heaven, it is naturally pure light, and pure justice." Clap clap. The masked man puffed up his hands, shook his head and said with a smile, "That's really beautiful. Why didn't I think of this when I established the blood skull? What kind of light, justice, etc. Otherwise I wouldn't be able to stand up to this day on the bright side." Humph. Xuanhuan Jiannan snorted coldly, and said, "What are you talking to them about? Didn't Chuchinga come just in time? Let the shadow deal with the blood skeletons, and we will deal with our business." After finishing speaking, Xuanhuan Jiannan issued an order, pointing at Wu Heitian, and said, "The gods will obey the order and capture Wu Heitian alive. The rest of us will live or die." Design. The heavenly god general took the order, and a three-realm god general walked out from behind, saying to himself, "Wu Heitian, the former king of fighting god? If you don't promote to god emperor, it's okay, but it's a pity that stepping on the stage of god emperor in one realm, your past glory will no longer exist, and you will find that you are actually nothing more than an ant." Wu Heitian glared angrily, clenched his fists, and said, "Ants are not ants, it's not just what you say. If you are alone, you may not be my opponent." The general of the three realms suddenly laughed angrily, and said to the generals behind him, "Listen well, you don't need to take action, this Wu Heitian, I will take it down alone." Wu Heitian was overjoyed, and hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Lin Feijing, saying, "Protect them if there is a chance." Taking a deep breath, Wu Heitian also knew that this was unlikely, but he still said, "If there is a chance, take them away." Lin Feijing nodded heavily. "Come on, fight with me. I want to see how capable you hypocritical guys from the Temple of Heaven are." Wu Heitian shouted, and flew straight up. The god general of the three realms followed closely behind, rushing into the spiritual vortex. The Tao of heaven is dead, and the night is coming. In the spiritual vortex, the voice of Wu Heitian's supernatural power came. Immediately afterwards, the god general of the three realms sneered, "You have established yourself as the god of war god king with this move? It's a pity, even if I weaken my strength, what can I do? Let me break it with one shot." The extremely dense aura vortex covered up the power of the supernatural power, and the two of them fought farther and farther away, and soon they lost their voice. Lin Feijing and the others had a heavy heart. They believed that Teacher Wu would definitely win, but the current situation was still very unfavorable to them. This is just a god emperor of the three realms being restrained, and the Temple of Heaven can send many strong people this time. Xuanhuan Jiannan frowned frequently, looking at Lin Feijing and the others. These people are small shrimps, dispensable. One Wu Heitian is enough. Pulling out the gorgeous long sword at his waist, he pointed at Lin Feijing and said, "If you don't want to die, then just obediently let go and capture him." Lin Feijing yelled angrily, "You are also a student of Songqiong Academy, and they are even your juniors. Don't you have the heart to attack them?" Xuanhuan Jiannan laughed, and said, "They are junior girls, but you and Xuanhuan are my senior sisters. If I don't attack them, it's okay to attack the two of you, right? Are you going to attack together, or one by one, suffer death? It's enough to have me." Lin Feijing stood in front of the four of them. Xuanhuan stepped forward and said, "I'm coming too." Although she is only the God King, she is already the God King Zhuchangshan, and she is only one step away from the God Emperor, so she will not be completely useless. back off. Yin Feng said. No, we will die together. Xuanhuan said firmly. It's so hard, then you all die together. Xuanhuan Jiannan waved the long sword in his hand, and the tip of the sword was dotted with starlight. Suddenly, Xuanhuan Jiannan felt a sense of crisis, and blocked it with his sword. An arrow, as black as ink, directly hit his long sword. Under the shock, the aura of destroying the rules directly interrupted his magical powers. Nangong Filong. Xuanhuan Jiannan narrowed his eyes. Teacher Wu is right. We all come from the same sect and are students of the Sky Academy. How can we fight each other? Nangong Filong led the Sky Alliance, here they are. Seeing such a complicated situation, Nangong Filong laughed. You guys are quite serious about it. Teacher Wu Haitian is only at the second level of God Emperor, but you seem to be very scared to let you come here with such fanfare? Hypocritical. No one in the Sky Alliance wants to capture the Sky Academy more than you. But you're still pretending to be a good person here? Lu Chandai said contemptuously. Nangong Filong caressed the sky death bow in his hand, and said with a smile, the arrow I just shot could kill any of you, but I didn't do that. For the sake of letting your life go, I took the person away. How? Lu Chandai clenched his fists, staring at Tianchen Gong with red eyes. If it wasn't for the sudden disappearance of his heaven-sealing mirror, how could it be Nangong Feilong's turn to be so arrogant? Lu Chandai said, if you want to take them away from us, the Sky Alliance, may not be enough. Nangong Feilong shook his head and said, you are wrong, it is not from your hands, haven't they been caught by you yet? Boom. A loud bang startled everyone. It turned out that it was Shadow and Blood Skull, and they had already fought. All the people of the blood skeleton propped up the resonance field, a thick blood mist, comparable to the mist of the spiritual vortex. People in the shadows escape into the shadows. The invisible battle is full of dangers. Whoosh! With a sound, an arrow pierced directly through a blood skeleton practitioner, and the blood skeleton practitioner turned into a blood mist and disappeared in seclusion. Such archery skills are somewhat stronger than Nangong Feilong, and this is Nangong Feilong who has the secret key of the God realm. Staring at Chuchinga, who appeared and disappeared from time to time, Nangong Feilong found it difficult to calm down. In terms of archery alone, you are probably far inferior to Chuchinga. Lu Chandai laughed. Even so, it's enough to kill you. Nangong Feilong's eyes burst out with murderous aura. Of course he would not forget how Shadow wanted to deal with him back then. Although the three of Feng Lian are dead, the Temple of Heaven and the Shadow behind them are right in front of them. Kill! Nangong Feilong shouted. Lu Chandai did not show any weakness, and ordered his subordinates to attack and kill them. Qin Yang blinked, entered the hunting posture and stood in the field, right next to Yin Feng. Seeing the chaotic battle situation, Qin Yang scratched his head. Why is there no chance for me to play? Qin Yang was a little depressed. Looking up at the dense fog of spiritual energy, Qin Yang sighed, his figure flashed, and he rushed directly to the sky. Chapter 872, Behind the Scenes. Who is sighing? Yin Feng's mind was tense. He was secretly happy that he had a chance to escape, but the sudden sigh made him dare not move. Xuanhuan swallowed, and she heard that sigh, it was so close. The three students of Tiant Pavilion in the back had already turned pale and trembled. Any one of these people who are fighting is enough to kill them. I didn't do anything to them because they are not qualified at all. In the vortex of spiritual energy, Wu Haitian fought fiercely with the generals of the three realms. There was no contempt on the face of the god general of the three realms, and instead, there was a dignified expression. It's really worthy of being the former king of God of War. After being promoted to the second realm, he has the power to fight me. The god of the third realm stared at Wu Haitian, the battle armor on his chest was shattered, and the broken edge at this point. The quality of the spiritual materials used to build the battle armor seems to have regressed. Wu Heitian touched the corner of his mouth. A trace of blood was wiped away without leaving a trace, and he sneered, "It's just trash from the Temple of Heaven. I can not only fight you, I can kill you." Clenching his fist, Wu Heitian punched out again. At the same time, the self-image appeared, and the colorful aura was immediately dyed pitch black. Night falls again. Dragon Elephant 9 Heavens. The god general of the three realms yelled, and the self-image also appeared. Behind his statue, there seemed to be circles of light, and at the same time, the space around him suddenly tightened, as if there were half of 9 double images. 9 double shadows gradually merged, and each time they merged, the space became more and more solid. Until the fusion of Jiuzhong. Swallowing the dragon and elephant art, the dragon and elephant 9 heavens realm, under full force, is no less than the heavenly realm of Emperor Tiangang. Although the combat power of the 3-level god general is slightly lower than that of the same level, this field can also increase the power of the dragon and elephant. It seems a bit difficult to capture you alive, why not take your head? The 3-level god general showed murderous intent in his eyes. Kill. Wu Heitian was naturally right, let alone retreat. He knew in his heart that if he retreated, Lin Feijing and others would surely die. Even if it is any student, Sky Academy will never give up. The black fist directly hit the tip of the spear of the general of the 3 realms. Wu Heitian's fist was instantly torn apart, but it was caught by the bone of his hand. The 3 realms god general's expression was moved, such a reckless style of play really shocked him. Let go. The 3-level god general gritted his teeth, and made a mistake with his hand. Enduring the severe pain, Wu Heitian stuck the opponent's spear firmly. Even if the fist is pierced, even if the bone is cracked. Wu Heitian bared his teeth and laughed, and said, "Don't go into the night." Endless darkness was about to envelop the general of the 3 realms, and he felt his strength slowly weakening in this darkness. Even his energy gradually weakened. In such a stalemate, he will be completely weakened sooner or later. Wu Heitian's words that he can kill him are not empty words. The god general of the 3 realms suddenly laughed, and said, "You are very strong, but you have a fatal weakness. I will win this battle, no matter what." Wu Heitian frowned, and said with a sneer, "Weakness?" The god of the 3 realms moved his mind, and images suddenly appeared in the halo on the ego statue. Each circle of light seems to be a world, and this image is the projection of this world. In the projection, huge cities are connected to each other, and countless people live and work in peace and contentment in them. Mountains, rivers, pastures and fields, and many people can be seen farming them. Wu Heitian's fist loosened a little, and his whole body shook. Ha ha ha. The god general of the 3 realms took the opportunity to pick up the tip of his spear, directly shattering Wu Heitian's right fist, and then kicked out. The power of the 9-fold dragon and elephant suddenly poured into Wu Heitian's chest. The cracking sound continued, ribs broke one after another, Wu Heitian vomited blood and flew upside down, the darkness of the world gradually receded, and the divine light on the body of the general of the 3 realms became brighter and brighter. Have you forgotten? After the God Emperor realm, the domain can transform the world. When you attack me, it is equivalent to attacking all my believers and people. Sky Academy has always been benevolent and righteous, so how could it do such cruel and innocent things? The God General of the 3 realms became proud and said, "What's more, it's you as a teacher." Wu Heitian clenched his teeth, wanting to step up and fight. It was still too difficult for him. It's really rare to be able to do this step. In a daze, he hesitated for a moment, and the opportunity was missed. Wu Heitian's face was full of sadness. Is he going to die here? Staring at the world in the circle of light, Wu Heitian said angrily, "Your temple of heaven violated the rules." The God General of the 3 realms shook his head and said, "It violates the rules? Are you joking?" Wu Heitian said, If you didn't violate the rules, how could you have so many people? These are the people who are enslaved by your heavenly temple. The eyes of the gods of the three realms began to become dangerous, and he said in a deep voice, slavery? No, I am the only true God in their hearts. Without the power of their belief, how can I advance to the three realms? The God General of the three realms continued, how do you think the God Emperors of the three realms on the mainland are promoted? Do you think that the countless secret realms in the Sky Sea are just uninhabited secret realms? In these secret realms, all the common people, creatures. It has been looted long ago. For the God Emperor, they are the real treasures of heaven and earth. Crazy words resounded around, but under the vortex of rich spiritual energy, they didn't spread very far. Sky Academy, which sticks to benevolence and righteousness, is doomed to be eliminated sooner or later. The Three Realms God General said, Dragon Clan opened up the East China Sea in the Hidden Dragon contest. Don't those unknown secret realms in the East Sea also greatly increase the strength of the Sky Alliance? Do you think that the disasters in the unknown secret realm are just natural disasters? Do you think that the God Emperor who got the chance to go is just the savior? Do you think they are really promoted to the third and fourth realms of God Emperor only by relying on the beliefs of the creatures in the masterless secret realm? Wu Heitian felt a chill in his heart. Did the rules of the Firmament world only restrict the Firmament Academy? It turned out that the Xuanhuan Empire had planned for a long time, and the Dragon Clan let go of the East China Sea, which was just the best cover-up. Wu Heitian was a little hard to accept. The Dragon Clan actually go with you. The God General of the Three Realms seemed to have heard the big joke, and the laughter stopped after a long time, and said, only you, the Sky Academy, have been pedantic until now. Why is it forbidden to build God statues on the mainland, to gather beliefs, and to maintain the peace and well-being of the people? It's all bullshit. The meaning of their existence and the value of their life are like pigs, horses, cattle, and sheep, but what they provide is faith. Wu Heitian's mind was violently impacted, and he said, no, that's not the case. How can faith be so tarnished? In front of him, there seemed to be a picture that the so-called cultivators of the firmament world were the ultimate butchers. Endless enslaved creatures, even souls have lost their freedom. Chapter 873, But I am the Lord of Destruction. Sky Academy, how ridiculous. The God Generals of the Three Realms said disdainfully, you will eventually embrace your so-called freedom, so-called benevolence and righteousness, and be wiped out in ashes. Clenching the spear in his hand tightly, the General of the Three Realms inadvertently saw the tip of the spear. Suddenly the pupil shrank. The arrow on the tip of the gun has traces of being invaded by darkness, and there are cracks. The Three Realms God General's heart tightened. Just now he actually walked before the gate of hell. Keep staring at Wu Heitian. If this person is not eliminated, it will be a big disaster sooner or later. Even if it can be captured alive now, all its power will be abolished. Don't worry, you won't be alone, your fate will be the fate of everyone in the Sky Academy. The Three Realms God General rushed over with a gun. At this time, Wu Heitian was already seriously injured, his right fist was even shattered, and his ribs were all broken, not to mention the generals of the Three Realms. At this time, he might not even have the combat power of the first realm of the God Emperor. Even if I die, I won't be your weapon to blackmail the Academy, Wu Heitian said suddenly. Gradually, his body began to turn black, like darkness. He actually wanted to perish under the power of his own rules. Want to commit suicide? Have you ever asked me? The God General of the Three Realms was furious. He has fallen to such a point that he still wants to control his own life. The sharp spear swept across, and Wu Heitian was about to be abolished. In an instant, the darkness on Wu Heitian's body suddenly flourished, obviously without any light, but it was as dazzling as the sun. Heaven and earth returned to darkness. However, this time, it was far more violent than what Wu Heitian had used with all his strength before. The entire spiritual vortex disappeared in an instant, and all he could see was Wu Heitian in front of him. Even the endless void is dotted with stars, but at this moment, everything seems to have disappeared. Wu Heitian opened his eyes suspiciously. What's going on? The god general of the three realms felt chills all over his body, and the cold air seemed to invade his bone marrow, making his blood stop flowing. He felt like a newborn lamb, instantly weakened to the extreme. The god general of the three realms opened his mouth wide, but it seemed as if he had been deprived of the ability to speak. Suddenly, he looked behind Wu Heitian. In the endless black sky, a pair of huge eyes suddenly opened. Those were a pair of eyes dissatisfied with the dark golden lines, and there was endless indifference in those eyes at this moment. Under these eyes, the god general of the three realms felt that everything had been seen through him, like an ant facing the sky. It's easy for me to find. The frivolous voice sounded, making Wu Heitian feel very familiar. Immediately afterwards, the voice said again, Wu Heimian, why are you in such a mess? If I were later, you might be gone. Wu Heitian was shocked, and there was probably only one person who called him Wu Heilian, and that was Qin Yang. Sure enough, Qin Yang came out from the darkness and looked at Wu Heitian playfully. Seeing the miserable situation on Wu Heitian's body, Qin Yang sighed, turned over his hand, and the miniature sky-swallowing gourd appeared in his hand, pulled out the plug with a sound of bow, and poured out a pill. It is Tong Tian pill. Try it, it tastes good. Qin Yang handed the Tong Tian pill over. Wu Heitian felt that his brain was not enough. He took the elixir in a daze, and took it. In an instant, he felt his strength soar, and the injury healed immediately. Not only that, but there is even a feeling of breaking through the three realms. Leave it to me. Qin Yang said softly. Wu Heitian's heart suddenly felt at ease, and he still said, there are still. I know, they are safe. Qin Yang nodded. Wu Heitian quickly sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to digest the medicine. Swallowing the gourd. You are Qin Yang. The god general of the three realms looked at Qin Yang in horror. Could it be that you did all of this? He couldn't believe that such a powerful force was actually a supernatural power displayed by Qin Yang. This is simply 10 times 100 times stronger than Wu Heitian. Qin Yang looked at the general of the three realms coldly, and said, since you know the heaven-swallowing gourd, you should know its usefulness, right? The god general of the three realms opened his mouth, and it was extremely difficult to speak. He exhausted all his strength, but it seemed that he could only speak a few words. Are you going to devour me with the heaven-swallowing gourd, and you won't be able to refine the heaven-swallowing pill? Qin Yang shook his head and said, I do have this ability, but I won't do it. Because I think it's dirty. I just want to scare you by saying this. Humph. You can't scare me. The god general of the three realms bit the bullet and said, there are millions of living beings in my secret realm. If you want to devour me, it is equivalent to devouring those millions of living beings. Oh. Qin Yang nodded, and then? The god general of the three realms snorted and said with a smile, you don't dare to kill me. Killing me is equivalent to killing those millions of creatures. Qin Yang scratched his head and said, and then? Let me go. This time I will let Wu Heitian go, said the god general of the three realms. Qin Yang frowned, looked up and down the generals of the three realms, puzzled. What do you think? Where do you get the confidence? Millions of souls? Three realms. The general didn't panic at all, and said, that's right. As long as I die, the millions of creatures in my world will surely be buried with me. So what? Qin Yang asked with a smile, have you forgotten who I am? You are Qin Yang, who else can you be? The general of the three realms was taken aback. But I'm still the Lord of Destruction. Qin Yang said slowly, whether it's the Temple of Heaven, or the Alliance of the Sky, don't you always talk about it? The god general of the three realms finally felt scared, but he still didn't believe that Qin Yang would really do anything to him. He opened his mouth and said, after all, you are also a teacher of Sky Academy. Qin Yang showed a faint smile, and said, I am not an ordinary teacher. Since I am called Dozhan, it means killing. It is quite suitable for my identity as the Lord of Destruction. Wu Heitian had already recovered, and had even been promoted to the God Emperor of the Three Realms, but after being promoted to the Three Realms, he felt the strength of Qin Yang at this time even more. Qin Yang said, is it you, or me? Qin Yang was waiting for Wu Heitian. Wu Heitian hesitated. Qin Yang said, you don't have the power to save those souls, and neither do I. After all, they are believers, and a single thought will kill them all. But, you can let them rest in peace forever, peacefully and without pain. Just like when night comes, all sentient beings fall asleep. Hearing the killing intent in Qin Yang's mouth, Wu Heitian looked at Qin Yang in shock, and said, why do I feel that you are different from before? What Wu Heitian didn't say was that at this moment, Qin Yang gave him a feeling of fear. Qin Yang sighed. What he was using was the power of Wu Heitian, and he had already demonstrated to Wu Heitian how to use the power of rules. But Wu Heitian is not him after all. In the power of Wu Heitian's rules, there is always a glimmer of hope, that is the hope that the night will eventually pass and usher in the hope of a bright recovery. According to Qin Yang, this will only make him unable to reach the ultimate level of attack. Then I'll do it. Qin Yang said softly. With a wave of your hand, it's like wiping dust off a mirror. The god general of the three realms disappeared without a sound even before he begged for mercy, and his world was completely wiped out. Chapter 874, Are you trying too hard? You. Wu Heitian panicked, but didn't know what to say. In my mind, I suddenly remembered Qin Yang's appearance of killing people when he was in the secret place of Beiyuan. That they have no innocence hit Wu Heitian's heart again like a heavy hammer. Actually, I really appreciate the Temple of Heaven and the shadows. Qin Yang said, in pure light, like in darkness, you can't see anything. Where there is light, there must be shadows. If not, the light, is it still light? Wu Heitian was shocked. Qin Yang continued, to control the dark rules, you have a high position in the academy. You have been valued by the academy since you were in the star realm. But you still don't understand why the dean thinks highly of you. Wu Heitian suddenly opened his eyes wide, as if he had been enlightened. But there was still some confusion in his eyes. Qin Yang looked at Wu Heitian, and said quietly, you should do more things than you do now. Wu Heitian took a deep breath, looking at his lost right hand, he was a little lost. Gradually, his eyes lit up, and his eyes became firmer. Wu Heitian finally figured it out. What Qin Yang wants to tell him is not the coexistence of light and darkness, or falling into darkness. But there are always people who have to bear some burdens, and there are always people who have to carry forward with heavy burdens. Only in this way can the years of the people you want to protect be peaceful. Wu Heitian cupped his fists and cupped his hands towards Qin Yang. I've been taught, thank you. Looking at Qin Yang's gaze is a bit complicated. The student who used to want to teach him a lesson has completely grown and transformed. The director of the sky, Yun Bu-Gue, has always said breaking the rules. It turns out that Qin Yang has already seen through it. You don't want to do anything about this mission. Qin Yang said. Okay. Wu Heitian nodded. Not only did he not feel that Qin Yang was proud of Qin Yang's attitude, but he admired and recognized Qin Yang even more. Wu Heitian understood that Qin Yang had seen through the burden on his shoulders, and bravely faced it all. From the moment Qin Yang made his decision, Qin Yang was not only the patriarch of the Qin family, but also the only special member of Sangqiong Academy, and even the equal to the dean, the master of fighting. Wu Heitian was completely at ease. With Qin Yang here, what else is there to worry about this time in Jelongtan? All these things are what Wu Heitian thinks in his heart. If Wu Heitian knew what Qin Yang was thinking in his heart, he might not think of Qin Yang as great. Qin Yang's thoughts were, Lear is such a rationale, but why do I always feel that this is to blacken Wu Heitian? Wu Heitian can't really be blackened, right? He's already black enough. Qin Yang shivered, and sincerely and deeply mourned for the juniors and juniors of Sky Academy. Don't blame me, I didn't do it on purpose. Covering the hinterland of the mountain, it was completely reduced to a battlefield. The blood mist of the blood skull is thick and lingering, every shadow, even everyone's shadow, there may be a shadow lurking. Thick murderous intent, perilous. Xuanhuan and Aning respectively led the troops of both sides to start a fierce fight, endlessly, it was either you or me, which made this battle impossible. The masked man stared at Xuanhuan, showing doubts. He secretly said in his heart, such bitterness and hatred, the appearance of God's deep hatred and hatred, do I really suspect that I am wrong? Looking at the bloody skeletons and shadows that kept dying in the arena, it was so tragic, it seemed that all the previous group destruction was justified. This is completely the momentum of fighting to the last one soldier, but also killing the opponent. The same is true for Chuchinga and Shadow. No, it's still wrong. The masked man casually twisted the neck of a sneak-attacking shadow of the three realms, and the power of blood instantly assimilated and devoured him. In the blink of an eye, the God Emperor of the three realms turned into a mummy. This God Emperor of the three realms was the strongest in the shadows for this mission, but he died so simply, it can be seen that the strength of this masked man is at least 4 realms. However, no one noticed this scene in the field at this time. Shadow thought that the strong man of the three realms among them was still lurking. Back then, it was my blood skull who captured the formation flag, and the king of Chu City was destroyed. This hatred should be attributed to my blood skull. Why did Xuanhuan keep fighting against Shadow? Even if Qin Yang was charged, he should be right, the Sky Academy's revenge, not the Shadow's. The masked man thought to himself. He admired Xuanhuan very much. If this person had no doubts, he would definitely be trained as a confidant general. On the other side, Nangong Feilong and Lu Qiandai fought each other, and the Sky Alliance and the Temple of Heaven restrained them a lot from attacking each other. There was no such tragedy of fighting for life, and self-protection was the priority. If my heaven-sealing mirror was still there, you would have been my prisoner. Lu Qiandai used the heaven-sealing finger, but without the blessing of the heaven-sealing mirror, he couldn't restrain Nangong Feilong at all. Nangong Feilong laughed loudly and said, "What's the use of talking nonsense? I can also say that even if you still have the heaven-sealing mirror, I can shoot it through with an arrow." The two fought fiercely, and the old and new grudges had to be settled in a wave. Shangguan Jiannan, on the other hand, saw Lin Feijing, who wanted to take the opportunity to escape, and after forcing back a Sky Alliance practitioner, he directly stopped him. Want to escape? Can you escape? Save your life. Shangguan Jiannan swung his sword. Lin Feijing faced the battle brazenly, turned around and said, "Ruyun, take the juniors first." Shen Ruyun's eyes were rosy, so she could only protect her junior first. None of you want to escape. Shangguan Jiannan swung the Xinghui Mingyue sword and directly forced Lin Feijing back. A gleam flashed in his eyes, and he thought to himself, if you want to kill Lin Feijing, it will take a lot of trouble, why not kill Lin Feijing? A sinister smile rose from the corner of his mouth, and Shangguan Jiannan stabbed the students of Tian Pavilion with his sword. Shen Ruyun didn't react to this sword at all, but Lin Feijing had seen through Shangguan Jiannan's intentions. If he took the opportunity to attack Shangguan Jiannan, he would have the upper hand, but that schoolgirl would definitely die. Gritting his teeth, Lin Feijing dodges directly, trying to block the sword. Sure enough, all of you in the Sky Academy are taking this trick. Shangguan Jiannan's original intention was just like this. If Lin Feijing doesn't stop him, then Lin Feijing will definitely become a sinner of the Sky Academy. If Lin Feijing blocked it, then this sword would not be easy for him to bear. The tip of the sword was about to stab Lin Feijing, and it was as if the sword was piercing through the heart. Suddenly, everyone's eyes blurred, and the sword actually stopped in midair. There is a foot on the blade. Who? Xuanhuan Jiannan panicked. This kick did not sink his sword, but it made him unable to move. The huge pressure made him tense all over, and even with all his strength, he couldn't shake the sword in his hand. Look up, don't keep staring at my feet. Qin Yang frowned and said. Xuanhuan Jiannan raised his head with difficulty, and was immediately stunned. Isn't this Qin Yang? I'll show you my feet. Qin Yang raised his mouth and swept across with his foot, directly, sweeping Xuanhuan Jiannan's head. Was it too hard? No, I just kicked it lightly. Qin Yang landed on the ground, looking at the headless corpse in front of him. He was speechless. The feet still rubbed against the dirt on the ground, as if they wanted to wipe off the blood stains that didn't exist. Chapter 875 Change the Plan. Hiss. Lin Feijing gasped and kicked the head of the God Emperor. When he saw the person in front of him, he was even more stupefied. Qin Yang? It's you. Lin Feijing couldn't believe his eyes. Xuanhuan looked at Qin Yang nervously, but she knew that Qin Yang had a feud with Lin Feijing. Maybe in the next moment, Lin Feijing would follow in Xuanhuan Jiannan's footsteps. Teacher Qin Yang? Is this Teacher Qin Yang? The Triumph Pavilion students looked at each other, and all three showed excitement. The prestige of Qin Yang's fighting master is still a legend in the Sky Continent, and the various video materials before he was alive are even more imitable by no one. The Battle of the Submarine Prison, leading the way. No, Teacher Qin Yang is not dead? There are no rumors on the mainland. The three students kept looking at Qin Yang, who looked much more handsome than in the video. You are so good. Qin Yang looked at Lin Feijing with a frown, and said, Xuanhuan Jiannan has such an obvious trick, you should be able to see it. Why don't you use the trick and take the opportunity to gain the upper hand? You may not be able to defeat him. Lin Feijing was also terrified, and said, but I'm not sure, if something goes wrong, the junior will die. Qin Yang thought for a while and said, that's right, after all, you are not me. Lin Feijing was speechless for a moment, and Xuanhuan also looked at Qin Yang in surprise. He's done well enough, and he's not that talented. Wu Heitian appeared in a flash. Lin Feijing and Xuanhuan felt relieved. Looking at Qin Yang, Wu Heitian continued, it's true that not everyone can be like you. Speaking of this, Wu Heitian said again, in the past few years, Lin Feijing has contributed a lot to the academy, but he is still a casual cultivator. Lin Feijing was overjoyed. This was Wu Heitian pleading for him. Qin Yang nodded and said, since Mr. Wu said so, then. In my name, restore your academy status. Qin Yang looked at Lin Feijing. Lin Feijing was startled. Didn't Qin Yang settle accounts with him? Restoring the identity of the academy means that Lin Feijing is no longer a casual cultivator, and it also means that he can return to the academy. Xuanhuan also looked at Qin Yang gratefully. She finally waited for this day. Restoring his identity does not mean that Lin Feijing is a student again, he could have graduated long ago. Of course, it is impossible for him to become a teacher of the college in a short time. It can only be said that he is a senior studying in the college, just like Lu Feng and Yu Jiawei. Could it be that you are the one who has been by our side? Also, you were the one who sighed beside me before? Lin Feijing asked. Qin Yang nodded and said, not bad. It was precisely because Qin Yang saw Lin Feijing's performance that he was completely different from before that he agreed to restore his identity. Just like Xuanhuan Jiannan's sword just now, if Lin Feijing really turned a blind eye, or took the opportunity to use the student's life to create conditions for him to attack, no matter how much Wu Heitian pleaded, Qin Yang would not restore Lin Feijing's identity. But since Lin Feijing is willing to sacrifice himself, it is a member of the academy. If anyone dared to hurt someone from the academy, Qin Yang would naturally not be polite. Looking at all the forces on the battlefield, Qin Yang suddenly focused on the masked man. Seeing this, Qin Yang suddenly laughed. If I'm not mistaken, this guy should be Blood Demon General. He was also the only God Emperor of the Four Realms other than himself in the audience. At this time, the Blood Demon General did not notice Qin Yang at all. Even if Qin Yang killed Xuanhuan Jiannan in seconds, he did not alarm him. He was still observing Xuanhuan like an outsider. Following his gaze, Qin Yang also saw Xuanhuan, and took a long breath. Looking at Xuanhuan again, Qin Yang coughed lightly and said, "Thank you for your hard work." This voice reached the ears of everyone in the audience, and the battlefield was suddenly quiet, and everyone stopped for a while. Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan looked over and found Qin Yang, and their expressions were suddenly happy. Lu Qiandai and Nangong Failong were startled. This Qin Yang is back. The masked man also looked at Qin Yang and narrowed his eyes, but he found that Qin Yang was also looking at him, and his eyes seemed to see through him. "Change the plan, so you don't need to continue lurking," Qin Yang said. Wu Heitian was at a loss when he heard it. What does this mean? Who is this talking to? Who is lurking? Xuanhuan looked at Qin Yang seriously, and said, "The Blood Skull's headquarters is in the center of the Sea of Stars, which is under the Star Road between Zhongzhou and Beiyuan." This sentence shocked everyone present. Could it be that Xuanhuan, the leader of the younger generation, the Blood Skull 12 Blood Gods, has always been Qin Yang's person? The masked man looked at Xuanhuan in disbelief. He had always suspected Xuanhuan, but he never really believed that this Xuanhuan had such courage, dared to lurk in such a position. "Okay, when the matter of the secret realm is resolved, I will go there myself," Qin Yang said. Xuanhuan walked over directly, leaving only the blood skeleton and all the practitioners in a daze. When they reacted and wanted to kill the spy, a black light cut off all their thoughts. Some people even. Before he had time to react, and even before the blood mist could escape, he was cut in half by this black light on the spot. "Your strength." Xuanhuan's eyes widened. That man is an elite of the Blood Skull, with the strength of a god emperor, and a strong contender for the blood god venerable. Was he instantly killed by Qin Yang? Qin Yang's casual strike made the entire battlefield even more dead silent. Even the masked man didn't dare to act rashly, and looked at Qin Yang vigilantly. When Xuanhuan came to Qin Yang's side, Wu Heitian's whole body tensed up, and he felt so strange in his heart that he couldn't accept it for a while. Xuanhuan turned around, looked at Xuanhuan, and said, "Brother-in-law, how is your situation?" Brother-in-law. On the mainland, the well-known pair of mortal enemies, the rare ones among the younger generation, turned out to be in this relationship? This brother-in-law directly shocked everyone's jaws. Xuanhuan said in a deep voice, "Although I know where the Temple of Heaven is, but Xuanhuan has been placed under house arrest." Just as Xuanhuan was suspected by the Gorfine general, the heavenly god emperor did not fully trust Xuanhuan. "What?" Xuanhuan yelled, "It's broken." It was too early to expose. People haven't withdrawn yet. Lu Qiandai laughed loudly, and said, "Xuanhuan, so you are really tricky, and Xuanhuan Jiannan and I's guess is indeed true." Looking at Qin Yang, he said, "You are clearly exiled with the third floor of the submarine prison. Why don't you stay there? Well, do you want to rush back to die?" Qin Yang smiled and said, "It's lucky that I came back in time, if not, I really don't know how to die." Thinking of the scene where the third world collided with the wall of the star field and was wiped out, Qin Yang couldn't contain the murderous aura in his heart. "Someone will die, none of you can escape." Chapter 8, 76. Qin Yang said slowly, "In the past, we were not strong enough, so we had to let Xuanhuan lurk into the bloody skeleton and let Qingga join the shadow, but it's different now. What? Your strength is enough now? Lu Qiandai sneered, after being promoted to God Emperor, you need the power of faith. Could it be that you can still gain faith in the third floor of the submarine prison? Qin Yang looked at Lu Qiandai quietly, and said, are you teaching me how to cultivate? Lu Qiandai laughed and said, that's right. After the realm of God Emperor, cultivation is different from before. With the help of the Temple of Heaven and your family background, your path to genius has come to an end. Even though you have good combat power now, but in the future in a few years, you will be far behind me. As soon as the voice changed, Lu Qiandai looked at Qingga and said, if you want to keep Qing safe and sound, go and kill Qin Yang. Qingga clenched his fists, while Xuanhuan said angrily, bastard. Your heavenly temple is really despicable. Qin Yang scratched his head and said, in a few years? Didn't you hear the sentence I just said that none of you can escape? Looking at Qingga, Qin Yang said, don't worry, Qing will be fine. Lu Qiandai snorted coldly and said, is it okay? If the news that Qingga is a traitor is passed back. Qin Yang interrupted, I can't pass it back. Are you kidding me? Lu Qiandai looked around and said, don't talk about shadows, as far as the subordinates brought by my Tianqian temple this time, can you still kill them all? Besides, this time, there are 3 realms God will. Before he finished speaking, Lu Qiandai suddenly realized, isn't Wu Heitian standing beside Qin Yang? Didn't the 3 realms God General go after and kill Wu Heitian? What about people? 3 realm God Generals? Then what? Huh? Qin Yang asked playfully. Lu Qiandai's face changed, and his heart was pounding nervously. Qin Yang pointed to the masked man, and said, you have brought a general from the 3 realms, look at him. Xuanhuan said, this man is also the venerable blood god, and he was sent to monitor me. Qin Yang shook his head and said, it's true that you are being monitored. In fact, he has taken a fancy to you. However, he is not the venerable blood god. Ah? Then who is he? Xuanhuan asked. The blood demon general. That is, the boss of the blood skull. Qin Yang said slowly. Xuanhuan felt cold all over. Could it be that the person who has been following him is actually? Everyone looked over in horror. The leader of the blood skull, one of the 3 major dark forces in the mainland, was right in front of them. This is even more frightening than Tao Pianal in Wanyao Palace. Moreover, no one on the mainland has ever seen the blood demon, and he has never shown his face in front of the world. In other words, no one can survive the sight of the gore fiend. Jia Jia. The masked man laughed strangely, and said, I never thought that a weak cultivator back then would grow to such a degree. Glancing at Xuanhuan, the masked man said again, you even sent someone to lurk by my side. It's really interesting. Kid Qin Yang, I'm really curious, where does your confidence come from? Lu Qiandai looked around, and saw a headless corpse beside Qin Yang, isn't that Xuanhuan Jiannan? Xuanhuan Jiannan has been killed. Lu Qiandai was sweating profusely on his forehead. Xuanhuan Jiannan was killed, and no one noticed it. He already has the idea of retreating in his heart. Qin Yang looked at the masked man and said, want to know where my confidence comes from? Why don't I show you a few things? Immediately, Qin Yang stretched out his hand and turned it over, and a god-killing pen appeared in his hand. The masked man's pupils trembled. Isn't this the magic weapon of the demon-seizing general? Qin Yang flipped his hands again, but this time there was a sewing needle in his hand. This is... The masked man couldn't help but take half a step back, and it was this movement that made everyone in the audience even more suspicious. What are these 2 magic weapons that Qin Yang took out? How can you scare the blood demon generals like this? What really frightened the blood demon general was not these 2 divine weapons, but the meaning behind the appearance of these two divine weapons in Qin Yang's hands. There is only one explanation for this, that is, the two demon generals died in Qin Yang's hands, and Qin Yang snatched all their magical weapons. The masked man forced himself to calm down, and said, "Thousands of years have passed, they don't have my ability, let alone be immortal like a skeleton demon general, maybe you picked it up somewhere." "That's right, you're right." Qin Yang nodded and said, "Actually, I've been hesitating about one thing, whether I should kill you or not." After a pause, Qin Yang added, "Kill your clone." The masked man took half a step back again in shock. How did this kid see that he was a clone? But Qin Yang's voice continued to speak in his ear. "I used the door sealing array at the exit of the light gate in the secret realm of Gelantan, and I can only enter but not exit under the four realms of the God Emperor. I will kill all of you, but I don't want you to spread my strength to the outside world." Qin Yang squeezed the center of his brows, and said, "But your avatar is very difficult to deal with. If you kill it, your main body will definitely get news. But if you don't kill it, I think you are so unpleasant." Everyone looked at Qin Yang in shock, and opened his mouth to reveal the four realms of God Emperor. Could it be that Qin Yang's strength? Nangong Filong couldn't hold back any longer, and said, "My Sky Alliance signed a reconciliation formation with you, and we are also here this time. Those who save the trapped people in the Sky Academy, if you attack them, we will not help them. Can we leave first?" Qin Yang turned his head to look, and said word by word, "Didn't you understand what I said?" Nangong Filong froze all over, and said, "Could it be that even we?" Qin Yang snorted, and said with a smile, "It's good that you didn't mention the reconciliation formation. Now that I mentioned it, then I would like to ask, how much effort did your Sky Alliance contribute to exile on the third floor of the submarine prison?" "Qin Yang, are you really going to kill them?" Wu Heitian said, "At this time, the continent is in turmoil, and the demon world is watching. We can't tear ourselves apart with the Sky Alliance." Nangong Filong hurriedly said, "That's right. We should unite." Qin Yang waved his hand, interrupted Nangong Filong, and said, "No need. The turmoil in the mainland will end soon. As for the demon realm, it's not worth mentioning at all." Qin Yang opened his mouth slowly, and said, "In this Skystar field, except for a few special circumstances, 5-level powerhouses can be born, and the strongest is only 4-level. However, for the 4-level, it's totally vulnerable." After Qin Yang finished speaking, his figure disappeared immediately. Before everyone could react, "What is Skystar field?" Immediately after, there was a muffled sound in everyone's ears. The mask of the masked man was directly blown off by Qin Yang's punch, revealing the pale and bloodless face inside. "Good boy, you dare to attack me first." The blood demon fixed his cold eyes on Qin Yang, and punched out. Qin Yang stretched out his hand and grasped it falsely, and the gore fiend felt his heart skip a beat. This move seemed déjà vu? Duotian, fist. Chapter 877, Just a Wave. The Gorfiend general's power was immediately plundered, and a horrified look appeared on his face. How could you possibly capture the demon general? Before he could finish speaking, Qin Yang punched his whole body and shattered into a cloud of blood. The strong in the 4 realms can kill with one punch. "Cover me, retreat." Lu Chandia's voice changed, and he shouted in panic. The gods and generals rushed towards Qin Yang one after another. Nangong Filong also ran away, and all the practitioners of the Sky Alliance seemed to have seen a ghost. "Am I letting you go?" Qin Yang said quietly. In an instant, the sky was dim and the earth was dark, dotted with countless stars. Everyone seems to be in an endless starry sky, unable to move an inch. The sound of rattling chains was like endless fear in the void. The power of the starry sky compass, combined with supernatural powers, directly blocked everyone's way out. Those god generals who rushed to kill were fixed in midair one by one. Qin Yang pointed like a sword, and an annihilating sword lotus, composed of 10,000 swords, directly swept across the audience. The silent killing seemed to be just for a moment, as if tens of thousands of years had passed, the world returned to clarity, and all enemies disappeared in smoke. The shadow powerhouse, the blood skeleton cultivator, died silently before he even had time to show up. The cultivators of the Sky Alliance, together with Nangong Filong, disappeared in an instant. Neither Lu Qiandai nor the generals of the Heavenly God Palace remained. Apart from Chu Qingge, Chu Xuanhuan, and Wu Heitian, there was no one alive in the arena. No, there is still a ball of blood. This was deliberately left behind by Qin Yang. You. Wu Heitian was stunned, not only surprised by Qin Yang's strength, but even more surprised by Qin Yang's ruthlessness. It's fine for others, Nangong Filong and the others. Wu Heitian stared at the sky death bow in Qin Yang's hand, and opened his mouth, but his mouth was dry and he couldn't speak. Chu Qingge and Chu Xuanhuan looked at each other, and both could see the excitement in their hearts. The big revenge finally has a chance to avenge it. Qin Yang smiled lightly, through the sky death bow, directly to Chu Qingge, and said, I warned everyone. Well, it seems like they don't know yet, but it doesn't matter. Qin Yang looked calmly and said, as I said before, the plan needs to be changed, so I will tell you about my plan first. Chu Qingge and Chu Xuanhuan listened carefully. Qin Yang continued, all provocateurs will die. Everyone trembled in their hearts, waiting for Qin Yang's next words. But Qin Yang looked at them instead and said, what's wrong? Chu Qingge was taken aback, and said, what's wrong? It's gone? Qin Yang nodded and said, that's right. Everyone was speechless for a while, but then, they were shocked again. Although the words are light and fluffy, the meaning behind them is really heavy. Wu Heitian said, isn't this a bit too? To what? Qin Yang asked Wu Heitian back, if I don't come back, how long can the academy last? Speaking of this, Qin Yang said again, peace also has to pay a price. Wu Heitian took a deep breath, showing a resolute expression. Lin Feijing, Shen Ruyun and the 3 Tian Pavilion students looked at each other in blank dismay. Teacher Wu Heitian actually acquiesced? How do I cooperate? Wu Heitian asked. Lin Feijing and others were even more puzzled. Wu Heitian was actually persuaded by Qin Yang? Qin Yang said with a smile, there is no need to cooperate, the academy will do what it wants. They will come to die by themselves. By the way, don't spread the news of what happened in the secret realm, it will scare them. Qin Yang stared at the spiritual vortex that seemed to be gradually dissipating in the sky, and said, I don't have time to stay in the firmament world for too long, and I have to go to the devil world to find someone. Therefore, the matter of the firmament world can be a wave. It's settled, just one wave. Everyone was in a fog, and they hadn't finished digesting it. Qin Yang looked at Chu Qingge, and said, I will imprint you on you. After you find Chuing, contact me. Chu Qingge nodded, and said, then how should we get out? The door seal array you set up. Qin Yang smiled and said, of course you can't leave there, I will send you out personally. This secret place of Jelongtan is now a place of death. But people outside will not know. No matter which side of the force comes to support, there will be no return. Qin Yang pinched his fingers, and the surrounding world changed again. With one thought, Chu Xuanhuan, Wu Heitian and others were directly teleported to the City of Liberty, while Chu Qingge was teleported not far from the exit of the 9 Dragons' secret realm. Chu Qingge looked at the surrounding environment, and went straight to the free area and the Temple of Heaven. In the secret realm, Qin Yang stared at the ball of blood, laughed, and said, how is it? My plan is not bad, right? The ball of blood made a harsh voice and said, boy, you are so naive. Qin Yang shrugged his shoulders and said, no way, I have such strength now. Humph, don't tell me, the Heavenly God Emperor is not as simple as you think. Since you plan to save Chuing first, the moment Chuchinga gives you the signal is also the moment when you fall. The Blood Demon General said. Oh. He is nothing more than a God Emperor of the Four Realms, so what's so strange? Qin Yang is interested. The Blood Demon General said, I won't tell you. Since you won't kill my clone and won't let me go, then I'll wait here for the news of your death. Qin Yang shrugged his shoulders and said, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. The Heavenly God Emperor seems to have a greater origin in your mouth. No matter how great the origin is it possible that he can still be a cultivator of the eternal star field? Originally, when Qin Yang mentioned the sky star field, the Blood Demon General was shocked, but now he was even more shocked when he heard the eternal star field. How do you know about the eternal star field? The Blood Demon General's voice trembled. It seemed that he had finally realized how terrifying Qin Yang was now. Hee. Qin Yang laughed dryly, and said, I can do anything else, but that's all. You do what you want, I won't accompany you. As he spoke, Qin Yang's figure flashed. In the secret realm of Zhelongtan, he still has two things to do. First, to replenish the grain industry. In the secret realm of Zhelongtan, there are many monsters that can be bred in captivity, as well as countless precious resources. After searching, Qin Yang's food world was truly perfected. Second, that is to wait for the 8 dragons to gather and advance to the 5th realm, and then kill them to gain experience. The people who killed the forces of all parties in a flash before were simply mosquito legs. Only a blood demon clone in the 4 realms could not be killed for the time being. For Qin Yang, if he wanted to advance, it would be useless to kill these little fish and shrimp. Even in the 5th realm, you have to kill a lot to advance. On a mountain peak, Qin Yang looked into the distance and suddenly had an idea in his heart. If the resource is searched, it will be annihilated together with the 9 dragons' secret realm. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. The increase in the power of annihilation in a God Emperor level secret realm should be no less than that of a 5-level powerhouse, and it should even be greater. That much more. Chapter 878. 3 days later. Sky Continent, Zhongzhou. All forces have discovered a strange thing. The City of Liberty, which was blocked by them and cut off the commercial route, returned to the past when the spies returned. The Jin family Chamber of Commerce transformed a large amount of food out of nowhere, continuously supplying the entire city and even the entire academy. On the other side, the forces sent to arrest the teachers and students of Sanqiong Academy all lost their news. The secret realm of Zhelongtan is still there, but the light gate of the secret realm has become a giant man-eating beast. Even if you send people in, you don't need to check and come out immediately, but there will be no return. Since the news of Qin Yang's entry into the secret realm of Zhelongtan spread, various forces have sent more people. The Sky Alliance even directly dispatched 3 gods of war, Emperor Tiangang, Li Tong Tian, and Lan Sanggu, but these 3 gods of war personally led the team, but the result was still the same. Not to mention that Nangong Filong was not rescued, even they themselves are now silent. The Sky Alliance suspected that it was the Temple of the Heavenly God, but there was also news from the Temple of the Heavenly God. Lu Qiandai and Shangwan Jiannan did not come out either. Like Nangong Filong, they seemed to have disappeared. The strong man sent again, like Emperor Tiangang and others, has no news yet. All of a sudden, this secret realm of Zhelongtan became a sharp sword in everyone's hearts, and everyone was speculating, what is going on? Anyway, no one believed that Qin Yang did all of this. After all, Qin Yang was the only one who entered the secret realm. In the secret realm, at the entrance, all the powerhouses who are worried about by the forces basically gather here. On the side of the Sky Alliance, headed by Emperor Tiangang, Li Tong Tian, Lan Sanggu, and many strong men, looked at the gate seal formation of the gate of the secret realm, helpless. On the side of the Tiantian temple, they sent several three-level generals, and there was nothing they could do to seal the formation. They found the root of everything, which is this weird door seal formation. But among the people present, there are also quite a few who are proficient in formations, but there is nothing they can do to seal the formation. This must be Qin Yang setting up the formation. His purpose is to restrain us and make us panic. Emperor Tiangang said, this formation may be the same as the gate sealing formation in Kanglin's secret realm. Everyone fell silent immediately. If this is the case, I am afraid that there will be no one on the mainland who can break this formation. After all, even the Dragon Clan couldn't break through, and at that time, Qin Yang had to rely on Qin Yang's strength to break the formation. Now, this formation appeared again, but once again stumped the world. As long as you catch Qin Yang, you will know? Li Tongtian said. Lan Sango looked around vigilantly, and said, didn't you realize that this secret place is weird? Everyone was stunned and looked around, but found nothing. The people in the Temple of Heaven were also at a loss, so they could only observe temporarily to see what the people from the Sky Alliance discovered. What's wrong? Emperor Tiangang asked. Lan Sanga squinted her eyes to feel it, and said, within 1,000 li radius, there are no living beings. If there is a living being, she can use her supernatural power, He Shintong, to obtain information and know what happened here. But there were no living beings within this 1,000 miles, which made her helpless. Could it be that the monsters are not around here? Li Tongtian said, the monsters are not stupid, this secret light gate is here, and people will come in and out from time to time, so the monsters naturally dare not stay here. Lan Sanga shook her head, and said, no, it's definitely not like this. Near the entrance of this Nine Dragons Pool secret realm, there is a circle demon ranch that provides meat for the Sky Academy, but it's also empty there. Having said that, everyone had an ominous premonition. The powerhouses of the Temple of Heaven all expressed disdain and left directly. I thought they could see something different, what a waste of time. That's right, I think they are playing tricks and deliberately creating an atmosphere. Isn't it just to make us tremble and slow down? According to me, it's better to arrest Qin Yang directly, and everything will be settled. The gods of the three realms told you and me, and led the other gods and temple gods to search for them. Watching them leave, Emperor Tiangang frowned and looked at Sanga Lan, and said, it's really not them? Lan Sanga shook her head, and said, no, I have already peeked into their thoughts. Their mission is indeed to investigate the mystery of the secret realm and find the whereabouts of those who entered before. And bring back Lu Qiandai, Shangguan Jiannan, Chu Qingga, and 3 people. The door seal formation cannot be cracked, and the people of the Sky Alliance can only catch Qin Yang first. The people in the Temple of Heaven have already acted, and they naturally don't want to lag behind. After walking a few steps, the 3 heavenly gods of war suddenly stopped and suddenly looked into the distance. The aura suddenly went berserk there, and a terrifying regular tide was gradually forming. In the entire Gelantan secret realm, all spiritual power seems to be condensing, and the power of various rules is gradually being extracted from the surrounding space. It is rumored that there are 9 divine dragons in the 9 dragons pool. If one day the 9 dragons gather together, a powerful person from the 5 realms will be born. Emperor Tiangang narrowed his eyes. This rumor had already existed in their time, but no one believed it. At this time, in this secret realm, the world has changed drastically, and all signs show that this rumor seems to be true. Li Tongtian's heart tightened, and he said, could it be that Qin Yang saw that the 9 dragons were about to gather, so he deliberately set up a gate to seal the formation? Trapped us here? Emperor Tiangang nodded, and said, it is very possible. He was exiled, and he can return to the sky. How can this mere secret realm stop him? Qin Yang may have left this secret realm long ago. The hearts of the practitioners of the Sky Alliance sank suddenly. If this is the case, then this secret place of 9 dragons pool will be a huge danger. The forces of all parties will even get deeper and deeper. Damn it. We fell for it. Emperor Tiangang gritted his teeth angrily, and said, Qin Yang knew he was invincible, so he used this method to weaken us. Then what should we do now? Li Tongtian asked. Emperor Tiangang thought for a while, and said, since Qin Yang wants to use this gathering of 9 dragons to kill us, then we can only prevent the gathering of 9 dragons. Then we can find a way to break the gate seal formation. The sharp spear in his hand was summoned. Emperor Tiangang clenched a little, and said, even if the formation is broken violently, it may not be impossible. After discussing with each other, they hurried to catch up with the gods and generals in the Temple of Heaven. At this time, only by uniting together can we ensure safety. But they never thought that the door-sealing magic circle, set up by Qin Yang, could not be cracked by violence at all. If they tried, they would not be as calm as they are now. Another point is that Qin Yang is in the secret realm of Gelantan, and he didn't go out at all. At this time, Qin Yang was scraping the ground 3 feet away, searching for all the treasures of heaven and earth. All the major pastures have been patronized by him. After these 3 days, the food industry is almost full. Chapter 879 Fusion Moment. Qin Yang, enough, enough? Lu Luo was dripping with sweat, and spoke with difficulty. She volunteered to manage the food industry for Qin Yang. I thought it would be an easy job, after all, as a spirit race, farming is a piece of cake. But now, in the grain world, 10 pastures have appeared out of thin air, directly occupying a quarter of the entire grain world space. Moreover, the monsters raised in captivity in these pastures are not mortals, some are even monsters of the God-King realm. This is not 1 head or 2, but thousands of heads in the entire ranch. With Lulua's ability, she can't take care of even 1 pasture, let alone 10 now. However, Qin Yang didn't seem to be satisfied, and even wanted to expand his own rule world and continue to search. Qin Yang stopped on the top of a giant tree and stepped on a leaf. The leaves seemed to be unaffected, they still swayed with the wind, and Qin Yang's body also fluctuated up and down with the leaves. Sure enough, the gap between the spirit clan and the spirit master is obvious. Qin Yang sighed. Lulua was speechless for a while. Isn't this nonsense? Even if she becomes a wooden sage in the future, to the spirit master, she is just a young seedling planted by the spirit master. However, what Qin Yang mainly wants to express is that the spirit master has his own space, and when necessary, he can share some for Qin Yang. Boom! There was an explosion in the distance, and the aura gathered to the extreme, as if a qualitative change was about to occur. Originally, the aura in the central area of the 9 dragons' secret realm was already as thick as water, but now it seemed to be completely solidified. If this is the case, it is difficult to move an inch here under the ordinary God-Emperor realm. With such a huge accumulation, it's no wonder that you can be promoted to the 5th realm. Qin Yang's eyes, across the endless space, stared at the original place of Dragon Claw Mountain. Qin Yang wanted to see who would take over this non-attribute dragon first, and use it as a basis to fuse with the other 8 dragons. Just watching, Qin Yang frowned, followed by a movement of divine sense, his eyes closed slightly, and then opened suddenly. The eyes of heaven! I didn't see it wrong, this. Qin Yang turned his eyes on the sky, and he found that there was a trace of blood in the spiritual energy. But even if you run the eye of heaven, you can't see clearly anymore. After all, the aura is too strong. If you wait for Kowloon to merge and advance to the 5 realms, maybe you can. This trace of blood. Qin Yang thought in his heart that what he saw in his eyes was a trace, but if calculated according to the distance, this trace is not as simple as a trace. A bunch of trash. 8 trash. Qin Yang put his hands on his forehead and cursed in a low voice. What's the matter? Lu Luo suddenly became nervous. fortunately, judging from the number, it wasn't her own. Qin Yang shook his head and said, "It's nothing, it's just not as expected." Looking at Lulua, he said, "Don't worry, the search is enough. Even in the endless void, if the resources in the food world are well managed, they are enough for my base. Also, this is the use of base numbers fully developed. Qin Yang's Sky Island base, apart from the 5 secondary islands, the huge Sky Island in the middle alone is enough to establish a larger principality." Lulua breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately picked it up again. Well taken care of, how can it be considered good? She didn't dare to say much, and hurried back to the grain world, and started to replan the grain world. I didn't expect that there was just a blood clot, and it developed into this after a few days. Qin Yang's eyes revealed a dark golden light, and his brows frowned slightly. This is indeed my negligence. Isn't the non-attribute aura dragon vein that cut off the head just a great supplementary resource for the blood demon general? The 8 spirit dragons must have been at loggerheads, and the Gorfiend general took advantage of them. And now, it's too late to stop it. Once the Gorfiend succeeds in possessing that non-attribute dragon vein, his power will be even stronger than the original one. Moreover, it will also increase its power of rules and so on several times, so how can those 8 wastes be the opponent of the blood demon general? A blood demon general of the 5th realm, or a demon general of the 5th realm, possessing the power of 9 dragons. Qin Yang scratched his head and thought to himself, I should be able to kill him. But he dare not take it lightly, after all, he still has a lot to do. Can't be delayed by this Gorfiend general. This fusion of 9 dragons is fast and slow, but Qin Yang has already started to prepare. Chuchinga doesn't know if it's going well or not. As Qin Yang thought about it, he condensed the meteor cannon and began to recharge the meteor cannon. As long as the fusion of the 9 dragons is completed, I will give him a shot. On the body of the meteorite cannon, the complicated mysterious light filled every line and gradually lit up. Qin Yang didn't use the sky-replenishing stone, but directly used the sky-swallowing gourd to swallow the aura of heaven and earth to charge the meteor cannon. Anyway, after the fusion of 9 dragons, all the power in the entire 9 dragons secret realm will be emptied by 9 dragons. At this time, if they swallow more, they can weaken him more. Time passed slowly, and the Celestial Alliance and the generals of the Temple of Heaven had already arrived at Dragon Claw Mountain. This is the place where the aura is the most violent, the world seems to be. Unpredictable changes are taking place. A blood dragon is hovering here, and the endless spiritual energy is being devoured by him continuously. Around, there are 8 spirit dragons looming, as if they are competing for power with this blood dragon. What's going on here? Emperor Tiangang couldn't understand what he saw in front of him. The gods and generals of the Temple of Heaven also showed fear. They tried to attack, but neither the blood dragon nor the other 8 dragons ignored them. The god general of the 3 realms was directly ignored. This can only mean that their strength is simply not enough to pose a threat to this 9 dragons. Lan Sangu activated her supernatural powers and sensed the thoughts of Jiolong. Suddenly, she became short of breath, and hurriedly said, "Run away. This 9 dragons are merging. This blood dragon wants to devour the other 8 dragons." Emperor Tiangang and Li Tongtian looked at each other, and without a word, they were about to lead the subordinates of the Sky Alliance to retreat. The generals of the Heavenly God Temple on the side naturally didn't dare to wait any longer, and ordered to retreat. Has it reached the point of fusion? Emperor Tiangang felt a headache. Li Tongtian asked, under such circumstances, shouldn't we take the opportunity to attack and stop them? No, it's different. Sangalan said, this blood dragon is. Who is it? The Heavenly God Palace General asked impatiently. It's the blood demon. The chief envoy of the blood skeleton is also the general of the blood demon. Lan Sanga ran away in a hurry precisely because she saw this. It turned out to be the general of the defeated army. Emperor Tiangang danced lightly with the sharp spear in his hand, and seemed about to step forward to attack, but he stopped abruptly, his face froze. Thousands of years ago, the blood demon would be reborn with his own supernatural power, dripping blood, and escaped with his life. Not to mention the recovery of his strength now, there is still such a chance. But Emperor Tiangang and the others have only been reborn not long ago, and their recovery to the realm of the God Emperor of the Three Realms is already a miraculous speed. If the Gorfiend general knows that they are trapped here, there will be no need to say what will happen. Chapter 880. There is no way for us to escape. If he devours the other 8 dragons, there is no way to escape. The entire sky world is no match for the Gorfiend. Li Tongtian said. The gods and generals of the Temple of the Gods looked at each other. How could such a thing happen? All good 9 dragons gathered together, how could the Gorfiend be here? And even occupied a dragon vein? Emperor Tiangang said in a deep voice, if it was an ordinary god emperor of the 4 realms, we would naturally kill him easily. But this is the blood demon general. We couldn't kill him in the battle of all realms, and let him lurk in the sky world. Now he has occupied a spiritual dragon vein. Even if the 8 gods of war in the sky gathered together, they might not be able to defeat this blood demon general. Humph, said the god general of the Temple of Heaven, I still want to conquer the 10,000 realms again, a blood demon general can't solve it. I hear what you mean, I want to regenerate you for 10,000 years, can you solve it? Li Tongtian sneered, now is the opportunity, you do what you want. Seeing that the 2 sides were at war, Lan Sangha hurriedly said, it's not like we have no choice. A god general of the 3 realms asked, what can I do? The most urgent task now is naturally to unite and put aside the grievances between each other. Lan Sangha said, I can directly contact the 8 spirit dragons. Although they have overwhelming power at this time, they can't help the blood demon general. Because they don't know how to deal with the blood demon general. You mean? Emperor Tiangang understood a little. Lan Sangha nodded and said, that's right, let our divine sense temporarily enter their sea of consciousness, and use their power to deal with the blood demon general. Li Tongtian's eyes lit up, and said, in this case. The gods and generals of the Temple of Heaven also looked at each other. This is a great opportunity. Lan Sangha warned, once the connection between the mind and the mind is activated, there must be no dangerous thoughts. If not, if they find out, our spiritual sense will be severely damaged. The consequences will be even more serious. The gods of the Heavenly God Temple frowned one after another. In this case, they had to be careful. But this is a great temptation. If the spirit dragon is strangled directly in the battle, then all the power of the spirit dragon will be taken for itself. Emperor Tiangang said via voice transmission, you should have the ability. Lan Sangha replied, of course. I can spy on their thoughts, but they won't know what we are thinking. Emperor Tiangang was overjoyed immediately, and said, in this way, we can easily break the door seal and pass on the message. Send other gods of war to take over these 8 dragons directly. Let's make a wedding dress. Third Aunt Lan. We are now joining hands to deal with the blood demon general, so don't play any tricks. A 3-realm god general looked at Emperor Tiangang and the others with an unkind expression. Of course not. Emperor Tiangang smiled, looked at Sangha Lan, and said, let's begin. Lan Sangha nodded and sat cross-legged directly, her spiritual thoughts were transmitted directly to one of the spirit dragons. Time passed slowly, and Lan Sangha's forehead was dripping with sweat, obviously not going well. After a long time, Lan Sangha heaved a sigh of relief, opened her eyes, and said, they agreed. So far, there are 3 sky gods of war on the side of the Sky Alliance, and the Heavenly God Emperor, together with the 3 gods, sent a few more gods to make up 5 people, a total of 8 people, ready to go. The god generals of the 3 realms secretly sent a voice, saying, be careful of their deceit. They obviously have 1 or 2 realm god emperors, but they don't send them out. Let us send god generals to make up the number. It seems that we have the advantage in numbers, but in fact it will be that simple. Lan Sangha looked at the prepared generals and said, "You guys better close your minds, and don't think about anything except fighting. If you think wildly and get sensed by the Aura Dragon, I won't say much about the end." The general of the 3 realms nodded and warned the other generals. Everything has to wait until the Gorfin general is destroyed first. Lan Sanggu, Emperor Tiangang and Li Tong Tian looked at each other with a smile in their eyes. "Get ready. Start." Lan Sangha gave an order, and the spiritual thoughts of the 8 people respectively entered the space of the sea of consciousness of the 8 spirit dragons. The huge sense of power made them excited. On the side of the Tianshan temple, several first and second level generals were a little caught off guard. After getting used to it for a while, they gradually controlled such a powerful force. With the help of the 8 of them, the situation on the field suddenly changed. The Gorfiend was originally very comfortable. Even if Qin Yang came, it would not stop him from merging with the 9 dragons, and when he was promoted to the 5th realm, the entire sky would be his own. He was imagining a bright future in his heart, but a sudden change caught him off guard. The 8 spirit dragons originally fought on their own. Not only did they fail to show their due combat power, but they were also restrained. But at this time, the 8 spirit dragons seem to have changed individuals, and the cooperation is still jerky, but their purpose is clear, and their advances and retreats are well-founded. Directly seal the town of Bafang, and imprison the blood dragon he incarnated in it. What's going on? Gorfin General panicked, and from the aura of the 8 spirit dragons, he actually sensed several familiar forces. Emperor Tiangang. The blood demon will grit his teeth and look at one of the spirit dragons. This spirit dragon was timid before, looking around, but now it is completely in the lead, with an invincible aura. This kind of change is not something that can be changed with just a few words and an epiphany. It is the result of the tempering between hundreds of battles. Especially during the attack, there is still a trace of heavenly coercion. Isn't this just the domain supernatural power of Emperor Tiangang? And for Emperor Tiangang to be in charge of this spiritual dragon, among the 8 dragons, there must be Sangha Lan, the god of war in the sky. The Gorfiend put away his contempt, but the change at this time made him flustered. He also has the power of the spirit dragon, and with the blessing of this power, the original supernatural power will become even stronger. He is not an opponent. I didn't expect that these 8 crippled dragons would allow you to help so much. Don't they know that opening the spiritual space to Lan Sanggu is equivalent to voluntarily becoming the other party's puppets? The blood demon general said. The 8 aura dragons paused for a while, and there was an obvious tendency for their power to be uncoordinated. Lan Sanggu hurriedly said, "Be careful of falling into the trap of the blood demon general. We sincerely want to help you. All the power and the initiative are still in your hands. As long as you kill him, we will immediately withdraw from your party." Spiritual space. Think about it, this is better than being slowly eaten away by this Gorfin general. Emperor Tiangang also said, "Yes, we have a common enemy. This is helping each other." There is no doubt that the 8 spirit dragons are fake. After all, the thoughts of the 5 of them, they can fully feel, are all determined to kill the spirit dragon that the blood demon will capture. On the other side, Qin Yang had already charged the meteorite cannon, and mobilized the eyes of the sky to take a look again, and was immediately happy. "What's the matter, can you still ask for help?" Qin Yang was speechless for a moment. Chapter 881. In the secret realm of Gelantan, the aura is raging, and the rules are violent. Mountains and rivers collapsed and waterfalls flowed backwards. There are scenes of collapse everywhere. With the help of Emperor Tiangang and others, the 8 spirit dragons joined forces to besiege and kill the blood dragon of the blood demon general. Although they had the upper hand, It was hard to tell the winner in a short time. Hey! Qin Yang sighed from a very far away place. If Emperor Tiangang and others knew that even if they killed this blood dragon, they only killed a clone of the blood demon general, what would he think? Suddenly, a message came from the Order of the Sky. It was Chuchinga. Chuchinga has already met Chuing, but both of them are under house arrest in the Temple of Heaven. Qin Yang's eyes flickered with divine light. He looked at the Kowloon that was fighting fiercely, and let out a long breath. Forget it, just a little less experience. Qin Yang adjusted the muzzle and opened the eyes of the sky. Directly locked on Kowloon. Time returns to the previous hour. The Gorfiend stared at the 8 dragons angrily, anxious and angry in his heart. He did not forget that the biggest threat to Qin Yang, he did not believe that Qin Yang would leave the secret place of 9 dragons pool directly. Even the god of war in the sky knows the value of these spirit dragons, how could Qin Yang not know? Thinking about Qin Yang's frightening strength, unless the body comes in person and completely captures the spirit dragon, it is impossible to be Qin Yang's opponent at all. Originally, if he could merge with the 9 dragons and advance to the 5 realms, then naturally he would not have to worry about it, but Emperor Tiangang and others intervened, which not only disrupted his plan, delayed his rhythm, but also put him in danger. Give up struggling, don't waste everyone's time. Emperor Tiangang said contemptuously. Controlling the power of the spirit dragon, he also possesses the strength of the 4 realms, and his divine power is almost unlimited. Even if he is alone, it is only a matter of time before he wants to kill this blood demon general. Of course, this time may take a long time. Now that the 8 dragons are attacking together, the blood demon will undoubtedly die. 10,000 years have passed, but you are still so naive. I really don't know how our demons lost back then, the blood demon general said. As soon as this question came out, the same scene as that of the wise demon general appeared immediately. All those who have experienced the battle of 10,000 worlds, 10,000 years ago, are somewhat vague about the final outcome. It seems that there is a force in the dark manipulating them, making them forget this. It was obviously the most important topic, but it was ignored by Emperor Tiangang, Li Tongtian, and Lan Sangu at the same time. Li Tongtian said contemptuously, if you do it again, you will definitely lose. You'd better keep an eye on your eyes. Kill. The 8 dragons attacked and killed the blood demon general again, but Emperor Tiangang, Li Tongtian, and Lan Sangu kept a hand. Only the gods of the gods and temples will go to the real fight. They seem to be the last fishermen. Emperor Tiangang secretly sent a voice transmission, saying, Sangu Lan, these spirit dragons really can't read our minds? Lan Sangu confirmed again and again, and said, that's right. And when the overall situation is settled, I can pass on the thoughts of the previous god generals to those spirit dragons. Under the fury of the spirit dragons, those god generals will definitely die immediately. This is just one step. The most important step is that Lan Sangu can control the mind of the spirit dragon, completely occupy the magpie's nest, and possess the power of the spirit dragon. In this way, they will directly become god emperors of the 4 realms. And there is an extra powerful rule force out of thin air. The Gorfiend will struggle to resist, but in fact it is not as miserable as it appears on the surface. After all, the generals of the Tianshan temple are still a little tender, but Emperor Tiangang and others obviously don't contribute much. Since you dare to give me a chance, don't blame me for being rude. The blood demon will secretly use the power of his bloodline rules to erode the other spirit dragons. Just wait for the time to assimilate it. At that time, if I control the power of several spirit dragons at the same time, the 3 Tiangang emperors will surely die. There is a fierce battle here, and everyone has their own little thoughts. Only the generals of the heavenly god palace didn't dare to think about it, and just attacked silently. They didn't know that even if they controlled their thoughts now, they would still be exposed under Lan Sangu's power rules in the end. In the eyes of Emperor Tiangang and the other three, the Blood Demon General has shown a clear defeat, and the Blood Dragon has been beaten into a mutilated body, and his life is about to be taken. Be careful, the Blood Demon will be reborn with a drop of blood. You must use a thunderous blow to strangle this Blood Dragon to nothing, Emperor Tiangang warned. At the same time, the Gorfiend sneered in his heart. He had already corroded 3 spirit dragons. As long as he moved his divine sense, the power of these 3 spirit dragons would be fused directly. The 3 god emperors of the Heavenly God Temple, even the spirit dragon, did not realize the huge bloodline power deposited in their power. It's now, do it, Emperor Tiangang said. The 3 of them controlled the spirit dragon and attacked and killed it directly. The Blood Demon General directly used his own blood dragon as bait, and his soul had already attached to other spirit dragons, so he wanted to control this spirit dragon and join forces with the other 2 spirit dragons to sneak attack. At this critical moment, the Sky God of War and the Blood Demon General thought they had the chance to win, but suddenly a ray of light appeared in the sky. This beam of light looked unbearably dazzling, but it seemed extremely peaceful. Everyone stopped their movements, and their minds stayed in this weird feeling. In the center of Gelantan, the sky and the earth collapsed directly. This ray of light directly pierced through this God-Emperor level secret realm, and the entire secret realm was pierced in an instant, and it seemed that it was about to be shattered. The 9 dragons at the core didn't stop moving, but were instantly annihilated by the fly ash attacked by a powerful force. The movement of stopping is just the last visual remnant before dissipating. They didn't even have time to fear or react, so there was nothing left of them. Just this little experience. Qin Yang smacked his lips, very dissatisfied. Taking a deep breath, he raised his hand straight up. The terrifying and majestic power of annihilating the rules, released with all his strength, his body is like a black hole, annihilating the space. Qin Yang's annihilation speed was a bit slow. At least slower than the speed at which space collapses by itself. Frowning, Qin Yang stepped up his efforts. Finally, when everything returned to nothingness, Qin Yang stopped his hands. In the distance, one can only see the entrance of the secret realm shaking and crumbling, and the area is a few feet away, which is still a bit of a trace of the secret realm. After all, I only annihilated 1/3, but this 1/3 is equivalent to the experience of 10 god emperors in the 4th realm. Qin Yang's eyes lit up, as if he didn't need to worry about beheading the 5-realm powerhouse, as long as you find a few god-level secret realms. Qin Yang calculated in his mind, 3, as long as 3 god-level secret realms are wiped out, he will be able to steadily advance to the 5th realm. The door-ceiling formation that Qin Yang set up was about to fail. This is not an attack from an external force, but the light gate is about to shatter. Without the support of the door-seal formation, it would naturally cease to exist. Qin Yang seized the time to go back, but found that there was a trace of the secret realm with a radius of several feet at the door, and there was a beetle frantically trying to get out of the gate of the secret realm. The beetle's eyes are bright blood red. Blood Demon General, it's already like this, and you still want to leave? Qin Yang came to the beetle with a smile. In front of Qin Yang, the avatar of the majestic demon general of the 4 realms was really small and weak like a bug. Chapter 882, Cloud Top Asgard. With this little power, it's meaningless to escape. I think, you must want to tell the main body what happened here. How did your clone and other god emperors die? Qin Yang laughed. The beetle still didn't give up, just wanted to find a gap and get out through the door of the secret realm. Qin Yang stepped on him and said, "Don't worry, your body will know." Qin Yang. You can't kill me. Even if my body is defenseless, I don't know that you are so powerful now, but you can't kill me. You can't kill me. From the beetle, the roar of the Gorfiend general was heard. Qin Yang smiled, and the dark golden lines in his eyes flowed, and he said slowly, "Do you really think that I can't kill you?" Do you really think that as long as you disperse your blood, you can't kill all living beings, unless you destroy the sky? The world can really kill you? That's right. Even the big monsters, worms, and ghosts are by no means inferior to me in this regard. The Blood Demon General said confidently. Qin Yang shook his head and said, "You should know that I can bring people back to life, right?" The Gorfiend shuddered at the remaining soul. Qin Yang grinned and said with a smile, "Then I might as well tell you, I just need to smash your soul, then immediately resurrect you, and give you a body made of clay. Do you think, your bloodline, is the power of rules still there?" Trembling with fear, the blood demon possessed himself on the beetle, feeling the desperate power brought by Qin Yang's feat. "I wanted to have fun with you, but I'm sorry, I don't have time." Qin Yang saw that the door seal had dissipated, and the door of the secret realm was about to disappear, so he stepped on it hard. He directly trampled the beetle possessed by the Gorfiend into powder, and his figure flashed and disappeared into the light gate. What happened? This Nine-Dragon's secret realm. The entrance of the secret realm and the collapse of the light gate also changed the expressions of the cultivators guarding here from all sides. Immediately afterwards, a figure appeared in front of him. Qin Yang. A cultivator of the Sky Alliance widened his eyes, which were full of horror. "How is it possible? How could you come out alive? What about the others? Where's Emperor Tiangang? Where's Li Tong Tian, god of war in the vault of heaven, and Sangolan?" The cultivators of the Sky Alliance roared uneasily. What was waiting for him was not Qin Yang's answer, but an extinct Excalibur. A sword pierced through the heart, and then the entire body was also annihilated by the violent annihilation force. Practitioners of the second realm of God Emperors will disappear immediately. The others were suddenly so frightened that they seemed to be out of their bodies, and instinctively began to run away. They each resorted to the means of pressing the bottom of the box, and some even flew thousands of feet away in an instant. Qin Yang smiled slightly, closed his eyes lightly, and then opened them suddenly. A god emperor of the three realms of the Temple of Heaven suddenly noticed a change in the surrounding space, turned his head suddenly, but met the eye of the sky. A pair of terrifying eyes of the sky. In front of these eyes, he is like an ant. Trembling all over, he was so terrified that he couldn't move. Immediately afterwards, something even more horrifying happened. His body was gradually disappearing. At some point, a divine sword pierced his chest. Qin Yang didn't say a word, but just activated the Eye of Heaven and extinct Excalibur. None of the four realms is an enemy of Qin Yang's one move, let alone these mere three realms. Under the terrifying scope of the Eye of Heaven, none of the cultivators related to the secret realm of Jelongtan survived within 1,000 miles. It only took Qin Yang a few breaths to kill these people. After a few breaths, the Eye of Heaven disappeared. Qin Yang turned around and looked towards the center of the continent, the Order area. "Emperor Tianqian, you gave me a palm back then, now it's time to give it back to you." Qin Yang snorted coldly, and with a movement of his divine sense, he disappeared directly on the spot. According to the mark on Chuchinga's body, Qin Yang came to Chuchinga's side in an instant. Tianqian Temple, under the main hall, in the Sky Prison. Chuchinga and Chuing were imprisoned here. A shadow god emperor looked at the two of them coldly, and said, "Master Chu, can you explain why the entire army was wiped out again this time? What happened in the secret realm of Jelongtan? Why did you only come out alive? The others woolen cloth? You will know soon." Chuchinga said. Chu Ying's pretty face was pale, but feeling Chuchinga's warm palm, she was no longer afraid in her heart. "Humph, you dare to speak hard. You know my tricks." The shadow god emperor's eyes darkened, and he was about to use his adept torture power, but suddenly his whole body tensed up. "Are you willing to propose this means?" A frivolous voice sounded. "Who?" The shadow god emperor suddenly turned his head, only to find a figure appeared beside him at some point. A shabby cloak full of battle marks, a handsome young man with strange lines in his eyes. Just as he was trying to see what this person looked like, he found that the surrounding scene changed, as if he had fallen into a boundless hell. There is a piece of lava under the feet, and in the lava, countless skeletons are not dead, struggling and screaming. Taking a deep breath, the God Emperor Anin felt cold all over. Isn't this his torture supernatural power? Where is the heavenly God Emperor? I didn't feel his aura. Qin Yang asked lightly. The feeling of endless horror seemed to be magnified, and the Yin God Emperor found that he couldn't think normally at all, and there were only tragic screams hitting his soul, and Qin Yang's question. No. I don't know. With this supernatural power all day long, he obtained countless information, and finally ended up like this. Qin Yang frowned and waved lightly. Ah. Spare me. Spare me. The Shadow God Emperor called for help loudly, but he didn't respond at all. He also turned into a remnant body in the lava, stretching out his hand that was burned through, with only bones float out. Time has passed for a long time in this supernatural power, but outside the supernatural power, it is only a moment. Chuchinga looked at the Shadow God Emperor suspiciously. For some reason, he suddenly collapsed to the ground, his face was full of horror, and he howled miserably. Such a horrifying scene made Chu Ying's face even paler after being frightened, and she hid behind Chuchinga, not daring to take another look. Noisy! Qin Yang kicked out, stopping the howling of the Shadow God Emperor. He opened his mouth and asked, "Where is the heavenly God Emperor?" Chuchinga replied, "Above this prison is the Temple of Heaven, where he usually appears." "He's not here," Qin Yang said. Chuchinga said, "His throne is also a magic weapon for teleportation, which can be teleported to the sky above, where there is a fairy palace on the top of the cloud, and only one person from the Temple of Heaven has the right to enter." "Okay, I will go to look for it." Qin Yang nodded, and said again, "I will send you away first." Said, stretched out his hand and waved lightly. The sky prison that can imprison the three realms of the God Emperor is nothing in front of Qin Yang. The two were directly teleported to Liberty City. The next moment, Qin Yang also appeared in the Temple of Heaven. On both sides of the main hall, there are two rows of gods waiting respectfully, as if waiting for the king to go to court. However, before the throne, there was no shadow of the heavenly God Emperor, but a handsome young man in a cloak appeared.